Miracle Doctor Wild Empress, Genius Summoner Chapter 1140 to Chapter 1223. The Phantasm Ghost King seemed to have sunk into his memories. At that moment, the magic ripples in the magic array grew stronger. In truth, the magic array behind the teleportation array was still incomplete. The stronger the magic ripples, the closer it was to completion. Now, all that was left was to fuse the last strand of soul into the magic array. In this expedition to the Ghost King cave, the magic array had absorbed a large amount of powerful souls. Especially the souls of the martial gods that had entered the Ghost King's blood, they were all very powerful. In addition to the magic god-level soul of the girl before him, the magic array would be completed perfectly. As long as the magic array was completed, he would be able to reconstruct Xianxia's soul. She would no longer be as unconscious as she was now, not even a ghost. Thinking of this, the Phantasm Ghost King's eyes flashed with tenderness. To tell you the truth, little girl, I don't want to kill you. You can only blame yourself for trespassing in a place you shouldn't have. The Phantasm Ghost King glanced at Xianxia. The Phantasm Ghost King had lived in the three realms for even longer than the underworld god Bo Bo Yang. He had seen countless people, but only a few had left an impression on him. The Phantasm Ghost King had a slight impression of this little girl. Aside from her style of doing things being somewhat similar to the Ghost King himself, her rapid improvement in strength was also one of the reasons why the Phantasm Ghost King couldn't help but pay attention to her. Just now, the Phantasm Ghost King had probed a little and discovered that Xianxia actually possessed a 5-elemental magic soul that even he felt ashamed of. No, to be exact, it was a 6-elemental magic soul. Although it was very weak, the Phantasm Ghost King was certain that Xianxia still had a portion of the light magic soul in her body. Moreover, she was a summoner and a 6-elemental magician. Even in the god realm, such conditions were enviable. If this girl was given a certain amount of time, she would definitely become an ambitious and ruthless person who could shake the three realms. What a pity, what a pity. He really wanted to cause trouble for those old hairy fellows in the god realm, but in order to save Xianxia, he could only be ruthless and destroy this good seedling. The Phantasm Ghost King was different from the other experts of the mortal world. For many years, he didn't belong to any country or sect. Even the 4 counties under his control were only in name. If he met someone he didn't like, he would casually kill them. This was how he became the ruler of the 4 counties. The Netherworld Ghost King was used to being unrestrained in the Netherworld. He had done everything, but he had never taken in a disciple. In his opinion, if he met a good seedling, he should train him well. It would be best if he could take him in as his disciple and make him a little ghost king or something. In the underworld, there were too few people who could fulfill his conditions. It wasn't easy to find one, but it was used to construct the demon-suppressing array. It would be a lie if the Netherworld Ghost King said that he wasn't depressed. However, he would choose a disciple sooner or later, but he only had one person he loved. After weighing the pros and cons, the Netherworld Ghost King decided to kill Xianxia and complete the demon-suppressing formation. The Netherworld Ghost King raised his hand and a magic array appeared under Xianxia's body. Bo Bo, don't hurt your beloved master. Seeing that the Phantasm Ghost King was about to hurt Xianxia, Bo Bo Sheep charged towards the Phantasm Ghost King. The Netherworld Ghost King lightly laughed. He didn't even bother to dodge. Baby Sheep rammed into the Netherworld Ghost King's body with a bang. This ramming shocked Xianxia and the other demonic beasts. Not only was the Netherworld Ghost King not sent flying, he didn't even move an inch. Poor Baby Sheep was shaken by the recoil and saw stars. It was dizzy and barely managed to stay conscious. Its wings were grabbed by the Netherworld Ghost King's 2 fingers. No matter how hard it tried, it couldn't let go. Ah, it hurts. You're a big pervert. You've already refined a divine body. Baby Sheep's monstrous strength could send anyone it saw flying. However, it had no effect on the Netherworld Ghost King. Only those who had refined an immortal divine body would be immune to Baby Sheep's monstrous strength. What an interesting little guy. Seeing that you're quite cute, I might as well capture you and give you to Xianxia as a pet. The Netherworld Ghost King's devilish purple eyes impolitely sized up Baby Sheep. A pet, this unreasonable fellow actually wanted to make a world deity beast a pet, too shameful, too shameful. Big pervert, you're not allowed to insult me. Baby sheep is not a pet. If you dare, baby sheep will kill your woman and then commit suicide. Baby sheep was furious. Why wasn't it a world deity? If it was, it would definitely send this purple-eyed freak to the most desolate place and let him live a life worse than death. Impudent, you actually dare to threaten me. The Netherworld Ghost King flew into a rage out of humiliation. No one had ever dared to speak to him in such a tone, let alone a demonic beast that didn't know anything. What he hated the most in his life was people threatening him with Xianxia's safety. The Netherworld Ghost King's subordinate clenched his fist, wanting to take care of baby sheep. The Netherworld Ghost King furrowed his brows and carefully looked at baby sheep. Suddenly, a strange expression flashed through his purple eyes. Netherworld Ghost King. Xianxia's expression couldn't help but change. The Netherworld Ghost King was an existence close to God. If his palm landed, baby sheep would most likely, however, just as the Phantasm Ghost King's palm landed on Popping Sheep's soft body, Popping Sheep's pink fur emitted a bluish-black light. At the same time, a strange energy fluctuation spread out from Popping Sheep's body. A layer of ice formed on the Phantasm Ghost King's palm as a colding chi invaded the Phantasm Ghost King's palm. Baby sheep was still struggling. The Netherworld Ghost King lowered his head and looked at his own hand. In the Netherworld, there was only one person who could injure the Netherworld Ghost King in so many years. This power. So, this little guy with pink fur was actually his. Who would have thought that the high and mighty Netherworld God would also have a reverse scale? A mischievous expression appeared in the Netherworld Ghost King's eyes. He withdrew his hand and threw baby sheep away. Who would have thought that this magical beast of yours would have such an origin? However, its origin can only protect itself. You and your other magical beasts won't have such good fortune. How could the Netherworld Ghost King not see that the beast's speech ring on Xianxia's hand was not ordinary? This girl had many more interesting things on her body than he had imagined. After speaking, the Netherworld Ghost King waved his sleeve and a black whirlwind swept towards Xianxia. Woo-woo, baby sheep, don't go. Baby sheep is Master's dear little friend and wants to die with Master. If Master dies, baby sheep doesn't want to live either. Baby sheep began to wail. Baby sheep ignored the black whirlwind and pounced towards Xianxia, crying his heart out. This time, he wasn't just wailing, he was truly crying. His tears soaked Xianxia's mage robe. Today is the Women's Day, everyone should be happy. Xianxia's heart ached when she saw baby sheep in such a state. Baby sheep couldn't bear to part with her, and she wasn't willing to let it go either. However, if they didn't leave and stayed, it would be more dangerous. The Phantasm Ghost King already had a divine body. In other words, the only difference between him and a true god was the titled god. The Phantasm Ghost King couldn't be bothered with Xianxia and baby sheep's reluctance. The black whirlwind quickly enveloped Xianxia, and baby sheep was ruthlessly thrown out. As long as the black whirlwind completely enveloped Xianxia, she would become a part of the demon-suppressing formation like the other underworld experts. Xianxia's life would also disappear. Could it be that she was just going to wait for her death? Xianxia's gaze hardened. Suddenly, several rays of light shot out from the beast language ring in her hand. The Phantasm Ghost King wasn't too surprised when he saw so many powerful magical beasts appear together. She could even contract a magical beast like baby sheep. This female summoner's talent in summoning was definitely not inferior to her talent in magic. Stubborn. I already said that every corner of this demon-suppressing formation is I's territory. Although your magical beasts are pretty strong, it's a pity that they will be implicated by you. He shook his head and sighed. Wait, Phantasm Ghost King. It's fine if you want to kill me, but I have a request. Let go of my magical beasts, including baby sheep. If I'm not wrong, this demon-suppressing formation can be completed with my soul alone. These magical beasts are all magical beasts that have gone through life and death with me for many years. They are innocent. Let them go. Xianxia sternly shouted. The Phantasm Ghost King was stunned. He didn't expect Xianxia to make such a request. He had seen many humans in his life. Shouldn't they be crying for their parents and desperately begging for mercy? This girl only wanted him to let her magical beasts go, since when did summoners place importance on magical beasts? However, Xianxia's actions had indeed moved the Phantasm Ghost King. Alright, I find you pleasing to the eye. Since you're about to die, I'll promise you this once. You'll be the only one left. As for the others, I'll let them go." The Netherworld Ghost King waved his hand. "Bobo, I'm not leaving." Bobo Sheep was still unwilling to give up and desperately rushed forward. "Bobo, listen to me. Leave this place obediently. You have to grow up quickly and become a world deity of the mortal realm. Don't embarrass Master." Yunxing's voice was choked with sobs. The other demonic beasts were also unwilling to leave when they saw this scene. Seeing that things had come to this, Yunxing hardened her heart and ignored Baby Sheep's pleas. What she was most worried about was Popo's safety. The other magical beasts were under normal contract with her. Even if something happened to her, they would at most cancel the contract and regain their freedom. However, Bobo was different. He was under a life contract with her. Yunxing only hoped that Bobo's junior brother, the world deity of the underworld, would be able to help Bobo get through this crisis. "All of you, leave immediately. Night Demon Queen, Water Queen, take Bobo Sheep and leave with him." Yunxing sternly shouted. "Don't touch me. We're all bad people. We won't save you." Bobo Sheep's emotions rebounded as he struggled. "Bobo. If you continue like this, I'll shatter my own magic soul." Yunxing was most worried about Bobo Sheep. When he was still an egg, he had been together with Yunxing. Among all the magical beasts, he had the deepest relationship with Yunxing. Yunxing's words subdued the sheep. It drooped its wings and let the Night Demon Queen and the Water Spirit Queen clamp it on its left and right. Night Demon Queen and Water Fairy Queen glanced at each other. Without any hesitation, they pulled Bobo. With a wave of the Netherworld Ghost King's sleeve, the magical beasts were swept up by a black hurricane and forced out of the teleportation array. As soon as they left the teleportation array, Bobo Sheep threw off Night Demon Queen and Water Fairy Queen's hands in a fit of pique. He had a hopeless expression as he curled up in a corner. His eyes were brimming with tears as he muttered, "Bobo, I hate all of you. Don't come near Bobo. My dear master is about to die. Bobo also doesn't want to live anymore. Bobo wants to go on a hunger strike. Woo-woo. Bobo, if you don't want to live anymore, then who's going to help think of a way to save Master?" Even though Yunxing had asked them to leave, all the magical beasts still recognized Yunxing as their master. Their master was still concerned about them even at her final moments. How could they abandon their master and escape by themselves? Hearing that there was still a way to save Master, the tears in Bobo Sheep's eyes immediately disappeared. "Wait, you said there was still a way to save Master? Then why did you leave? Master is facing that big pervert alone. It's too pitiful." Bobo looked at the magical beasts. "TCH, leaving doesn't mean that we're betraying Master. That's also a tactic. Bobo, you've been with Master for the longest time. Why haven't you learned how to deal with people like Master? Our strength is inferior to the Phantasm Ghost King. Even if we stay, it's useless. We'll only lose a few more lives." Queen Night Demon's enchanting face was full of scheming. Among all of Yunxing's magical beasts, Queen Night Demon might not be the strongest in terms of strength. But when it comes to methods and all kinds of underhanded means, she was the most similar to Yunxing. In her early years, she hid in the Immortal Keeper Nation and dealt with the elf tribe that was several times stronger than her. This had also nurtured her to think thrice before doing anything and strive for stability. Queen Night Demon understood that if they wanted to save Master, they wouldn't be able to do it. Right now, there was only one way, and that was to call for reinforcements. Reinforcements? Are you saying that we should go find that Qilin brat? Although he's very strong, he might not be that big pervert's opponent. Bobo Sheep hesitated. Just having the golden Qilin isn't enough. Moreover, we still don't know where it is right now. How is it compared to that demigod rank magical beast? We don't know. Master's situation is very critical. We must think of the best way. When Queen Night Demon said this, the other magical beasts didn't understand. If the golden Qilin wasn't safe, then how were they going to save Master? Queen Night Demon's beautiful eyes turned and her gaze fell on Bobo Sheep. Bobo Sheep felt his hair stand on end from her gaze and felt uncomfortable all over. Bo, tell me honestly. How is your relationship with the underworld deity? For master, you have to find the underworld deity for help. Queen Night Demon had long suspected that the relationship between Bo and the underworld deity was not ordinary. Just now, the Phantasm Ghost King had let Bo go at the last moment. From his tone, it seemed that he had let Bo go because of someone. Since that was the case, there was a high possibility that Bo could find the underworld deity to save Master. Hearing Night Demon Queen's words, all the magical beasts suddenly understood. That's right, as expected of the Night Demon Queen, this idea is indeed feasible, and the success rate is very high. If there was anyone in the underworld who could compete with the Ghost King, it would be the god of the underworld. The Netherworld Ghost King had a divine body, and so did the Netherworld World Deity. Only a deity could fight against a deity. Even if the two of them did not fight, the Netherworld Ghost King would probably let his master off for the sake of the Netherworld World Deity. Hey, quick, tell us, can you ask the underworld god for help? The magical beasts surrounded the sheep. That's right. Mwahaha, all my hopes are on you. Aren't you reluctant to see Master die? Didn't you say that the underworld god is your junior brother? It should be easy for me to ask for your junior brother's help. On the other hand, Baby Sheep's expression was not right. It looked as if it had been wronged and scared. Wah, can we not look for him? He's even scarier than that big pervert inside. Kissing Sheep looked like he was about to howl again. The Night Demon Queen had long been mentally prepared. She covered the mouth of the sheep with her palm to prevent it from crying out tragically and torturing the ears of the other beasts. You have to look for it. You have to look for it. Otherwise, you'll be the main culprit who caused Master's death. Her face was fierce, looking like a wolf grandmother. Her sobs were stuck in her throat. The main culprit who caused Master's death. It wasn't. But. Baby Sheep's face was filled with misery. But what? Or are you saying that you don't have the confidence to find the underworld god in such a short time? Queen Night Demon was worried about this. That's not it. Bo has a way to immediately find the underworld god. Don't forget, this world deity is an universe deity. I'm different from you guys, Bo Sheep said proudly and pouted. These little beasts were looking down on universe deities. A universe deity was the deity of a world. The universe deity of the underworld was especially powerful. Even among the deities, he was considered a superior deity. In the underworld, as long as the underworld god wanted to, he could instantly teleport to any location. Then it's settled. Hurry up and contact the god of the underworld. If we delay any longer, Master's soul will be scattered. When the demonic beasts heard this, they saw that there was hope. They all let out a collective sigh of relief. But on the face of Kissing Sheep, it looked even more miserable than if its owner had died. Indeed, it had a piece of netherworld jade that could summon netherworld deities. However, if it were to use the underworld jade, it would owe the underworld world deity a huge favor. This piece of nether jade had some history. A scene flashed in Popping Sheep's mind. Many years ago, when it was still an egg, alright, most of the miserable world deity Y Gang's life was an egg. Due to its lack of skills, it was always bullied even among the deities. On a certain night, it was hiding in the realm's meditation land. It felt sad for its own weakness and would cry from time to time. It just so happened that its master, which was also its mother goddess, had passed by the realm meditation land. The conversation between the master and disciple was as follows: No wonder I couldn't find you. Why are you hiding here? My dearest master, how did you discover me? Bo, you clearly dodged it very well. A certain mother goddess rolled her eyes. You're crying like a pig being slaughtered, why are you still hiding? Moi, are you feeling sad because your strength is too weak again? Master, Bo's strength is too weak. When we go to the human realm in the future, how will we govern the human realm? Bo will definitely be bullied by others. I heard that the people of Immortal Realm are all very bad. Bo, it's best that you don't go and embarrass yourself by becoming some world deity of Immortal Realm. So what? Being weak doesn't mean that you can't become a world deity. You can find a backer. For example, find someone who is much stronger than you to protect you. Whoever doesn't listen to you, let that person kill them. Kill. Kill. A certain mother goddess said without hesitation. A certain mother goddess, as the war god of the god realm, spoke with a murderous aura. She was completely unaware that she had instilled extremely bad thoughts into her little disciple. Bobo stopped crying and had an epiphany overnight. The next day, Bobo found the underworld quasi-world deity, who was also Bobo's little junior brother, Mingri. Although at that time, Bobo and Mingri were world deities and quasi-world deities, it sounded like there was only a literal difference between the two. But in fact, the difference between the two was like heaven and earth. A quasi-world deity could already assist a world deity in carrying out the affairs of the world deity. As long as they practiced for 100 years, they could take over the position of a world deity. But a quasi-world deity was different. At most, he was one of the candidates for the position of world deity. It was very likely that he would be replaced by others. At that time, the underworld quasi-world deity who was already very powerful was just an iceberg man who looked like he was only 17 or 18 years old. Most of the time, he was not in the world meditation land. Bobo was also lucky to find a quasi-world deity. One was a chubby pink egg, the other was an iceberg man who could freeze people to death with one look. Mingri, can you protect me? At that time, although the underworld deity was not old, his iceberg face was already deeply ingrained. Among the deities, except for Puffed Egg who did not know what fear was, most people avoided him. Mingri's handsome face was taut. After thinking for 3 seconds, he said, "Okay." Wow, Mingri actually agreed. Puffed Egg's face was dull. He thought that he would have to pester Mingri for a long time. He handed Bobo a stone. What is this? Bobo did not expect that this guy who usually looked cold would actually agree to his request. Mingyu. If someone bullies you, take out this stone. If the situation is urgent, you can crush the stone and I will appear. Mingri's face was still taut. The words he said were emotionless and stiff. Then how should Bobo repay you? Bobo doesn't have any treasure to give you. Puffed Egg hesitated. Considering Mingri's strength, Puffed Egg carefully put away the Mingyu. This was a life-saving talisman for him to roam the 3 realms of deities and underworld in the future. Pay with your body. Mingri threw down these 2 words and left. Pay with your body. Puffed Egg was instantly in a mess. What the son of the underworld meant was to cook it and eat it. How cruel. Wasn't he just protecting it? Why did he have to cook such a cute Bobo? Mingri, that bad boy, must have coveted its meat for a long time. Puffed Egg angrily threw the Mingyu away. It would not be fooled. If it threw the Mingyu away, it would not need it for the rest of its life. However, as soon as Egg Popping threw the underworld jade and turned around, the piece of underworld jade flew back to Egg Popping's body. After a few times, no matter where Puffed Egg threw the Mingyu away, the Mingyu would return to Puffed Egg's body. Later, when Popo was sent to the human world to train, he accidentally lost contact with the god world, and was accidentally found by Hu Jiuxing. Then, Yunxing found Popo in the beast language ring. During this period, Puffed Egg lost part of its memory of the god world. It was not until Yunxing hatched it that it gradually remembered everything in the past, as well as the agreement between it and Mingri. It also knew that not long after it left the underworld, Mingri went to the underworld and officially became the world god of the underworld. Therefore, Popo's memory of the god of the underworld was still that he had bad intentions towards its flesh. Previously, when Yunxing mentioned going to the underworld, Popo had a reluctant look on her face. In Popo's view, going to the underworld was like a sheep entering the tiger's mouth. Hee, now you should know why this world god is unwilling to ask for help from that bad fellow, Mingri. He will eat me. Thinking of this, Bobo felt that he was very pitiful. He had originally hoped that his words would attract the sympathy of the magical beasts, but who knew that after he finished speaking, there would be a deathly silence. The magical beasts were speechless. Even the centipede ant general, who had the worst thinking ability, understood. What was the structure of Popo's brain? Even it had heard clearly that the god of the underworld did not mean what Popo thought it meant. Queen Night Demon coughed twice. She wondered if she should remind Bobo that the universe god's compensation was not about eating it. However, it was better for the parties involved to solve such a beautiful misunderstanding. But Queen Night Demon was more curious about how the world god of the underworld would make Popo pay with its body if Popo was always like this. Could it be that the world god of the underworld also grew 3 heads and 6 arms, and had a strong taste? But these were not important. The most important thing was to save its master. Well, then Popo will try to crush the jade, but Popo can't guarantee that it will be effective. After all, it was a long, long time ago, and he may have forgotten it. After weighing the pros and cons, Popo felt that it could not sit and watch its master be killed. It rubbed its body and took out a piece of jade. That piece of nether jade was shaped like a goose egg. Its color was similar to Rumo, and it was suffused with a delicate luster. Taking a closer look, it looked very similar to the egg-shaped baby sheep. Bobo Sheep clenched his teeth and his face turned red. With a crack, the nether jade was crushed. The sheep didn't know that as it was sobbing and sobbing to the other beasts, there was a person standing not too far away. But because of the magic restriction, Bobo and the other magical beasts didn't notice that there was a person there. So that's how it is. No wonder that weakling was in a hurry to go to the underworld to train. Shouldn't we teach it the true meaning of paying with its body? Dressed in a black and gold underworld deity robe, underworld deity Ming Ri stroked his chin with his slender fingers. A playful look flashed across those eyes that could devour a person's soul. He suddenly appeared in front of Papa Sheep and the magical beasts. The tall figure that suddenly appeared in front of Papa Sheep almost scared it out of its wits. The other magical beasts were also startled. Although they knew that every inch of the underworld belonged to the underworld deity, he came too fast. It was as if he happened to be nearby. Ming Ri didn't say a word, but the magical beasts had already determined that this person was the rumored underworld deity who controlled the underworld and could turn people into ashes in an instant. This was because they noticed that the man who suddenly appeared exuded a dangerous aura. This aura was the aura of the death deity. Queen Night Demon quietly sized up the underworld deity. Oh, the underworld deity had a nose and eyes. In terms of temperament and appearance, he was comparable to her master's sweetheart, Yi Baiming. They were both rare and extremely handsome men. Such a man actually liked cute things like Papa Sheep. Queen Night Demon had an impulse to burst out laughing. Papa Sheep, however, didn't know what the other magical beasts were thinking. It tried its best to widen its bean-sized eyes, trying to pretend that it wasn't afraid of Ming Ri, but its small body couldn't stop trembling, and it still gave the game away. Long time no see, weak egg, you're finally willing to look for this deity. Ming Ri's long and narrow eyes flashed with a dangerous light. He grabbed Papa Sheep, but the latter resisted desperately, for fear that Ming Ri would go crazy and swallow it whole. Woo-woo, junior brother Ming Ri, long time no see. You're still the same as before, handsome and powerful. And can you not call me weak egg? It's very embarrassing. Papa Sheep didn't expect that and was very depressed. As soon as Ming Ri appeared, he exposed its scars and called it weak egg. When the puffed egg was still in the god realm, because of its weak strength, it couldn't even hatch the most basic beast form. For a while, it was called weak egg. Later, gradually, it didn't know why. But suddenly, no one called it weak egg anymore. Only Ming Ri, this bad boy, called it weak egg every time they met. Papa Sheep was very angry and wanted to knock Ming Ri away, but it didn't dare. It could only secretly size up Ming Ri. In fact, Papa Sheep was speaking against its conscience. It hadn't seen Ming Ri for many years. Although the Ming Ri from back then was already over 1,700 years old, his outer appearance was only that of a youth. But the underworld deity in front of it, Ming Ri, was tall, and under the world deity robe, strong muscles could be faintly seen. If this guy wanted to eat Papa Sheep, its meat wouldn't be enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. His iceberg face was still iceberg face, but why was God so unfair? Why did it only change from an egg to a cute sheep, but Ming Ri became the indomitable underworld deity? Papa Sheep felt self-pity in its heart, lamenting its misfortune and pitiful encounter. Less nonsense, say, why did you look for this deity? Ming Ri's eyes looked coldly at Papa Sheep. Woo-woo, Ming Ri, you have to save Papa's master. She's about to be killed by that big pervert, the Netherworld Ghost King. Papa Sheep remembered that its master was still in danger and didn't care about paying with its body. It grabbed Ming-Ri's sleeve and wiped its snot and tears, messing up Ming-Ri's underworld deity robe. Ming-Ri frowned, his face full of disgust, but he didn't throw Papa Sheep away. Master? You've actually fallen to become a contract beast of the human race. Daring to enslave you, this deity will kill her. Ming-Ri's cold eyes focused. He noticed that Papa Sheep did indeed have the aura of a contract beast. It was also his negligence that allowed Weak Egg to become a contract beast of the human race. Other than him, no one was allowed to bully Weak Egg. No one from the realm of gods, and even more so a human. However, since Weak Egg had fallen into the hands of the Netherworld Ghost King, it was no different from a dead person. Once the summoner died, the contract was automatically cancelled. Nanny, looks like the Ice Mountain God and Little Fat Sheep Hot Pot, this couple is quite popular. By the way, characters who are popular enough will make a flashy appearance outside the movie. Hearing Ming-Ri's words, Bobo, who was originally cowering, suddenly exploded. You are not allowed to curse Master. Master will not die. If she dies, Bobo will also die. Bobo is Master's life contract beast. If Master is alive, Bobo is alive. If Master dies, Bobo will also die with Master. Bobo Sheep was furious. He knew that he could not beg Ming-Ri, this scoundrel. What? You actually signed a life contract with a human? Who allowed you to do that? Ming-Ri was furious. A life contract was not an ordinary contract. Only the closest person could sign a life contract. If something happened to the master of the life contract, the contract beast would also be implicated. Even if he did not die, Bobo Sheep's divine soul would be damaged and he would no longer have the chance to become a world deity. Thinking of this, God power surged beside Ming-Ri, like the surface of the sea before a storm. The powerful God power caused the ground to shake. In the Ghost King cave, a cold wind blew. The group of magical beasts felt that they could not stand still. This was God power, what a terrifying power. The magical beasts felt that they were like a lonely boat in the middle of a storm, about to be drowned by Ming-Ri's anger at any time. But Bobo Sheep, who had always been timid, was not frightened this time. No one allowed Bobo to do that. Bobo only knew that after Bobo was separated from Mother Goddess, he almost died. No one in the deity world cared about Bobo. No one cared about Bobo's life or death. When he woke up, the first thing he saw was Master. Although Bobo was weak, Master never despised Bobo. She treated Bobo the best. Bobo could give his life to her. She was also willing to give up her life for Bobo. Bobo Sheep was excited and roared at Ming-Ri. When it concerned the life and death of Master, Bobo Sheep's tone was very aggressive. It was as if he had eaten 5 kilograms of gunpowder. Just when the other magical beasts thought that Ming-Ri would teach Bobo a lesson for its offense, he did not say a word and only stared at Bobo. Actually, at that time Ming-Ri wanted to tell Bobo that at that time, he had gone to the human world to look for him. It was just that the mortal realm was too vast, and he did not know which continent Popo was on in the mortal realm. Furthermore, at that time, he was about to become the world deity of the underworld. In the end, he was forcefully brought back to the deity world. Ming-Ri wanted to explain, but he was cold by nature and was not good at expressing himself. For a moment, he did not know where to start. However, there was one thing that was certain. After listening to Popo's words, Ming-Ri knew that Popo had deep feelings for its master. Just based on this point alone, he had to save that human from the Phantasm Ghost King's hands. Ming-Ri didn't want to tell Popo about this. Just as Ming-Ri was about to attack, the teleportation magic array on the right suddenly emitted a buzzing sound, and the entire Ghost King cave started to shake. Ming-Ri's face was filled with surprise. This intense fluctuation was actually the power of divinity. That power seemed to want to break through the teleportation array set up by the Phantasm Ghost King. According to what Popo said, there was only her inside the teleportation array right now. He did not say anything else. He withdrew his hand and hugged Popo. His body turned into a black gold light and rushed into the teleportation array. Ming-Ri's speed was incomparably fast. Before the other magical beasts could even react, Ming-Ri and Popo had already disappeared. Seeing this, Xiaohei wanted to rush into the magic array. However, as soon as she rushed in, she was bounced back by a strange force. Xiaohei flew out. Suddenly, a golden figure flashed by, and Dollar appeared in front of the magical beasts. However, there was also an old man with a long beard who came with Dollar. No one knew where he came from. TSK, what a powerful fluctuation of divinity. This teleportation array has already been sealed. Those who are not divinity cannot enter. Otherwise, the fluctuation of divinity inside will instantly kill them. Shinjizi had already sensed the aura of the underworld deity. Sure enough, the demon-suppressing array caused such a huge commotion and alarmed the underworld deity. However, if the Phantasm Ghost King had already followed his instructions and completed the last step, then the formation of the demon-suppressing array was an irreversible fact. Even if the underworld deity personally came, he would not be able to change it. Something was wrong. Yi Baiming could feel that there were at least 3 different kinds of energy fluctuations in the teleportation array. Why were there 3 different kinds of energy fluctuations? Could it be that the energy came from the little wildcat? Just what did she do? Just 15 minutes ago, Yunxing had forced Popo and the other magical beasts to leave the demon-suppressing array. You can be considered the most courageous woman I have ever met in my life. What a pity. If I had met you a few years earlier, perhaps I would have fallen in love with you. The Phantasm Ghost King shook his head and sighed. Some people, once met, would be forever. Before the Phantasm Ghost King met Qingqing, he did not believe in everlasting love. However, after meeting her, the Phantasm Ghost King realized that there was such a thing as love in this world. Qingqing, is she the woman you like? Did you construct this demon-suppressing array for her? Yunxing casually asked. I just don't understand. What does the demon-suppressing array have to do with her? Do you know that you devoured the souls of living creatures to construct the demon-suppressing array? Because of this, you will never be able to become a god. Yunxing heard from Popo that the Phantasm Ghost King had already become a god. Right now, the only difference between him and a true god was the title of a god. However, if his entire body was filled with sins, then he would no longer have the qualifications to become a god. Haha, do you think I would care about a mere title of a god? There's no need to say any more. I know you want to stall for time, but it's a pity that it's useless. In the underworld, only one person can break Ai's teleportation array, and that person will definitely not come out to save you. The Phantasm Ghost King chanted. Within the demon-suppressing array, the countless small arrays began to operate. The energy of all kinds of souls was quickly converted into magic energy for the demon-suppressing array. At the same time, Yunxing was about to be submerged. Suddenly, 3 red, azure, and white pillars of light shot out from Yunxing's body. The 3 pillars of light were like 3 sharp swords as they pierced through the Phantasm Ghost King's restraint on Yunxing's body. The azure dragon coiled around like an ancient city wall, the white tiger with the king's seal on its forehead, and the fiery red vermilion bird with fiery feathers and a heavenly cry. The 3 divine beasts stood in front of and behind Yunxing, protecting Yunxing. As expected, everything you did just now was just a show for Ai. The Phantasm Ghost King's face didn't change in the slightest as he smiled. TSK, TSK. I made a mistake this time and almost failed miserably. However, do you think that you can defeat Ai with just 3 inferior divine beasts? What an arrogant tone. The Netherworld Ghost King was probably the only person who would dare to call the 3 great divine beasts of the boundless continent, the Netherworld Ghost King, a divine beast of the 3 great divine beasts. Although Yunxing already knew that the Netherworld Ghost King didn't play by the rules, she couldn't help but be moved when she saw his arrogance. However, Yunxing soon realized that the Netherworld Ghost King had his reasons for being arrogant. There were only 2 kinds of arrogant people. One was someone who was weak but spoke arrogantly. The other was someone who was strong enough to be arrogant. The Netherworld Ghost King was the latter. Master, he's telling the truth. Although the 3 of us siblings are divine beasts, we're all lesser divine beasts. Moreover, we're only totem divine beasts. Even if we recover our peak fighting strength and gather the power of the black tortoise, we can barely prevent ourselves from being killed. Although that man doesn't have a divine beast, his strength should be around that of a superior god. The vermilion bird totem reminded Yunxing. Even the four great divine beasts couldn't defeat the Netherworld Ghost King when they were at their peak. The divine beast totem is right. Even if I am not a divine beast, I can still kill most divine beasts. If you really want to talk about it, there are people who can defeat I. The Inferno Monarch is one of the sovereign lords of the four great divine beasts. Unfortunately, the Inferno Monarch has already ignored the affairs of the human realm for many years and won't save an ant-like human. The Netherworld Ghost King looked at Xianxia in amusement. He had already seen that Xianxia wouldn't give up so easily. This was because he could feel the same arrogance and confidence from Xianxia. This woman was very similar to himself when he was young. They both had the same temperament of not giving up until all hope was gone. Obviously, it was impossible for her to just sit there and wait for death. However, the more it was so, the more the Netherworld Ghost King wanted to crush her confidence and arrogance. In this world, only those with true strength had the right to be arrogant. He, the Netherworld Ghost King, was the best example. Haha, Ghost King, I'm afraid you've misunderstood. I've never intended to use the Divine Beast Totem to contend with you. The reason why I used up the precious opportunity to summon the Divine Beast Totem was that I wanted to fight to the death. It is impossible for the Totem Divine Beasts to kill you, but if they burn their divine power, I believe it will be enough to destroy this demon-suppressing formation. Since I'm going to die, I should at least drag someone down with me. Don't you think so, Ghost Lord? Xianxia's eyes curved into crescents. Her black eyes were like bright lamps in the dark night, shining brightly. The smile on the Phantasm Ghost King's face instantly froze. Damn it. This woman actually dared to threaten him. The Netherworld Ghost King was enraged. In the Netherworld, he was in existence above all. No one had ever dared to threaten him again and again. You can give it a try. Under the Phantasm Ghost King's rage, the entire magic array started to fluctuate, and a large amount of black divine power floated around Xianxia. They were like countless walls that wanted to crush Xianxia and the Divine Beast Totem into powder. A trace of ruthlessness flashed through Xianxia's eyes. The three divine beasts let out a long roar and charged towards the Phantasm Ghost King's divine power. Wait. The Phantasm Ghost King also didn't expect that Xianxia would actually dare to fight to the death. He cursed in his heart. Just where did this crazy woman come from? She really didn't want to live anymore. Just now, he even had a bit of compassion in his heart and wanted to spare her soul. What? Is the Ghost Lord regretting it? You and I are both smart people. You should know that the Divine Beast Totem will cause irreversible damage to the demon-suppressing formation. Either you let me go or wait for the demon-suppressing formation to collapse, Xianxia sneered. Impossible. I've been building this devil-suppressing formation for 20 years, and I'm only one step away. Xianxia's soul is about to scatter. I don't have the time to find a replacement for your soul. The Netherworld Ghost King also refused to budge. He was stuck between a rock and a hard place. Scatter my soul? Could it be that the Ghost King's goal in constructing this demon-suppressing formation is to help people condense their divine souls? Xianxia suddenly thought of something. If the Phantasm Ghost King had a way to help people condense their divine souls, then wouldn't that mean that he could also help her mother, Hu Jiuxing, find her remaining soul and recover her memories? In her excitement, Xianxia even forgot that she was still in danger. I also want to know why you gave up on becoming a god and hid in this dark place for all these years. A cold male voice suddenly entered her ears. The underworld god, Ming's son, who was holding baby sheep in his arms, appeared in the demon-suppressing formation. When he saw the demon-suppressing formation formed by several thousand small demon-suppressing formations, his eyebrows furrowed. Behind him, one could faintly see the divine power of the Dark Flood Dragon King. Seeing this person, Xianxia and the Phantasm Ghost King had different expressions. Xianxia was astonished to see that this person was holding a frightened baby sheep in his arms. This person was the underworld world deity? Baby Sheep's junior brother. With Baby Sheep's description, Xianxia's impression of this mysterious underworld god had always been that he was cruel, bloody, ugly, and bloodthirsty. She didn't expect that the man in front of her would have an imposing appearance. Other than the slightly paralyzed expression on his face, he could be considered an extremely handsome man. If it weren't for the terrifying divine power flashing around his body, it would be very Difficult to associate him with the underworld god who controlled life and death in the underworld. Ming-ri, I've already said that it was my own decision to give up on becoming a god. There's no need for you to ask. When the Netherworld Ghost King saw the appearance of the Netherworld World God, he knew that today's matter would not be easily resolved. He didn't expect that demonic beast to be able to invite Ming's son, this great Buddha. But even if the underworld god personally came, no one could stop him from accomplishing what he wanted. It's difficult for two gods to exist in one world. You have the power of a god, yet you gave up on becoming a god. You even set up a demon-suppressing formation in the ghost water stream. If it weren't for this god personally coming, you would have made a huge mistake. Do you know that your actions will break the order of the underworld and cause a surge of baleful aura that will bring disaster to the human world? Ming's son had heard of the Phantasm Ghost King's many years of seclusion in the ghost water stream. It was just that the two of them had been fighting each other for many years. Although they were said to be mortal enemies, they had also developed a special kind of friendship through their many years of fighting. Ming's son had turned a blind eye to this. But he didn't expect that the Phantasm Ghost King would be so daring as to set up such a heaven-defying formation in the ghost water stream. This time, he had appeared in the ghost water stream purely for baby sheep. But he didn't expect that under a freak combination of factors, he would stumble upon the Phantasm Ghost King's shocking scheme of setting up the demon-suppressing formation. Being reprimanded by Ming's son, the Phantasm Ghost King was still somewhat unconvinced. But when he heard that it would bring disaster to the human world, he couldn't help but be moved. Even baby sheep, who originally had a dying expression, immediately pricked up his ears when he heard this. Gossip, the big gossip of the underworld, popping sheep's ears perked up as if he had heard some super big gossip. Ming-ri had always been good at governing the underworld. If he knew that Ming-ri had stirred up trouble while he was in charge of the underworld, it would be the same as having a little handle on him. At that time, he would be able to use this little handle to threaten Ming-ri to not have any ideas about his meat. When Popping Sheep thought of this, his mouth was about to reach his ears. He quickly pulled himself together and listened to Ming-ri and the Netherworld Ghost King's conversation with a face full of vigor. Yunxing was also flabbergasted. Although she knew that the demon-suppressing array was somewhat mysterious, Yunxing never thought that the demon-suppressing array would actually endanger the safety of the human world. Ming-ri, don't slander me. It's only a demon-suppressing array used to condense souls. How could it endanger the safety of the human world and the underworld? The Netherworld Ghost King was filled with disbelief. Xianxia clearly told him that as long as he constructed the 8 desolate demon-suppressing array, he would be able to condense the 3 souls and 6 spirits and reconstruct Qingqing's soul so that she could live normally in the underworld. It was also because of this that he did not hesitate to hunt down a large number of demonic beasts and experts to collect their souls. Could it be that all of this was a conspiracy, that old man Xianxia was blackmailing him? The demon-suppressing array is a great array that protects the underworld. There are hundreds of millions of wandering souls that provide the underworld with an endless amount of baleful aura. At the same time, it also forms a natural barrier between the human world and the underworld. However, just like how a world cannot have 2 world gods, a single underworld cannot contain 2 demon-suppressing arrays. Your small demon-suppressing array cannot be used to condense souls. It will destroy the operation of the demon-suppressing array in the demon-suppressing stone tablet and the barrier between the human world and the underworld. Ming-ri also saw that the Netherworld Ghost King did not know about this. This was not surprising. The Netherworld Ghost King's temperament was unstable and he was also the #1 lawless person in the underworld. He simply did not know that the appearance of a second demon-suppressing array could bring harm to the underworld. Impossible. I have been in charge for 20 years and I am about to replace Qingqing. Then what about Qingqing? Her soul is already on the verge of collapse and will scatter at any moment. If we don't find a way to help her condense her soul, she will turn into ashes. For the first time, the Netherworld Ghost King's face showed signs of panic. In the underworld, this man, who could make the heroes of the underworld change their expressions with a stomp of his foot, was now like a helpless child who did not know what to do. Even an ambitious character like the Phantasm Ghost King would be powerless when faced with such a matter. For the sake of that woman called Qingqing, he had killed so many innocent people and demonic beasts. He had almost committed a grave mistake. It could be seen that he had deep feelings for this woman. Li Qingqing has been dead for more than 20 years. She was the Empress of Zhou State, but she committed adultery with an outsider. She was the main culprit behind the calamity of the boundless continent. If it wasn't for you forcefully taking her away from the devil-suppressing stone tablet more than 20 years ago, she would have turned into ashes in the devil-suppressing stone tablet. Unless there was the purest divine flame in the world, it would be impossible for her to condense her soul. Her soul was destined to scatter. Mingri's words were like sharp swords that pierced into the Netherworld Ghost King's heart. Although he knew that Mingri was speaking the truth, when he thought about how his beloved was about to disappear forever, a trace of madness appeared on the Netherworld Ghost King's handsome face. Nonsense, Qingqing is only a weak woman. What adultery? What main culprit? None of this was what she wanted. Whether or not the devil-suppressing formation can help her condense her soul, I will give it a try. Since the heavens want her to die, I will make the human realm and underworld realm pay for her death. A cold baleful aura lingered around the Netherworld Ghost King like the roots of an old tree. Not good, the Netherworld Ghost King has gone mad. Weakling, leave with that woman first. Mingri knew that the Netherworld Ghost King had gone mad from anger. Although the Netherworld Ghost King hadn't reached the Divine Seal realm, he still had a divine body. Furthermore, they were inside the Netherworld Ghost King's devil-suppressing formation, while Yunxing and Baby didn't have a divine body. If they weren't careful, they would be injured by the Netherworld Ghost King's divine power. As Mingri spoke, the underworld god power around him turned into a pale white candle flame underworld flood dragon. The candle flame underworld flood dragon grabbed Baby Goat and was about to snatch away Yunxing. But how could the Netherworld Ghost King let the divine soul in his hands be snatched away? He sinisterly smiled and his body split into two. One charged at Mingri while the other attacked Yunxing's head to snatch away her soul. If you want to save Li Qingqing, then all of you stop. The woman's crisp voice changed the extremely dangerous situation all of a sudden. At this moment, the Netherworld Ghost King's clone was only a few steps away from Yunxing. He would be able to kill Yunxing in an instant. The Netherworld Ghost King, Mingri, and the Candle Flame Underworld Flood Dragons all froze. What did you say? Do you have a way to save Qingqing? The Netherworld Ghost King's clone was filled with killing intent. His claws were like the claws of a ferocious beast, and they were only a few feet away from Yunxing's throat. Before I answer your question, tell me if Li Qingqing is the Zhou State's Empress Li, the wife of the Zhou State's Emperor, Yi Qingtian, and the mother of the regent of Great Zhou, Yi Baiming? Although the Netherworld Ghost King hadn't hit her yet, Yunxing's qi and blood were in turmoil under the effects of the divine power. However, compared to her current mood, the turmoil in her body was nothing. The Netherworld Ghost King nodded silently. Empress Li Qingqing, it was her, Night Fox's mother, the pitiful Empress Li of the Zhou State. She should have died 20 years ago, but she was still in the underworld. Her soul was still here, and the woman the Netherworld Ghost King wanted to save with the demon suppression formation was Empress Li. You better have a way to save Qingqing. Otherwise, I'll make you suffer a death 10,000 times worse than having your soul scattered. The Netherworld Ghost King's expression was ugly. He stared at Yunxing with both hope and doubt in his eyes. The Netherworld Ghost King and Mingri had known each other for many years, and he already knew that Mingri was telling the truth. However, how could someone as conceited as him accept that the plan he had painstakingly prepared for 20 years would be ruthlessly destroyed in the end? Just thinking about Li Qingqing's death made the Netherworld Ghost King's heart ache. Now that Yunxing suddenly said that she had a way, the Netherworld Ghost King's face was filled with hope as if he had found a life-saving straw. If the divine fire can really condense the divine soul, then I have a way to condense the divine soul for Empress Li. With that, Yunxing clenched her slender fingers, and a gust of fire element condensed in her hand. A flame that looked like a lotus appeared in the center of her palm. The color of the flame was as bright as blood. However, it was different from ordinary lotuses and ordinary flames. The lotus flame in Yunxing's hand was like a blooming lotus under her control. It bloomed layer by layer, and it was extremely beautiful. In the center of the karmic flames, a weak energy could be felt. This energy was very familiar to the Netherworld Ghost King and Mingri. It was origin divine energy. Although it was very weak, it was indeed divine energy. After Yunxing broke through to the magic god realm, other than the changes in her magic power, the karmic flames of the red lotus that she could originally control were also purified. After the purification, a new flame was created, called the karmic flames of the divine lotus. The problem with the updates, the problem with the monthly votes, the more I talk about it, the more I cry. No matter what, thank you for your support, divine fire. Wasn't this the pure fire that the world god of the underworld said could be used to condense divine souls? My dear master is the best. Divine fire. Now, the underworld and the human world can be saved. Popping Sheep nimbly escaped from the claws of the candle flame ghost flood dragon. He flew towards his master. His master's embrace was still warmer and softer. Mingri was a carnivorous man. His chest was hard, and he did not look human at all. When Mingri saw baby sheep's arrogant and shameless appearance in Yunxing's arms, an indescribable complicated emotion appeared in his eyes. The Netherworld Ghost King sized up the divine lotus fire. Are you sure that such a weak divine fire can condense souls? If I am not wrong, this little bit of divine power has only been nurtured for a short time. Its power is limited. Yunxing had only just broken through to Precept God. Precept God was just a name in the boundless land. It was not a real god. Compared to the Netherworld Ghost King and Mingri, who had lived for thousands of years, it was not worth mentioning. However, no matter how strong Mingri and the Netherworld Ghost King were, they still had divine fires. In this world, there were not many gods who possessed godly fire. Emperor Yanhua of the God Realm was one of them. However, Emperor Yanhua would never condescend to condense a godly soul for a Yin soul who had committed a serious crime. Therefore, the only one who could help Li Qingqing now was Yunxing. Tisk, take it or leave it. Yunxing sneered in her heart. If not for the fact that Li Qingqing was Night Fox's mother and that she was her daughter-in-law that she had never met before, Yunxing would not have bothered to use the divine lotus fire that she had condensed. Divine fires were not so easy to condense, and they consumed a lot of energy. If not for the fact that she had the rare fairy fire and that she had fused with Ji Rumo's light source power, she would not have been able to condense this little bit of divine power. Don't worry. Although I don't have a strong godly power, I still have the vermilion bird totem. It's also a fire godly beast, so it can help me increase the power of the godly fire. Also, you should have the heart distress lamp. From what I know, the heart's sorrow lantern can trap souls and also play a supporting role. As long as we combine the intelligence of myself, the vermilion bird totem, and the heart's sorrow lantern, there's a high chance that Empress Li's soul can be reformed, Yunxing said with certainty. She used the tone of a medical authority to speak to the patient's family. Her words were very authoritative. The Netherworld Ghost King had unknowingly been influenced by her and believed her words. Since that's the case, why aren't you saving her? The Netherworld Ghost King's eyes were filled with hope. He had already placed all his hopes on Yunxing. The Ghost King has traveled the human realm before, so you should know the rules of the human realm. Although I'm a doctor, I've never believed in the **t of a doctor having a parent's heart. I, Yunxing, have always saved people with real money. Yunxing chuckled. She was secretly glad that Night Fox wasn't here. Otherwise, if he knew that she was bargaining with his mother, she really didn't know how he would take care of her. However, Yunxing could also see that the Netherworld Ghost King was infatuated with Empress Li. Empress Li had experienced two scumbags, He Yao and Yi Qingtian, in her early years. But to be able to meet someone like the Netherworld Ghost King after her death, it could be considered her fortune. Whatever condition you want, just say it. As long as I can do it, I can agree to one of your conditions. The Netherworld Ghost King was also straightforward. When Underworld God Mingri heard this, he couldn't help but be moved. Although the Netherworld Ghost King was temperamental, he was famous for keeping his promises. If he agreed to give Yunxing a condition, even if it was extremely difficult, he would definitely do it. Now that he had a divine body, there weren't many people in the underworld who could be his opponent. Back in the day, those who possessed the Netherworld Ghost Key could obtain a condition from the Netherworld Ghost King. However, the person who used the Netherworld Ghost Key had to pay a corresponding price. However, the Netherworld Ghost King gave Yunxing a condition without any additional conditions. In other words, as long as Yunxing was willing, she could even let the Netherworld Ghost King take over the Underworld World God position. If this woman really dared to ask for too much, he would kill her on the spot. Mingri thought to himself. However, just as his gaze turned cold, he realized that Baby Sheep was looking at him with a pitiful expression. This fellow was slow to react to everything, but when it came to its master, it seemed to be exceptionally sharp. It had already sensed Mingri's murderous intent, and it looked as if Mingri dared to touch Yunxing, it would cry and howl. Seeing Baby Sheep's expression, Mingri's heart couldn't help but soften. The killing intent around him immediately disappeared without a trace. "You're the one who said that." Yunxing blinked her eyes. The two dimples at the corner of her mouth were like two dancing butterflies. If Yi Baiming saw that smile, he would definitely know that Yunxing was up to no good again. However, the Netherworld Ghost King wasn't Yi Baiming. His understanding of Yunxing was limited to the battle at Taiyuan Mountain. How would he know that the woman in front of him, who looked to be around 20 years old, actually had a black heart that was even more cunning than a 1,000-year-old fox? Agreed. The Netherworld Ghost King agreed to one of its master's conditions. Baby Sheep and Yunxing's group of magical beasts were all excited. As expected of their master, she could actually bargain with the Netherworld Ghost King, one of the tyrants of the underworld. Too awesome. However, what kind of conditions would their master propose? Cough cough, then listen carefully. My first condition is that you have to unconditionally agree to 3 of my conditions. Yunxing stretched out 3 fingers. The Netherworld Ghost King's handsome face, which made others jealous, couldn't help but twitch. What kind of condition was this? She was simply acting shamelessly. The magical beasts and Baby Sheep at the side were also dumbfounded. Strong, too strong. Little Master was indeed shameless. At this moment, the Netherworld Ghost King was already starting to regret. He wanted nothing more than to kick Yunxing out of the underworld. However, when he considered that aside from Yunxing, there was no one else who could save Li Qingqing, the Netherworld Ghost King could only suffer in silence. He forcefully suppressed his anger and glared at Yunxing. Yunxing, I'll let it go this time and won't bicker with you. However, don't go overboard and ask for more conditions. Otherwise, even if you're the only one who can save Qingqing, I won't let you off. The Netherworld Ghost King snorted as he gnashed his teeth. This was already the second time he had been schemed against by Yunxing. To the Netherworld Ghost King, this was an enormous humiliation. Don't worry, Ghost King. There are some tricks that only need to be used once to make a profit. Yunxing grinned. She had also guessed that these 3 conditions were the Netherworld Ghost King's bottom line. Although Yunxing had only interacted with the Phantasm Ghost King a few times, she had heard from Yingyu and the others that the Phantasm Ghost King was famous for being a man of his word. With the Phantasm Ghost King's position in the underworld, once he agreed to the 3 conditions, he would not go back on his word. Moreover, Yunxing already had plans in her heart. After she rescued Li Qingqing, she would immediately pull Night Fox to kowtow to her mother-in-law and have a mother and son reunion. At that time, she would see what the Phantasm Ghost King, this future father-in-law, could do to her. How could the Phantasm Ghost King know that before he could even rescue Li Qingqing, this crafty girl in front of him had already started scheming against him? The Phantasm Ghost King thought to himself. 3 conditions were not a lot. He clenched his teeth, closed his eyes, and agreed. Looking at this girl, although she was a bit arrogant, her style of doing things was quite similar to his. If she could really save Li Qingqing, he planned to pull her over to inherit his legacy. Little girl, I'll let you off this time. But don't go too far and ask for more conditions. Otherwise, even if you're Qingqing's daughter-in-law, I won't let you off. The Phantasm Ghost King snorted. Don't worry, Ghost King. Some tricks only need to be used once. Yunxing grinned. She had also guessed that 3 conditions were the Phantasm Ghost King's bottom line. As for which 3 conditions, Yunxing hadn't thought of them yet. She planned to first rescue Empress Li's soul before telling the Phantasm Ghost King her conditions. A crisis, in the end, actually turned into nothingness under Yunxing's quick wit. Only then did the Phantasm Ghost King tell Yunxing that Empress Li's remnant soul was in the teleportation array on the left. He had actually opened a palace in this small Ghost King cave. When Yunxing heard this, she couldn't help but click her tongue. The Netherworld Ghost King was really generous. This world god will deal with you about the demon suppressing formation later. After today, the ghost water stream will not remain. When he thought about how the netherworld ghost king actually knew so many tricks right under his nose, the underworld god's face darkened like a storm cloud. He looked at baby sheep again. Baby sheep had been lying in Yunxing's arms ever since it saw Yunxing and refused to come out. Baby sheep's face was so dark that it looked like it was about to explode at any moment. With a cold expression, he reached out with his long arm and grabbed one of the sheep's wings, wanting to bring it back. Stinking underworld son, what are you doing? Popping sheep howled in pain. Come with me. It was not easy for him to find Bobo. This time, he would not let him leave him again. Baby sheep was a world deity in the mortal world, and its strength was extremely weak. It was actually very dangerous for it to wander around alone. Baby sheep, no, dear master, this meat-eating man wants to catch baby sheep and stew him. Master, save me. Master, get the big pervert to beat him up. Baby sheep was also a typical opportunist. When it begged Underworld Sun to save Yunxing, it was extremely pitiful. But now that it saw that its master was safe and sound, and also had the protection of the Netherworld Ghost King's 3 conditions, it immediately became bold. It desperately tried to burrow into Yunxing's arms, its wings flapping as it struggled. When the Netherworld Ghost King and Yunxing heard this, they were speechless. Underworld Sun's face was dark, but he didn't dare to use too much strength in fear of hurting baby sheep. Don't forget that you used the Netherworld Jade. According to the agreement, you must. Underworld Sun stared at baby sheep. In baby sheep's eyes, that gaze was like a sharp knife that wanted to cut it into 10,000 pieces. Baby sheep, how did you save your dear master? Our master is wise, powerful, and resourceful. He was the one who saved himself. Shameless, you're adding glory to your own face. Baby sheep doesn't owe you anything. Baby sheep wants to follow its dear master. Baby sheep didn't care. Underworld Sun didn't do anything and only roared a few times. The credit wasn't his. Yunxing also knew her magical beast's temper. She coughed a few times. Lord Underworld God, why don't I say something fair? Baby sheep's physique isn't suitable for living in the netherworld. Although my strength isn't comparable to the Underworld God and the Netherworld Ghost King, I'm willing to swear on my soul that as long as baby sheep is by my side, I, Yunxing, will protect it with everything I have. When Yunxing spoke, she was resolute and decisive. Her black eyes were solemn. As she spoke, a dazzling soul appeared above Yunxing's head. For a magician, swearing to a soul was the most stringent oath. If they didn't abide by it, their soul would be shattered and they would die. There was a slight change on Underworld Sun's iceberg face. He stared at baby sheep, who was nestled in Yunxing's arms. His eyes were moist, and his small body couldn't stop twitching. Only his eyes were close to becoming peach hearts. Underworld Sun had known baby sheep for so many years. Except for the first time when the two met. For the first time, which had long been forgotten by baby sheep, Underworld Sun had never seen baby sheep with such a happy expression. He really liked his master. Well, baby sheep was the world deity of the human realm. In the near future, the human realm would trigger an unprecedented major catastrophe. He had to face it. Staying in the netherworld, he would be very safe, but he couldn't exert his true potential. Weakling, you chose the path yourself. You can follow her. But if there comes a day when you want to come back, I will always wait for you in the netherworld palace. After saying that, Underworld Sun's figure disappeared. Underworld Sun's words, to put it bluntly, was a naked confession. Yunxing and the Netherworld Ghost King were both experienced people, so they understood what he meant. Only baby sheep was stunned when he heard that. He curled his lips. Baby sheep won't look for you. Looking for you is suicide, baby sheep said as he nimbly jumped onto Yunxing's shoulder. Yunxing couldn't help but smile. The Netherworld Ghost King was very anxious. He urged Yunxing to quickly follow him to find Empress Li outside the teleportation array. Xianxia and Dollar were still quietly observing the changes. Xianxia originally thought that after the fluctuation just now, the demon suppression array would be completed. At that time, there would be 2 demon suppression arrays in the netherworld. When the 2 arrays clashed, there would definitely be a conflict. When the demon suppression array's power spread out, countless vengeful spirits and ghosts would rush into the human realm. As one of the continents closest to the netherworld, the Wuji continent would definitely bear the brunt and suffer an unprecedented major crisis. At that time, the Eight Desolates continent would take advantage of the situation and the Wuji continent would fall. However, before Xianxia could finish his beautiful dream, a magical fluctuation came from the teleportation array in front of him. Then, two people walked out of the teleportation array. One of them was Yunxing, and the other was the Netherworld Ghost King. Looking at the two of them, they didn't look like they had fought to the death. Yunxing was also surprised. She was worried about where Dollar had gone after blocking the arrowtail rhino. She didn't expect him to be right outside the teleportation array. Just as she was about to speak, she suddenly realized that Dollar was with Xianxia, and he was winking at her. What's going on? Yunxing was suspicious, but with her tacit understanding with Night Fox, she immediately understood that Night Fox must have made some arrangements. She didn't say anything, even though Yunxing gritted her teeth in hatred when she saw Xianxia. This old man had almost killed her. However, Xianxia had only cheated her of 100 king-level soul stones. In comparison, the Phantasm Ghost King had been cheated for more than 20 years. This grudge was much deeper than hers. Yunxing wouldn't use her strength to solve a problem that could be solved with someone else's fists. As expected, when the Phantasm Ghost King saw Xianxia, a murderous look appeared on his handsome face. Xianxia, you old thief. You've tricked I so much. The Phantasm Ghost King was furious. He clawed at Xianxia like a black bolt of lightning, his sharp claws grabbing onto Xianxia's vitals. When Xianxia saw that the situation wasn't right, he was already on guard. Seeing that the Phantasm Ghost King's killing move was about to reach him, Xianxia suddenly raised the Heart Distress Lantern. He held the lantern with one hand and guarded with the other. Phantasm Ghost King, Li Qingqing's remnant soul is in this lantern. If you dare to take a step forward, I'll break the Heart Distress Lantern. At that time even the gods won't be able to save her soul. Xianxia was a sly old fox. He had already taken Li Qingqing's remnant soul into the Heart Distress Lantern. All these years, the reason why Empress Li's remnant soul had been able to stay and didn't dissipate was because of the Heart Distress Lantern. Although the Heart Distress Lantern had a mysterious divine power, it looked like a weak lantern on the outside. As long as Xianxia used a bit of strength, the Heart Distress Lantern would shatter. That was why Xianxia had been holding on to this life-saving talisman. He had used the Netherworld Ghost King's desire to save Li Qingqing to trick the Ghost King into thinking that the demon suppression array could condense souls. The Netherworld Ghost King was in a hurry to save his people, so he didn't investigate whether this matter was feasible or not. Over the past 20 years, he had plundered the souls of nearly 10,000 powerhouses and demonic beasts to form a small demon suppression array. Xianxia had predicted that the demon suppressing array would be completed today. He had also lured Yunxing and a group of experts into the array. He thought that everything had been arranged perfectly, and the demon-suppressing array would be completed when the conditions were right. But who would have thought that Yunxing would suddenly appear out of nowhere and ruin the scheme that he and the Beast God Altar had painstakingly worked on for so many years? Thinking of this, Xianxia, the second priest of the Beast God Altar, gritted his teeth. Xianxia, who are you? Why do you have to harm I so many times? The Netherworld Ghost King harshly shouted. His heart was filled with resentment. He had truly misplaced his trust in this old bastard. He shouldn't have given him the Heart Sorrow Lantern. The Ghost King's words are wrong. This old man has no enmity with the Ghost King. What this old man wants to do is to destroy the human realm. To be precise, I want to destroy the human realm's boundless continent. This old man is the second priest of the Eight Desolates Continent's Beast God Altar, Xianxia. Under the orders of the first priest, I am here to destroy the human realm's barrier and cause a commotion. Seeing that the mission is about to be completed, how can this old man allow it to fail? Ghost King, if you want to save your beloved, then immediately kill that female magician beside you and activate the demon suppression array. Xianxia laughed cruelly as his withered hand pressed heavily on the Heart Sorrow Lantern. The Netherworld Ghost King's face sank, but he didn't make a move. What? Could it be that the Ghost King doesn't want to save Li Qingqing? Xianxia used a bit of strength, and the energy entered the heart sorrow lantern. Immediately, a painful cry came from the heart sorrow lantern. That voice was as mellow as an oriole's. It was Empress Li's voice. Hearing this, the Ghost King's heart twisted in pain. He snorted and sent a palm strike towards Yunxing. Yunxing was already prepared, but she had already activated the celestial fox's first inheritance. His long, pitch-black hair grew like wild grass, forming a black wall that blocked the Ghost King's palm wind. At the same time, the demonic beasts, including Night Demon Queen, all came forward to help. Although the Netherworld Ghost King was strong, he was outnumbered. For a moment, he was entangled in a fight with Yunxing and the others. Xianxia watched from the side. At first, he was pleased with himself, but the more he watched, the stranger his expression became. If he wasn't wrong, this woman was using the Celestial Fox's inheritance. Could it be that she was also a descendant of the Celestial Fox people? Moreover, looking at her strength, she was much stronger than the Celestial Fox people's saintess. Not only that, she was also a summoner with a powerful demonic beast lineup. Since when did so many powerful descendants of the 8 Desolates appear in the human race? No, this matter must be reported to the first priest. As for this woman, should he kill her or not, if he left her alive, perhaps he could use her to suppress the Celestial Fox people. Just as Xianxia was thinking about this, he suddenly felt his eyelids twitch. Yunxing and a Ghost King, who had been fighting fiercely, suddenly pounced on him. Damn you, Ghost King! You forced me to do this. Xianxia was startled. He raised the heart distress lamp in his hand. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his back as a golden light pierced Xianxia's chest. The sound of bones breaking and organs exploding rang out. Xianxia couldn't believe it. Bending over, he saw a terrifying beast claw in his chest. The beast claw suddenly exerted force, and the body of the second priest, Xianxia, was torn apart like a piece of paper. The heart distress lamp also fell into Dollar's claw. You! Xianxia breathed his last. Even in death, he still didn't understand why Dollar would suddenly attack him. Hand over the heart distress lamp. The Ghost King saw that the heart distress lamp had been taken away by a golden demonic beast. He was afraid that something would happen to Li Qingqing. Ghost King, don't be impatient. Dollar won't harm Empress Li. He is her son. Yunxing's words caused the Ghost King to pause. Qingqing's son, a golden demonic beast, what kind of show was this? Fortunately, the Ghost King knew a bit about Empress Li's background. He knew that she had a son before she died. Only then did he coldly snort and withdraw his killing move. Hand over the heart distress lamp. Thinking that Dollar was the son of Li Qingqing and that scumbag from before, the Ghost King was annoyed. Dollar did not move. He just stared at the Phantasm Ghost King. The Phantasm Ghost King was known as the King of the Underworld. He was the one who had imprisoned his mother for so many years. He was also the one who had built the Ghost King Palace. One man and one beast didn't like each other. The golden eyes met the purple eyes. For a moment, the smell of gunpowder filled the air. When Yunxing saw this, she walked forward and took the heart distress lamp from Yu Baiming's hands. She stroked its back a few times to comfort it. I don't care who you are. Stay away from my mother, Dollar suddenly said. Night Fox, you can speak? Yunxing was overjoyed. This deep and pleasant male voice was Night Fox. Although Night Fox had always liked to take advantage of her verbally, once he could speak, did that mean that he would be able to regain his human form soon? Although Yunxing was used to Dollar's Qilin form, she still preferred the arrogant and evil Yu Baiming. Xianxia is from the Beast God Altar. He gave me a spirit speech crystal. According to him, if I go to the Beast God Altar and accept the Beast God's baptism, I might be able to regain my human form. Dollar looked at Xianxia's corpse with pity. Although this old man was despicable, he had at least told him some useful information. If Xianxia hadn't threatened Empress Li's safety, Yu Baiming wouldn't have killed him. He even wanted to use Xianxia to enter the Beast God Altar. After all, from Xianxia's tone, the Beast God Altar and the Black Qilin tribe didn't seem to be on good terms. Let the Phantasm Ghost King take care of the Ghost King cave. Let's check on Empress Li's situation first. Yunxing felt it was a pity. But since she knew that the beast god altar could help Yu Baiming, they had to go to the Eight Desolates continent in the future. After all, she still needed to send Hu Xing's ashes back to the celestial fox tribe. Yunxing told Yu Baiming what she had said to the phantasm ghost king. Yunxing took the heart lamp. Shinjizi might have hurt Empress Li's remnant soul just now. The heart lamp looked no different from a palace lantern. The glass tassels on the outside were very exquisite. Yunxing's black eyes flashed. She activated the 4th level of Shin no Ai. The outer wall of the small palace lantern gradually disappeared. Yunxing could clearly see the internal structure of the lantern. The Heart Dilemma lantern was a hexagonal lantern. It was different from ordinary lanterns in that it didn't rely on fire or candlelight to light up. Instead, it used souls to emit light. The light emitted by the Heart Distress lantern had a hypnotic effect on living people and could be used to control their spiritual sense. However, for a soul that was already dead, it had the effect of condensing the soul and strengthening the soul. When the Phantasm Ghost King saved Li Qingqing back then, she was already a remnant soul. If the Phantasm Ghost King didn't happen to have the Heart Distress lantern, Empress Li's soul would have dissipated after more than 20 years. Yunxing used her Shin no Ai and discovered that there was a woman's soul in the new lantern of disaster. Her soul appeared to be very illusory. However, even though it was only a wisp of her soul, Yunxing was still able to see the woman's beauty. Empress Li of Zhou State was once the most beautiful woman in Zhou State. Compared to the most beautiful woman in Zhou State, Chen Lian who Yunxing had seen before, Empress Li's beauty was out of this world. Her eyes were dull. She didn't know what was happening outside. After a round of inspection, Yunxing understood. Empress Li's situation isn't good. I'll immediately use the Heart Distress lantern to condense her soul, Yunxing said and summoned the vermilion bird totem. After asking for the specific method of using the Heart Distress lantern, Yunxing and the vermilion bird totem took the Heart Distress lantern and flew into the sky. The sky of the underworld was completely dark. After flying 10,000 meters up in the sky, the ghost water stream had disappeared. Yunxing looked down from the rolling sea of clouds. Most of the underworld scenery had disappeared. Only a huge magic array was operating not far away in the west. Within the magic array, a towering demon-subduing stone tablet pierced into the clouds. Yunxing knew that it was the demon-subduing stone tablet. She heard from the Netherworld Ghost King that he had found a remnant of Empress Li's soul in the Shiwei Gate area. Humans had 3 spiritual souls and 6 physical souls. After a normal person died, they should have a complete soul. As long as they had a complete soul, even a ghost could live in the underworld. However, the Empress Li that the Netherworld Ghost King found back then only had 1 spiritual soul and 1 physical soul. All these years, no matter what method he used, he couldn't find the other parts of Empress Li's soul. Yunxing summoned the Heart Distress lantern and chanted. She then injected a portion of her Divine Lotus Hellfire into the new Heart Distress lantern. As they were both divine items, the Divine Lotus Hellfire and the Heart Bewilderment lamp's light merged together. The originally dim Heart Bewilderment lamp, accompanied by Yunxing's chanting, looked like a bright moon had risen in the underworld sky. The gentle light of the lantern was like a lighthouse in the dark night. It shone through the layers of clouds and scattered across the vast sky of the underworld. The light also landed on the demon-subduing stone tablet. Slowly, a few souls flew out of the demon-subduing stone tablet. At the same time, several souls flew over from various directions in the underworld. Yunxing knew that these were the 2 spiritual souls and 6 physical souls that Empress Li had lost. Without exception, all the souls were sucked into the Heart Distress lantern. Only when the last soul was complete did Yunxing stop chanting. When she looked again, there were a few more souls in the Heart Distress lantern. However, these souls didn't merge completely. Instead, they seemed to be repelling each other and couldn't merge together. This was because Empress Li's soul had been separated for too long. Only by combining the Divine Lotus Hellfire, the Vermilion Bird's fire, and the Heart Distress lantern's fire could she reform her godly soul. Yunxing brought Empress Li, who had recovered her 3 spiritual souls and 6 physical souls, back to the Ghost Water Ravine. The Phantasm Ghost King specially opened a secret room for her. He and Dollar stood guard outside. In the past, I've only made pills and some armor and magic scepters. I don't have any experience in reforming my godly soul. So, this time, I don't know if I can successfully reform my godly soul or how long it will take, Xianxia told Dollar and the Phantasm Ghost King before she started to reform her godly soul. In order to focus on reforming her godly soul, Xianxia didn't even bring the kissing sheep. She only brought the vermilion bird totem and entered the secret room alone to begin her first attempt at reforming her godly soul. Xianxia first drew a magic array on the ground. With a flick of her hand, a red divine lotus hellfire fell into the magic array. The magic array was like pouring hot oil on it. With a boom, it burned fiercely. Xianxia quickly took out the heart distress lantern and chanted an incantation. Empress Li's 3 spiritual souls and 6 physical souls flew out of the heart distress lantern. There were a total of 9 souls. After leaving the heart distress lantern, the souls that had been split up for many years all fled in different directions. However, as soon as those souls escaped, the magic array would spit out flames. The flames were like shadows chasing after the wandering souls. The wandering souls seemed to know the power of the divine fire and were forced back into the magic array, trembling in fear. Xianxia's eyes were bright. She kept urging the divine lotus hellfire on the magic array. The flames burned the wandering souls bit by bit. The divine lotus fire was a rare godly fire. It was a combination of the fire of fairies and the fire of Tao Tai. When the two were combined, even the hardest purple gold ore could be melted in an instant. However, refining a godly soul was much more difficult than refining ores. It required a magician's ability to control fire to reach a godly level. As the fire of karma burned her soul, Empress Li's soul let out a mournful cry for mercy. However, Xianxia was not affected at all. An endless stream of magic power flowed out of Xianxia's body. After adapting to the temperature of the fire of karma, the cry for mercy slowly disappeared. Streams of black, earthworm-like evil energy flowed out of Empress Li's soul. This was the evil energy that Empress Li's wandering soul had absorbed when she was wandering in the underworld. She needed to purify this evil energy before she could reform it. This purification process lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. During these 3 days and 3 nights, Xianxia did not eat or drink in the secret chamber as she purified her soul. Outside the secret chamber, the Phantasm Ghost King and Dollar also did not sleep or rest for 3 days. In the beginning, the man and the beast did not speak. Although the two did not enter the secret chamber, their hearts followed them in. The 2 women in the secret chamber were very important to each of them. They did not want anything to happen to either of them. It was not until the afternoon of the 3rd day that Yi Baiming suddenly spoke. Why is Mother in the underworld? This was a question that Yi Baiming had wanted to ask since the first time he met Empress Li. For so many years, he had always thought that Empress Li was dead. He did not expect that she had been in the underworld all this time. Although she was just a remnant soul, anyone who returned to the underworld must have committed heinous crimes. Yi Baiming could not understand. Empress Li was just a weak woman. How did she come to the underworld and meet the Phantasm Ghost King? I met Xianxia at the Western Way Gate. As for why she is in the underworld, I can only ask Xianxia herself and the underworld god. As for why her soul is incomplete, I've already investigated this matter. After she was thrown into the devil-suppressing stone tablet, she refused to submit and attempted to attack the devil-suppressing stone tablet multiple times. That's why her soul is incomplete, said the Netherworld Ghost King in an indifferent tone. Every wandering soul or felon who went to the underworld would have their lives recorded in the underworld deity's place. The god of the underworld would determine whether or not to enslave the criminal according to his life and suppress his soul in the demon-subduing stone tablet. Unfortunately, the god of the underworld had already left. It was unknown whether Empress Li could gather her soul again. Yi Baiming could only suppress his doubts for now. The Netherworld Ghost King had coincidentally passed by the Western Way Gate and coincidentally encountered Empress Li attacking the devil-suppressing stone tablet multiple times. Although she was already dead and her soul was captured in the underworld, she refused to abide by the laws of the underworld and tried to break through the barrier by force. Empress Li was just an ordinary weak woman, but she wanted to break through the powerful devil-suppressing stone tablet. She tried again and again, which caused her soul to suffer heavy damage. It was also because of Li Xianxia's desperate appearance that she attracted the Netherworld Ghost King's attention. The Netherworld Ghost King stayed at the Western Way Gate for several days. When he saw that Li Qingqing's soul was only left with one spiritual soul and one physical soul, he could not stand it anymore and took action to kidnap Li Qingqing. When the Netherworld Ghost King saved Empress Li, it was only out of curiosity. He did not know that in the following year, he would fall in love with a wisp of a Yin soul who only had one spiritual soul and one physical soul left. He did not even know her background. However, the feelings between people were so subtle. After Empress Li was brought back to the ghost water stream, she spent day and night with the Netherworld Ghost King. She did not know how to speak and only repeated the things she had done in her life, such as playing the zither and daydreaming. The Netherworld Ghost King even went to the human world to investigate Empress Li's identity. He only knew that she was the deposed Empress of the Zhou state and had a tragic life. After that, the Netherworld Ghost King realized that he had fallen in love with Li Qingqing. He even built a Ghost King palace for Empress Li, which was very similar to the palace she had lived in before. This matter caused a serious conflict between the Netherworld Ghost King and the Underworld God. Although the Netherworld Ghost King had run amok in the Underworld for so many years, he had not directly offended the interests of the Underworld God. This time, he forcefully kidnapped someone from the devil-suppressing stone tablet. This was something that the Underworld God could not tolerate. With this precedent, everyone could go to the devil-suppressing stone tablet to kidnap someone. The Underworld God single-handedly found the Netherworld Ghost King and demanded that he hand over Li Qingqing. The Netherworld Ghost King did not care about this and continued to live in seclusion in the ghost water stream. He even plundered a large amount of manpower and resources to build the Ghost King Palace. After the Ghost King Palace was built, Empress Li, who did not have much intelligence, finally smiled. However, the good days did not last for long. The Netherworld Ghost King suddenly realized that Empress Li's soul was becoming more and more unstable. He knew that it was because she was lacking a soul. He had set up an inescapable net in the ghost water stream, and even placed the demigod rank arrowtail battle rhinoceros outside the Ghost King cave. He had even spread the news that the Netherworld Ghost King had fallen. If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted Empress Li to feel better when she saw Yi Baiming, he would not have bothered to keep this brat around. The Netherworld Ghost King could not explain why he hated Yi Baiming so much. It was also possible that Yi Baiming had a killing intent that was very similar to his. This killing intent made the Netherworld Ghost King subconsciously feel that a mountain could not contain two tigers. Inside the secret chamber, Yunxing's soul had just reached the critical point. After 3 days and 3 nights of purification by the karmic fire, Empress Li's 3 souls and 6 spirits had gradually turned from an illusory Yin soul to a golden soul. Her Yin soul no longer wandered around. She only needed to use the heart distress lamp to reform her soul. 3 days and 3 nights. Even though Yunxing had already broken through to the Archmage God realm, the huge consumption of mana made her dizzy. However, Yunxing did not rest. She knew that this was the best time to condense her godly soul. Forcing herself to stay alert, Yunxing summoned her vermilion bird totem. The divine lotus karmic fire within the magic formation was already somewhat dim. The vermilion bird totem let out a long cry when it appeared. It circled above the magic formation and spat out 9 golden red flames from its mouth. The flames entered the magic formation. The karmic fire and vermilion bird flames swallowed and quickly merged together. The heart distress lamp that Yunxing had placed in the center of the magic formation was undergoing changes as the flames swallowed and spat. A golden red fire lotus rose from the bottom of the heart distress lamp and lifted it up. As the fire lotus gradually bloomed, the heart distress lamp, which looked like a palace lantern, started to spin. The long and thin tassels turned into a red shadow as they spun. It was like a beautiful dancer dancing gracefully. The heart distress lamp spun faster and faster. Empress Li's 3 souls and 6 spirits felt an irresistible suction force. With a few whooshing sounds, the heart distress lamp had already sucked Empress Li's soul into the lamp. After an unknown amount of time, just as Yunxing thought that she could not hold on any longer, the heart distress lamp suddenly emitted a colorful light. A soul glowing with golden light flew out and landed in front of Yunxing. It was a woman dressed in palace attire. She had almond-shaped eyes, rosy cheeks, and skin as white as snow. From head to toe, even her hair was perfect. It was the saddest thing in the world for a beauty to be past her prime. Empress Li had died in the prime of her life, so her soul had remained at that time and had not aged or become ugly because of time. In a sense, the heavens still cared for Empress Li, this pitiful woman. The divine lotus hellfire was indeed a divine fire. Not only did it allow Empress Li to reform her soul, but it also resolved the knot in her heart that had been buried deep in her heart all these years. Now, she only felt that her entire body and mind were very relaxed, as if she had been reborn. Her entire person glowed with a different spirit. She looked like a young woman in her 20s. If Empress Li and the Netherworld Ghost King stood together, they would look like a perfect couple. It was very pleasing to the eye. Empress Li's eyes had already regained their clarity. She looked at the young woman in front of her, who had an outstanding temperament and appearance. She felt an inexplicable sense of intimacy. Although she had been muddle-headed for many years, she knew that the woman in front of her was her savior. "Thank you for saving my life, Mississippi. May I know your name and why you have appeared in the underworld?" Empress Li had not been the empress for many years, but her speech was still graceful and appropriate. When Empress Li was brought to the underworld by the four-sided hell-flood dragon, her consciousness was still clear. She knew very well that she would definitely be imprisoned in the underworld for her sins. When she was suppressed under the demon-subduing stone tablet, she had many conflicts to make up for the mistakes she had made in the past. "This humble one is Xianxia. Like Empress Li, I am from Zhou State. I have another identity. I am your daughter-in-law, Yi Baiming's wife." Xianxia was quite fond of her mother-in-law. Yi Baiming looked a lot like Empress Li. She couldn't help but have the mentality of loving the house and its crow. Upon hearing that Xianxia was her daughter-in-law, Empress Li's expression became a little strange. Xianxia also noticed it. Logically speaking, a mother who had been separated from her son for more than 20 years should be so excited when she heard the news of her son. Empress Li, on the other hand, had a responsible expression on her face. She looked as if she wanted to say something, but after all, she was the empress of a nation and was very good at hiding her emotions. Empress Li was slightly taken aback, then a kind smile appeared on her face. She held Xianxia's hand and looked her up and down. The more she looked at Xianxia, the more she liked her. "Your surname is Yun?" Her appearance and aura are somewhat similar to that of the old general, Xianxia. "Could it be that you're from the Marshal Saint General's estate?" Empress Li was indeed the daughter of a merchant. Her eyes were very sharp, and she guessed Xianxia's origins with one sentence. Xianxia, on the other hand, seemed to agree on the surface when she heard this, but she was secretly rolling her eyes in her heart. Speaking of which, how did she resemble her grandfather? Yunba had the looks of a typical military general. His body was as burly as a bear, his voice was like a gong, his eyes like a bull's, and his nose like a lion's. Even her father and second uncle looked like her grandmother who had passed away many years ago. As for Yunxing's appearance, she looked exactly like Hu Jiuxing, who had the celestial fox bloodline. The two chatted for a while and Yunxing told Empress Li about the general situation, as well as how Yi Baiming was cursed by the Black Qilin. After learning that Yi Qingtian had died many years ago, Empress Li's beautiful face didn't have much of an expression. To her, from the moment Yi Qingtian had given her to He Yao as a bargaining chip, Yi Qingtian was already dead in her heart. When the Empress of Zhou State, after being dead for more than 20 years, once again condensed her soul and appeared in front of Jinyu and the Netherworld Ghost King, it was as if she was alive. The man and beast's reactions were completely different. The Netherworld Ghost King was ecstatic at first, but then, like a youth who had just experienced his first awakening of love, a suspicious blush appeared on his face. In comparison, Jinyu's reaction was much more normal. He didn't step forward and only sized up the woman in front of him. Empress Li also looked at Jinyu in a daze. After a long while, she sighed. "Jiner, it's been hard on you all these years." However, this cry awakened a memory in the deepest part of Yi Baiming's memory. She really was his mother. The mother and son looked at each other. For a moment, they didn't know where to start. Cough cough. The Netherworld Ghost King coughed a few times when he saw Yi Baiming and Empress Li acting as if they were family. His coughs didn't attract Empress Li's attention, but they reminded Yunxing. "Ghost King, I've already saved her for you. You should fulfill your promise and fulfill my 3 conditions." Yunxing's face was a little pale because she had exhausted too much energy, But when she mentioned the Netherworld Ghost King's 3 conditions, her black eyes lit up. The Netherworld Ghost King felt goosebumps all over his body from Yunxing's stare. He looked at Li Qingqing, who also turned her beautiful eyes and looked at him. He thought to himself that he had to leave a good impression in front of Li Qingqing. At this moment, he would probably agree to whatever Yunxing wanted without hesitation. First, I want the Heart Distress Lantern. Yunxing's purpose in coming to the underworld was to find the Heart Distress Lantern for her mother. That's not difficult. Since Qingqing has already come back to life, I don't have any use for the Heart Distress Lantern. There's no harm in giving it to you. In the eyes of others, the 8 Desolation divine artifact might be incomparably precious, but in the eyes of the Netherworld Ghost King, it was just an ordinary lantern. Li Qingqing's soul had been baptized by the divine lotus hellfire. Her soul was incomparably tough. Even the demon suppression array was unable to harm her soul. This made the Netherworld Ghost King very satisfied. As long as it had nothing to do with Li Qingqing's life, he couldn't be bothered to find out who had the Heart Distress Lantern. The second condition is for me to hold on to the Netherworld Ghost Key forever. Yunxing calmly stated her second condition. Netherworld Ghost Key? That thing doesn't matter. It's something that I refined anyway. It can be used to travel between the human realm and the underworld. It's used to annoy the underworld god. As long as he doesn't take it back, you can keep it. As the Netherworld Ghost King spoke, he even gave Baby Sheep, who was on Yunxing's shoulder, a sinister smile, causing Baby Sheep to immediately shrink back in fear. The Netherworld Ghost King believed that the underworld god definitely wouldn't take back the key. That Ice Mountain underworld god definitely hoped that the pink little magical beast would occasionally wander around the underworld. This time, the underworld god should properly thank him. Don't worry, I definitely won't misuse the Netherworld Ghost Key. As Yunxing spoke, she meaningfully looked at the Netherworld Ghost King. At the same time, she faintly glanced at Baby Sheep from the corner of her eyes. When Bobo Sheep heard that its master wanted the Netherworld Ghost Key, it was a little unhappy. Oh, how could its master be so stupid to want that stupid key? Bobo Sheep did not want to come to the underworld at all. The Netherworld Ghost King thought for a moment. The Ghost Key was a necessary tool to travel between the underworld and the human world. Although the order of the underworld would be disrupted if this human female magician obtained the Ghost Key, it was still better than letting it fall into the hands of evil people. Although this woman did not seem to distinguish between good and evil, her way of doing things was different from ordinary people. Now that she was a necromancer, she would not act rashly if the Netherworld Ghost Key fell into her hands. As for the third condition, I will keep it for now. If I think of it in the future, I will ask you for the third condition. Yunxing was able to obtain the Heartache Lantern and the Netherworld Ghost Key in one go, so this trip was not in vain. Yunxing, rest for a moment. Mother and I still have some things to discuss. Jean Coin nodded at Yunxing and left with Empress Li. After Yunxing and Yi Baiming separated, she did not immediately meditate. Although Yunxing did not ask, she felt that there was something wrong between Yi Baiming and Empress Li. Before Yunxing could meditate, Yunxing found Bobo Sheep. Bobo, before I meditate, you have to do me a favor. After the incident at the Ghost King Cave, Yunxing and Bobo's relationship had become more harmonious. Dear master, no matter what you say, Bobo will agree. Bobo Sheep flattered. Don't speak too soon. I want you to find the underworld god and ask about something. Yunxing could not help but laugh when she saw Bobo Sheep's flattering look. Sure enough, when Bobo Sheep heard that it was going to find the underworld god, it immediately became listless like a frosted eggplant. Okay. Master, why do you want to find that big bad guy? Bobo Sheep looked unwilling, but under Yunxing's persuasion, it agreed to go find the underworld god. I want to know why Empress Li was captured and brought to the underworld. Yunxing was also very curious as to why Empress Li had ended up like this. What terrible crimes had she committed? No problem. Leave it to Bobo. Bobo will go find the smelly fart god now. Bobo Sheep flapped his wings and disappeared with a whoosh. On the other side of things, Yi Baiming and Empress Li, mother and son, for the first time after so many years of separation. Ming'er, mother has already heard about you from Miss Yun. Empress Li looked at the gold coins in front of her. Even though she hadn't seen Yi Baiming's human form with her own eyes, she had heard from Yunxing that Yi Baiming was very similar to her. He was a rare handsome man back then. Dollar looked at Empress Li. In fact, he did not have a clear memory of Empress Li. After all, Yi Baiming had been young and blind. But in his heart, he always thought of his mother. Now that he saw the woman in front of him, although she looked 70 to 80% similar to him, she was a little different from what he remembered. To be exact, Empress Li did not make him feel particularly close. There was no excitement between mother and son, no excitement of meeting again after so many years. From Empress Li's expression, it was the same. Dollar could even see that deep in Empress Li's eyes, there was a deep fear. Perhaps it was because the mother and son had been separated for too long that he had an illusion. The Phantasm Ghost King is a good person. Dollar stopped thinking about it and asked about Empress Li's future plans. Even though he had the mentality that a mountain could not accommodate two tigers, Dollar did not like the Phantasm Ghost King. That man had almost killed Yunxing. But he could clearly see that the Phantasm Ghost King was sincere to Empress Li. Although Empress Li had condensed her soul, she was still a ghost. She could not return to the human world. With the Phantasm Ghost King here to take care of her, Yi Baiming felt more at ease. He hoped that his mother could let go of the knot in her heart and her disappointment in men and accept the Phantasm Ghost King. A trace of blush flashed across Empress Li's beautiful face. Just now, in front of the Phantasm Ghost King, she had deliberately pretended to be cold. But in her heart, she was tormented. For more than 10 years, her soul had been unclear. Although she did not know what had happened in the outside world, she knew that there was a man who had always been taking care of her. When she played the zither, that man sat quietly to the side. When she was in a daze, that man accompanied her in a daze. Empress Li had experienced 3 men in her life. The first was the Yi Di of Zhou State. He had received her most sincere feelings when she was young. But Yi Qingtian was also the one who had hurt her the most. The second was the patriarch of the Black Qilin clan, He Yao. He Yao's love for Empress Li was more like a robbery. Empress Li's life was also ruined by He Yao. After experiencing these 2 men, Empress Li thought that she would not be moved by any other man. She did not expect that she would meet the Phantasm Ghost King after her death. In terms of strength, the Phantasm Ghost King was stronger than Yi Di and He Yao. But to Empress Li, he was her salvation. He is a good man. I will stay in the underworld. Empress Li also understood that staying by the Phantasm Ghost King's side was the best choice for her. Although she had not fallen in love with the Phantasm Ghost King yet, she was already used to the feeling of that man by her side. She would try to fall in love with him for many years to come. Bam! A muffled groan came from outside the door. Yi Baiming and Empress Li could not help but smile. Yi Baiming had already noticed that the Phantasm Ghost King was sneakily following behind the mother and son when they were having a private conversation. To think that a Ghost King would learn to eavesdrop like a thief. It was quite funny. Empress Li also pursed her lips and smiled, but when she saw Yi Baiming's eyes, her smile seemed a little forced. He has already left. You, ask whatever you want. I knew that this day would come. Empress Li sighed. As expected, she could not hide it anymore. Yi Baiming was much sharper than she had imagined. Is my father really He Yao? Yi Baiming's words were meant for the Phantasm Ghost King. As expected, the Phantasm Ghost King left after getting a satisfactory answer. He Yao is not worthy. Empress Li's expression changed when she heard He Yao's name. To Empress Li, He Yao was the biggest nightmare of her life. Could it be that I am Yi Qingtian's son? Yi Baiming's expression was a little gloomy. You really don't remember anything at all? You are not He Yao's son, nor are you Yi Qingtian's son. You are not even my son. Empress Li sighed. Yi Baiming was shocked. How is that possible? If you're not my mother, then who am I? This matter started more than 20 years ago. At that time, I had just married Yi Qingtian and was still young. My mind was filled with love. Empress Li said softly with a disappointed look on her face. Once upon a time, this memory was a scar that Empress Li didn't want to touch. It happened not long after Empress Li and Yi Qingtian got married. At the time, Xianxia wasn't the crown prince of Zhou state. He was just a weak and depressed prince. One day, Xianxia brought her to Heiyao in the name of taking her out for a trip. What happened after that was just as Yi Biming knew. Empress Li went through the most humiliating days of her life. Then why? Could it be that Qing Mama was lying? Yi Biming was puzzled. Qing Mama was the old palace maid who took care of Yi Biming since he was young. She was also Empress Li's nanny. Qing Mama was the one who told Yi Biming everything about Yi Di and Heiyao. She didn't lie. It's just that I was afraid back then and didn't tell her the whole truth. Heiyao brought me to the Qilin tomb and humiliated me. He even wanted to bring me back to the Eight Desolates mainland. I would rather die than go back with a man I don't love. So, I would rather die than obey. That day, his subordinates came to find him. I wanted to run away but unknowingly got lost, Empress Li said. Empress Li didn't know that Heiyao had set up a magic array outside the Qilin tomb to prevent her from escaping. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't get out. Just as Empress Li was about to commit suicide in despair, a voice sounded by her ear. Woman, if you're not afraid of death, why don't you make a deal with me? That voice came from somewhere. Empress Li was brave enough to not faint from fright. Who are you? Empress Li trembled with fear. It doesn't matter who I am. You only need to know that I am someone who can help you. Not only can I save you, but I also know that you hate those two men to the core. I have a way to help you take revenge on them. That voice seemed to have a magical power that made Empress Li involuntarily tilt her head to listen. Empress Li knew that if this voice could break through Heiyao's power and enter the Qilin tomb, he couldn't be an ordinary person. How can you help me? There was only one thought in Empress Li's mind, and that was revenge. She wanted revenge on Heiyao and Xianxia. Then I have to ask you, what do you want them to end up with? That voice was filled with pride and arrogance. It was as if there was nothing in the world that he couldn't do. Li Qingqing was suspicious. If it was said that this terrifying voice wanted to deal with the fledgling Xianxia, she would still believe it. However, Li Qingqing did not believe him if he said that he could even deal with Heiyao. With Heiyao's strength and the Eight Desolation tribe behind him, there were very few people who could match him on the continent at that time. This person was alone, yet he was so confident. However, Li Qingqing chose to believe that person's words. At that time, Li Qingqing had already fallen into despair. No one could help her. Only this unknown voice could help her. At this thought, Li Qingqing's heart hardened. Before this, Li Qingqing was still a young woman with love in her heart. However, her heart had turned completely cold after she had gone through all that for personal gain. She couldn't wait to kill those two men with her own hands. That mysterious voice knew everything about Li Qingqing like the back of its hand. I want Xianxia to die a horrible death. Li Qingqing's face was filled with hatred. What about the tribe leader of the Black Qilin tribe? That voice was like a venomous snake as it lingered in Li Qingqing's ears. I want Heiyao to suffer a fate worse than death. Li Qingqing sobbed. She was filled with hatred. I can help you fulfill both of your wishes. However, before I fulfill my promise, you have to promise me something. I need to borrow your stomach. What do you mean? Empress Li's voice was filled with fear. What I mean is very simple. I want to borrow your body and transform into a human. After I become an adult, I will avenge you. Regardless of whether it is Heiyao or Xianxia, I will fulfill your wishes. That deep voice was cold and deep. Li Qingqing had the urge to run away. However, the hatred in her heart for Heiyao and Xianxia still prevailed. Just this condition? Then why did you choose me? Li Qingqing instinctively looked at her flat stomach. If it was just borrowing someone's stomach to give birth to a child, this mysterious voice should be able to find many suitable candidates. Not everyone can withstand my soul. You are a woman with a strong will, and your identity fits my requirements very well. Let me tell you the truth. During the 10 months of pregnancy, I will absorb the nutrients in your body bit by bit. Your body will gradually weaken. After giving birth to me, you can only live for 6 years at most. That cold voice was like a gust of wind from hell. Empress Li couldn't help but shiver. He could only live for 6 years, but would he be able to avenge her, death was nothing to Li Qingqing at that time. Hatred had won over everything. Her body was already dirty. If she could use her body to give birth to a powerful cultivator that even the Zhou state and the Black Qilin tribe feared, alright, I promise you. Li Qingqing had just finished speaking. Before Li Qingqing could react, she saw a ray of light coming from the front. She only felt a sharp pain in her stomach. Then, she lost consciousness. When I woke up again, that voice was already gone. At that time, I thought it was a dream. Not long after, I forgot about it. After that, He Yao forced me to go to the 8 wastelands. I threatened him with death. He Yao had no choice but to send me back to the Zhou state. About 2 months later, I found out that I was pregnant. After knowing that Li Qingqing was pregnant, Yi Qingtian was angry and hateful. He always thought that the child was He Yao's. But Li Qingqing knew that the child couldn't be He Yao's. Because she had already secretly taken the pill, she definitely wouldn't have gotten pregnant at that time. The pregnancy period of the child in her stomach was the night she heard that strange voice. Thinking back to that time, when the voice said that it would avenge Yi Qingtian and He Yao, Li Qingqing was even more frightened. Only when Yi Baiming was born did Li Qingqing let out a sigh of relief. He was a very cute child. The only regret was that for some reason, Yi Baiming was born blind. So, I'm the voice you heard in the Qilin tomb? I'm just a thing of unknown origin that was born in your stomach? When Yi Baiming heard this, his heart sank. He didn't even know who he was. If what Empress Li said was true, then what was the point of everything he had done all these years? When Yi Baiming was still a child, he was neglected by his father because of his blindness. He worked hard to learn the zither and listen to Empress Li, hoping to receive some love. After Empress Li's death, he learned that he was He Yao's son. His personality changed greatly and he was imprisoned in the cold palace. After that, he decided to take revenge for Empress Li. He began to take over the power that Empress Li had left behind in her early years and grew stronger. He forced Yi Qingtian to abdicate and eventually became the Prince Regent of Zhou State. He fought with He Yao several times because he wanted to take revenge for his mother Empress Li. But in the end, all of this was false. Whether it was Yi Qingtian, He Yao, or the woman in front of him, none of them had anything to do with him. What he had done all these years was simply a joke. There was sadness and hatred in his golden eyes. At that moment, hatred almost drowned out Yi Baiming's rationality. He retreated step by step and laughed loudly. There was only coldness left in his heart. Then who was he and why was he born? Listen to my explanation. Even though I'm not your mother, even though I was afraid of you at first, as you grew up and I saw how sensible and cute you were, I really thought of you as my own son. After I died and came to the underworld, I was worried about you being alone in Zhou State, so Empress Li's voice was choked with sobs. Yes, Yi Baiming wasn't her blood, but she gave birth to him after 10 months of pregnancy. When she was pregnant with Yi Baiming, Empress Li was afraid at the thought of giving birth to a monster. She even tried to secretly abort this child of unknown origin. But every time she was about to do it, she couldn't harden her heart. Gradually, her belly grew. Qing Mama would always say happily, "Your Majesty, look at your belly. It must be a boy." As her belly grew bigger day by day, Empress Li could hear the heartbeat of the child in her belly. Slowly, she developed feelings for him that were similar to that of a mother and son. Especially when she gave birth to Yi Baiming, she found out that he was blind and his body was unusually weak. At that time, Empress Li had thought that perhaps everything in the Qilin tomb was just a dream. This child had nothing to do with that cold and heartless Xingqing. With this thought in mind, Empress Li began to take care of Yi Baiming like a mother. However, not long after Yi Baiming learned how to walk, Empress Li discovered that this child actually had a 5-elemental Dharma soul. His talent in martial arts was also exceptionally good. At the same time, Empress Li also felt her body weakening bit by bit. At that time, she had no choice but to suddenly wake up. The truth was the truth. This child was indeed formed by the mysterious voice in the Black Qilin King's tomb. However, for some unknown reason, that voice sealed a portion of its memories when it became a fetus. Empress Li was filled with regret, but it was too late. She could only count the days one by one. She began to use the influence and wealth left behind by her maternal family to cultivate her own strength and the Dark North Guards. After Empress Li finished speaking, Yi Baiming remained silent. Empress Li also appeared to be very uneasy. She knew that her words sounded like an explanation. Yi Baiming definitely wouldn't be able to listen for a while. The Netherworld Ghost King said that when you were at the demon-suppressing stone tablet, you tried to break through the demon-suppressing formation many times. Could it be that it was for me? Why? Could it be that you were afraid that I would go back on my word and forget our agreement back then to help you take revenge? Don't worry. Even though I don't remember what I said back then, I've already taken half of your revenge for you. Yi Baiming looked up. His voice couldn't help but tremble slightly. No, it's not what you think. I tried to break through the demon-suppressing formation because I regretted it. Whether it's Yi Qingtian or He Yao, they are all my enemies. They have nothing to do with you. I was afraid that you would be like me. Because of hatred, you would lose your rationality and miss out on your own life. However, when I saw Yunsheng, I was also relieved. I knew that you wouldn't walk down the same path as Mother. Empress Li's eyes were hazy with tears, but the corners of her lips curled into a relieved smile. Fortunately, her Jeaner had met such a woman. A woman who possessed the pure divine fire of the divine lotus fire would definitely be able to accompany Yi Baiming to the end. You can choose not to acknowledge me as your mother, but Mother still has to remind you. Even though I don't know your origins, if you want to find out about your past, it's best that you make a trip to the Black Qilan tribe. Empress Li wiped the corners of her red and swollen eyes. Empress Li knew that all these years, she had caused Yi Baiming a lot of harm. She had caused him to carry her hatred and live for so many years. However, she was just a ghost. There was nothing she could do to make up for it. The only thing she could tell Yi Baiming was this suggestion. Empress Li had once sent people to investigate the Qilan King's tomb, but they didn't find any clues. However, since he could enter the Qilan King's tomb, Yi Baiming's previous life should also be from the Black Qilan tribe. There was no doubt about this. I've already thought about this. I don't want a third person to know about what happened today, including Yunsheng. After hearing Empress Li's explanation, Yi Baiming felt a little better. However, it was very difficult for him to explain this to Yunsheng. As for who exactly he was, it was likely that they would only know the truth after going to the Black Qilan tribe to investigate. Empress Li sighed. Indeed, she hadn't told a third person about this matter. After Yi Baiming and Empress Li parted ways, he went to Yunsheng's room. After getting used to sharing a bed with little Wildcat, it was inevitable that he couldn't fall asleep at night once they parted ways. Standing outside the door and listening to little Wildcat's gentle breathing inside the room, Yi Baiming knew that she was still meditating. At this moment, Yi Baiming's heart was in a mess. He didn't want to disturb Yunsheng, so he simply turned around and left. Not long after Yi Baiming left, Popping Sheep, who had gone to Ming Sun to inquire about information, had already contacted Ming Sunday. As for the thing that Popping Sheep used to contact Ming Sun, it was the Ming Jade that should have been smashed to pieces. Earlier, Popping Sheep had thought that he could get rid of the Ming Jade forever. Who would have thought that after the son of the underworld left, Popping Sheep would discover that the strange underworld jade had actually recovered and returned to its body. However, with the Ming Jade, it was much more convenient for him to find Ming Sunday. He only needed to chant Ming Sun's voice to communicate with him through divine consciousness. Ming Sun, come out quickly. As soon as Popping Sheep finished speaking, the scene of the Hell Palace appeared in front of him. In the dark Hell Palace, Ming Ri was lying on his side on the couch. His black and gold Hell God's robe was open, revealing his smooth and exquisite marble-like chest. A few strands of wild long hair fell on his chest, causing people to be lost in fanciful thoughts. A beautiful scene was faintly discernible. Damn meat man, why are you wearing such revealing clothes for no reason? Baby sheep's originally pink. Wool turned fiery red after witnessing this scene. It howled and used its two fleshy wings to cover its bean-like eyes. However, if one looked carefully, they would discover that this fellow was secretly glancing a few more times. Weakling, could it be that you have changed your mind and want to come and seek refuge with me? Ming Ri said lazily. There was a hint of mischief in his long and narrow eyes. He thought that after Baby Sheep obtained the nether jade this time, it would have to wait for thousands or hundreds of years before contacting him again. He did not expect that this time, the weakling would come looking for him so soon. Mingri's eyebrows were full of joy, but he still had a cold expression on his face. Bah, Baby Sheep is too lazy to look for you. It's my dear master who wants to ask you a question. She wants to know why Empress Li was captured and brought to the underworld. Baby Sheep has seen her. Empress Li is beautiful. She is a good woman. Besides, she looks like she will fall if the wind blows. She doesn't look like a murderous maniac. From the perspective that Empress Li was the Qilin brat's mother, and the Qilin brat was the husband of his dear master, Baby Sheep's logic had already directly labeled Empress Li as a good person. It secretly cursed that the underworld must have not investigated clearly and randomly captured Empress Li. Weakling, you are really getting worse and worse. Have you forgotten that the underworld cannot privately divulge the deeds of any prisoner or ghost when they were alive? The Netherworld Ghost King also wanted to investigate this matter through me, but I also refused. Mingri raised his eyebrows and rejected Baby Sheep's inquiry. Stingy Mingri, forget it if you don't want to say it. Baby Sheep does not want to see you again. Goodbye. Baby Sheep snorted and threw the innocent nether jade out angrily. The nether jade bounced on the ground, and with a whoosh, it flew back to Baby Sheep's body. Baby Sheep was furious. It was depressed. What should it do? It couldn't complete its master's orders. Popping Sheep thought about it for a while. Suddenly, it had an idea. When the ancient netherworld magic array appeared, a gigantic four-sided hell-flood dragon appeared above Ghost Water Stream. The Ghost Water Stream was the territory of the Netherworld Ghost King. Even the four-sided hell-flood dragon did not dare to trespass. If it wasn't for Baby Sheep, this little ancestor, who insisted that it come, it wouldn't have come even if it had to break the bones of the nether flood dragon. Lord Bobo, what orders do you have? The four-sided hell-flood dragon pulled a long face. Only the heavens knew that it had secretly brought Popo, its master, and that ferocious beast to the underworld. He had thought that no one would know about this. Who would have thought that the god of the underworld already knew about it? The god of the underworld broke two of the four-sided nether flood dragon's bones in a fit of rage. At this moment, the nether flood dragon's abdomen was still aching faintly. Nether flood dragon, what kind of tone is that? Is it wrong for you to come and see this world god? Popo pouted. Lord Bobo, this little flood dragon doesn't dare. If you have something to ask, ask quickly. This little flood dragon will definitely tell you everything. The four-sided hell flood dragon braced himself. Don't worry. This time, I'm not asking you to secretly bring anyone over. It's just that my master wants to ask you about a person. About 20 years ago, there was a very beautiful spirit that was brought to the underworld. Before she died, her identity was the Empress of Zhou State. Do you have any impression of this person? Popo couldn't get any information from the underworld sun, but it thought that the four-sided hell flood dragon might be able to get some information. This time, Baby Sheep was like a blind cat meeting a dead mouse. It really asked the right person. When the four-sided hell flood dragon heard Popo Sheep's description, it immediately remembered. A woman like Empress Li was unforgettable even for the four-sided hell flood dragon. Lord Bobo, this little flood dragon has some impression of this matter. However, that woman should have already been imprisoned in the demon-subduing stone tablet and turned into ashes long ago. She is the most important criminal. She should have been thrown into the demon-subduing stone tablet as soon as she arrived at the Shiwei Gate. The four-sided hell flood dragon had some impression of Empress Li because, other than her extraordinary beauty and noble status, the punishment brand on Empress Li's body was personally branded by it. That was also the most serious punishment brand that the four-sided hell flood dragon had branded on her body in the thousands of years it had served as the underworld emissary. The most serious? What? Four-sided hell flood dragon, are your old eyes playing tricks on you? Could it be that the punishment brand on her body is even more serious than the Qilin brats? Popo Sheep was shocked. Yes. The punishment brand on that woman's body is 100,000. It means that she will kill 100,000 living beings. The four-sided hell flood dragon was also very puzzled because it clearly didn't feel any killing aura on Empress Li. However, the crime that the Lord God of the underworld issued on the wanted order couldn't be wrong. Strange. How can there be such a strange thing? Sigh, it seems that only Ming Ri, that fellow, knows about this matter. Forget it, forget it. At least I got some information. I'd better go back and tell Master first. Popo Sheep impatiently left the four-sided hell-flood dragon behind and went to find Yunxing. When Popo Sheep found Yunxing, Yunxing had just finished her meditation. Popo Sheep told Yunxing all the information that it had obtained from Ming Ri and the four-sided hell-flood dragon. After hearing that, Yunxing also pondered for a moment. It seemed that Empress Li still had some unspeakable secrets. However, Popo has to remind Master of one thing. Although that brat Ming Ri is very arrogant, he is really very strong. Since he has judged Empress Li to be the most serious criminal, it means that Empress Li has really killed 100,000 people. Popo Sheep rarely spoke up for Ming Ri. However, it also couldn't figure out how Empress Li looked like she had killed 100,000 people. Let's put this matter to rest for the time being. If I'm not wrong, Empress Li should be living in the underworld in the future. The Netherworld Ghost King won't look into her past. Yunxing investigated Empress Li's matter only because she wanted to help Yi Baiming. She wasn't too interested in Empress Li's past. Moreover, in her opinion, even if Empress Li had done something wrong, she had been like a lonely ghost for the past 20 years. Speaking of which, her punishment was enough. Ghost King, what do you think? Yunxing said crisply as she rolled her eyes. Not bad, little girl. The way you speak and the way you do things is really to I's liking. With a burst of arrogant laughter, the Netherworld Ghost King landed on the ground like a bat. When Popping Sheep had told Yunxing about Empress Li's past, the Phantasm Ghost King had heard everything. The Phantasm Ghost King wasn't too surprised by the fact that Empress Li was a serious criminal. The Phantasm Ghost King had already removed the mark on Li Qingqing's body when he had saved her. He didn't want Li Qingqing to have any unpleasant memories of the past. The Phantasm Ghost King had once questioned the Underworld God, but the Underworld God had also refused to tell him what crime Li Qingqing had committed. He, the Phantasm Ghost King, had killed countless people in his life. Even if his woman had to face any crime, he would take care of it for her. I didn't think that the Grand Ghost King would like to lie on the roof and eavesdrop, teased Yunxing. Haha, I didn't think that you would be able to see through I's concealment technique. A trace of praise appeared in the Phantasm Ghost King's eyes. It wasn't that the Phantasm Ghost King was boasting, but his concealment technique was second in the underworld. Even the Underworld God couldn't compare to him in this aspect. He didn't think that Yunxing would be able to see through it. What the Phantasm Ghost King didn't know was that Yunxing's breathing and eyesight were far superior to ordinary people due to her family's cultivation technique. However, if she hadn't heard an unusual breathing sound, she probably wouldn't have noticed that the Phantasm Ghost King was on the roof. Little girl, don't speak nonsense. That fat sheep of yours didn't even say anything and summoned that stinking brat, the Underworld God, above I's ghost water stream. How would I know if you have some unspeakable plot to deal with my ghost water stream? The Phantasm Ghost King was unconvinced. He had long since noticed that the Underworld God's four-sided Netherworld flood dragon had stayed above his ghost water stream for a while. If it was any other day, he would definitely go and grab that fat sheep and cook it in a hot pot. Thinking of this, the Phantasm Ghost King evilly made a salivating gesture at Popping Sheep. With a guilty face, Bobo shrank into Yunxing's arms. Ing, the underworld was too scary. It wanted to return to the human world quickly. Then the Ghost King should have already ascertained that Bobo doesn't have any malicious intent, and it doesn't have that ability. It's already late, so forgive Yunxing for not seeing you off. Yunxing smiled. She didn't believe that the Phantasm Ghost King would eavesdrop for such a small matter. Ahem, little girl. Actually, I see that your physique is very good, and your attainments in magic are not bad, so. The Phantasm Ghost King coughed a few times and deliberately did not continue speaking. But after waiting for a long time, Yunxing and Baby Sheep stared at him with their eyes wide open, not saying anything. The Phantasm Ghost King almost spat out a mouthful of blood. What the hell, could this man and sheep be idiots, to think that he had thought that this little lass was smart and cunning? She was to his liking. But now that he looked at her, he felt that something was wrong. This little lass, why didn't she have any reaction after he hinted for so long? At this time, shouldn't someone who was slightly smarter immediately kneel down and eagerly acknowledge him as their master? How could the Phantasm Ghost King know that Xianxia and Baby Sheep were communicating with their spiritual sense? My dear master, this big pervert isn't praising you, right? I remember that Mother Goddess said the same thing to Mingri before. Baby Sheep's face was filled with envy. Thinking back, Mother Goddess would often praise Mingri like this. Whenever it was Baby Sheep's turn, Mother Goddess would either roll her eyes or have a look of disappointment on her face. Bobo, how many times has Master taught you? As a woman, you can't be soft-hearted. Don't say anything and see what the Ghost King's intentions are. Yunxing was very calm. Oh, so the Ghost King wants me to acknowledge you as my master? Yunxing had an expression of sudden understanding. The Phantasm Ghost King hurriedly nodded his head like a chick pecking rice. This little lass had finally understood. Sorry, I'm not interested in acknowledging you as my master. To acknowledge a master, I have to kneel 3 times and kowtow 9 times. I, Yunxing, kneel to the heavens and earth and only kowtow to my parents and elders. Yunxing's face was filled with interest. My dear master doesn't want to acknowledge you as her master. Otherwise, she is Empress Li's daughter-in-law and your disciple. In the human world, this is called ***********. She would be drowned in a pig's cage. What made the Phantasm Ghost King want to vomit blood was that Baby Sheep was adding fuel to the fire. You fat sheep, do you believe that I won't immediately slaughter you? If you don't understand, then don't pretend to understand. The Phantasm Ghost King was very depressed. But that's right, Yunxing is Li Qingqing's daughter-in-law. She is also my daughter-in-law. The Phantasm Ghost King muttered to himself for a moment. Forget it, I will make an exception. You don't have to kneel and kowtow, and you don't have to call me master. As long as you inherit I's mantle and learn I's specialty dark magic, that's all. In any case, the Phantasm Ghost King wasn't the type who liked excessive formalities. Dark magic, hearing this, Yunxing's heart was filled with ecstasy. If one were to ask who had the most outstanding dark magic in the human world and the underworld, it would undoubtedly be the Dark Ghost King. Although Yunxing hadn't truly fought with him before, she was certain that the Ghost King's mastery of dark magic surpassed any dark magician that Yunxing had ever seen. However, although Yunxing wanted to learn dark magic from the Ghost King, she remembered that her mother, Hu Jiuxing, was still waiting for her to save her. Her mother's soul was incomplete. The longer she delayed, the more disadvantageous it would be for her recovery. Her father would also be more anxious. Learning dark magic isn't a problem. However, Ghost King, this one is a magic god. I won't learn ordinary dark magic. In other words, Yunxing either didn't learn dark magic or learned the Phantasm Ghost King's most powerful dark magic. Humph, little girl, your tone is quite arrogant. You haven't even learned how to walk and you want to run. However, don't underestimate I. Who do you think I am? I am a dark magic genius rarely seen in the underworld. The dark magic that I can use is the one and only god-slaying magic in the 2 worlds. The Phantasm Ghost King snorted. God-slaying magic. When Yunxing and Popping Sheep heard this, they were dumbfounded. What kind of magic was this? Just hearing it made them feel that it was amazing. If it was anyone else who said this, Yunxing and Baby Sheep wouldn't believe it. However, it was the Phantasm Ghost King who said it. He moved unhindered through the mortal and divine realms. He was arrogant because he had the strength to be arrogant. Phantasm Ghost King, according to what you said, could it be that the magic you're going to teach me can even slaughter gods? Yunxing couldn't help feeling nervous. That's right. As long as you can cultivate this kind of magic, as long as you don't meet a superior god, you'll definitely be able to kill everyone in the god realm. The Netherworld Ghost King was extremely pleased with himself. He didn't believe that Yunxing wouldn't obediently accept him as her master after hearing what he said. The Phantasm Ghost King's description was extravagant, but the more Yunxing listened, the more she felt that something was wrong. Ghost King, if this magic is really so powerful, then why are you teaching it to me for no reason? There should be many people in the underworld who want to learn it, right? Yunxing didn't believe in something as good as a free lunch falling from the sky. In the human world, generally speaking, only basic magic and low-level magic would be sold in large quantities on the market. Intermediate magic scrolls were already extremely expensive. As for intermediate magic and above, it was even more priceless. Even if there was one, the price would be astronomical. It would be worth tens of thousands or even tens of thousands of purple gold. Above that, sacred-level magic was even rarer. In the boundless continent, only the magic temple or the continent's magic elite camp would have magic trees or magic steels. This situation was probably similar in the underworld. The Phantasm Ghost King was close to God, or rather, he himself was a god-level existence. He was full of praises for it. He was probably an unparalleled existence in both the human world and the underworld. It was also because of this that Xianxia was suspicious. Why did the Phantasm Ghost King insist on teaching her magic? Although the Phantasm Ghost King was her stepfather in name, there was definitely something strange about him teaching her such a powerful magic for no reason. Cough, cough. Little girl, how can you be so petty and jealous of the heart of a gentleman? Fine, I will make it clear in advance. This kind of magic is not something that anyone can learn. Moreover, to achieve the effect of slaying a god, you must have a cultivation similar to I. Most importantly, this is a profound magic that I have only comprehended for a short period of time. It is only the first half. As for the second half, I have yet to comprehend it. As expected, an awkward expression appeared on the Phantasm Ghost King's handsome face. Actually, he didn't want to tell Xianxia so much. But who asked this girl to be so astute? She actually saw through it with a single glance. To put it bluntly, the Phantasm Ghost King wanted to use Xianxia as a guinea pig to see how far she could cultivate the spell. In other words, he wanted to see if it was possible for her to complete this profound dark magic in the future. Xianxia and Baby Sheep looked at him with disdain. Gentleman? If the Phantasm Ghost King was a gentleman, then there would be no villains in this world. Ghost King, if that's the case, then I might not be able to learn your secret. There is still an incomplete profound magic. It's dangerous. Xianxia was a calm person. Even if she knew how powerful this magic was, as long as there was a trace of danger. Xianxia had also heard many rumors about certain magicians who had learned an incomplete type of magic due to their greed for more powerful magic. If it was light, they would be severely injured. If it was serious, their magic soul would be damaged, and if it was serious, they would no longer be able to cultivate magic. No, no, no. You will definitely be able to learn it. This profound magic can only be learned by mages with multiple magic souls. Speaking of which, Yi Baiming can also learn it, but he has one less magic soul than you. Therefore, you should be able to learn it better than him. Although this profound magic isn't complete, you can comprehend it on your own while using it. The Netherworld Ghost King praised Xianxia's talent. The more magic souls, the better the learning effect? There is such a magic? Xianxia was even more suspicious. Let's put it this way. Actually, I was once a 4-element mage. The Phantasm Ghost King took out his magic soul. The Phantasm Ghost King's magic soul was much larger than Xianxia's 6-colored magic soul. Xianxia only felt that the sky suddenly darkened. It was as if the Phantasm Ghost King's magic soul covered an area of 1 mile. When the magic soul appeared, there was a terrifying magic fluctuation that was enough to destroy the heavens and the earth. When ordinary mages encountered this fluctuation, they would be unable to help but feel fear. Even when using magic, their magic would be greatly reduced. However, it was different from the 4-element magic soul that the Phantasm Ghost King mentioned. The Phantasm Ghost King's current magic soul was black. This meant that he was only a dark mage. You should also be very curious as to why I only have a single elemental Dharma soul left. It's because I've transformed my remaining 3 elemental Dharma souls into the Darkness Dharma soul. That's why my current Dharma soul is so powerful. This is also the reason why I was able to break through to the divine rank 20 years ago. The Phantasm Ghost King's words caused Xianxia's expression to become serious. She suddenly realized that what the Phantasm Ghost King was going to say next could very well affect her future magic cultivation. Multi-element mages were rare on the continent. Their talent was outstanding and their future achievements were much higher than those of a single element. This saying was the same whether it was in the divine realm, the human realm, or the underworld. When the Phantasm Ghost King first started cultivating, this was also the case. However, when the Phantasm Ghost King broke through to the divine rank, he discovered that this saying was wrong. This was because when one reached the divine rank, any magic used would be powerful enough to move mountains and seas. However, at the same time, the magic consumption would be even greater. In comparison, a multi-elemental mage would be more severely drained after using multiple types of magic. On the other hand, single-element mages were the exact opposite. They had cultivated one type of magic for many years and were more outstanding in magic application and control. As a result, a situation was formed. In a battle between two divine rank mages, a single-element mage would be stronger than a multi-element mage. I might as well tell you. When I broke through to the divine rank, I went to the divine realm to find a way to condense a magic soul for Xianxia. However, in the divine realm, I met an intermediate god of the divine realm. That person was a single-element mage. In that battle, I was severely injured. It was also because of this that I learned from the painful experience and returned to the ghost water stream. After 3 years of bitter contemplation, I finally comprehended this special profound magic. The Phantasm Ghost King did not hide anything and directly told Xianxia about his experience. For a powerhouse like the Phantasm Ghost King, a single failure was an extremely shameful matter. Speaking of which, the Phantasm Ghost King and that intermediate god's strength were about the same. However, because the Phantasm Ghost King was a multi-element mage, he had exhausted his magic at the last moment. On the other hand, the intermediate god had a divine weapon from his sect and was able to defeat the Phantasm Ghost King in the end. The Phantasm Ghost King was extremely proud. He attributed a large part of his failure to his multi-element magic soul. In the end, he comprehended profound magic and forcefully reversed his magic soul into a dark magic soul. It was also because of this that the Phantasm Ghost King's divine power increased by leaps and bounds and finally reached the strength of a superior god. There was actually such a shocking magic that could reverse a Dharma soul in this world. If she hadn't personally witnessed the Phantasm Ghost King's powerful Dharma soul, Xianxia wouldn't have believed it. Then after cultivating this profound magic, you didn't take revenge? If it was Xianxia and someone made her suffer a crushing defeat, she would definitely make that person die an ugly death. Ha ha ha, as expected of the person I chose. Your thoughts are exactly the same as I's. Do I look like such a generous person? After I's Dharma soul completely turned into a dark Dharma soul, the first thing I did was to find that reckless mid-god. I destroyed his family jewels so that he would never be able to be a man again. The Phantasm Ghost King laughed with his hands on his hips. Dearest master, don't listen to indecent things. This person is truly a pervert. Popping Sheep quickly used its wings to cover Xianxia's ears as it muttered. Xianxia dryly coughed a few times. Fine, she had to admit that she and the Phantasm Ghost King had the same temperament. Back then, when she took revenge on Lu Minglang, she also used the same method. A mid-god was crippled just like that. The Phantasm Ghost King was truly lawless. However, after this emperor crippled that trash, his sect was enraged. Compared to that trash's master, I's strength is still a bit lacking. The Phantasm Ghost King embarrassedly said. That mid-level god sect was also a famous sect in the divine realm. His grandmaster was a godly venerable level existence that was even more terrifying than a high god. Even if the Phantasm Ghost King was several times stronger, he still wouldn't be his opponent. Thus, after the Phantasm Ghost King taught that trash a lesson, he decisively returned to the underworld. In these past few years, he had remained in the underworld and didn't leave. Even the gods of the god realm couldn't casually enter and exit the underworld. This was the law of the god realm. The Phantasm Ghost King's original intention was to wait until he comprehended this profound magic before fighting that reverend god. But now, he had Li Xianxia. When Li Xianxia was still a soul, the Phantasm Ghost King had promised that he would accompany her on a tour of the 8 counties of the underworld once she recovered her soul. As a result, the Phantasm Ghost King could no longer focus on studying this profound magic. On the other hand, the Phantasm Ghost King also discovered that his darkness magic soul could no longer return to its previous state of being a 4-elemental magic soul. This was undoubtedly a huge obstacle for him to continue comprehending this profound magic. Just when the Phantasm Ghost King thought that he would never be able to complete this profound magic, Xianxia appeared. What made the Phantasm Ghost King even more surprised was that not only was Xianxia a six-elemental magician, she also possessed a light magic soul and a divine flame. The reason why I have never been able to complete my profound magic is because I can only reverse a single aspect of it into a single element dark magic soul, unable to reverse it back. But you're different. Your divine flame and light Dharma soul are the purest energies in the world. If it's you, you might be able to recover a multi-elemental magic soul after a single conversion. When the Phantasm Ghost King spoke up to this point, Xianxia already understood why he had chosen her. However, if she was unable to reverse her Dharma soul, wouldn't that mean that she would be like the Phantasm Ghost King in the future, only possessing a single magic soul? Xianxia hesitated in her heart, but she quickly came to a conclusion. This was a rare opportunity. If she trained properly, she might be able to reach the superior god realm like the Phantasm Ghost King. Even if she failed and only possessed a single elemental magic soul, her strength was still not to be underestimated. This would be a great help to her future journey to the Eight Desolates continent, where she would face experts like He Yao and the Beast God Altar. Alright, I'll learn this profound magic. Xianxia nodded with certainty. That night, under the Phantasm Ghost King's careful guidance, Xianxia carefully learned and comprehended the god-slaying magic that the Phantasm Ghost King was most proud of, the demon god transformation. After an entire night, Xianxia comprehended the basic principles of the demon god transformation. On the same night, after Yi Baiming left Xianxia, he also spent a night struggling with his heart. After hearing Empress Li explain her background, Yi Baiming's heart was unable to calm down for a long time. He walked out of the Ghost King cave alone and strolled through the Ghost Water Stream. Outside the Ghost Water Stream, the corpses of the experts from the 8 counties of the underworld had already been cleaned up. Considering that Li Qingqing would be living here for a long time, the Phantasm Ghost King ordered the 4 counties of the underworld to reorganize the Ghost Water Stream. The murderous demonic plants around the Ghost Water Stream were all removed and replaced with various elegant flowers and plants. Inside the Ghost Water Stream, there were also ornamental koi fish. However, Yi Baiming wasn't in the mood to appreciate the scenery. He walked along the riverbank until he reached a secluded area. He took out an item from his body. It was a crystal with a wisp of a soul inside it. Bastard, you scoundrel, you actually dared to hide it from me. Just watch, if I can come out, I'll definitely tear you to pieces. Xianxia was infuriated. It was all his fault for believing this brat. What Qilin race? What Zhou States people? So they were all in cahoots with those people. Just now, Xianxia seemed to have been killed. But in truth, Yi Baiming's attack had been quite skillful. He had secretly extracted Xianxia's soul. Xianxia wanted to curse a few more times, but when he saw the ruthlessness in Yi Baiming's golden eyes, he was speechless. This brat, how come he felt something was wrong after not seeing him for just a moment? Xianxia sensed that Yi Baiming was even more terrifying than when he had first met him. This didn't mean that his strength had increased by a lot, but that he gave off a completely different feeling. Second priest, don't be impatient. Although I destroyed your physical body, strictly speaking, I still helped you. If it weren't for me, do you think you would have been able to escape the Netherworld Ghost King's pursuit? Yi Baiming calmly said. His words caused Xianxia to be stunned. Yi Baiming was right. Xianxia had tricked the Netherworld Ghost King. That fellow was a famous killing god in the Netherworld. If it weren't for Yi Baiming's help, Xianxia would have fallen into the Netherworld Ghost King's hands and been tossed into the devil-suppressing stone tablet. At that time, Xianxia would have been unable to beg for death. If that's the case, then I should be thanking you. Xianxia found that he couldn't see through Yi Baiming. Wasn't this brat in cahoots with that female mage? Why would he help him for no reason? There's no need to thank me. We were just using each other. You also know that the only way for me to recover my physical body is to go to the Beast God Altar and receive a baptism. I want you to recommend me to the Beast God Altar. Yi Baiming had only made this decision after some consideration. He had to go to the 8 Desolate Continent to find clues to his identity. Is your goal in going to the 8 Desolates Continent really just to transform into a human? Xianxia's face was filled with disbelief. As the saying goes, once bitten, twice shy. This golden qilin was definitely the most treacherous magical beast Xianxia had ever seen in his life. It was even 1,000 times, 10,000 times more treacherous than those humans. Xianxia naturally didn't know that Yi Baiming had grown up in a treacherous environment. How could the beasts of the 8 Desolates continent compare to him? Xianxia had already been tricked by Yi Baiming once. This time, he definitely wouldn't fall for it so easily. My goal has no conflict of interest with yours. You want to subdue the Black Qilin tribe. I also have a personal grudge with He Yao. I can help you, and you can help me return to my human form. Furthermore, only I can help you leave the netherworld. Yi Baiming's words caused Xianxia's heart to tremble. Xianxia had bewitched the netherworld ghost king to lay down the devil suppression formation. Many experts from the 8 underworld counties had fallen in this battle. This matter had caused the nether god to fly into a rage. In his fury, he had razed the Divine Secrets Pavilion to the ground. Not only that, but he had also given the order to throw Xianxia into the Devil Suppression Stone Steel so that he would never be able to reincarnate. The relatives of the experts from the 8 underworld counties had all placed high rewards for Xianxia's whereabouts. Every one of them hated the fact that they couldn't grind his bones to dust. Under these circumstances, Xianxia really had become a rat that everyone wanted to beat up. Xianxia, that sly scoundrel, was at his wit's end. No matter how he thought about it, only Yi Baiming could bring him out of the netherworld without anyone noticing. Humph, brat, this priest agrees to your conditions. However, if you still dare to do anything after reaching the 8 Desolates continent, this old man will definitely let you know the power of the beast god altar. Although Xianxia wasn't confident that he could control Yi Baiming, he knew that as long as he returned to the 8 Desolates continent, he would definitely be able to subdue this brat with the strength of the first priest of the beast god altar. Did this brat really think that the baptism of the beast god altar was that easy? At that time, as long as this old man plays some tricks during the baptism, he will be just like the other believers of the beast god altar, obedient to him and the beast god altar. Xianxia thought to himself as he pretended to be calm. What he did not know was that Yi Baiming had seen through every single one of his little schemes. At that time, it would be hard to tell who would take care of who. Seeing that Xianxia had agreed, Yi Baiming put away the magic crystal and returned to the Ghost King cave. At this time, the sky was gradually brightening. Yi Baiming was full of worries as he strolled to Yunxing's room. Leaving the boundless land and heading to the 8 Desolates land was the decision that Yi Baiming made after a night of thinking. If he did not go to the 8 Desolates land, he would not be able to return to his human form. But in this way, he would have to be separated from Yunxing. He was not willing to face Yunxing as a qilin for the rest of his life. To Yunxing, this was no different from living as a widow. This was too unfair to her. Moreover, Yi Baiming also wanted to know what his true identity was. If everything that Li Qingqing said was true, then his true identity was even more terrifying than He Yao of the Black Qilin tribe. The only thing that Yi Baiming was worried about was that his true identity would cause more harm to Yunxing. After all, the Qilin King's curse almost killed Yunxing when they were in the bridal chamber. Thinking of this, Yi Baiming could only harden his heart. If he went to the 8 Desolates land, he would not be able to return to his human form. In other words, if he discovered his true identity, it would be detrimental to Yunxing. He might not be able to appear in front of Yunxing again. Although he had already made his decision, when it came to actually taking action, it was so difficult. He did not even know how to tell the little wildcat. Just as Yi Baiming walked to the door, it suddenly opened. The person who walked out was the Phantasm Ghost King. The Phantasm Ghost King's face was full of smiles. Behind him was Yunxing. The two of them looked very happy. Although he knew that the Phantasm Ghost King was infatuated with Li Qingqing, when he saw Yunxing and the Phantasm Ghost King alone, Yi Baiming could not help but feel sour in his heart. He snorted and let out a long nasal sound. Bop bop, Qilin boy, you're back. Dear master has learned a very powerful magic. Bop Sheep flapped its wings and landed on Dollar. Its words resolved the awkwardness between them. Night Fox, why didn't I see you all night? Yunxing walked up and patted Dollar's back. The latter glared at the Phantasm Ghost King. The Phantasm Ghost King rubbed his nose and tactfully walked away. Sigh, it seems that being someone's stepfather is not an easy thing. After the phantasm ghost king left, Dollar hesitated for a moment. In the end, he still told Yunxing his plans. After hearing Yi Baiming's words, Yunxing was silent for a moment before asking, "You want to go to the Eight Desolates continent? Do you plan to leave immediately?" "Yes, I plan to leave tomorrow." Yi Baiming felt a bit guilty. He really was the worst husband in the world. After he finished speaking, he lowered his head like a child who had done something wrong, waiting for Yunxing to scold him. Ever since he and Yunxing had gotten married, he had never truly fulfilled his duties as a husband for even a day. Even if Yunxing was angry and wanted to stop him from going, he would accept it. "Bop bop, can you leave for a moment?" Yunxing did not immediately scold him. Instead, she let Bop Sheep leave first. Bop Sheep looked at Qilin Boy, then looked at Yunxing, and slowly left. Suddenly, a pair of warm arms appeared on his back. Yunxing hugged Dollar's head and pressed her face against his. "Night Fox, if you want to go, then go. I'll wait for you. Ever since you became a Qilin, you've been unhappy." Yunxing's voice had a rare tinge of gentleness. At this moment, she was like a real wife. The unique fragrance of her body hit him in the face. Dollar's body stiffened. "Little wildcat, you're willing to wait for me?" At this moment, the little wildcat was not scolding him because she was baring her fangs and brandishing her claws. This version was clearly wrong. Was he dreaming? Seeing Dollar's stiff body and his eyes filled with disbelief, Yunxing was both angry and amused. "A lifetime is long. What's wrong with waiting for you for a few years?" She huffed and pinched Dollar's abdomen. It was obviously painful, but her heart was filled with sweetness. Yi Baiming realized that he was not dreaming. Not only did the little wild cat not scold him, she even supported him to go to the Eight Desolates continent alone. Seeing that Yi Baiming was still in a daze, Yunxing simply lay on the golden Qilin's body. Actually, she could not bear to let Yi Baiming leave. After all, she had been sleeping on gold coins for the past few years. Without him, she would feel empty. However, as sharp as Yunxing was, she had already noticed that Yi Baiming had changed after talking to Empress Li. It wasn't that his body or strength had changed in any way. It was his mentality. Yunxing and Night Fox had known each other since they were young. Because of the unicorn, there was a binding spell between them. Hence, even if Yi Baiming did not say anything, Yunxing could still sense the changes in his emotions. Yi Baiming did not tell her the reason for these changes. Since he did not say anything, Yunxing did not ask. She believed that Yi Baiming would tell her at the most appropriate time. Yunxing also wanted to go to the Eight Wastelands with Yi Baiming. However, she had to return to the Boundless Land first to heal her mother, Hu Jiuxing's soul. "Why? Aren't you going to ask me why I insist on going to the Eight Wastelands?" He felt the little woman on his back who was curled up lazily like a kitten. Her hair brushed against his back. It was a little itchy but very comfortable. "If you want to go, you must have your own reasons. Everyone has their own secrets." Yunxing had not slept the entire night, and had also cultivated the demon god transformation for an entire night. At this point, he was already somewhat tired. "Aren't you afraid that I will forget about you after going to the Eight Wastelands?" Night Fox sensed her indifference and suddenly asked. Yunxing suddenly became alert. Oh right, look at her memory. The Eight Wastelands was where the Black Qilin tribe was. There was also that damned He Linlin. That woman had always been coveting her flirtatious fox. "Night Fox, I've made a deal with you. From inside to outside, from your body to your heart, you must be absolutely loyal. If I find out that you have an affair with any female, I will." Yunxing sat up and bit Dollar hard. "Haha, little wildcat, you were born to be a tigress. What would you do if you found out?" Yi Baiming was in pain, but his heart was filled with sweetness. He liked to see the little wildcat's angry eyes, grinding her claws and grinding her teeth. "How is it?" "That goes without saying. I'll chop you two into pieces and then find a man who is 100 times, 1,000 times better than you." Yunxing snorted. As soon as she said that, Dollar roared angrily. He waved his forelimbs and pulled Yunxing down. "If you dare to try, I will skin that man alive." Outside the room, baby sheep, who was eavesdropping, heard this and its little heart was beating fast. It was not suitable for children. Master and the Chilan boy were too bloody and violent. One was going to be chopped into pieces and the other was going to be skinned alive. These two were usually calm and black-bellied people, but today, they suddenly became so childish and unreasonable. In the end, it was all because of the jealousy between the two. Could this be the so-called love of the human race? Bobo shuddered. In its young heart, it had already formed a concept, and that was that love was scary. Even if you beat baby sheep to death, it could not be like its dear master, who was so deeply in love that it could not extricate itself. However, these two people could not tolerate anyone other than each other in their eyes. Baby sheep did not believe that they would like anyone else. Yunxing and Yibaiming laughed almost at the same time. Both of them knew very well that there was never a third person in their hearts. Gently putting Yunxing on the ground, Yibaiming licked Yunxing's face with his tongue. Tisk, you'd better change back to your human form quickly. Yunxing looked at him with disgust. Shut up. It's all because of you. You were rubbing and jumping on my body. I'm feeling uncomfortable now. Licking me a few times won't kill me. Dollar was not in a good mood. He would not tell Yunxing that a large part of the reason he was in a hurry to go to the Bahuang continent was to solve the problem of his human form as soon as possible and find a way to remove the curse of the Chilan. God knows, although he had been in his beast form for the past few years, from a psychological point of view, he was a real man. A healthy man, facing his woman every day but not being able to touch her. It was already good enough that he did not get sick. You can blame me for this? Yunxing looked innocent. Night Fox, don't worry and go. After a while, after I finish my mother's matter, I will send Huxing's ashes to the Bahuang continent. At that time I will definitely go to the Bahuang continent to find you. Don't worry. I will go to the Celestial Fox tribe to find you. Yibaiming promised. Yunxing suddenly thought of something. Night Fox, when are you leaving? As soon as possible. Yibaiming already knew from Shinjizi that in a month, the Beast God altar would have a Beast God baptism. If he could make it in time for the Beast God baptism, he would have a chance to return to his human form in a month. Then wait for me for a day, at most 2 days. I want to give you something. Yunxing hurriedly got up and left mysteriously. Yunxing planned to give Yibaiming a gift before he left. This gift was also a token of love that she had promised Yibaiming earlier. After confirming the time of his departure with Yibaiming, Yunxing immediately decided to use the Divine Lotus Hellfire to forge a new armor for gold coin. Earlier, Yunxing had obtained a heavy armor from Master Moke. According to Master Moke, that heavy armor was a demonic battle armor that he had refined with all his experience and effort as an elven weapon refiner for many years. That armor was later given to Yunxing by Master Moke. Yunxing had originally planned to give it to Yibaiming, but she had never found a suitable opportunity. After the two of them got married, Yibaiming's cultivation level improved and he did not use that demonic battle armor anymore. Thus, this matter had been put aside ever since. It was not until Yunxing accidentally obtained the black Chilan scales that Yibaiming had shed when he was refining the burning demon cultivation technique that Yunxing had gotten inspiration. Wasn't the black Chilan scales, the demonic battle armor, and the divine lotus hellfire the best refining combination? Perhaps she would deliberately use these three to create a unique peerless armor for Night Fox. Yunxing did as she said. She even forgot about her fatigue and only took some pills before immediately refining the armor. If other weapon refiners saw such a behavior, they would definitely be dumbfounded and feel that Yunxing was risking her life. However, to Yunxing, who was a doctor and had experienced many days and nights of major surgeries, this was nothing. Yunxing set up another magic array, but this time, it was slightly different from the one she set up for the karmic lotus fire. This was a magic array that was specifically used to refine weapons. After helping Empress condense her soul, Yunxing's control over the karmic lotus fire had increased by another level. Now, she could split the karmic lotus fire into multiple flames at the same time. She could even refine weapons and elixirs at the same time. The black Chilan was the most powerful of the Bakra orcs. The scales left behind after their evolution were also the best material for refining weapons. This material could block almost all types of magical attacks and weapons. However, the black Qilin scales were extremely hard and could not be melted by normal flames. Fortunately, Yunxing had the karmic lotus fire. Yunxing took out a karmic lotus fire. It was as beautiful as a water lily, but it contained a terrifying power. The karmic lotus fire enveloped the black Qilin scales and the cumbersome magic martial armor. With the refinement of the karmic lotus fire, the black Qilin scales slowly melted. They turned into drops of liquid and flew towards the armor. After the armor absorbed about a few hundred black Qilin scales, it started to change. The armor did not become bigger. Instead, it shrunk bit by bit. The color of the armor also changed rapidly. In the end, it became a divine armor that was as black as the night. It was only half of its original size. The entire armor shone like a black diamond. The moment the black demon martial god armor was completed, Yunxing seemed to see a black Qilin appear above the magic array. The Qilin let out a deafening roar. The black demon martial god armor was completed. When Yunxing took out the black demon martial god armor, everyone, including the Netherworld Ghost King, rubbed their eyes. Even Li Qingqing, who knew nothing about refining weapons, felt that the armor in front of her was impeccable. After Yunxing's refinement, the armor not only shrunk in size, but it also became very light. Just by holding it in his hand, it didn't feel like heavy armor at all. Instead, it felt like an ordinary piece of silk clothing. However, there was no need to doubt its defensive power. Regardless of how Yunxing used fire or weapons, she was unable to shake it in the slightest. However, that was not the most powerful aspect of the black demon martial armor. "Hey, nominal disciple, did you refine this thing?" Seeing this, the Netherworld Ghost King almost drooled. At this moment, he regretted it. If he knew that this little girl was so good at refining tools, he, as her cheap master, would have at least given her a gift. "Ghost King, if you want to refine a weapon, you can do it at any time, but you must first prepare the materials and a large number of soul stones. However, this armor belongs to Night Fox. You can't have any dirty thoughts." Yunxing smiled. Yi Baiming looked at Yunxing's slightly pale face and felt extremely touched. He also knew that Yunxing had not slept for a day and a night because of this armor. Speaking of which, Yunxing did not refine many weapons. She refined even more pills. However, as long as it was something that Yunxing refined, it would definitely be of high quality. He walked forward and used his forelimbs to lightly touch the armor. The moment he touched the armor, he felt as if an electric current flowed into his body. Whoosh, the black demon martial armor that was placed in front of everyone suddenly drilled into Yi Baiming's body. Yi Baiming was shocked. With a slight thought, the armor appeared on the surface of his body. However, when he thought about putting away the armor would immediately enter his body. The size of the armor was exactly the same as his body. It could be said that it was tailor-made for him. When Yi Baiming received this armor, he couldn't bear to part with it. TSK. It's actually a divine will weapon. This is something that is very rare even in the God realm. Haha, if those old fellows in the God realm knew about this, they would definitely be jealous to death. The Netherworld Ghost King's jaw was about to drop. He originally thought that Yunxing had only refined an ordinary divine artifact level armor. However, even if it was a divine artifact, it was already very unbelievable that it was refined by an ordinary human master blacksmith. Moreover, Yunxing was still so young. What was even more unexpected was that she had actually refined a divine will armor. Divine will armor? What's that? Although Yunxing had refined the armor, she still did not know why it was so magical. When she had just refined the armor, she had tested it and discovered that the armor could automatically exist in a person's consciousness. It could freely change its size and shape according to a person's consciousness. When she wore this armor, it would automatically become a woman's light armor. When Yi Baiming wore it, it would become a heavy armor. TSK, you don't even know what a divine will weapon is? You've only refined a divine will armor. Truly, comparisons are odious. The Netherworld Ghost King moved forward and ignored Yi Baiming's glare. He started to touch the divine will armor on Yi Baiming's body. The Netherworld Ghost King had many hobbies. Refining was one of his hobbies. This could be seen from how he had refined the Netherworld Ghost Key. However, because the Netherworld Ghost King did not have a divine flame, after refining the Netherworld Ghost Key, he did not refine anymore. This was because he knew that his attainments in refining were very limited. He had wandered the human realm and the underworld for many years and had collected many artifacts. There was no lack of divine weapons among them. For this, he had offended many people. In the process of searching for divine weapons, the Netherworld Ghost King had also learned some secrets about refining. These secrets only existed in the God realm. Needless to say, the human realm where the boundless world was located did not know about them. Among them, there were some legends about divine will weapons. According to legends, divine will weapons were super divine weapons that could only be refined by grandmaster blacksmiths of the God realm. These divine weapons had the consciousness of a human. They could freely transform into various shapes according to their master's will. It was said that the most powerful divine weapons could even transform into a human. This divine will weapon is very popular even in the God realm. Some sects and families of the God realm would fight over Grandmaster divine will weapons. Little girl, with just this skill of yours, even if you're in the God realm, you won't have to worry about food and clothing. The Netherworld Ghost King sighed. Whether or not the God realm is the God realm has nothing to do with me. I only want to refine a suitable armor for ye fox. Yunxing was not too proud of this praise. She and Yi Biming looked at each other. There was only affection in their eyes. Empress Li couldn't help nodding her head. Jeaner had indeed found a good woman. The Netherworld Ghost King groaned as he thought to himself, these two juniors are so corny. After refining the Black Demon martial armor, Yi Biming was about to set off for the Eight Desolates continent. According to the Netherworld Ghost King, there was an ancient teleportation formation in the northern desert county, the northernmost county of the Netherworld. That formation was used by the four-sided hell-fled dragon to capture spirits and criminals from the Eight Desolates continent. Yi Biming didn't have the Netherworld Ghost Key, so the most convenient way for him to head to the Eight Desolates continent was through that formation. She couldn't tell how many times she had parted with Yi Biming. Although Yunxing didn't say anything, she couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Yunxing, I'll be waiting for you. The next time we meet, I'll definitely have returned to my human form. How could Yi Biming bear to part with Yunxing? It was just that this separation was for their long-term happiness. Worried that if he continued speaking, he wouldn't be able to harden his heart, Yi Biming turned around and flew into the sky. Soon, his golden figure completely disappeared into the sea of clouds. Little girl, you have to properly comprehend I's magic. If there comes a day when you meet my enemy, you have to teach him a lesson for me. Although the Netherworld Ghost King and Yunxing had only been together for a few days, the two of them got along very well. This wasn't surprising. The two of them were people who were clear about their likes and dislikes. They also had some knowledge about weapon refinement. In private, they even appreciated each other's talents. Sheng although Yi Qingtian wasn't a good emperor, the citizens of Zhou State are innocent. In the future, I'll entrust the Zhou State to you. Li Qingqing had already let go of the hatred in her heart. The current her was as if she had been reborn. She had already agreed to the Netherworld Ghost King's marriage proposal. In a few days, they would set off for the Netherworld to travel. This was also her greatest hobby when she was young. She didn't expect that it would come true after a few decades. Before Yunxing and Popping Sheep left the underworld, Ying Yu, Ying Chuan, and the other members of the 100 Blades sect finally came out of the Cultivation magic array. This time, the two of them had also benefited greatly. Especially after this trip to the Ghost King Cave, a large number of experts from the 8 counties of the underworld had fallen. This was undoubtedly an opportunity for the relatively weak 100 Blades sect to rise up. Over the next few hundred years, Ying Yu, Ying Chuan, and their descendants led the 100 Blades sect to become a force that couldn't be underestimated in the Nether realm. In the hearts of all the members of the 100 Blades sect, they always remembered the kindness of a human girl named Yunxing. Outside the Eastway Gate, Yunxing and Baby Sheep were preparing to return to the Boundless Land. Are you sure you don't want to bid farewell to the god of the underworld? Yunxing could see that the underworld god, Ming Ri, was very concerned about Papa, but Papa was not interested in the underworld god at all. Papa, I don't want to see that baddie. Papa lay on Yunxing's body. His 2 fleshy wings were hugging a big bag of soul stones. Papa, you have to work hard. You have to be strong. I want to let that meat-eater know what it means to be a different person after 3 days of separation. Those soul stones of various colors were so dazzling that the group of Netherworld soldiers were almost blinded. This time, Yunxing's harvest in the Ghost King cave was not small. Just from the corpses of the experts from the 8 counties of the underworld, she had picked up a lot of storage bags. There were many soul stones inside, and they were all king-grade soul stones. This made Papa Sheep overjoyed. In the past, he could only get a king-grade soul stone by sucking up to Qilin Brat every day. Now, he could grab a bunch of them. Papa Sheep instantly felt that he was very blessed. Papa, it's a gentleman who has been away for 3 days. Oh right, with these king-grade soul stones, how long will it take for you to officially become a world deity and take human form? Yunxing knew that Papa Sheep needed king-grade soul stones to purify into a world deity, so she generously gave him 100 king-grade soul stones. In any case, soul stones could not be eaten. Papa Sheep could absorb a king-grade soul stone and gain 100 years of cultivation. It was very worth it. In fact, ever since Yunxing saw Ming Ri, she was very curious about Papa Sheep's appearance after evolving into a world deity. Would he also become a female version of Ming Ri? Papa also doesn't know. Although I have king-grade soul stones, Papa Sheep needs about a year to absorb one. With so many soul stones, it will take at least a few decades. Papa Sheep was very embarrassed. Woo-woo, Papa was indeed very weak. It still needed a few decades? No wonder the underworld god called him a weakling. Yunxing and the demonic beasts in the beast language ring rolled their eyes together. Papa Sheep summoned the four-sided hell flood dragon again. When the hell flood dragon saw these two troublesome things again, it felt a headache. However, Papa Sheep's tyrannical power was too great. The four-sided hell flood dragon could only carry the two of them and fly towards the human world. Four-sided hell flood dragon, if we want to go to the 8 Desolates continent in the future, can you send us there? Yunxing asked on the way. Yunxing was now the nominal disciple of the Netherworld Ghost King and was considered to have a little reputation in the Netherworld. Lord Yunxing, I'm afraid I can't do this. The roads from the Netherworld to the human world are very well connected and there are many hell flood dragons in charge. My responsibility is the Boundless Continent and the Netherworld. That area is under the charge of a flood dragon called the 8 Desolates Hell Flood Dragon, the four-sided Hell Flood Dragon quickly answered. Alright, then I won't make things difficult for you. I have the Netherworld Ghost Key with me. According to the Netherworld Ghost King, the Netherworld Ghost Key can be used to travel between the human world and most of the Netherworld, as well as a small portion of the Divine Realm. I will use the Netherworld Ghost Key to go to the 8 Desolates continent then. Yunxing didn't force the four-sided Hell Flood Dragon. The four-sided Hell Flood Dragon specially reminded Yunxing and Papa Sheep. Unlike the four-sided Hell Flood Dragon, the 8 Desolates Hell Flood Dragon that was in charge of that area had a very violent temperament. It hated people who obstructed it from carrying out its duties in its territory. Even if Yunxing and the others used the Netherworld Ghost Key to enter the 8 Desolates continent, they still had to be extra careful. They tried their best not to pass by the 8 Desolates Hell Flood Dragon's territory to avoid unnecessary trouble. After a day and a night, the four-sided Hell Flood Dragon broke through the boundary between the two worlds and disappeared from the dark sky of the Netherworld. Finally, they left the Netherworld. Yunxing took a deep breath, and Papa Sheep's face was also filled with joy. A blue sky appeared in front of them. In front of them was the endless mountain range of Taiyuan. Yunxing's heart throbbed. The trip to the Netherworld was still very rewarding. With the Heart Sorrow Lantern and her celestial lotus hellfire, her mother could finally be saved this time. Thinking that the family would be reunited soon, Yunxing couldn't help but smile. She knew that her father had been waiting for this day for almost 20 years. In the Taiyuan castle, Yun Songhai was still anxiously waiting for the return of his daughter, Yunxing. Since Yunxing left, Hu Jiuxing's condition had been fluctuating, even with the water of life. Fortunately, Yunxing left the water of life, otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Finally, he heard a voice that he hadn't heard for a long time. We're back. Yunxing and Papa Sheep appeared outside the Taiyuan castle together. Yunxing and Baby Sheep shouts shook the entire Taiyuan castle, and many people rushed out. Other than Yun Songhai and Yun Ba, there was also Yun Songlong and his wife, as well as some hunters. When they saw Yun Xing, they were all overjoyed. The past few months had been a torment for the Yun family. Unknowingly, Yun Xing had become their backbone. "Xing'er, you're back. Your cultivation, could it be that you've broken through?" Yun Songhai was unable to contain his joy. He glanced at his daughter and saw that her complexion was very good. However, he suddenly discovered that Yunxing's cultivation had fiercely risen by a large amount compared to when she had left Taiyuan Mountain earlier. "Father, Xing'er picked up some things in the underworld and broke through to become an archmage," Yunxing said casually. Of course, she picked up some magic cores. When the Phantasm Ghost King lost such a large magic core, he was so angry that he almost strangled Yunxing to death. Fortunately, the good-tempered Li Qingqing held him back. When Yin Songlong, his wife, and the hunters heard this, their mouths were wide open. What did she pick up to become an archmage? When Yun Ba heard this, he was amused. "Haha, my obedient granddaughter has actually become a divine sorcerer." A divine sorcerer who was not even 20 years old. Yun Ba felt that he had gained a lot of face just thinking about it. Yun Songhai also felt a wave of emotion. He didn't expect that he would have such a precious daughter like Yunxing after being down and out for half his life. "Let's not talk about this anymore. I've already found the heart distress lantern. There's no time to lose. Let's start treating mother immediately." After the experience of treating Li Qingqing, it was much easier for Yunxing to treat Hu Jiuxing again. Before Yunxing left the underworld, she had asked the Phantasm Ghost King if the Heart Distress Lantern had extracted the 3 souls and 6 spirits of a female fox more than 10 years ago. The Phantasm Ghost King said that he didn't remember, but he did remember that more than 10 years ago, when he went to the human realm to investigate Li Qingqing's background, he asked the then Emperor Zhao of the Zhao state to help him. As a reward, he agreed to lend the Heart Sorrow Lamp to him. As for what the Emperor Zhao in red did with the Heart Sorrow Lamp, the Phantasm Ghost King had no idea. However, the Phantasm Ghost King also guaranteed that as long as the souls extracted by the Heart Lamenting Lantern were not used to refine the demon-suppressing formation, they would be preserved in the Heart Lamenting Lantern. Yunxing speculated that when the Emperor Zhao in red obtained the Heart Distress Lamp, he created a batch of heart crystals. At the same time, he used the Heart Distress Lamp to extract Hu Jiuxing's soul. According to the Ghost King, the only way was to release the soul in the Heart Distress Lantern to search for Hu Jiuxing's soul. Yunxing dismissed her servants and laid down a magic array. According to the Phantasm Ghost King, the Heart Distress Lantern has a total of 3 incantations. One is to confuse, one is to condense the soul, and the last one is to search the soul. After Yunxing obtained the Heart Distress Lantern, she asked the Phantasm Ghost King about its uses. Of the 3 incantations, Yunxing had seen the Confuse incantation in the Taiyuan ruins and the Soul Condensing incantation on Li Qingqing. Only the 3rd incantation, the Soul Searching incantation, was the rarest. According to the Phantasm Ghost King, it was different from the last time when she condensed Li Qingqing's soul. Yunxing would have to put in a lot of effort to find Hu Jiuxing's soul. As the Heart Distress Lantern was chanted, it was suspended in the magic array. The tassels on the lantern began to move. Like a sudden rainstorm, a large number of souls suddenly shot out from the lantern. There were men, women, old, and young. They were all the wandering souls that had been sucked into the Heart Distress Lantern by the Phantasm Ghost King. The Heart Distress Lantern looked over and didn't find any soul related to her mother, Hu Jiuxing. There were thousands of wandering souls, and some of them had high cultivation bases. They had been imprisoned in the Heart Sorrow Lantern for many years, and because of the Phantasm Ghost King's strength, they didn't dare to act rashly. But today, the Heart Distress Lantern had actually changed owners and landed in the hands of a human female magus. "Kill this woman." The wandering souls let out angry howls and their cold demonic aura turned into sharp blades that swept towards Yunxing. "Reckless wandering souls, this is the human world. How can you be so impudent?" Yunxing raised her eyebrows and countless flames shot out from the magic array below her. Inspectors and ghosts weren't afraid of weapons or magic. What they were most afraid of was the karmic fire of the Divine Lotus. When the karmic fire of the divine lotus appeared, the wandering souls in the magic array were scared out of their wits and didn't dare to move. I advise you to obediently surrender. Otherwise, I don't mind sending you to the underworld and using the devil-subduing stone tablet to beat you until you can never reincarnate. Yunxing looked coldly at the wandering souls. My lord, honorable my lord, please let us go. We didn't know that you were the master of the divine flame. As long as my lord doesn't send us back to the underworld, we are willing to work for my lord. The wandering souls finally realized that this female magus who looked easy to bully was actually more difficult to deal with than the phantasm ghost king. They all begged for mercy. Yunxing thought to herself. She was going to head to the 8 Desolates continent soon. She was unfamiliar with the 8 Desolates continent. Although she had the beast language ring and the 100-legged ant generals and army, the 8 Desolates continent was different from the boundless continent. There were many magical beasts there and she didn't know what kind of strong enemies would appear. If she could obtain a group of inspectors who were invulnerable to weapons and magic, and there were more than 1,000 of them, it would undoubtedly be a huge help. All of you, get up. As long as you listen to me, I won't kill you. Let me ask you, among all the wandering souls, who stayed in the heart distress lantern the longest? Yunxing decided to subdue these inspectors. However, she still didn't find Hu Jiuxing's remnant soul. A wandering soul with a haggard face walked out. He called himself Ku and was the one who stayed in the heart distress lantern the longest. Ku, let me ask you, have you seen this woman's soul in the heart distress lantern? Yunxing took out Hu Jiuxing's portrait. I remember this woman. She was still locked in the heart distress lantern by someone using magic, so she didn't escape with the other wandering souls. Ku looked at the portrait for a moment and remembered. Ku was the one who stayed in the heart distress lantern the longest. He remembered that about 10 years ago, there was a female ghost with outstanding looks who was locked in the heart distress lantern. At that time, there were many reckless male ghosts who wanted to taint that female ghost. However, because that female ghost's soul was locked in a magic chain, ordinary ghosts couldn't get close at all. Where is she? Is there any way to save her? Yunxing was very anxious. Someone has to enter the heart distress lantern. However, the magic of that magic chain is very strong. Ku answered truthfully. Bobo, my dear master, let Bobo go. It's just a chain, Bobo can crush it with one of his wings. Bobo Sheep heard and turned into a pink shadow with a whoosh and entered the heart distress lantern. Not long after, Bobo Sheep came out. Behind Bobo Sheep, there were indeed a few familiar souls. Those were the remnant souls of Hu Jiuxing. Yunxing's mind moved and she closed her 5 fingers. A few wind elements gathered the remnant souls of Hu Jiuxing, who were wandering in the magic array, and collected them all at once. On Monday, I asked for a recommendation ticket and a monthly ticket. The novel is expected to end in May. I want to write a new novel about the female lead's daughter. Hey, do you want to read it? After completing the soul-searching, Yunxing did not dare to delay any longer. She used the hellfire of the divine lotus to reform Hu Jiuxing's remnant soul. After a day and a night, Hu Jiuxing's soul was finally completed. When the golden soul entered Hu Jiuxing's body, Yun Songhai and Yunxing could not help but hold their breaths. After so many years, the father and daughter had been looking forward to a reunion as a family of 3 had finally passed. Hu Jiuxing, who was lying on the bed, moved her eyelids after a long time. She opened her eyes. The coldness in her eyes melted little by little. When she saw the slightly haggard father and daughter, Yunxing and Yun Songhai, she was stunned for a moment. Hu Jiuxing. Yun Songhai saw his beloved wife and could not help but rush forward to hug her tightly. Mother, Yunxing also called out softly. Feeling the familiar scent of the man and her daughter's gentle call, Hu Jiuxing's eyes immediately welled up with tears. She gave a soft cry and hugged the father and daughter tightly. Oh, I'm so touched. Dearest master, the family is finally reunited. What should I do? Baby also misses mother. Baby squatted by the side and made a loud sniffling sound. The family of 3 was reunited for the first time after being separated for so many years. For a moment, they had endless things to say to each other. When the sky turned dark, Yuan Shahua came to ask the 3 of them to go out for dinner. When Yunba saw Hu Jiuxing, he was a little embarrassed. However, thanks to Yunxing's mediation, Hu Jiuxing called him father. Yunba went with the flow and acknowledged her as his daughter-in-law. For the reunion of Yunxing's family, Yunba was overjoyed. He even asked people to arrange a wedding banquet for Xianxia and Hu Jiuxing. The entire Taiyuan mountain and the nearby fishing villages also came to congratulate him. On the night of the wedding banquet, Xianxia was dead drunk. After Hu Jiuxing and Yunxing helped Xianxia settle down, the mother and daughter had a chance to sit down and have a long talk. "Xing, it's been hard on you all these years. I'm such an irresponsible mother. You've done so much for me and your father." Hu Jiuxing learned from other people that Yunxing had been taking care of herself since she was young. Her daughter was so sensible that it made her heart ache. "Mother, we're all family. Why bother with these things? As long as you and father are reunited, Xing can rest assured." Yunxing paused for a moment and thought about it. In the end, she decided to tell her mother that she was going to the 8 Wastelands, as well as Yi Baiming. Xianxia had always had some opinions about Yi Baiming. If he knew that he had abandoned Yunxing again this time, he would definitely be angry. In the future, he might not recognize Yi Baiming as his son-in-law. Hu Jiuxing couldn't help but smile when she saw her daughter's worried face. Although Hu Jiuxing was Yunxing's mother, the two of them had been separated for so many years. The few times they had met each other were when their souls were incomplete. Therefore, Hu Jiuxing didn't know much about Yi Baiming, her son-in-law. In the past few days after her soul had been condensed, she had heard a lot about her daughter, Yunxing, from the people around her. Everyone who talked about Yunxing had the same evaluation of her. This child was young, but she was gifted. Even her thoughts and shrewdness were much stronger than ordinary people. If it wasn't for her intuition that blood was thicker than water, which made Hu Jiuxing deeply believe that Yunxing was her daughter, Hu Jiuxing would also doubt whether she was her own daughter. It was only when Yi Baiming was involved that Yunxing would reveal an angry expression like an ordinary woman. Her reaction made Hu Jiuxing heave a sigh of relief. Her daughter was still a normal person. "Xing, you're much smarter than me. I believe that you can handle your own matters well. However, have you thought through the matter of going to the 8 Wastelands mainland?" Hu Jiuxing was still a little worried when she heard that Yunxing was going to the 8 Wastelands mainland. Hu Jiuxing had never been to the 8 Wastelands mainland, but she had heard that the beast race in the 8 Wastelands mainland was different from the human race in the boundless mainland. They were bloody and violent, and the human race's status in the 8 Wastelands mainland was like that of slaves. Although her daughter, Yunxing, had extraordinary abilities and was a powerful summoner, she was still a girl after all. Before Hu Xing died, I promised her that I would send her ashes over. "Oh yes, mother, Xing still has a question for you. Do you have any siblings?" "The celestial fox people girl, Hu Xing, looks exactly like me. I think that we are very likely related by blood." Yunxing had always had doubts about her relationship with Hu Xing. In this world, how could there be two people who looked exactly the same? Yunxing also felt that Hu Xing and her mother were very similar. "I was born in a blood cloud in the Dutian blood realm. I don't have any memories of my parents. However, when I was still a blood cloud, I remember that I was originally a blood cloud with another blood cloud. However, later on, it split into 2 blood clouds. The blood clouds in the blood realm were erratic. Later on, I was blown to the boundless mainland, but the blood clouds' whereabouts were unknown." Hu Jiuxing recalled. The Dutian blood realm connected the boundless mainland and the 8 Wastelands mainland. Before the Dutian blood seal collapsed, countless new blood clouds would be born there every year. Most of these blood clouds would have a certain level of perception when they entered the second half of their lifespan. When Hu Jiuxing was still a blood cloud beast fetus, she felt a wave of energy that was very similar to hers. It had always been with her. However, later on, the baleful wind in the blood realm separated the 2 blood clouds. The blood cloud that Hu Jiuxing was in was blown to the side of the human village. As for the other blood cloud, it was very likely to be blown to the 8 Wastelands mainland. "That Hu Xing looks the same as you and is about the same age as you. Perhaps her mother is the blood cloud that was with me back then. In that case, it is also a kind of origin. Since you have promised her, then help her fulfill her promise." In the future, if you have the chance to meet Hu Xing's mother, you can ask her. If she doesn't have a good life in the celestial fox tribe, then bring her to the boundless mainland. Hu Jiuxing pondered. The mother and daughter talked about a few more things before they left. 3 days later, Yunxing and baby sheep bade farewell to the people in the Taiyuan castle. Although Yun Songhai was a little reluctant, he could not dissuade his daughter's temper. He could only send Yunxing off under Hu Jiuxing's persuasion. Yunxing first made a trip to Zhou State. After confirming that there was no problem in Zhou State, she prepared to head to the Eight Wastelands mainland with baby sheep. Before heading to the Eight Wastelands mainland, Yunxing encountered a problem. As the four-sided Hell Flood Dragon could not help to escort them, they had decided to use the Netherworld Ghost Key to head to the Eight Wastelands mainland. Only when Yunxing and baby sheep took out the Netherworld Ghost Key did they discover that they had another problem to solve. How to use the Netherworld Ghost Key. Yunxing obtained the Ghost Key from the Netherworld Ghost King, but the Netherworld Ghost King did not tell her how to use the Ghost Key. Dearest Master, I heard that the Netherworld Ghost Key can be used to teleport to a fixed location. Why don't baby sheep give it a try? Perhaps we can save a lot of time and directly reach the Celestial Fox tribe. Compared to going to the underworld, baby sheep was more willing to go to the Eight Desolates continent. To baby sheep, the underworld was the territory of that brat Ming Ri, while the Eight Desolates continent was the territory of the mortal world. In its own territory, it could absolutely run amok. Occasionally going to the Eight Desolates continent to inspect was not a bad idea. Yunxing thought that baby sheep was a world deity of the mortal world, so it should be more familiar with the various continents of the mortal world. Moreover, she could use this opportunity to let baby sheep grow faster and become a qualified world deity. Yunxing handed the Netherworld Ghost Key to baby sheep. After baby sheep received the Netherworld Ghost Key, it was thinking, Eight Desolates continent, quickly teleport us to the Eight Desolates continent of the mortal world. Unexpectedly, just as baby sheep had this thought, it poured its divine sense into the Netherworld Ghost Key. The Ghost Key emitted a black light. Only then did Yunxing know that using the Netherworld Ghost Key was very simple. It only needed to be controlled by divine sense. The moment baby sheep activated the Netherworld Ghost Key, Yunxing suddenly remembered something. Baby sheep was a magical beast that had no sense of direction at all. When the black light appeared, a black hole suddenly appeared under the feet of Yunxing and baby sheep. Before the woman and the beast could react, they felt that they stepped on air and fell into an endless abyss. The figures of the woman and the beast immediately disappeared. Yunxing only knew that the feeling of using the Netherworld Ghost Key and riding the Netherworld Flood Dragon to pass through the barrier were completely different. Yunxing and baby sheep only felt that their bodies were being pulled by countless hands. Their abdomens were overturned, and they felt dizzy as if they were on a roller coaster. After an unknown amount of time, Yunxing stepped on the ground, and Yunxing sat on Papaya's body. "We're here, dear master. We've arrived at the Eight Wastelands," the sheep said happily. "We're finally here. Is this the Eight Wastelands?" Yunxing looked around and saw a vast plain. It was so wide. Seeing the situation in front of him, Bobo stopped shouting. The Eight Wastelands continent seemed to be much larger than the Boundless continent. The terrain was also much more complicated. This place was like an undeveloped wasteland, with rocks and steep mountains everywhere. This was the first impression that Yunxing and baby sheep had when they saw Bahuang mainland. "Dear master, there seems to be a lot of magical beasts around here." Baby sheep became nervous and hurriedly landed on his master's shoulder. Yunxing also noticed that there were many magical beasts around, and these magical beasts' auras were much stronger than those in the Boundless continent. It was indeed the Eight Wastelands continent, the headquarters of the magical beasts. Those magical beasts also felt that there were two unfamiliar auras suddenly appearing on the plain. Some of the demonic beasts were still getting restless and were moving closer. "King of evil spirits, drive away all the magical beasts within a 1-mile radius. If there are any disobedience, kill them." Yunxing summoned the King of evil spirits. The gloomy and cold demonic aura caused the magical beasts to flee in all directions in fright. Soon, the surroundings quieted down. "This is the Eight Wastelands continent, but didn't you say that we would go directly to the Celestial Fox tribe?" Yunxing found it funny. There was not even a trace of Bakra orcs around here, let alone the Celestial Fox tribe. Just now, the king of evil spirits had only driven away some ordinary magical beasts, and the strongest was only at the sage level. Dear master, Baby Sheep has never been to the celestial fox tribe. Baby Sheep put on a pitiful look. Let's hurry on. After we find them, we will think of a way to find out how to get to the celestial fox tribe. Xianxia rubbed her eyebrows and comforted herself. Fortunately, they had arrived at the Eight Wastelands continent and had not been sent to some random continent. This was already a blessing in disguise. Although they had not found the specific location of the celestial fox tribe, Xianxia remembered that her face was exactly the same as that of the celestial fox saintess, Hu Xin. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Xianxia decided to disguise herself first. Xianxia used the disguise spell to change her appearance. Soon, she became a human girl with a sallow complexion. As for Baby Sheep, it was lying on her shoulder. A human and a sheep walked on the vast plains. Even with Xianxia's speed, she still had to walk for a day and a night with Baby Sheep before they saw a small town in front of him. It was a very ordinary border town, and it was also the only place within a few hundred miles that was inhabited. The town was not big, and it was very similar to some border towns in Zhou State. Xianxia walked to the town gate and saw a few soldiers guarding the town gate. This was the first time that Xianxia had seen humans since she arrived at the Eight Wastelands continent. To be exact, she saw half-orcs. Some of the soldiers guarding the town gate were warriors, while others were sorcerers. Looking at their cultivation, they were around the scepter sorcerers and martial arts grandmasters. Compared to the ordinary soldiers of the boundless land, they were much stronger. It seemed that the people of the Eight Wastelands continent were indeed much stronger than humans in terms of cultivation. If these people really rushed into the boundless land like a swarm of bees, who knew what kind of riot it would cause? Xianxia looked at the attire of those few beast soldiers and saw that they were half human and half orc. Looking at the people entering and leaving the town, she saw that they were all oddly shaped. They had long tails or ears behind them. Some had claws on their hands and feet, and some even had a pair of wings on their backs. At a glance, Xianxia was the only one who looked normal. If not for the fact that Xianxia already knew that she was in the Eight Wastelands continent, she would have really thought that she had entered a zoo. Bobo, looking at the appearance of those people, they should be mixed breeds of humans and beasts. It's just that I don't know which beast's territory this is. I hope that this place is not too far away from the Celestial Fox tribe's headquarters, Xianxia muttered to Bobo. Coincidentally, at this moment, a half-orc walked past Xianxia. Excuse me, which tribe's territory is this? Xianxia walked forward and stopped that half-orc whose upper body was human and lower body was horse. Go away, dirty human. This is the Zhongdu Crescent Spring Town, a vassal state of the Celestial Fox tribe. This is not a place where you can stay. Scram back to your slums. Unexpectedly, that half-orc saw Xianxia's appearance and scolded her fiercely. The half-beast man cursed, his face full of disdain, but he suddenly caught a glimpse of Xianxia's gaze. That human's gaze was cold. Just one look and he felt his entire body tremble. What a terrifying human. The half-beast man's curses were stuck in his throat. He shuddered and hurriedly fled. Dear master, why didn't you teach him a lesson? Seeing that half-beast man flee, Popping Sheep stuck out his tongue at his back. What a joke. Master could freeze him to death with just one look. Why bother with these people? At least he let us know that we are already near the Celestial Fox tribe. Although we don't know how far away the Celestial Fox tribe is from Zhongdu Crescent Spring Town, at least it shouldn't be too far. Popping, you've improved. Xianxia smiled. She had long guessed that in the Eight Wastelands continent, the status of humans and beasts would be unequal, so she wasn't surprised. One human and one beast walked in the barren plains for a few days. They were already hungry and prepared to enter the town to rest. At the same time, they would also go to the town to inquire about the location of the Celestial Fox tribe's headquarters. Just as they reached the town gate, those half-beast soldiers stopped Xianxia with fiendish expressions. Scram, where did this reckless human come from? Didn't you see the announcement? How can you enter the town? Announcement? Xianxia was puzzled, but she had just arrived and it wasn't good for her to get into a conflict with these half-beast men. She walked to the side and saw that there was indeed an announcement posted on the city wall at the town gate. There was a very eye-catching announcement written on the announcement board: Songdu Crescent Spring Town, humans and beasts are not allowed to enter. Those who disobey will be killed without mercy. That was the announcement made by the mayor of Crescent Spring Town. Other than Crescent Spring Town, almost all the cities in the 8 Wastelands continent had a similar announcement. Dear Master, the 8 Wastelands continent is the headquarters of the Bakra orcs. The humans here are all natives of the continent and their strength is weak. After the Bakra orcs fled here, they must have carried out a massacre. The human race has been reduced to a lower class, and the half-blood beast men have a higher status than the human race. The purebred beast men are the most honorable. Baby Sheep also saw the announcement and explained to Yunxing. Why didn't you tell me earlier about such an important matter? If you had told me earlier, I would have dressed up as a half-blood half-orc. At least I would have snuck into the town and asked about the location of the celestial fox tribe, Yunxing said grumpily. This time, Yunxing did not come to the Bahuang continent to cause trouble. She just wanted to find the celestial fox tribe as soon as possible, find Huxing's family, hand over her ashes, and then find the night fox. The less trouble he could cause, the better. However, things did not go as he wished. Yunxing did not know that from the moment she agreed to Huxing's last wish and arrived at the 8 Wastelands continent, her fate had already been linked with the celestial fox tribe. Dear Master, don't you realize that you are different from those half-blood beast men? You don't have fox ears or a fox tail. Not only the celestial fox people, but the other half-blood Bakra orcs also maintained a certain level of beastman characteristics. Baby Sheep's expression said, don't even think about it. For example, the half-blood beastmen of the Kirin tribe mostly had rough scales. The half-blood beastmen of the 9 Phoenix tribe mostly had a pair of large wings. The half-blood beastmen of the Beaming tribe were mostly more than 2 meters tall. In short, the possibility of Yunxing pretending to be a celestial fox half-blood beastman was very low. Wait, Baby Sheep, then. Why did Huxing and Hu Linglong look like humans when I saw them earlier? Yunxing remembered that the members of the celestial fox people that she had seen in the Dutian blood world were also in human form. Master, those are the purebred celestial fox people. Or rather, they are the nobles of the celestial fox people. They had been baptized by the beast god altar when they were very young, so they look like humans, Baby Sheep explained. Since that's the case, then I'll pretend to be a purebred celestial fox. Let's see who dares to stop me, Yunxing thought. She turned around and swaggered towards the town gate. Actually, Baby Sheep's words were only correct about a part of the situation in the 8 Wastelands continent. What he said was that the purebred beast men had the highest status. But the status of humans in the 8 Wastelands continent could not be described as low status. To be exact, humans had no status in the 8 Wastelands continent. Or rather, humans were as cheap as dogs. Their lives were like the most lowly ants. They could be freely plundered, bought and sold. As long as they offended the beastmen or half-blood beastmen, they would be killed. In a place like the Crescent Spring Town, the death of a human every few days was as simple as eating a meal for these half-blood beastmen guards. So when they saw that Yunxing was just a human, their first reaction was to kill this unreasonable human. Those few guards had never seen such a fearless human. Are you looking for death, lowly human? Those few half-blood beastmen guards saw that it was Yunxing again. Anger rose from their hearts and they shouted angrily. The few half-blood beastmen guards did not allow any explanation and pulled out the swords on their waists. At the side, those half-blood beastmen who were passing by all saw this scene and they all started whispering. Where did this reckless human come from? She actually dares to offend the guards. Isn't that so? Look at her shabby outfit. She must be a country bumpkin who just came out of the slums. Kill her and let her know the power of us half-blood beastmen. Different from the humans of the boundless land, these half-blood beastmen who had a portion of orc blood were born with the blood of wild beasts surging in their blood. When they saw the scene of a human being killed, they all watched by the side. Just as all the half-blood beastmen thought that the human was going to be killed on the spot. There was a flash of sword light, but the moment the guards waved their swords seemed to be stuck in a quagmire and could not be pulled out no matter how hard they tried. Those guards lowered their heads to take a look. It was fine if they did not look, but with this look, those guards were all so frightened that a chill ran down their spines. The half-blood beastmen guards realized that their swords were motionless and were tightly entangled. And what entangled their weapons was something that looked like hair. The human who looked like a person who had died of tuberculosis earlier on suddenly had long hair that was like a steel wire that entangled the swords of those guards. Her face was still waxy yellow, and she appeared to be lacking in strength. However, her eyes were shooting out sharp light. She was like the king of 100 beasts, filled with arrogance and killing intent, causing people to shrink back at the sight of her. No matter how hard those guards tried to pull, their weapons did not move at all. Celestial Fox's first inheritance, Celestial Fox Entanglement. Xianxia spat out a few words. Celestial Fox's inheritance. These few words landed in the ears of those few half-blood beastman guards like a bolt of lightning on a clear day. The nearby onlookers who were more timid directly knelt on the ground in fright. Celestial Fox inheritance, yes, sir, you're a purebred Celestial Fox. The orc guards were so scared that their faces turned pale. Possessing the Celestial Fox inheritance and having an aura comparable to a beast king, she could only be a purebred Celestial Fox. Although the Tsangdu Crescent Spring Town was a vassal state of the Celestial Fox tribe, it didn't belong to the core province of the Celestial Fox tribe. Even the mayor here was only a mixed-blood Celestial Fox. This seemingly unremarkable sir was actually a purebred Celestial Fox. They actually had eyes but failed to see and offended a Celestial Fox sir. Xianxia didn't know that the Bakra orcs had always valued bloodlines. Therefore, even though they had already occupied the 8 wastelands for many years, there weren't many purebred orcs and orcs who truly possessed the bloodline of the 8 wastelands. These guards had previously seen that Xianxia's appearance was ordinary and her strength wasn't much. Most importantly, the Crescent Spring Town was a very remote town. Those noble young masters and young ladies of the Celestial Fox tribe wouldn't normally appear here. Sir, please let us off. We have eyes but failed to see. Those guards were so scared that they threw down their weapons and knelt down to beg for mercy. Hurry up and get out of the way. I have important matters to attend to in town. If you delay my matters, you will end up like these sabers. Xianxia snorted twice. Her hair instantly exerted force, twisting the sabers into a few lumps of scrap metal and throwing them to the ground. When those orc guards saw this, they didn't dare to question Xianxia's identity. They hurriedly nodded and bowed, apologizing as they watched Xianxia enter the town. After Xianxia entered the town, those orc guards who were scared half to death regained their senses. Ah, Lady Celestial Fox has graced us with her presence. This matter must be reported to the mayor. Comparing the identity of a purebred Celestial Fox to a demi-human Celestial Fox, that was the difference between cloud and mud. When these guards thought of this, they hurriedly went to report to the mayor of Crescent Moon Spring Town. In a luxurious official residence in the easternmost part of Crescent Moon Spring Town, there was music and dancing inside. Half-beast men and women in revealing clothes were dancing gracefully. A half-orc in luxurious clothes was leaning lazily on a luxurious couch. In his arms was a slender cat-human woman. The half-beast man looked to be in his 30s. He had a pair of fiery red fox ears on top of his head and a bunch of furry fox tails behind him. He was a Celestial Fox half-beast man. Although this person was a beast man, his body shape was different from an ordinary Celestial Fox. Most of the people of the Celestial Fox people were tall and slender. The Celestial Fox in front of them had an imposing body. On his forehead, there was also a king-shaped tiger stripe. He was the mayor of Crescent Moon Spring Town, Foxy Shue. Speaking of Foxy Shue, this person could be considered to have a bit of fame in the Tsangdu generation. Apart from being the mayor of Crescent Moon Spring Town, it was also because he was a very rare shaman beast master among the half-beastmen. The so-called shaman beast master was another name for summoners among the beast men of the 8 Desolates continent. Fox Ishua's father was a purebred Celestial Fox. His mother was a woman of the Lightning Tiger tribe. Therefore, Fox Ishua was a fox-tiger beast man. His strength was also a bit stronger than ordinary Celestial Fox half-beastmen. Relying on his father's connections, Fox Ishua was dispatched to Crescent Moon Spring Town and became the mayor here. Although Crescent Moon Spring Town was located in a remote area, there was also an advantage. That was, the heavens were high and the emperor was far away. It was rare to see any purebred celestial fox. Thus, Foxy Shue became the local tyrant of this area. What beauties, what gold, silver, jewelry, and divine weapons, all of them were in Foxy Shue's hands. Foxy Shue's influence also firmly controlled all of the profitable businesses in Crescent Moon Spring Town. Recently, Foxy Shue had just taken in this enchanting cat tribe half-beastman woman in his arms. She spent her days in the beauty's village and did not step out of the manor. He also did not know what happened outside. Mayor, it's not good. The tribe, someone from the tribe came. Until a guard staggered in, his face full of fear. Who came? Hearing this, Foxy Shue's eyes narrowed. Mayor, just now, a lady celestial fox came to the town entrance. She just entered the town and we don't know where she went now. The half-beastman guard recounted the matter of Lady Celestial Fox and the guards having a conflict just now. Nonsense, if Lady Celestial Fox came, how could there be no prior notice? That must be a fake. After all, Foxy Shue had stayed in the Celestial Fox tribe before and had some understanding of the temperament of the Celestial Fox. Although Celestial Fox belonged to the lower beast tribe in the Bakra Orcs, but in the Celestial Fox tribe country, those purebred Celestial Fox people were incomparably arrogant. Not to mention that they were not willing to come to such a remote place like Crescent Moon Spring Town. Even if they came, if they were offended by the guards, the other party would definitely kill these guards directly. How could they possibly be allowed to live until now? In summary, that so-called Lady Celestial Fox must be a fake. Only these blind guards would be deceived. If the real Celestial Fox came, she would definitely announce it with great fanfare, and Foxy Shue would definitely go out to welcome her. But, that Lady Celestial Fox, she knows the Celestial Fox inheritance. This subordinate and the townspeople all saw it. That guard did not give up and handed a broken knife to Foxy Shue. Celestial Fox entanglement, he had heard of Celestial Fox entanglement before. This was the real Celestial Fox inheritance. Hearing this, Foxy Shue pushed the catgirl in his hand to the side, took the knife, and looked at it carefully. This knife had already been twisted into a pile of scrap metal. Looking at its shape, it was not formed by ordinary magic power or do chi. Moreover, even among the purebred Celestial Fox, not everyone could have the Celestial Fox inheritance. Heaven knows, among the purebred Celestial Fox inheritance, only 1 in 10 could have it. Only among the purebred Celestial Fox, the talented Celestial Fox nobles, would be sent to the beast god altar to receive baptism and awaken the inheritance. Any purebred Celestial Fox that had awakened the Celestial Fox inheritance would be the core nobles of the Celestial Fox tribe. Foxy Shue stared at that knife, and his heart was filled with doubts. Could it be that the other party was really a purebred Celestial Fox? But why would a purebred Celestial Fox suddenly come to the Crescent Moon Spring Town? Could it be that someone in the Celestial Fox tribe had started to suspect him? Let's not talk about whether the other party's identity is real or fake. In these few days, send people to closely monitor that girl's every move. Foxy Shue weighed the pros and cons, and decided to first send people to the Celestial Fox tribe to inquire. After confirming the other party's identity, he would then confirm the other party's purpose in coming to the Crescent Moon Spring Town. If there was even the slightest indication that the girl was related to his plan, even if the other party was a Celestial Fox, he would still kill her. After Foxy Shue gave the order, the residents immediately sent out a few skilled spies into the town to search for Xianxia's whereabouts. After the conflict at the entrance of the town, Xianxia and Baby Sheep entered the town and things went much smoother. Perhaps they knew that the people who entered the town were not ordinary people, so the half-beast people did not make things difficult for Xianxia. Xianxia found a place and filled her stomach with Baby Sheep. Although the 8 Wastelands continent was different from the Boundless continent, but in terms of food, there was not much difference. Xianxia also took the opportunity to inquire about the situation of the 8 Wastelands continent. With this inquiry, she had a rough understanding of the 8 Wastelands continent. The 8 Wastelands continent was originally not called by its current name, but after the Bakra Orcs invaded and occupied the entire continent, it changed its name to 8 Wastelands. The continent's territory was vast, and in terms of area, it was about 2 to 3 times the size of the Boundless continent. It was mainly inhabited by the human race, half-beast people, Bakra orcs and other races. Among them, the human race was the largest, and they were the natives of the continent. But because of their strength, their status was very low. Other than a small number of free people, most of the human race were kept as slaves by the half-beast people or beastmen. Their status was even lower than magical beasts. The free human race did not even have the right to live in the town, and could only live in the outskirts of the town, a place called the slums. The second most populous race was the half-beast people. The half-beast people's status was slightly higher than the human race. Most of them were free people, and some of them had the bloodline of the 8 Wastelands continent. They could even hold a certain official position in the few big tribal countries. For example, the mayor of the Crescent Spring town was a celestial fox half-beast person. He had been the mayor for more than 10 years. Among these races, the 8 big tribes and the beast god altar were the most powerful. When the Bakra orcs invaded the 8 Wastelands continent, the entire continent was divided into 9 parts. 8 of the parts belonged to the 8 Wastelands continent, and were called the 8 big tribal countries. The last part, which was the most central part of the 8 Wastelands continent, was controlled by the beast god altar. The chief of each tribe was the first priest of the beast receiving altar, and he was like the emperor of his own territory. The town where Xianxia and baby sheep were now in was the northernmost territory of the celestial fox tribe. It was called Crescent Spring Town. Except for a crescent well, this town had no other resources. It was a typical poor town. Most of the small towns under the celestial fox tribe were similar to Crescent Moonspring Town. This was because the celestial fox tribe had failed many times in the past few hundred years, so their territory had been shrinking. Moreover, most of the territories given to the celestial fox tribe were very remote and desolate. Only a few cities were relatively rich and fertile. From the Crescent Moon Spring to Hoodoo, where the celestial fox tribe was located, it would take about a month's journey. However, to enter Hoodoo, one had to possess a special token. Otherwise, one would not be allowed to enter. Yunxing could deceive those guards who did not have good eyesight, but she did not have the confidence to deceive those celestial fox nobles. She thought for a while and decided not to rush to Hoodoo. She decided to stay in Crescent Moon Spring Town for a few days and see if she could find other ways to enter Hoodoo. Yunxing also noticed that these few days, there were always a few pairs of sneaky eyes staring at her from the dark. Yunxing also guessed that those people must have been sent by the celestial fox half-beast human town's mayor. However, since she did not want to cause trouble, she also did not have the heart to compete with those people. She simply minded her own business. For 3 consecutive days, Yunxing only leisurely came and went in the town without doing anything. This way, Hu Ishue was even more puzzled. He was even more confused about Yunxing's purpose in coming to the town. About 3 days later, Yunxing saw that she had gathered enough information and was preparing to leave Crescent Moon Spring Town. At this moment, something happened that disrupted her original plan. Early in the morning, Yunxing looked forward to strolling around the town as usual. Behind her, there was the sound of carriages and horses. A few strong and sturdy horses rushed over from the town entrance. The carriages were filled with all kinds of fresh herbs. That was the medicine carriage of the half-beast human town's medical hall. It was specially responsible for purchasing some herbs from outside the town. No matter if it was in the 8 Wastelands continent or the Boundless continent, the status of a doctor was equally respected. However, in the 8 Wastelands continent, the beast men and half-beast human doctors did not use light magic for treatment. They used a kind of medical method called witchcraft. When the carriage passed by Yunxing, Yunxing's eyes flashed. She saw that there was a small hand grabbing onto the shaft of the carriage. "Dear master, someone is hiding under the carriage." Baby sheep also smelled the scent of the human race. Presumably, the guards at the town entrance did not allow humans to enter. Someone hid under the medicine carriage and snuck in. If this person snuck in and was discovered by the half-beastman in the town, he would definitely be beaten half to death. There's no need to be nosy. We're almost there. It's time to leave this place. Yunxing only took a glance and was prepared to not meddle in other people's business. At this moment, the medicine carriage stopped. A half-beast human alighted and entered the medical hall. Under the carriage, a girl climbed out. The girl looked to be only 6 or 7 years old. She was short and her clothes were ragged. Her hair was tied into a braid messily. One look and one could tell that she was from a poor family. After the girl alighted from the medicine carriage, she bent over and found a few herbs in the medicine carriage. Looking at her appearance, it was obvious that she was here to steal herbs. Xianxia looked at the few herbs she chose. She originally planned to leave but could not help but stop in her tracks. At this moment, a half-beast human doctor and a few people in the medical hall walked out of the medical hall. They saw that the girl was stealing herbs at a glance. "Thief, come and catch the thief. How dare she hide under the carriage and sneak into the town? Catch her." When the beast-man doctor saw this, he was instantly enraged. Without another word, he ordered his men to capture the girl. It was obvious that it was the girl's first time being a thief. After being discovered, she was completely scared silly. The passers-by surrounded the human child and punched and kicked her. "Doctor, I'm not a thief. I just want to borrow some herbs to save my mother." The human girl protected the vital parts of her body with both hands and kept shouting. However, she was just a child who did not know martial arts or magic. How could she resist the strength of these half-beastmen? Humans were not allowed to enter the medical hall or the town, let alone steal things. The girl's family members were sick and could not enter the town to seek medical treatment. She could only take the risk of hiding under the carriage to steal herbs. "Stop hitting. Let me take a look." The half-beast human doctor in the medical hall was annoyed. He walked forward and looked at the girl. Although her clothes were ragged, her facial features were very delicate and pretty. When she grew up, she would definitely be a beautiful female slave. "TSK, you're not bad looking. It would be a pity to kill you. I'll throw you to the slave market and sell you for some money to repay you for the herbs you stole," the half-beast human doctor said maliciously. Sell her as a slave? The human girl, who was originally beaten black and blue, trembled in fear when she heard this. Although she was born poor, she was still a free person. If she became a slave, it would be equivalent to becoming a slave of a half-orc or a half-orc. Her life would be worse than death. "No, I beg you, don't sell me. My mother is very ill. If I can't go back, she will die." The little girl somehow got the strength to break free from the hands of those half-orcs. Then, she fiercely dashed into the crowd. However, she was too young and was beaten black and blue just now. After running a few steps, her legs went soft and she fell. Unexpectedly, she didn't fall to the ground. Instead, she fell into someone's arms. That person did not have the stench of blood of half-orcs. Instead, there was a faint fragrance on him. This is not up to you to decide. Who asked you to be a thief? That half-orc doctor was in a bad mood. He saw that the human girl fell into the arms of a bystander and went forward to catch her. "Please, don't hand me over. I don't want to be a slave." The little girl seemed to be grabbing onto her last life-saving straw and refused to let go. "Don't worry, I won't hand you over." A very pleasant voice floated over her head. The little girl raised her head with tears in her eyes. She saw a smiling face. It was the face of a human woman. "How dare you meddle in the business of the medical center? Do you know that I am sworn brothers with the mayor? Quickly hand over the thief in your arms." "What are these guards for?" They actually let a human in so casually. That half-orc doctor saw that the other party was also a human, and his eyes were full of disdain. "If I am not blind, the little girl did not steal anything from you. Why did you sell her to pay off your debt?" Xianxia glared at that half-orc doctor. Xianxia sighed in her heart. She was really unlucky. She even choked while drinking water. She didn't want to meddle in other people's business, but she had already bumped into them. She couldn't bear to see such a sensible little girl being sold as a slave. She hugged the girl in her arms a little tighter. Listening to the girl's words, Xianxia recalled her situation when she was 6 or 7 years old. Back then, she had no one to rely on in Banana Leaf Village. She and her father depended on each other for survival. However, compared to this pitiful human girl, she was luckier. At the very least, most of the villagers and village chief of Banana Leaf Village took good care of her. There was no discrimination against humans in the boundless continent. Then I'll sell you too. Men, tie up these two women and send them to the slave market. The orc doctor was even more fearless because he had some connections with the town's mayor, Foxy Shue. Behind him, a few ferocious-looking beastmen rushed up. Sigh, you asked for it. Little girl, close your eyes. Yunxing sighed softly. Her voice seemed to have an invisible magic power. The little girl, who was already trembling in fear, subconsciously closed her eyes. The little girl only felt a gust of wind whistling in her ears, and she felt as if her entire body was flying. Following that, there were waves of tragic cries. The beastman doctor was also dumbfounded. What did he see? The frail-looking human girl suddenly disappeared. Soon, she appeared in front of people again. However, tragic cries were incessant. Those orcs who tried to capture Yunxing and the human girl only saw a flash of blood in front of their eyes. Almost at the same time, their arms were in intense pain. When they came back to their senses, their arms had already been chopped off and the severed arms rolled on the ground. That scene was both terrifying and bloody. Hearing those tragic cries, the girl in Yunxing's arms could not help but shiver. The orcs who were still besieging the human girl all quieted down. They stared at Yunxing with fear in their eyes. That woman was already standing on the spot. If not for the severed arms on the ground, everyone would have thought that she had not moved at all. Are you a celestial fox or a human? The orc doctor was also shocked. He pointed at Yunxing as if he had seen a ghost. Judging from her appearance, this woman was clearly a human. However, her skills were so terrifying. This kind of energy fluctuation could only be seen on the bodies of very powerful purebred heavenly foxes. She could enter and leave the town freely and had such powerful skills. However, judging from her appearance and smell, she was definitely a human. Seeing that you're a healer, I'll leave your hands behind first. Yunxing carried the little girl and floated away without even looking at the orc doctor. Wait and see. How dare you hurt the people of the medical center? See how I will deal with you. The orc doctor sneered. There was a special kind of herb among the herbs that the girl had stolen. The smell of that herb would not dissipate for 7 days and 7 nights. As long as they followed the smell, they would definitely be able to find the woman who had hurt them. The orc doctor immediately rushed to the mayor's residence to seek help from Hui Shue. What? You are saying that a human girl hurt the people of the medical center? Hui Shue had been sending people to keep a close watch on Yunxing these few days. However, Yunxing was very cautious in her words and actions. Hui Shue's secret guards did not manage to find out any information and could not tell whether Yunxing was a purebred celestial fox or a human. Thus, this matter had been dragged on. Unexpectedly, that woman actually fought with the people of the medical center today. Everyone in Crescent Spring Town knew that the orc doctor of the medical center and Hui Shue were sworn brothers. No one dared to provoke the medical center. So Big Brother also knows this woman. That woman is clearly a human. She does not have the smell of a purebred celestial fox on her. The orc doctor insisted. Oh, you are sure? Hui Shue was still doubtful. If she was really a human, how could she injure several orc warriors at once? Big Brother, do you still not believe me? My nose is famous for being very sensitive. Even if my eyes are blindfolded, I can still identify a person's race just by smelling it. Moreover, I found that the smell of that woman was very unfamiliar. Perhaps she is not from the 8 wastelands. The orc doctor was afraid that Hui Shue would not believe him and added another sentence. If she was not from the 8 wastelands, could she be from the Boundless Land? It was said that the experts from the Boundless Land were purebred orcs whose strength was comparable to the Bakra orcs. If the other party was really a human spy from the Boundless Land, then wouldn't he have made a great contribution by capturing her? No matter what, it is a death sentence for daring to injure orcs in Crescent Spring Town. Go and investigate the background of that human girl. I want to catch all those lowly humans in one fell swoop. Hui Shue's eyes flashed with a fierce light and were filled with bloodthirsty murderous intent. After Yunxing took the little girl away, in order to create more trouble, she simply brought her away from the Crescent Spring Town. Standing on the official road at the entrance of the town, Yunxing did not recognize the road. She had heard that outside the Crescent Spring Town, There was a slum where humans lived, but she did not know where exactly it was. Helpless, Xianxia could only put down the little girl in her arms and asked. Not knowing whether that child was beaten silly, or seeing how vicious Xianxia was, she was apprehensive of her identity, but for a moment, she actually did not dare to open her mouth to speak. This child, why is she like a tight-lipped gourd? Our master saved you, you should at least say a word of thanks. Until the popping sheep on Xianxia's shoulder could not stand it anymore. It flapped its wings and landed in front of the child, scolding her. Perhaps it was the first time seeing such an adorable magical beast. The child, who was originally so scared that she did not dare to move, finally reacted. She even wanted to stretch out her hand, wanting to touch the popping sheep. Just as the popping sheep was about to explode, Xianxia at the side shook her head at it. Humph, my dear master has a sharp tongue, but a soft heart. I already said that I will not meddle in other people's business. The popping sheep could only pretend to be docile and let the human girl touch it a few times. The little girl's eyes sparkled. What a cute sheep. This powerful master must be an incomparably honorable celestial fox. Only the honorable celestial fox could raise such a cute magical beast. The little girl secretly sized up Xianxia, seeing that the other party was smiling and looking at her very amiably. You are a sheep? Hearing that, the popping sheep's hair stood on end. Its wings mercilessly hit the back of the little girl's hand. You are a sheep, your whole family are sheep. You are not allowed to touch this world god, only my dear master can touch this world god. I'm a human. My whole family is also human. That's why we can't enter the town. That's why my mother's illness is getting worse. The child did not expect baby sheep to suddenly turn hostile and was shocked. She would rather be a cute magic pet like the kissing sheep, so that when she got sick, there would be someone to treat her. Hey, don't mess around. Little miss, we don't mean any harm. Just now, you said that someone in your family is sick. I remember that the medicine you picked out is for tuberculosis patients. Can you tell me where she is now? I'm a doctor. I should be able to help you, Xianxia said angrily and rolled her eyes at Bobo. This fellow clearly looked like a sheep, but it didn't allow people to call it a sheep. How old was this little girl? How would she know what a world deity was? Just now, when Xianxia saw the little girl stealing medicine, the medicine she took were all for tuberculosis. Thinking about it, her family must have contracted tuberculosis. Doctor, how did you know that my mother contracted tuberculosis? She's in a house not far away. You must save her. When she heard that Xianxia was a doctor, the little girl quickly knelt in front of Xianxia and kept begging. Xianxia immediately agreed to the child and walked forward with her. Perhaps knowing that her mother could be saved, the little girl became a lot more cheerful along the way. She also told Xianxia and baby sheep that her name was Yingying and that she was 8 years old this year. Under Yingying's lead, little Xianxia walked for a long distance. A short and old house appeared in front of them. A few children were playing there. Presumably, this was the slum of the human clan in the 8 wastelands. The scale of the slum was not small. It was half the size of Crescent Spring Town. However, the living conditions and houses here were much worse than those in the small town. There were no walls to protect against the attacks of wild beasts. There were only some crudely broken fences. The houses and wells were also very old. One look and one could tell that the sanitary conditions were very poor. If tuberculosis occurred in this place, the entire village would be in danger. Xianxia frowned. She couldn't help but feel indignant about the poor living conditions of the human clan in the 8 wastelands. Just as the two of them approached the slum, a few humans noticed them. Sick ghost, tuberculosis ghost, get lost. When a few of the children saw the little girl, they spat at her and threw stones at her. They kept scolding her. Bobo, these bad children are too much. Baby sheep couldn't stand it anymore. It fluttered its wings and flew up, wanting to teach those detestable children a lesson. It was too sad. These children's pranks reminded her of her early years in the realm of the gods. She was also bullied by others. It's okay. After my mother fell ill, the people in the slum didn't let us live there anymore. Facing these insults, the little girl seemed to be used to it. She didn't say a word. She just lowered her head and continued walking. After going around the slum, they walked for about 10 miles until the sky was almost dark. Under the dusky light of the setting sun, a tile kiln that had been abandoned for many years appeared in front of them. The tile kiln was located beside a muddy stream. This tile kiln was the home of the little girl and her mother. You all live here. How can people live here? Xianxia frowned. The living conditions of the human clan in the 8 wastelands were already bad enough. The conditions of the tile kiln that the little girl and her mother lived in were even worse. Even a dog kennel was better than this. If a magical beast attacked nearby, this place would be the first to bear the brunt of the attack. Ing, cough cough, you're back. Mother told you. A coughing sound came from the dilapidated tile kiln, interrupting Xianxia's thoughts. The tile kiln was very short. She was used to it and squeezed in like a little mouse. Xianxia had no choice but to crouch down and carry baby sheep in. The light was very dim. A woman in ragged clothes who was already so thin that she didn't look like a human was lying on the bed. Ing, Mother said many times that you can't go to town anymore. Those beast men will beat you to death, the woman said weakly. The woman's daughter, Ing, would often sneak into the town. Because the town didn't allow humans to come and go, the doctors in the medical hall wouldn't treat humans. Therefore, Ing could only sneak into the town's medical hall to steal some medicinal herbs. But in 10 times, she would be caught 7 or 8 times and beaten half to death. This time, if Xianxia hadn't happened to pass by, this child would probably have been beaten to death. Mother, I invited a doctor over. She's very powerful. Those beast men in town were all beaten away by her, Ing said cheerfully. What? Ing, Mother doesn't want to see an illness. When the woman heard this, she was shocked and struggled to sit up. Only then did she see that her daughter didn't come back alone this time. After seeing that Xianxia was a human, the woman's face turned ashen. Miss, please leave quickly. We, mother and daughter, have no power or influence. If we offend the town's healers, only death awaits us. Please take pity on us and leave quickly. After she finished speaking, she was about to chase Xianxia out. Bo pay. You sick woman, how can you be so unreasonable? Dear master, let's ignore them, Bobo said angrily. Not only was the other party not grateful to her master for saving her daughter, but she was also afraid that her master would implicate them. Bobo was furious. Bobo, bring the little girl out first. I have something to say to this madam. Xianxia was not angry. In her eyes, the other party was similar to an unreasonable patient. Moreover, the other party was a widow and an orphan. It was normal for her to be afraid of revenge. Bobo could only reluctantly bring Ing out. World deity Bobo? My mother will be fine, right? After leaving the kiln, Ing's face was full of worry. She was afraid that if Xianxia was unhappy, she would not treat her mother. What could possibly happen? My dear master's medical skills are unparalleled in the world. Even if your mother is on her last breath, I can still conjure up a living person for you. Bobo Sheep's face was filled with disgust. They were all humans. How could these people of the 8 wastelands be so spineless when compared to her master? The sun had completely set. Inside the kiln, it was dark. That woman was still looking at Xianxia with vigilance. Madam, it's fine if you don't let me treat you, but you have tuberculosis. Ing will also get sick if she stays with you for a long time. Moreover, after you die, how do you plan to deal with your daughter? Xianxia's words made the woman's face change again. Her life was no longer important, but what about her daughter? Since you will die sooner or later, why don't you let me take a look at your illness? Xianxia said and drew an illumination magic formation on the ground. The illumination magic formation lit up the kiln instantly. Seeing the magic formation fox, Ing's mother's expression eased a lot. You are really a doctor? My illness can still be cured? She coughed violently again. Tuberculosis was a fatal disease for the commoners, whether it was in the boundless continent or the 8 wastelands. Not only was it expensive, but it was also contagious. Therefore, most of the patients who contracted tuberculosis would be abandoned by their families. Ing and her mother originally lived in the slums. Because Ing's mother had tuberculosis and couldn't go to the town to find a doctor, she was abandoned in this abandoned brick kiln. Little Ying couldn't bear to see her mother suffer alone here, so she secretly ran away from home. In the past few years, she had been begging everywhere to survive. After Yunxing listened to the woman's explanation, she felt very sympathetic towards the mother and daughter. For Yunxing, who had modern medical knowledge, tuberculosis was not incurable. Although there were no anti-inflammatory drugs in the modern sense, Yunxing had the water of life, which could rejuvenate a person's necrotic blood and veins. Your illness isn't difficult to treat. I'll start treating you now. Yunxing took out some water of life, diluted it, and fed it to Yingying's mother. In the next few days, Yunxing and baby sheep temporarily lived in the tile kiln. Yingying's mother felt very apologetic about her previous reckless actions. Baby sheep and Yingying got along well, and there was laughter in the dilapidated tile kiln for the first time. The water of life had miraculous effects. After Yingying's mother drank it, her illness was quickly suppressed. Seeing her mother's body getting better day by day, a smile appeared on Yingying's little face. Although her clothes were still very tattered, the dirt on her face had been washed away. She had a pair of big round eyes and delicate features. She was a little beauty and was very likable. She had a sweet mouth. Every time she saw Yunxing, she would happily call her sister. Yunxing also unexpectedly found that Yingying's memory was very good. She had only seen several kinds of pills once, and she had remembered them. Even the last time she went to the clinic to steal medicine, it was only because a barefoot doctor in the slums had once used similar medicine to treat a grandmother in the village. So, you were able to survive these few years because Yingying secretly went outside to find medicinal herbs? After Yunxing learned of the matter, she still felt that it was very inconceivable. Yes, this child is very smart. It's a pity that she is from the human race. In the 8 wastelands, humans can only live as slaves and servants. Yingying's mother spoke of her daughter with a gratified expression. Why can you only be slaves and servants? There are many humans. If you all unite as one, you will not be worse than the orcs and half-orcs. Yunxing and Yingying had been together for the past few days. She could feel that the mother and daughter had a human race is inferior mentality in their bones. Yunxing still wanted to explain, but on second thought, the fear of the human race in the 8 wastelands towards the 8 wastelands beast clan had already reached a deep-rooted level. With just a few words from her, how could she possibly change the minds of the human race? Thinking of this, Yunxing could not help but feel a little sad. Yingying was a good seedling, but it was a pity that she was born in the 8 wastelands. Your illness has probably stabilized. After a while, you will be completely cured. However, the environment in the tile kiln is too bad. You have to move to a better house. Yingying is still too young. It is not a solution for her to live outside with you for a long time. It is also time for her to move back to the slums. Yunxing and Yingying's mother discussed. Yingying's mother was chased out because she did not have the money to treat her tuberculosis. Now that her body was better, she could naturally return to the slums. Although the conditions in the slums were not good, at least Yingying had 3 meals and did not have to worry about food and clothing. Yunxing intended to send the mother and daughter back. After confirming that they could be accepted by the villagers, they would leave. After knowing that she could return to the slums with her mother, the happiest person was Yingying. The mother and daughter simply packed their luggage. Although it was called luggage, it was just a few pieces of clothes that were not much better than rags and a few pots and pans. After 2 years, the mother and daughter had the courage to stand outside the slums for the first time. Tuberculosis, that tuberculosis is back. When they approached the slums, the villagers saw little Yingying and her mother and fled in all directions in fear. It was as if they had seen something terrifying. Soon, an old man who looked like the village chief and a few sturdy men walked out. When they saw little Yingying and her mother, they had a look of disgust. You tuberculosis, you actually dare to come back. We shouldn't have been so kind as to leave you in the broken tile kiln. We should have burned you to death. Seeing the village chief and the others curse her mother, Yingying rushed up. You are not allowed to curse my mother. She is not a tuberculosis. Her illness has been cured by Big Sister Yun. She wants to move back to the slums. I want to see my father. Hearing Yingying's words, the village chief and the villagers realized that Yingying's mother's complexion was indeed much better. she did not cough as much as before. How was this possible? None of the people in the slums who were afflicted with diseases could survive. Due to the simple and crude environment and poor sanitation, there had been several cases of tuberculosis patients dying in the Crescent Moon Spring slums over the past few years. The village's barefoot doctor, Dr. Zhao, had tried many methods, but he was unable to save those patients. Especially those with severe tuberculosis, even the witchcraft of the beastmen doctors could not completely cure them. Ying and her daughter had been chased out of the slums for 2 years, but they did not die of illness. Instead, they miraculously recovered. This news was simply a fantasy to the humans in the slums. Impossible, this disease is a terminal illness. Even the beastmen doctors in town said it. The village chief still had a face of disbelief. If it can't be cured, then it's because the medical skills are not good enough. If it's an illness, as long as the right medicine is used, it can be cured. Whether Ying's mother's illness has been cured or not, you only need to find a barefoot doctor to take a look. Yunxing looked on coldly from the side. The villagers were suspicious. They also noticed Yunxing, who came with Ying and her daughter. Ying and her daughter rarely walked around after being chased out of the slums. This woman must have instigated them to come back. Go find Dr. Zhao to take a look. If he finds that her tuberculosis has not been cured, this time, directly burn her to death. The village chief said unhappily with a fierce face. Not long after, a villager dressed as a doctor walked over. He first took Ying's mother's pulse, then looked at her eyelids and tongue. After carefully inspecting everything, Zhao Dafu clicked his tongue in wonder. Strange, she's really cured. There's no illness at all. Village chief, Ying's mother has really recovered. Dr. Zhao was the only barefoot doctor in the village. Although his medical skills could not be compared to the beastmen in town, he could still see whether her tuberculosis had been cured or not. His position in the village was second only to the village chief, and he had some authority. Even she said that Ying's mother had recovered. Only then did the village chief and the other villagers doubtfully gather around her. Only, this lady, how did you cure Ying's mother? I heard that only a few brilliant witch doctors in the celestial fox tribe can cure tuberculosis. Could it be that you are a witch doctor? Dr. Zhao looked at Yunxing excitedly. When Dr. Zhao was young, he practiced medicine in the 8 wastelands for a while. His eyesight was much broader than the average villager. He looked at Yunxing. Although she looked like a human, she was skilled in medicine and had a magical beast with her. Her identity must not be simple. Once they heard that Yunxing was a witch doctor, the villagers immediately went into an uproar and were extremely excited. The village head was even more certain that Yunxing must be a noble celestial fox. Lady Celestial Fox, welcome to the slums. Please come in. Men, quickly inform little Ying's father that his wife and daughter have returned. The village head's face was immediately filled with smiles as he spoke eagerly. After knowing that his wife and daughter were safe and sound, Ying's father came to pick them up not long after. That night, in order to thank Yunxing for saving Ying and her mother, Ying's father also hosted a banquet at home to entertain Yunxing. The village chief of the slum, as well as several respected elders, were also invited to the meeting. Although it was simple tea and plain food, it was already very good for the slums. At the table, the atmosphere was joyous and harmonious. Lady Celestial Fox, I see that your medical skills are excellent. We still have some patients here. Because there is no way to enter the town, no one has examined them. Can you do us a favor and take a look at them? After 3 rounds of wine, the village head shamelessly pleaded. Although Dr. Zhao was in the village, his medical skills were ultimately limited. There were many miscellaneous diseases that Dr. Zhao could only be helpless. Today, a witch doctor from the Celestial Fox people had finally arrived. Moreover, she seemed to be very easy to talk to. The village head naturally wanted to take this opportunity to ask Yunxing for help. There is no problem with treating them. I can do a free consultation tomorrow to take a look at the villagers. However, village head, there is one thing that you must not misunderstand. I am not some lady celestial fox or a witch doctor. I am a human just like all of you. However, I am a human from the boundless land. Yunxing kindly explained when she saw that the villagers were all fearful when they saw her. who knew that it would have been better if Xianxia did not explain. After her explanation, the expressions of the villagers, including the village head, suddenly changed subtly. After all this time, the lady in front of them whom they had mistaken as a witch doctor was actually not Celestial Fox, but a human from the Boundless Land. As the people of the Eight Wastelands mainland, these people from the Eight Wastelands mainland were very clear about the relationship between the Boundless Land and the Eight Wastelands mainland. They had long heard that the beasts of the Eight Wastelands hated the people of the Boundless Land. They thought that a noble had come to the village, but who knew that they had attracted a jackal? The village head and the villagers instantly lost interest. They hurriedly got up and left. Xianxia did not pay much attention to the villagers' reactions. Xianxia slept in little Yingying's house that night. In the middle of the night, Yingying's mother woke up and realized that her man had actually secretly gotten up. He left the Kong bed and walked out stealthily. Where did her man go in the middle of the night? Yingying's mother found it strange. She was a little worried, so she put on her clothes and followed him out. Yingying's father walked all the way to the village head's house. It was already late at night, but the village head's house was brightly lit with a large group of people gathered in the dark. Yingying's mother hid in a dark corner and looked inside. She saw that the elders of the village, including the village head, were all inside. These people were still at the table toasting Xianxia earlier. After they left Yingying's house, they gathered at the village head's house to discuss the matter. One of the villagers was telling the village head and the others the news that he had just heard. The village head's old face flickered under the illumination of the oil lamp, looking a little scary. The moment Yingying's father entered the house, everyone in the house glared at him angrily. Yingying's father, look at what your wife has done. The woman she lured is currently wanted. If I hadn't discovered it early, we would have been in big trouble this time. The village head threw out a painting in exasperation. Yingying's father opened the painting and realized that there was a woman's image on it. That woman was clearly the human doctor who had stayed at his house for the night. Tonight, at the table, he heard Xianxia mention that she was a human from the Boundless Land. The village head felt uneasy. He asked the villagers to find out overnight and found out that a few days ago, the town's medical center was smashed by a woman of unknown origin who pretended to be Celestial Fox. Several people in the medical center had their arms chopped off. The town head's beastman doctor was the town head's sworn brother. Offending him was equivalent to offending the town head. When this news spread, the village head and the elders in the village were scared half to death. Offending the mayor and the orc doctor for an unknown human from the boundless world was something that the humans in the slums did not even dare to think about. Therefore, all the villagers, including the village chief, put the blame on Yingying and her mother. That orc doctor has already issued a bounty for the whereabouts of the woman who committed the crime. There are images of that woman everywhere in the town. If someone sees her coming in here and reports it, we'll all be dead. This time, we are really doomed because of your family. The village chief's face was full of anger. Village chief, my wife and daughter must have been deceived by that woman. I will go back immediately and chase that person away. Yingying's father was scared out of his wits. You are not allowed to go. What a blockhead. If you go back and make a fuss, you will alert the enemy. We have to capture that woman and send her to town. This way, not only will we get the bounty, but we can also build a good relationship with the orcs. Perhaps, we can even use this opportunity to get special permission to enter the town. The village chief's thoughts were much deeper than Yingying's father's. Yingying's father hesitated when he heard that. After all, the other party was their family's savior. However, if he did not agree, there would be no place for his family in the slums in the future. Yingying's father could only grit his teeth and agree. Yingying's mother hid outside and listened in fear when the village chief and the others wanted to capture Dr. Yun. No, absolutely not. Dr. Yun was the benefactor of the mother and daughter pair. It was also because of the mother and daughter pair that she was involved in the slums. Yingying's mother did not dare to think further. She panicked and was about to inform Xianxia. Who would have known that her mind was distracted and she tripped over something and made a loud noise. The village chief and the others in the house were immediately alarmed. The villagers looked outside and saw Yingying's mother looking at them in horror. Wife, why are you here? Did you hear everything just now? Yingying's father's expression changed drastically when he saw that his wife was eavesdropping. How can you repay kindness with ingratitude? I won't let you capture Dr. Yun. Yingying's mother took a few steps back, but the villagers were faster and surrounded her in an instant. Humph, if you let that woman run away, then use Yingying's life as compensation. If you don't want anything to happen to your daughter, then pretend you didn't hear anything tonight. Tomorrow morning, you must act according to our plan. Seeing that his plan had been exposed, the village chief decided to shed all pretense of cordiality and viciously threatened. Hearing that her daughter would be implicated, Yingying's mother was so scared that her face turned pale. She opened her mouth, but no words came out. Not long after dawn, Yunxing and Yingying got up. Inside the house, there was a sweet smell of porridge. There's food. For the past few days, after baby sheep had obtained the king-grade soul stone, Yunxing had ordered it to eat only one meal a day in order to speed up its absorption of the soul stone. The rest of its time was used to digest and absorb the king-grade soul stone. Poor baby sheep could only starve from one meal to the next. A few days ago, it had followed Yunxing to live in the tile kiln, so it was already starving. Now that baby sheep smelled the aroma of food, its beady eyes immediately shot out 2 rays of light. Without caring about anything else, it flapped its wings and flew in the direction of the stove. Yingying's mother was busy at the stove. On the stove, there was a big pot of porridge and a few coarse-grained steamed buns. The living conditions in the slums were very ordinary. An ordinary pot of porridge was already very luxurious for this poor family, not to mention the steamed buns. Mother, is there something delicious to eat? Yingying ran out happily and surrounded Yingying's mother like a little bird. Yunxing also walked in. When she smelled the aroma of the porridge, she frowned. There was something wrong with this smell. Yunxing's nose had smelled hundreds of herbs, so there must be some kind of anesthetic in the porridge. Yingying's mother actually wanted to harm her. In Yunxing's heart, a surge of anger surged up. These villagers were really stupid to want to use such despicable herbs to deal with her. Before Yunxing could open her mouth, baby sheep had already disappointingly flew over. When Yunxing wanted to stop it, baby sheep had already finished a bowl of porridge in one breath. Yingying's mother saw Yunxing and looked a little embarrassed. Dr. Yun, our family is poor and there is nothing delicious to eat. Please make do with some. As she spoke, she scooped a bowl of porridge and brought it in front of Yunxing. Her hands could not stop trembling. Yunxing calmly took it. She looked deeply at Yingying's mother and raised the bowl. The porridge had just reached her mouth. Yingying's mother suddenly snatched the bowl from Yunxing's hand. Dear master, baby sheep's eyelids are so heavy. With a bang, baby sheep died. Mother, what's wrong? Yingying was startled by her mother's sudden action. Looking at baby sheep's appearance, her face turned pale with fright. Dr. Yun, the village chief and the others heard that you injured the people of the clinic. They used Yingying's life to force me to poison your porridge. You should leave quickly. In a while, the village chief and the others will bring people to catch you. Yingying's mother cried. In the end, she could not do anything to her savior. The corners of Yunxing's mouth rose. Fortunately, Yingying's mother did not disappoint her. Mother, what are you doing? How can you do this to Sister Yun? Yingying also cried. The mother and daughter cried together. Miss Yun, take Yingying with you. I did not follow the village chief's orders. They will not let us go. Yingying's mother twitched and pushed her daughter to Yunxing's side. Yunxing was speechless. She liked little Yingying, but she was not from the 8 wastelands. Moreover, she was going to the celestial fox tribe. It was not appropriate to take a weak Yingying with her. Yingying's mother, I do not deny that Yingying and I hit it off. However, I am only a passerby. Are you sure you want to entrust your daughter to a stranger? Yunxing was in a difficult position. Dr. Yun, if I am not wrong, you are not from the 8 wastelands. You are also not a purebred celestial fox. You should be from a place where humans are respected. I am very reluctant to part with my daughter, but if she follows me for the rest of her life, she will repeat the same tragic fate as me. Although Yingying's mother was only a village woman, she was not stupid. Especially after this incident, she understood that if her daughter stayed, she would not have a good ending. She could also see that Ying, Yunxing, and baby sheep were getting along very well these days. Compared to the past few years in the slums, they were happier than at any other time. As a parent, which parent would not think for their children? After Ying's mother fell ill with tuberculosis, she had seen all kinds of people. Although she and Yunxing had only met by chance, she had long seen that Yunxing's medical skills were superb. She didn't have any of the subservience of the humans of Bahuang continent, nor was she like those domineering celestial fox. Most importantly, she was very good to Ying. It was painful to be separated from one's flesh and blood, but if Ying stayed, she would repeat the fate of all the women in the slums and be a lowly human for the rest of her life. She wouldn't be able to enter the city, and if she fell sick, she wouldn't be able to receive timely treatment. The lives of humans were worthless in Bahuang continent. Most of the commoners in the slums were slaves. Even if there were a small number of free people, once they caught the eye of a half-beastman or a celestial fox noble, they would be forcefully taken in as concubines. Ying was very delicate and pretty, a femme fatale. If she stayed in the slums, there would only be one fate for her. I can give you some money to move your family away. Yunxing was still unwilling to agree. She couldn't deny that she liked Ying very much, and had indeed thought of taking her as a disciple. However, she wasn't from here, so she would have to leave sooner or later. Dr. Yun, where can we move to? For thousands of years in Bahuang continent, the practice of humans being slaves is deeply rooted. This is our fate. I only ask that you help me change Ying's fate. That's enough. Ying's mother solemnly kowed out a few times to Yunxing. I will discuss this matter with Ying again. If she agrees, I will take her as my disciple. Yunxing couldn't help but have a whole new level of respect for Ying's mother. She didn't expect this woman, who had wanted to chase her away at first, to be someone with great foresight. Pitiful parents, perhaps she could consider taking Ying as her disciple. However, before taking her in as a disciple, Yunxing had to take care of some matters. Because she had already heard a flurry of footsteps behind her. I knew you were unreliable. Today, no one is allowed to leave. More than 10 villagers rushed in. When Ying's father saw his wife and daughter, he wanted to go forward, but he was stopped by the villagers. Dr. Yun, quickly run. Ying's mother looked anxious. Village chief, I beg you, please don't capture Sister Yun. She's a good person, Ying cried. This woman cut off the arm of the doctor in Crescent Moon Spring Town. That doctor has put a bounty on her life. If we don't hand her over, our slums will suffer. The village chief said in a bad mood and ordered people to stop Ying. That's right. If we don't hand her over, she'll be a burden to the entire slum, the villagers chimed in. You can't hand elder Sister Yun over. She knows how to treat illnesses. Without her, my mother won't be able to live. Little Ying bit the hand of the person who grabbed her. The other party winced in pain. Ying ran in front of Yunxing and blocked the villagers. You wretched girl. The village head was so anxious that his eyes turned red. He slapped Ying in the face. The village chief's hand was grabbed. Yunxing's face was cold as she looked at the villagers in the house. Idiot. Do you think you can change the fate of the human race by handing me over? Have you never thought of rebelling against the orcs? Look at you now. You live in the worst place, drink the dirtiest water, and your children and grandchildren live like slaves. He had seen stupid people, but he had never seen such stupid people. Humph, it's easy for you to say. The human race is oppressed. That's an irreversible fate. Our human race has been controlled by the 8 wastelands for thousands of years. The physique of the orcs is naturally better than ours. They are suitable for practicing martial arts and are good at learning magic. The wizard beast masters in the tribe can even summon powerful magical beasts. Compared to them, we are simply throwing an egg at a rock. When the villagers heard that Yunxing wanted to rebel against the orcs, they were all dumbfounded and in disbelief. Was this human woman crazy? She actually said that she wanted to rebel against the orcs. Nobles and generals have the guts. If your physique is not good, it can be improved. If your talent is not good, you can study hard and train hard. The human race's talent in martial arts and magic is not inferior to the orcs. The human race is the native of the 8 wastelands. You have controlled this land. Yunxing was almost angered to death by these ignorant humans. However, this wasn't surprising. After all, the ancestors of the human race had been slaughtered by the 8 Wastelands beast race. Therefore, the blood of their descendants was filled with reverence for the 8 Wastelands beast race. If she wanted to persuade this group of people, she had to make them suffer. Village chief, arrest her. The villagers said one after another, wishing that they could pull out Yunxing's tendons and peel off her bones. Everyone, quiet down. Just as the villagers were arguing endlessly, Dr. Zhao, who had been watching from the side, suddenly spoke. He walked in front of Yunxing. Empty words have no proof. If you want us to believe you, then prove it to us. Dr. Zhao, what are you talking about? You actually believe this woman's words? The village chief and the villagers were dumbfounded. Dr. Zhao, who had always been very prestigious in the hearts of the villagers, actually believed this woman's words. Prove? How do you want me to prove it? Yunxing heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there was at least one sober person among these humans. We have already informed the town chief. In another hour, people from the town will come. If you can defeat those people, we will believe you. Dr. Zhao's words were very direct. Whether it was in the boundless land or the 8 wastelands, the fist was the truth. If the villagers could not believe Yunxing's words, then she would directly prove it with her strength. Logically speaking, Dr. Zhao also knew that he should not casually believe a woman from another continent. However, this woman could cure Ying's mother's tuberculosis. That won't do. If this matter is exposed, the town chief will definitely vent his anger on all of us. The village chief was not willing to take this risk. Okay, I promise you. Don't worry, I will not use any of your manpower. I alone am enough to deal with the town chief and his subordinates. Yunxing smiled and agreed. Dealing with the town chief and his subordinates alone? Was this woman's brain not working well? When Yunxing said this, even Dr. Zhao felt that her brain was not working well. After saying that, she picked up the sheep and gave it a hard pinch at its philtrum. Baby sheep. It hurts. My dear master, did you take the wrong medicine? Why are you pinching baby sheep? Hey, why are there so many people? Don't tell me you're all here for breakfast? Baby sheep was sleeping happily. He woke up immediately after being pinched by Yunxing. Still sleeping? If you continue sleeping, I will pluck all your wool and roast you. Wake up, it's time to fight. Yunxing didn't care about the stunned humans in the room. She picked up Kissing Sheep, who was still shouting, and strode out. The slums, Crescent Spring Town, where the outsiders gathered. Normally, Mayor Hu Ishue would never personally come to such a place. The slums were dirty, messy, and there was a strange smell in the air. At this time, that imposter should have already been captured by her human compatriots. We don't need to use a single soldier. Behind Hu Ishue was the half-blood beast doctor and over 20 half-blood beast elites. Big Brother is indeed wise. You only need to move your mouth and that group of humans are scared half to death. The half-beast doctor complimented. The humans of the continent are born to be slaves. Their blood flows with the blood of betrayal. Back then, the 8 wastelands was conquered because there was a traitor among the humans. Even with the cooperation of the humans, Hu Ishue still cautiously brought a few dozen experts. The slums were right in front of them. Didn't we ask those humans to bring that imposter out? The agreed time has already passed, why is there no one? Hu Ishue and the half-beast doctor were curious. Not only that, those humans were also nowhere to be seen. Are you here to find me? A lazy voice floated down from the sky. In the sky, there was a woman. She was alone, playing with a magic scepter in her hand. Behind her, there was a pair of pure white wings. It's her. She is the one who injured the people of the clinic. The half-beast doctor saw Yunxing and suddenly shouted. Hu Ishue noticed the pair of wings behind Yunxing's back. 9 Phoenix Tribe? Hu Ishue's expression was not good. He only heard that this imposter knew about the inheritance of Celestial Fox. Looking at it, could she be a half-beast from the 9 Phoenix Tribe? The 9 Phoenix Tribe was a superior beast tribe among the Bakra orcs. Even if the other party was just a half-beast, he could not easily provoke her. 9 Phoenix Tribe? Do you think I look like one? Xianxia giggled, her voice as pleasant as wind chimes. She snapped her fingers and the disguise spell on her body was immediately removed. As soon as the disguise spell was removed, Xianxia immediately revealed her beautiful face. There was a hint of enchantment in her purity. Her black eyes were like stars, and her rose-colored lips made people unconsciously feel as if they had lost their souls. If Hu Yixue was still suspecting that Xianxia was a beast man from the 9 Phoenix tribe, after seeing her face, Hu Yixue was certain that this woman was Celestial Fox. Among the beast clans of the 8 wastelands, only the Heavenly Fox had such a breathtaking beauty. However, looking at her appearance, Hu Yixue was confused again. Was this woman a purebred Celestial Fox? After all, such a temperament and appearance was very rare even among purebred Celestial Fox breeds. Haha, I didn't expect to see such a beautiful woman with such outstanding looks in this shabby place. For the sake of your face, regardless of whether you are a Celestial Fox hybrid or a purebred Celestial Fox, I have decided not to kill you. How about you be my 13th concubine? Hu Yixue couldn't help but lick his lips. This woman was much more interesting than the catgirl in the mansion. Bring me back? That depends on whether you have the ability to do so. Also, I have to ask my companions if they agree. Xianxia smiled faintly. Little beauty, where did your companions come from? Are you talking about those humans? They don't have the guts to go against the will of the beastmen. The beastmen warriors only need to lift a finger to flatten them. Hu Yixue and the beastman doctor laughed heartily. The beastmen warriors also laughed along. Their arrogant laughter spread into the slums. When the humans inside heard it, they were so ashamed that their faces turned red. Dr. Zhao and some of the hot-blooded youths in the village were so angry that their fists cracked. No one is allowed to move. This matter has nothing to do with our slums. The village chief ignored the taunts of the beastmen. Patience, they had to be patient. The humans were oppressed by the beastmen. That was a tradition. It had been like this for many years. Then let's see if he dares to go against you. Xianxia seemed to point at the ground carelessly. A summoning array flashing with powerful dark energy waves appeared. On the barren ground, black gas filled the air. Countless skulls and spirits drilled out of the ground. The terrible wails that sounded like the wails of ghosts and the howls of wolves were incessant. The terrifying evil spirit from the underworld contained killing intent and cruelty. The black evil spirit gradually took the shape of a human. It was a ghost that was 5 or 6 meters tall. Its body was made of evil spirits and a king-shaped mark appeared on its forehead. What is that? When Hu Yixue and the others saw the king of evil spirits, their expressions changed greatly. The beastmen of the Bahuang continent had never even heard of an existence like the king of evil spirits, let alone seen it before. The monster in front of them was shaped like a human, but it was also a human. Although they didn't know how strong it was, once it appeared, the pressure it gave off showed that it was not an ordinary person. Ant-like beastmen, you dare to insult my master. Die. The king of evil spirits was a summoned beast that Xianxia had obtained after she went to the underworld. This was the first time that Xianxia had officially summoned it. For a summoned beast, the summoner's summon was a form of trust. The king of evil spirits was bound to use this opportunity to show off. He waved his hand and from his skinny ghost claws, a vengeful spirit was born. Those vengeful spirits were like sharp arrows. With the speed of lightning, they shot towards the beastmen on the ground. Shock appeared on Hu Yixue's face. He now understood that he had seriously underestimated this celestial fox girl. But it was too late to regret this. Hu Yixue was able to become the mayor of the Crescent Moon Spring Town and stand there for 10 years without falling. He also had his own abilities. At the moment of crisis, he muttered something, and a fiery red shield rose up beside him, protecting the half-orcs under the shield. Bang! 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 The king of evil spirits' ghost claws shot out explosively. The fiery red shield was directly pierced through. Hu Yixue's face was as calm as water. He didn't dare to be negligent. With a wave of his sleeve, many of the beastmen warriors beside him rose into the air. They formed a triangle and chased after the king of evil spirits. However, the beastmen soon discovered that their siege did not have much effect. Although the gigantic monster was huge, it was completely immune to magic and normal attacks. Hu Ishua's face became more and more ugly. The beastman doctor beside him also had a long face. Heavens, that master's subordinates are so powerful. In the slums, there was a commotion. Yingying's family of 3 was tightly huddled together, extremely nervous. The villagers all stared with their eyes wide open, especially the village chief. He was dumbfounded and his face was filled with disbelief. The battle situation swung towards Xianxing's side all of a sudden. Hu Ishua did not expect that he would actually suffer a major setback at the hands of a woman. In the blink of an eye, the king of evil spirits had devoured 3 or 4 half-beastmen. Its body had become even more powerful. "Brother, what should we do? This woman is too powerful." The half-beastman doctor felt his hair stand on end. Hu Ishua could not be bothered to listen to the half-beastman doctor. His eyes were fixed on Yunxing, who was in the sky. "It's all because of that woman. As long as I kill her, the monster will disappear." Hu Ishua gritted his teeth. His fighting spirit swept out wildly. His fox tail and fox ears stood up. There was a red light in his eyes. He had already appeared beside Yunxing. "I don't care who you are. I'll give you one more chance to choose. Become my woman or die." Hu Ishua had already turned into a half-beast. The celestial fox blood in his body began to stir. His originally handsome face was now in an inverted triangle shape. His sharp canine teeth made him look ferocious. "You don't deserve to mention the word die to me." Yunxing was fearless. She spat out a few words from her cherry lips. "The first inheritance of the celestial fox entanglement." The wind suddenly blew. Yunxing's long hair moved with the wind. Its tenacity was amazing. It was like countless sharp flying thorns, entangling Hu Ishua. "You're not simple. You can force me, Hu Ishua, to this step. I originally thought that I wouldn't need to use my inheritance." Hu Ishua retreated a few steps, but his hands and feet were still scratched by the hair. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were cold and frosty. The inheritance of the celestial fox, Yunxing's eyebrows twitched. Could it be that Hu Ishua had also awakened the inheritance? It was no wonder. As a mixed-blood celestial fox, since Yunxing could awaken the celestial fox inheritance, it was not impossible for her to have some kind of celestial fox inheritance. However, he did not know what kind of celestial fox inheritance he had. "You really are a celestial fox, but unfortunately, you're just a celestial fox hybrid. I'll show you that even if you're a celestial fox hybrid, there's still a big difference. Awaken, shaman fox." Hu Ishua laughed sinisterly as he faced the sky and let out a sharp fox howl. As the fox's howl pierced through the clouds, a change occurred in the clouds. A fiery red wizard beast summoning formation appeared. "This is..." Yunxing was forced back a few steps by Hu Ishua's sudden burst of strength. In the fiery red voodoo beast summoning array, magic power burned like flames, and a fiery red voodoo fox appeared in the array. It let out a low howl and slashed its claws at Yunxing. Yunxing was shocked. She did not know what this strange wizard beast was. The magic god bracelet in her hand suddenly lit up. "Shield of Earth, defend. Wings of the Wind, accelerate." Yunxing dodged the wizard fox's attack. The wizard fox's claws were extremely violent and came for the kill in an instant. Bang, the Shield of Earth, which had been strengthened by the magic god bracelet, was torn into pieces. The air was filled with yellow earth magical elements. With a thunderous sound, the wizard fox's claws slashed out a blood-red arc of light and slashed at Yunxing. Yunxing's figure flashed, and she was almost hit by the wizard fox's attack. The arc of light landed on the ground, causing the ground to tremble and the mountains to shake. A trench-like crack appeared on the plains. That terrifying power had actually split the plains into 2 halves. So powerful, Yunxing and Popo were both shocked. They did not expect Fox Ishua's celestial fox inheritance to be so powerful. Seeing that Yunxing was forced to retreat, Fox Ishua let out a cackle. "Great wizard fox, please bestow upon me supreme power." Fox Ishua's roar echoed throughout the plains. The fiery red supremacy of the fox tribe turned into a red shadow and fused with Hu Yixue as one. In this way, Fox Yixue, who had been in the form of a half-beast a moment ago, turned into a celestial fox. After transforming into a celestial fox, Fox Yixue's defense and attack power increased greatly. His violent celestial fox power turned into countless sharp attacks and rushed at Yunxing. Lightning thorns. Yunxing retreated, and many bolts of lightning struck at Fox Yixue. Unexpectedly, Fox Yixue laughed maniacally and completely ignored the sky thorns. He grabbed one of the sky thorns in his hand. TSK, I really underestimated you. You actually know such advanced dark magic. Unfortunately, you met me, Fox Yixue. Fox Yixue spat out his scarlet tongue and swallowed the sky thorns in his hand. Yunxing knew that something was wrong. She retreated a few hundred meters and barely stabilized herself. So fast. Popo, what did Fox Yixue summon? Why is it so powerful? Yunxing was slightly out of breath. Even though she had the power of a Dharma god, she was still at a disadvantage in front of Fox Yixue. Dear master, the witch fox is a type of ancient witch beast. This type of witch beast has very special attributes and is very immune to magic. It is not afraid of any magic attacks. Don't waste your magic power. Fox Yixue's voice sounded a little wary. Who would have thought that there was someone among the celestial fox today who could summon the witch fox? This is troublesome. Your master is not a warrior. Yunxing smiled bitterly. As he spoke, Fox Yixue's tail swayed, and he suddenly appeared behind Yunxing. His sharp fox claws were aimed at Yunxing's throat. Yunxing felt a burning pain in her throat. The fox claws had already opened a half-inch long wound on her throat. After Fox Yixue and the witch fox became one, his body was as agile as a fox, and his skills were very strange. It's not right to continue like this. I must think of a way to restrain the witch fox. A thought popped up in Yunxing's mind. If the witch fox was not afraid of magic, then what was it afraid of? Master, please let Xiaohei come. The Witch Fox clan and the Heavenly Hound clan are mortal enemies. Xiaohei should have a way to deal with it. Just as Yunxing was hesitating, Xiaohei suddenly spoke from the beast language ring. The summoning array shone brightly, and the Heavenly Hound Xiaohei rushed out. When Xiaohei, who looked like a wolf mastiff, smelled the scent of the witch fox, all the black fur on his body stood up like needles. Seeing Xiaohei suddenly appear, a trace of panic flashed across Fox Yixue's eyes. The witch fox's mortal enemy, the Heavenly Hound. It was the Heavenly Hound. Apart from being able to summon that monster, this woman could also summon the long-extinct Heavenly Hound clan. Only then did Fox Yixue realize that he had kicked an iron plate today. Xiaohei, kill him. Yunxing shouted sternly, and Xiaohei and the witch fox started fighting. After Yunxing had broken through to the divine sorcerer level, the magical beasts in the beast language ring had also benefited greatly. As the magical beast that had followed Yunxing for the longest time, Xiaohei had not been able to unleash its true abilities. But today, it had met this witch fox, and it could use its abilities. The sky had gradually darkened. Unknowingly, it was already close to dusk. Looking from the ground, a fierce battle was raging in the sky. A cold glint flashed across Xiaohei's eyes. Without any fancy magic or martial arts, Xiaohei raised its head. Beside it, flashing energy fluctuations caused even the air to distort a little. Howl, a wolf's howl could be heard in the sky. Xiaohei held to the sky. Black clouds rolled in the sky, but this time, the sky did not completely darken. An illusory heavenly dog pounced on Hu Yixue. Perhaps seeing the sky, the witch fox in Hu Yixue's body escaped in a panic. Xiaohei would not let go of such an opportunity. It bit the witch fox and bit its head into pieces. Even magic could not hurt the witch fox. Under Xiaohei's bite, it could not resist at all. Xiaohei's attack had directly broken the witch fox and Hu Yixue's combined state. Impossible, how could this be? Hu Yixue almost fell from the sky. He could not believe that the witch fox that he had painstakingly obtained would be broken by Xiaohei. Hu Yixue, who had lost his witch fox body, was already at the end of his rope. An arrogant figure stood in the sky, his sharp black eyes looking down at Hu Yixue from a height. At that moment, Yunxing was like an Asura that had stepped out of hell. She looked at Hu Yixue from the corner of her eyes. Hu Yixue, half of my blood is human. Today, I want to tell you that humans can conquer the heavens. On the other side, the king of specters had also killed the half-beast warriors. Boom, like a firework, it suddenly exploded in the sky. Hu Yixue's body was hit by many magic spells. He fell from the sky and landed on the ground, no longer breathing. That scene fell into the eyes of everyone in the slum. In the eyes of the villagers, there was only horror and deep shock. Big Sister Yun, you're so powerful. Ying ignored her mother's obstruction and ran over. She looked at the disfigured corpse on the ground, then looked up at Yunxing, who was like a god of war. That Big Sister Yun who usually laughed at her had a face as cold as ice the moment she killed Hu Yixue. There was only determination on her beautiful face. Killing people was such a cruel thing. However, when Big Sister Yun did it, there was not the slightest trace of cruelty. At that moment, Ying's heart felt like it was about to jump out of her chest. For the first time, she realized that what Grandpa Village Chief and her father had said about humans being born weak were all lies. The human race was not weak. The human race could also become stronger. The power of man can conquer the heavens. At that moment, all the villagers in the slums ran out as well. On the ground, the half-beast warriors' corpses were lying all over the place. Those half-beast warriors who had been bullying and suppressing them for so many years were all dead. Dead, Hu Yixue is really dead. Dr. Zhao rushed out, tears streaming down his face. They actually won. The human race actually defeated the half-beast warriors. This is not a dream, right? The village chief was also stunned. After a long while, the village chief seemed to regain his senses. It's not a dream, it's real. The human race has finally defeated the half-beast warriors. The villagers burst into cheers like a flash flood. This was the cheers that they had been suppressing for decades. It was also the cheers that the human race had been oppressed by the half-beast warriors for hundreds and thousands of years. At that moment, the entire slum was about to be turned upside down. Yunxing landed on the ground. She searched Hu Yixue's corpse and found 2 storage bags. Ying, you're quite brave. This is a corpse. Yunxing rubbed Ying's little head. Ying is not afraid. Ying is not even afraid of a living person, let alone a dead one. Ying looked at Yunxing with admiration. You're quite brave. Perhaps you have good potential to learn medicine. Yunxing muttered and looked at Ying a few more times. Earlier, when Ying's mother had begged her to take Ying away, Yunxing had hesitated. But now, it seemed that Ying was really suitable to learn medicine. After the battle, Yunxing counted the casualties and found that most of the people Hu Yixue had brought with him had been devoured by the king of evil spirits. Only one person was missing. The half-beast warrior doctor who had come with Hu Yixue earlier was missing. It was likely that the other party saw that Hu Yixue had been defeated and secretly slipped away. Thus, Yunxing sent out a few demon warriors to track down the whereabouts of that half-beast human doctor. Yunxing's battle had deeply affected all the villagers in the slum. Even the stubborn village chief had come to his senses. The villagers apologized to Yunxing and set up a banquet for Yunxing that night. Yunxing exchanged some pleasantries with the villagers and stayed in the slum that night. Late at night, Ying had fallen into a deep sleep. Yunxing, however, was not sleepy. Her mind was rewinding the scenes of her fierce battle with Hu Yixue during the day. Although she had defeated Hu Yixue, Yunxing felt a sense of defeat that she had not felt for a long time. In today's battle, if not for the fact that Xiao He happened to be the witch fox's natural enemy, she would have been defeated by Hu Yixue. She clearly had several 8 Wastelands divine weapons on her, but she could not win against a summoned witch fox. My dear master, are you wondering why you could not win against the witch fox? Baby Sheep's eyes were drowsy as it rolled into Yunxing's arms. It knew that its master was a stubborn person. Although she had won today, its master would definitely not be able to figure it out. My dear master, all things in the world reinforce and counteract each other. Although you are a Dharma deity, you are still too young and have broken through your cultivation too quickly. You do not understand many of the true meanings of magic. In addition, the witch fox is immune to magic, so your advantage has become a disadvantage. Baby Sheep used a rare old-fashioned tone to enlighten its master. All things in the world reinforce and counteract each other. Yunxing was reminded by Bo Bo, and an idea flashed through her mind. That's right, Baby Sheep. You reminded me. After I broke through to become a Dharma deity, I thought that I was already at the top of this continent. However, I did not expect that the Eight Wastelands continent was a completely unknown world to me. In this place, even a Dharma deity would still be defeated by an inconspicuous half-orc. I have to become stronger. I have to continuously become stronger. Be it the Eight Wastelands divine weapons or summoned beasts, I have to make good use of every resource around me. Yunxing suddenly understood. As a sorcerer, she might not be the strongest. However, as a sorcerer, summoner, and doctor, she, Yunxing, would be the strongest in both the Boundless Land and the Eight Wastelands continent. Yunxing was a transparent person to begin with. If she won, she would not be arrogant. If she lost, she would accept it. She was disappointed earlier because of a momentary setback. Now that she was enlightened by Baby Sheep, her heart was enlightened. In the dark night, Yunxing's eyes sparkled. The thought of becoming stronger was deeply ingrained in her mind. However, Yunxing also realized that becoming stronger was not as simple as she thought. Especially today, after witnessing the power of the witch fox, she understood that simply improving her magic did not mean that she would be unstoppable in the Bahuang continent. What would she do if she encountered a magical beast that was immune to magic? She would not be so lucky every time to encounter an enemy that was the nemesis of her summoned beast. Dearest Master, have you forgotten the demon god transformation that the big pervert of the underworld taught you? Baby Sheep reminded. Baby Sheep, I've told you many times that the Netherworld Ghost King is now my master in name. Don't call him a big pervert. Yunxing was both angry and amused. In any case, anything related to the underworld is good stuff. Baby Sheep curled its lips. Although it did not like anything related to the underworld, it had to admit that the demon god transformation that the Netherworld Ghost King, whose strength was comparable to a superior god, invented was pretty good. The demon god transformation is only an incomplete magic. Can it really compete with the witch fox summoning technique that is both witchcraft and summoning? Yunxing did not understand. Dearest Master, don't forget that the Netherworld Ghost King is a big pervert. The magic that he comprehended will naturally be a little perverted. Although the demon god transformation is a type of magic, it is also a magic that refines a powerful demon god's physique. It can strengthen your physique and let you gradually have a demon god's physique similar to the Netherworld Ghost King's. In short, if you practice it for a long time, there is a chance that you will have an immortal and indestructible demon god's physique. Baby Sheep was very happy when it thought that its dearest master could be like itself, immortal and indestructible. Its disdain for the Netherworld Ghost King also lessened a little. Bo Bo, it was going to be Master's summoned beast for its entire life. Yunxing also didn't expect that the devil god transformation could actually allow one to possess an immortal and indestructible body. She immediately began to meditate and cultivate the demon god transformation. On the same night, somewhere in the Bahuang continent, among the luxurious buildings, there were 8 palaces. The palaces were very luxurious, and the paths were deep and serene. The holy water in the golden bathtub seemed to be boiling as it surged towards the golden Qilint's body. As the holy water seeped into the golden Qilint's body bit by bit, its originally scaly limbs turned into palms and ankles. He had slender limbs, sexy wheat-colored skin, and seductive almond-shaped eyes. The man's long black hair was wet and hung on his collarbone, giving him an indescribable sense of laziness. Some men were born to be a femme fatale. One look, one breath, it was impossible to ignore. He was obviously a very devilish man, but he had an aura that made people have no choice but to retreat. Just by sitting in the bathtub, the man's body emitted the aura of a king that made people unable to resist. When these two auras mixed together, it formed an indescribable sense of oppression. After being cursed by the Qilin for many years, Yi Baiming finally returned to his human form. However, plans couldn't keep up with changes. Yi Baiming's trip to the Bahuang continent was far more difficult than he had imagined. The reason for this situation was Shinjizi. According to Yi Baiming's earlier estimates, after he and Yunxing parted ways, he should have already reached the beast god altar in the Bahuang continent and completed his baptism. Xianxia used the Netherworld Ghost King's eagerness to save people and attempted to construct a second demon suppression formation in the underworld. After his deeds were exposed, he faked his death and escaped. He originally thought that he could smoothly escape from the underworld with Yi Baiming's protection. Who would have thought that although his every move could be hidden from the Netherworld Ghost King, he couldn't hide it from the Underworld God, Underworld Sunday. When he was on his way to the Bahuang continent's teleportation formation, an army of underworld gods led by the Underworld God, Underworld Sun, appeared. The general of the Underworld army in front of the Underworld Sun forced Yi Baiming to hand over Xianxia. Yi Baiming naturally didn't agree. With his strength alone, he avoided the 10,000-strong army of underworld gods. Along the way, even Yi Baiming was heavily injured and almost died in the underworld. Luckily, this guy was born with a tough life. In the end, he dragged his heavy injuries to the Bahuang continent. Once he reached the Bahuang continent, Xianxia was like a fish in water. The people of the beast god altar rescued the two of them. It was also because of this that Yi Baiming missed the best opportunity to meet up with Yunxing. During the holy water baptism, Yi Baiming closed his eyes. Two figures stood behind him. Two pairs of eyes fell on Yi Baiming. After Xianxia recovered his physical body, he wanted to immediately cut Yi Baiming into pieces. Who knew that this brat, who was on his last breath, would say something to the first priest? Not only did the first priest not kill him, he was even willing to help him undergo the baptism. Xianxia still couldn't get over this matter. The second priest, Xianxia, stared at Yi Baiming's back with a dark gaze. "Boss, you really used so much holy water to baptize this brat. Aren't you afraid that he will bite us back?" Xianxia still had some lingering fear towards Yi Baiming. The second priest of the beast god altar, Xianxia, was also a cunning old fox. He was good at scheming. After hiding in the underworld for so many years, he didn't give himself away. This time it was Yi Baiming and that human female magician of unknown origin who interfered, causing his plan to fail in the end. This matter, to Xianxia, was a stain in his life. With an uproar, Yi Baiming stood up from the bathing pool. He was wearing a long robe that was the same color as the night. Few people were so suited to black. The man in front of him, however, was born with black. The golden scales on his body had already faded, but his golden eyes didn't change at all. The biting cold aura on his body made the first priest's eyes, which were hidden under his hat, shrink. "Thank you." Yi Baiming's voice carried a hint of laziness. That voice was like a nightshade blooming in the dark night. It had a soul-stirring effect. Before he finished speaking, he was already several feet away. He had the intention to leave. "Wait, brat. Do you really think that my beast god altar is a place where you can come and go as you please?" Xianxia flew into a rage out of humiliation. This guy surnamed Yi, did he really think that the beast god altar was a bathhouse? He casually came to take a bath and then left. This guy was a bath tyrant. There was no such thing in the world. Regarding the update, there have been a lot of complaints recently. I feel like I have to explain to everyone that Fuzi has encountered a major change in her work. In addition, she is preparing to transition between the new and old books, so the recent update can only be done temporarily. After I deal with this matter and tidy up my mood, I will work hard to write more. In addition, this book really has too many imperfections. Thank you to everyone who has persisted in subscribing, voting, and encouraging me. Could it be that the second priest still wants to keep me here? Are you sure you have the ability to do so? Yi Baiming's gaze suddenly turned cold and pierced towards Xianxia like an awl. Xianxia's neck suddenly stiffened. A cold, calloused finger had already landed on his throat. The man's magnetic voice, along with his hand, landed beside Xianxia's ear. With just a little bit of strength, Yi Baiming would break Xianxia's throat. You. What an ungrateful thing. Don't forget who helped you restore your physical body." Xianxia shuddered. But he didn't know who was the one who wanted to kill Yi Baiming a moment ago. "The beast god altar helped me restore my human body, but the two priests also watched this prince bathe for free for a long time. Speaking of which, the beast god altar and I are even. Now." Yi Baiming's face was red, but his ears were not. He had completely removed his relationship with the beast god altar. When the second priest heard this, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. This man was too shameless. What was there to see when a man looked at another man? However, Yi Baiming's 2 fingers on his throat made the second priest spit out a single word. The second priest knew that Yi Baiming was a madman. If he were to say something that made him unhappy, he would suddenly exert force and his neck would really be broken like a duck's neck. Your Excellency Prince Regent, although you have restored your human form, your real purpose in coming to the 8 wilderness beast god altar is not as simple as restoring your human form. The first priest of the beast god altar, who had been standing to the side and hadn't spoken, finally spoke. His voice was hoarse and it was dark under his wide robes. His appearance couldn't be seen clearly. As he spoke, the second priest, Xianxia, who had been held captive by Yi Baiming, suddenly disappeared. In a flash, he was standing next to the first priest. Yi Baiming had no idea what method this person had used and when he had snatched the person from under him. Yi Baiming felt like he was facing a formidable enemy. This first priest of the beast god altar was even more profound than the other priests. His skills had really reached an unfathomable level. Although they were only a few steps away, Yi Baiming could feel a pair of deep eyes on him. That kind of gaze seemed to be able to pierce through a person's soul and directly see into the bottom of their heart. This was not a good feeling. First priest, as you said, what do you think is the purpose of this king coming to the 8 wastelands beast god altar? Yi Baiming also wanted to know what this first priest, whose strength, age, and origin were all unknown, knew. In fact, Yi Baiming was also very curious as to why the first priest would so generously use the holy water of the beast god altar to baptize him. Prince Regent, you did not hesitate to take the risk to enter the 8 wastelands beast god altar. Your purpose should be for a very important person. And that person should be related to the curse of the Black Qilan tribe. The first priest's hoarse voice was very uncomfortable to listen to. Yi Baiming's temples throbbed. He felt uncomfortable as if he had been seen through. He frowned and did not answer yes or no. Prince Regent, as far as I know, there is no cure for you. The curse in your body is not incurable. As long as you promise me 2 things, I will help you to break the curse, the first priest said slowly. First priest, do you think this king is the kind of person who would casually negotiate with others? Yi Baiming was displeased. He did not know why, but this was the first time he met the first priest of the beast god altar, but he had an indescribable feeling of repulsion towards him. Prince Regent, you don't have to worry. The 2 things I want you to do are not harmful to you at all. The first thing is to seize the Black Qilan king's relic. As for the second thing, it is to enshrine this statue in the Black Qilan tribe's holy land. After the first priest finished speaking, he threw something to Yi Baiming. Yi Baiming lowered his head to take a look. There was a strange wooden statue in his hand. This statue looked like a fox, a dog, and a wolf. At a glance, it looked like all kinds of animals, but at the same time, it looked like nothing. The statue looked like it was carved out of wood, but when he held it in his hand, it was cold and very heavy. With Yi Baiming's arm strength, this statue that he could hold with his hand weighed at least 500 to 600 gold. Seizing the Black Qilan king's relic is not difficult, but what is this statue? Although Yi Baiming was an enemy of the Black Qilan tribe, he wouldn't rashly put something of unknown origin into the Black Qilan tribe's holy land. Boss, how could you give something as important as the beast god statue to this brat? Xianxia had just escaped death, and now he hated Yi Baiming even more. Seeing his boss give the beast god statue to Yi Baiming, he was dumbfounded. It is just as Xianxia said. This is the 8 desolate beast god statue. It can be used to absorb the faith energy of the beast god. It is also the source of the beast god altar's power. Those who hold the beast god statue will be able to greatly increase their ability to absorb magic energy and battle chi. The first priest didn't hide anything. The reason the beast god altar was able to stand tall in the 8 desolate continent for so many years was because of this mysterious beast god statue. This kind of statue relied on faith energy to constantly strengthen the beast god altar. If the statue was placed in the Black Qilan tribe's beast god altar, it would be able to absorb the faith energy of the Black Qilan tribe. This would cause the people of the Black Qilan tribe who had been united for so many years to become hostile. why should I believe you? Yi Baiming held the beast god statue in his hand, but he still had some hesitation. Prince Regent, my conditions are beneficial to you and not harmful at all. In order to show my sincerity, I can directly tell you that one of the conditions to break the Qilin King's curse is to merge with the Black Qilin King's relic. As for the second condition, once you help me place the beast god statue in the Black Qilin tribe's holy land, I will definitely tell you. The first priest was certain that Yi Baiming wouldn't refuse his condition. In reality, even if the first priest didn't say it, Yi Baiming would still go to the Black Qilin tribe to take the Black Qilin King's relic. After Empress Li told Yi Baiming about his origins, Yi Baiming suspected that his origins might be related to the Black Qilin King. Although the Black Qilin King had been dead for many years, there should still be a part of his memories in the Qilin King's relic. Perhaps the Black Qilin King's relic could tell him who the mysterious voice that appeared in the Qilin King's tomb belonged to. Alright, I can agree to help you. However, whether it's the Black Qilin King's relic or the Qilin tribe's holy land, it's not easy to enter. Yi Baiming had already returned to his human form. In the past few years, his strength had increased by quite a bit. In addition to the black demon battle armor that Yunxing had refined for him, his current strength should be able to contend with He Yao. Even so, Yi Baiming did not have complete confidence that he would be able to defeat He Yao if he met him again. That was only limited to He Yao in the past. No one knew if He Yao had made any new breakthroughs in the past few years. You don't have to worry about this. In another 6 months, it will be the Ba Huang clan competition that is held every 5 years in the Ba Huang continent. I will let you participate in this competition as the representative of the Beast God Altar. At that time, you will have the opportunity to obtain the Black Qilin King's Saraira and enter the Qilin sacred grounds. The first priest was very satisfied that Yi Baiming had agreed. However, before the family competition, I hope that Prince Regent can stay at the Beast God Altar and comprehend it properly. If nothing goes wrong with the baptism of the holy water this time, it will definitely awaken the second Qilin inheritance in your body. The first priest warned Yi Baiming. Awaken the second Qilin inheritance. Yi Baiming muttered to himself. He had promised little Wildcat that he would immediately meet up with her after he regained his human form. However, if he left the Beast God Altar, the chances of awakening the second Qilin inheritance would be much lower. First priest, I would like to ask, who is the current saintess of the Celestial Fox tribe? Yi Baiming was sure that if Yunxing came to the Ba Huang continent, she would definitely send her ashes to the Celestial Fox tribe. The saintess of the Celestial Fox tribe. From what I know, ever since the previous saintess of the Celestial Fox tribe went missing, the Celestial Fox tribe has yet to choose a saintess. However, if they choose a new saintess, she will definitely participate in this competition. The first priest paid attention to Yi Baiming's reaction. Since that's the case, then I will stay at the Beast God Altar for half a year. After half a year, I will definitely fulfill my promise with the first priest. Yi Baiming's lips unconsciously curled up when he heard this. It seemed that little Wildcat's trip to the Heavenly Lake tribe was not as simple as it seemed. If he was the patriarch of the Celestial Fox tribe and had not been able to choose a saintess for a long time, what if a woman who looked exactly like the previous saintess suddenly appeared? That woman's strength was far beyond that of an ordinary Celestial Fox. Presumably, the Celestial Fox people would do anything to make her stay. Oh well, half a year later, he would meet up with little Wildcat at the family competition. Just as she had said, a lifetime was a long time. In order to break the curse and be with her as soon as possible, he would endure for another half a year. Yi Baiming immediately made the decision to stay at the Beast God Altar and slowly digest the changes the holy water brought to his body. Just like this, Yunxing and Yi Baiming, due to a strange combination of factors, temporarily stopped at the Crescent Moon Spring Town and the Beast God Altar. After Hu Ishue was killed, the Crescent Moon Spring Town was like a group of dragons without a leader. Under the leadership of Yunxing, the resentment that the villagers had accumulated for several decades exploded out all at once. They rushed into the town and launched an unprecedentedly fierce battle with the beastmen in the town. Even though many humans were seriously injured or even died in this fierce battle, with the thought that the human race was not inferior to the beastmen, the human race actually achieved a great victory for the first time. In the end, they even occupied the mayor's residence in one go. However, not long after occupying the mayor's residence, another problem quickly arose. "You're saying that we still can't relax and have to strengthen the defense?" Yunxing had just joined forces with Dr. Zhao to treat the injuries of the wounded when she received bad news. "Dr. Yun, you may not know, but the Crescent Moon Spring town is a part of Tsangdu. The number of guards here is less than 200. After Hu Ishua's death, his sworn brother, the half-beast doctor, had most likely fled to Tsangdu. He sent the news of the Crescent Moon Spring town being captured by the human race. There are 30,000 troops stationed in Tsangdu." The village chief had a bitter expression. The strength of the human race was really very meager. This time, they had already performed exceptionally well in capturing the Crescent Moon Spring town, but they had also caused many injured people. In the slums, at least half of the young and strong men were injured. If they encountered an army of 30,000 again, they would probably be defeated before they even started fighting. "Village chief, don't be anxious. I'll go and inquire again. In the next few days, choose some soldiers from the human race who can still fight. I want to give them special training. In addition, you and Dr. Zhao go and count how many beastman captives there are in the town." Yunxing was shocked but quickly calmed down. After killing Hu Ishue, there were still thousands of Hu Ishue. If they wanted to change the fate of the human race, a simple attack was clearly not enough. They had to make them fundamentally stronger. If they wanted to do this, they had to pull the beastmen into the human race's camp. In the next few days, Yunxing began a big reshuffle of the slums. At the same time, she also ordered that no one was to be harsh on any of the beastmen captives. Even their families had to be properly settled. What surprised her was that in the slums with only a few thousand people, other than the old, weak, sick, and disabled, many of them actually had magic talent and martial talent. As for the specific reason, Yunxing asked the village chief afterward. Only then did she know that the humans in the slums of the Crescent Moon Spring were once the descendants of a powerful human tribe hundreds of years ago. In the Crescent Moon Spring town, there is a well called the Crescent Moon Well. The water in that well is very beneficial to martial artists and mages. However, ever since the Bakra orcs invaded and the Crescent Moon Well was occupied, the physique of the human race slowly weakened. Especially after Hu Ishue came, he even sealed the well, causing complaints to be heard everywhere. "But even so, our physique is still stronger than that of ordinary humans," the village chief lamented. He also did not expect that the human race would regain the Crescent Moon Well one day. After Yunxing learned of this news, she even went to check the Crescent Moon Well. After taking a closer look, she discovered that the water in the Crescent Moon Well was indeed somewhat mysterious. If it was combined with her secret beast blood pill, it could cause a person's physique to change in a short period of time after consumption, reaching a physique similar to that of a beastman. Yunxing immediately decided that starting from the children in the slums, everyone would need to use the water from the Crescent Moon Well and the beast blood pill. In just 5 or 6 days, almost everyone in the slums underwent a pitiful change. Even the oldest village chief, who originally had a head of gray hair, looked as if he had become 10 years younger after taking the Crescent Moon Well and the beast blood pill. That's strange. Why is there still no movement from Tsangdu after so many days? While the village chief was happy, he was still worried that the people from Tsangdu would attack. However, what surprised him was that there was still no movement from Tsangdu. "Don't worry, village chief. I have my own arrangements." Yunxing smiled mysteriously. That night, Queen Night Demon was summoned by Yunxing. After the master and servant had a secret discussion for an hour, Queen Night Demon took advantage of the night and rushed in the direction of Tsangdu. Not long after Queen Night Demon left, on the second day, Yunxing brought Dr. Zhao to the prison cell in Crescent Spring Town. In the past, the prison cell in Crescent Spring Town had imprisoned a large number of escaped human slaves as well as some disobedient beast men. After Yunxing arrived, she released all the people who were inside the room. Currently, those imprisoned inside were all beastman warriors who were originally under Hu Ishue. There were about 200 to 300 people in the entire prison cell. After Hu Ishue was killed, the beastmen in the town were like scattered sand. Under the pincer attack of Yunxing's magical beasts, they were quickly defeated and captured. The village chief's suggestion at that time was to kill all these beastmen to prevent future troubles. However, Yunxing did not do so. Instead, she gave the order to treat these beastman warriors well. This also caused the village chief and the group of people to be puzzled. Yunxing came to the prison cell today for this batch of beastman warriors. Despicable humans, quickly let us out. After Yunxing and Dr. Zhao entered the prison cell, they heard a rough voice echoing in the prison cell. That is Xianxia, a beastman warrior. He has always been Hu Ishua's right-hand man. This time, when Hu Ishua went to the slums, he was in charge of guarding the mayor's residence. This person's strength is not ordinary. He is a martial arts grandmaster expert. If not for the help of Lord's magical beasts, we would not be able to do anything to him. Dr. Zhao said beside Yunxing. This Xianxia was also a tough man. After he was imprisoned, he was different from the other beastman warriors. He refused to eat the food given by humans and would curse every day. Yunxing looked at the beastman Xianxia in the old house. She saw that he was 2 meters tall and his appearance was indeed like a big black bear. His arms were as thick as her waist. As Xianxia was extremely strong, the villagers had no choice but to use 4 to 5 iron chains to lock him up. Xianxia also saw Yunxing. He had long heard that the mayor was killed by a human. At first, he thought that the other party would at least be a strong warrior like the behemoth giant. Who would have thought that she was a weak and slender woman who was much more beautiful than those concubines in the mayor's mansion? Even if he was beaten to death, Xianxia would not believe that this woman had killed the mayor with her real ability. Xianxia naturally thought that Yunxing had colluded with the human race and used her beauty to bewitch the mayor. You're the one who killed the mayor? Xianxia's eyes were red, and the chains on his arms rattled. He wanted to go up and break this human woman's neck. I was the one who killed Fox One Blood. Xianxia, I respect you as a good man. If you can pledge your allegiance, I can let you go. Yunxing was not afraid of Xianxia at all. She directly opened the prison door and walked in. You can't, Yundarin. Xianxia is strong and powerful, and is also a warrior. If you let him go, there will be endless trouble in the future. Dr. Zhao was shocked and hurriedly said. Humph, if you have the ability, then kill me. As long as I, Xianxia, am alive, you lowly humans will not be able to order me around. In Xianxia's eyes, the human race was lowly. They were weak, timid, and did not deserve to order Xianxia around. Xianxia, don't be in a hurry to refuse. Listen to me first. Yunxing was not in a hurry. Instead, she changed the topic and began to tell a story. Once upon a time, there was a half-beastman. He was born with great strength, but because he was not a purebred beast, he had been enslaved in his tribe. When he came of age, he left the tribe alone and went to the big town to make a living. But because he was a half-beastman, he could not pass the imperial exam and become an official. Helplessly, he could only go to a remote town and become a guard. There, he met a half-beastman woman. But, unfortunately, that half-beastman woman caught the eye of the local mayor. When Yunxing said this, Xianxia suddenly roared. When Xianxia roared, the chain on his arm was suddenly torn apart. He waved the broken chain and rushed in front of Yunxing. Protect Darren. Dr. Zhao roared, and the human guards in the cell all rushed out. Xianxia's tall figure seemed to have been petrified and was fixed half a foot away from Yunxing. In a flash, Yunxing had already used a spacetime restriction magic and fixed Xianxia in place. If you want to kill me, then kill me. Damn woman, don't think you can humiliate me. Xianxia's face was red with anger. In the story that Yunxing said just now, the half-beastman who was forced to leave the tribe and had his beloved taken away was talking about Xianxia. Xianxia, what I'm saying isn't just about you. In the 8 Wastelands continent, the purebred beastmen are revered. Most of the half-beastmen are facing the same fate as you. Family separated and suffering humiliation. Compared to the human race, you seem to be much better. But in fact, you are exactly the same. Even so, do you still want to work for those purebred beastmen? Yunxing's words made Xianxia and the other half-beastmen in the cell silent. Everyone says that the human race is cunning. Do you think that with just a few words, you can convince me and the half-beastmen here? In your dreams, the human race cannot defeat the powerful Bakra orcs. In his heart, Xianxia knew that the half-beastmen had always been bullied and humiliated. But that was fate. If they did not obey, the powerful purebred beastmen of the tribal countries would definitely kill all the half-beastmen. His family and tribesmen would not be spared. They could not imagine the days when the human race, half-beastmen, and beastmen were equal. If you don't do it, there is no possibility. Why don't we make a bet? If I can take down Songdu with the power of the human race, you will submit to the human race. If I can't do it, then I will keep my promise and let you and your families go. Yunxing's words were undoubtedly nonsense in the ears of Xianxia and the half-beastmen in the cell. The half-beastmen were very clear about the strength of the human race. Just fighting against the hundreds of half-beastmen warriors in Crescent Spring Town had already caused the human race to suffer great losses. This woman actually said that she wanted to use the power of the human race to take down the entire Songdu. That was Songdu, one of the 10 capital cities in the Celestial Fox tribal country. It had 30,000 troops stationed there, and the military strength there was dozens of times that of Crescent Spring Town. Alright, let's make a bet. I, Xianxia, swear on the souls of my bear warriors that if you can take down Songdu, my brothers, and all the half-beastmen in the town will coexist peacefully with the human race from now on. But if you lose, you must also keep your promise. Xianxia said resolutely. I, Yunxing, swear on the name of my Dharma soul that regardless of victory or defeat, I will definitely not make things difficult for any half-beastman in the cell. After Yunxing finished speaking, a 6-colored Dharma soul shone above her head. When the 6-colored Dharma soul that was as dazzling as a rainbow appeared in the cell, the eyes of the half-beastman warriors all changed. Be it in the boundless land, the 8 wilderness mainland, or the human race, half-beastmen, or orcs, there was one thing in common. That was respect for the strong. The half-beastmen submitted to the orcs, and the human race submitted to the half-beastmen and the orcs because they were not as strong as the other party. A 6-colored Dharma soul had never appeared in the 8 wilderness mainland. Needless to say, Yunxing was willing to make a promise in the name of the Dharma soul. On one hand, it showed Yunxing's strength. On the other hand, it also showed Yunxing her sincerity to all the half-beastmen. She wanted to recruit the half-beastmen with sincerity, using her actions and vows. Even the half-beastmen warriors who did not know magic knew what it meant to swear in the name of the Dharma soul. This human race actually swore with the Dharma soul. Moreover, she was a powerful magician with a 6-colored Dharma soul. It turned out that there were such powerful magicians in the human race. It was no wonder that the mayor Hu Ishue was killed on the spot. The contempt on Xianxia's face earlier was replaced by reverence. At the same time, the other half-beastmen in the cell were also shocked. It was not until Yunxing left that the half-beastmen in the cell came back to their senses. Brother Xiong, did you really agree to that woman? Do we really have to obey the orders of the human race in the future? Some half-beastmen warriors were very dissatisfied. Do you really think that less than 100 humans can defeat the guards of Songdu? Xianxia would not admit that he was swayed by Yunxing's words just now. That human woman said that the half-beastmen and the human race lived in peace and enjoyed the same rights as the orcs. Living together as equals was not slavery, nor was it obeying orders. Instead, it was complete equality. In his heart, he had once longed for the human race and the half-beastmen to live in harmony. The half-beastmen could also become officials like purebred orcs and not have to worry about being oppressed by purebred orcs. But when he thought of the 30,000 guards of Songdu, Xianxia knew that it was impossible. But Brother Xiong, I think that woman might really be able to do it. I heard that she has a terrifying demonic beast that is even more powerful than the mayor's witch fox, another half-beastman warrior said. Furthermore, I have a feeling that this human is different from ordinary humans. Although she imprisoned us, she did not mistreat us. If the previous mayor caught the enemy, he would have been tortured to death. Among the half-orcs, Xianxia was not the only one who was swayed by Yunxing's words. In retrospect, although the human race had imprisoned them, they were provided with 3 meals a day. Even when their families came to visit, they said that the human race did not make things difficult for them. The life of the beastmen in town was very normal. Unknowingly, there were already different voices in the cell. Although they are very powerful, the people of the Celestial Fox tribal nation are also very powerful. Don't forget that there is still a person in Songdu. As long as he is there, Songdu will be an iron wall. Let alone capturing it, even wanting to invade it is very difficult. Xianxia's words made the half-beastman in the cell silent. The only thing we can do now is to wait. We will wait for a few more days. Xianxia also faintly felt that perhaps this human woman could really do it. Xianxia also could not explain why he had such thoughts. He only intuitively felt that perhaps this woman's appearance would change Songdu, and even the future of the entire 8 wastelands. Every action of the half-orcs in the cell was also reported to Yunsheng. After Dr. Zhao came out of the cell, his face was full of worry. His mind was filled with the fact that Lord Yun actually boasted in front of the half-orcs that he would take down Songdu. These words must not be passed to the village chief. Otherwise, the village chief would be scared to death. Right now, they hadn't even settled the matter of protecting the Crescent Moon Spring town. Truly, before one wave had settled, another wave had risen. Lord Yun was too willful. However, Dr. Zhao did not dare to say these words to Yunsheng face to face. It was just that his worries were all written on his face. Dr. Zhao, do you have a lot of things to ask me? Yunsheng looked at Dr. Zhao's appearance of a little old man and found it funny in her heart. Lord Yun, could it be that everything you did just now was deliberately done for those half-orcs to see? Dr. Zhao recalled the situation in the cell just now and was still somewhat puzzled. That's right. I need to recruit those half-orcs. According to what I know, the total number of humans and half-orcs in the 8 wastelands is about 90%. Of the remaining 10%, the purebred Bakra orcs and the purebred other beasts occupy another 10% and 90% respectively. Only by uniting the half-orcs will the human race be willing to truly turn the tables. Yunsheng had also considered that she would only stay in Crescent Spring Town for at most a month. Therefore, during this period of time, she had to think of a way to eliminate the conflict between the human race and the half-orcs. After all, most of the half-orcs still had the blood of the human race in them. It was relatively easier for them to accept the human race. Lord Yun, your original intention was not wrong, but you should not have made a promise to capture Songdu. That is simply an impossible task. Dr. Zhao was endlessly regretful. Dr. Zhao, not only do I want to capture Songdu, I want to capture it within a month. However, Yunsheng smiled faintly. She had long expected the reaction of the human race led by Dr. Zhao. A month? Nonsense. Lord Yun, this time even if you want to punish this old man also has to advise you not to be reckless. Songdu is one of the main cities of the Celestial Fox tribe. There is also a very terrifying person in Songdu. As long as he is here, Songdu will not be broken. Dr. Zhao rambled on. He believed that Yunsheng had just come to Songdu and was not familiar with everything here. A person? Could it be that the city guard of Songdu is a very powerful purebred celestial fox? It would be best if he is a celestial fox. I happen to be looking for someone from the Celestial Fox tribe. Yunsheng was interested when she heard this. Wrong, Lord Yun. The city guard of Songdu is indeed a purebred celestial fox. However, the powerful person this old man is talking about is not the city guard, but a counselor under the city guard. He is the most powerful person in the entire Songdu. There is actually such a person in Songdu. I thought that the Celestial Fox tribe did not have any powerful purebred celestial fox. When Yunsheng heard this, she showed some curiosity. The Celestial Fox tribe was said to be the weakest of the Bakra orcs. Yunsheng did not expect that there was such a person in Songdu. Lord Yun, to be exact, that person is not a purebred celestial fox. He is just a half-beastman from the Black Goose tribe. However, he is very powerful and is known as the military counselor of Songdu. He is our biggest obstacle to capturing Songdu. Dr. Zhao simply told Yunsheng everything he knew about Songdu. Songdu was one of the 10 capital cities in the Celestial Fox tribal country. Under Songdu, there were nearly 100 towns about the same size as Crescent Spring Town. The city guard of Songdu was called Hu Yu. He was a few years older than Hu Yixue, about 40 years old. Hu Yu's mother was from a prominent family in the Celestial Fox tribe. His father was the descendant of a large family in the Celestial Fox tribe, so his identity was very prominent and he was entrusted with the position of Songdu city guard. He was much stronger than Hu Yixue, and his strength was roughly equivalent to the martial god. He was a rather troublesome character. However, Hu Yu also had a very big flaw. He was reckless and not good at scheming. Such a character was obviously not enough to take on such an important position as the city guard. Therefore, Hu Yu's family spent a lot of effort to invite a military counselor, who was the Cangdu military counselor that Dr. Zhao had mentioned earlier, Crane Sound. Crane Sound is also a half-beastman. Although he is not proficient in martial arts, nor does he know profound magic, he comes from an ancient beast clan. This clan is now withered, but in history, it flourished for a period of time and produced the most famous tactician of the beast clan of the Eight Wastelands. Although Dr. Zhao still had some hostility towards half-beastmen, he was still quite respectful when he mentioned Crane Sound. Ever since Crane Sound came to Cangdu, Cangdu had encountered no less than 10 battles and various beast tides, but every time, Crane Sound resolved it. Moreover, Cangdu's losses were very small each time. There was even a record of no casualties. Therefore, in the Celestial Fox tribal country, there is a saying, if you have Crane Sound, 10,000 men will not be able to pass. When Dr. Zhao said this, the worry on his face became heavier. With such a character guarding Cangdu, Lord Yin actually still threatened to take down Cangdu within a month. This was undoubtedly a fool's dream. Haha, Dr. Zhao, whether it is really one man holding back 10,000 men, we will only know after we fight. Hearing you say this, I really want to meet Crane Sound. The corners of Yunxing's eyebrows raised slightly, and a thought-provoking smile appeared on her lips. Calculating the time, Night Demon Queen should have arrived at Cangdu by now. Queen Night Demon, what's the situation in Cangdu? Yunxing asked. Master, we should be able to reach Cangdu before sunset. We haven't encountered any soldiers from Cangdu along the way. Queen Night Demon's voice drilled into Yunxing's mind. As for whether the Crane Sound was round or flat, the news should be coming soon. It turned out that Yunxing already knew that he was too unfamiliar with the situation in Cangdu, so she sent Night Demon Queen to Cangdu early in the morning. After you reached Cangdu, find out the whereabouts of 2 people. One is the city guard of Cangdu. The other person was Crane Sound. Especially the latter, you must record everything he says and does in the past few days. Night Demon Queen's skin was dark, and she was good at hiding in the dark. She was also clever, so she was the most suitable person to scout for information. Queen Night Demon hurried along. After a day and a night, she arrived in Cangdu. Compared to Crescent Spring Town, Cangdu had a population of nearly 100,000 and a vast territory. After searching for a while, Night Demon Queen quickly locked on to the most luxurious mansion in the city. In the Songhai City Guard mansion, Night Demon Queen muttered something. Her exquisite figure swayed, and her body suddenly shrank a lot, turning into a demon the size of a moth. She flapped her wings and began to search in the Cangdu City Guard mansion. Night Demon Queen's luck was very good. After searching for a while, she found Cangdu City Guard Hu Yu. Hu Yu was an ordinary-looking man from the Fox clan. At this moment, he was sitting in the main hall of the Cangdu City Guard mansion. In the main hall, there were 2 men. Night Demon Queen knew one of the 2 men. It was the half-orc doctor who fled from Crescent Spring Town earlier. As for the other man, just looking at his age, he was in his early 30s. His skin was as white as jade, and he had delicate features. He was a handsome man. Night Demon Queen quietly flew into the main hall and landed on an illuminating magic array. Her appearance was no different from an ordinary moth. At this time, the half-orc doctor spoke. Lord City Guard, Crescent Spring Town has been captured for many days. Please send troops to support quickly. That day, when the half-orc doctor saw that the situation was not right, he secretly escaped. He thought that after arriving at Cangdu City Guard would immediately launch an attack. Who knew that Hu Yu had been biding his time? Almost 10 days had passed, and the city guard still had not attacked Crescent Spring Town. This city guard has long heard of this matter. What do you think? Hu Yu was just like what Dr. Zhao told Yunxing earlier. He was an unlearned person. It was okay to let him go to the battlefield, but if it was talking about using troops, Hu Yu was not good. He had always relied on He's help, and this time was no exception. He thinks that we still need to bide our time. The human race is cowardly. Even if they are temporarily united because of one person's strength, they will be divided after a long time. Moreover, in Crescent Spring Town, there are many half-orc residents. Even if the human race can rely on external forces to temporarily suppress them, it will inevitably lead to another riot. That beautiful scholar man spoke unhurriedly. What a cunning half-orc. No wonder Songdu City did not send troops these days. So they are planning to let the half-orcs in Crescent Spring Town rebel. Night Demon Queen heard clearly from the side. Lord Hisi, you don't know. That woman who killed the mayor is very strong. Most of the half-orc warriors in the town have already been killed or captured by her. The half-orc doctor had personally witnessed Yunxing's power. Even Hu Ishue, who had Celestial Fox's inheritance, was killed by her. Not to mention, those stupid half-orcs in the town. Hisi, although Crescent Spring Town is a poor town, it is still a town after all. There is still a crescent well in the town. If that place is really occupied by the human race, and the news spreads out, I'm afraid it will attract the disloyalty of other towns. Huyu had also waited for more than 10 days. He also felt that it was time to make a move. The human race, that kind of ant-like existence, actually dared to behave atrociously in his territory. He must strangle all the local humans. Lord City Guard, there is no need to use Songdu's military strength for a small Crescent Spring town. He has 2 plans. With the 2 plans combined, we will definitely be able to take back Crescent Spring Town. Lord, don't worry. In less than a month, he will be able to take back Crescent Spring Town without using a single soldier. Hisi's face was also filled with confidence. The human race from the boundless world, no matter who the other party was, if they underestimated Songdu's people, they would definitely pay a heavy price. Since that is the case, go ahead and do it. I will be waiting for your good news. Huyu laughed loudly. In the dead of night, in the mayor's mansion of the Crescent Spring Town. There was no light in the room. Yunxing sat in the dark, her black eyes sparkling, and there was a faint smile on her lips. Baby Sheep, who was nestled comfortably in Yunxing's arms, saw the smile of its master, and its black bean eyes flashed with a wicked light. Baby Sheep, its dear master was going to be naughty again. It liked its evil-looking master. As the saying goes, one is marked by the company one keeps. Unknowingly, Baby Sheep had been imperceptibly influenced by Yunxing. From a cute sheep, it had become a black sheep with a black belly. At this time, Ming's son, who was far away in the underworld, suddenly had a very ominous premonition. I always have a feeling that it is a very wrong decision to let the weak egg stay in the human world. Well, if there is a chance, I still have to go to the human world. He frowned his good-looking brows. Yunxing had just learned from Queen Night Demon about the conversation between Hisue and the mayor of Songdu. 2 strategies to take back the Crescent Spring Town without losing a single soldier. One of the strategies was to use the spies in the Crescent Spring Town to bewitch the half-beast men in the prison and break out of prison. The second strategy was to poison the water source of the mayor's mansion. What a good Hisue, as the rumors said, he was an outstanding schemer. Hisue's strategies, in the eyes of the 8 wastelands, were indeed unexpected, and indeed insidious and vicious enough. However, Hisue did not expect that what he was facing now was not an ordinary human. What he was facing was a descendant of Yan and Huang with modern consciousness, Yunxing. Yunxing boasted that she had also received Eastern and Western higher education. Although she was not proficient in Sun Tzu's art of war and the 36 stratagems left by her ancestors. But in any case, she was a modern person who had seen countless melodramatic serials and palace dramas. In her eyes, Hisue's strategy was child's play. Dear master, that half-beast man is so vicious. Do you want to go to Songdu and kill them all? Baby Sheep had an expression of sharpening a knife. Anyone who looked down on their beloved master would be cut into pieces and chopped into pieces. Heh, to think that you're a world deity. You should know that there's a saying in the art of war, only by winning without fighting can one be considered victorious. In any war, the ultimate victims are the civilians. The human race was too weak to withstand another bloody battle. However, those who scheme against me must pay a heavy price. Yunxing stroked the popo sheep's wool with a profound expression. Kissing Sheep seemed to understand. What did his dear master mean by that? Haha, do you know what? It means to give someone a taste of their own medicine? Yunxing laughed mischievously. Dear master, what do you mean by that? Bobo Sheep asked with a puzzled expression. You'll know after a while. Politeness demands reciprocity. This is the principle that we humans use to welcome our friends from afar. Yunxing blinked her eyes. A few days later, a few spies from Songdu quietly infiltrated the prison cell of Crescent Moon Spring Town. Is this Xianxia? The spies from Songdu had long learned from the orc doctor that there was a powerful orc imprisoned in the prison cell. He was the trusted aide of Hu Yixue, the former mayor of Crescent Moon Spring Town. He was most confident in inciting the orcs to riot and starting with Xianxia. Xianxia, who was in the cell, nodded. We're spies from Songdu. Lady Crane Sound sent him a letter. 3 days later, at midnight, Lord Crane will bring 200 warriors from Songdu and hide outside Crescent Moon Spring Town. At that time, you guys will find an opportunity to escape from prison. The two sides will work together and definitely take back Crescent Moon Spring Town. The spy handed a letter to Xianxia. Xianxia accepted the letter without batting an eyelid. After the spy left, the cell door next to Xianxia's opened. A person walked out from inside. It was Yunxing. I've already done as you instructed. This is Crane's letter. You have to fulfill what you promised me. Xianxia's face was dark. This morning, Yunxing came to the cell again. She told Xianxia that in a few days, a spy from Songdu would come to contact him. Don't worry, I'll definitely do what I promised you. I've already ordered someone to send the concubine from the mayor's residence to your house. As long as you leave the cell, you can take her far away. Yunxing smiled. Everyone had weaknesses. Xianxia was a man, but his infatuation had also become his greatest weakness. Even if I help you get the secret letter, we won't help you deal with Lord Crane. Xianxia was still a little unconvinced and felt that Yunxing was threatening him. Yunxing did not think much of it. She opened the secret letter. The handwriting on the letter was like clouds and water, and the words were very provocative. If these simple-minded half-beastmen were to read this letter, they would definitely be bewitched. This Crane Sound was truly a talent. Since he was a talent, there were only two results. He could either be recruited or obliterated. The corners of Yunxing's lips curled up. 3 days later, she could not wait to see how the military counselor of Songdu would deal with the aftermath. After the secret letter was delivered, Crane and a group of warriors from Songdu had already rushed to a temporary gathering place outside Crescent Spring Town. Crane's arrangement was tight. When he set off, he and his subordinates disguised themselves as a caravan. Along the way, no one discovered their whereabouts. A few spies who were hiding in Crescent Moon Spring Town also rushed over after receiving the signal. From the spies, Crane learned that his letter had been sent to the cell. He believed that the orcs would riot on the night of his operation. What's the movements of that human female mage in the past few days? Crane asked again. There's nothing unusual. That woman is also very strange. She strolls around the town every day. She only visits some teahouses and shops. The place she most often goes to is the medical hall. Other than that, there's nothing unusual. Yunxing's behavior confused even the Songdu spies. She did not look like a big battle at all. What exactly is that woman selling in her gourd? Let's go into the town and take a look. Crane led a few warriors into Crescent Spring Town. When they entered the town, the notice that prohibited humans and magical beasts from entering had already been removed. Caravans and humans came and went in an endless stream. Everything was normal. Sir, why does the entire town look the same? Not to mention the humans, even the half-orcs look like they are living and working in peace and contentment. The half-orc warriors who arrived at the town with Craneshire were very puzzled when they saw this scene. If the orc doctor had not said it himself, these orcs really did not dare to believe that Crescent Spring Town had been invaded by humans. The current Crescent Spring Town looked no different from the other towns in Songdu that they had passed through along the way. The Crescent Spring Town looked the same as before, but in Kraneshi's eyes, it was different. No, if you look carefully, you will find that there is something different. The barrier between the half-beastmen and humans here has disappeared. There are many humans walking on the streets, and even the nearby residences have been moved in by a large number of humans. Xianxia had never seen any place in the 8 wastelands where humans and half-beastmen could live in harmony. Xianxia frowned. Could it be that the people of the Crescent Spring town were not worried at all that Songdu would send people to attack the Crescent Spring town, and that human who killed Hu Ishue? How could there be nothing strange? Xianxia had been a military advisor for several years, but he had never encountered such strange people and things. At this time, there was an uproar at the entrance of the town. A human elder who looked to be of virtue and prestige posted an announcement on the bulletin board at the entrance of the town. As soon as the announcement was posted, there were many people surrounding it. Lord Yun has issued a new decree again. What new decree is it this time? The humans and half-beastmen in the town swarmed up. Xianxia and a few half-beastmen exchanged glances, lowered their heads, and approached the bulletin board. They also wanted to see what tricks that human was playing. The announcement that had just been announced listed several new policies, and the ink had not dried yet. Xianxia glanced at it and saw a few government decrees on the announcement. From today onwards, all residents of the Crescent Spring town can go to the mayor's mansion to receive a share of Crescent well water every month according to the number of households. The town encourages land reclamation. The children of those who can reclaim land in the town can enter the town school and martial arts school for free to study and learn martial arts. Abolish all systems related to slaves. Humans and half-beastmen are strictly prohibited from fighting in private. Marriage between half-beastmen and humans is encouraged. On a notice, there were nearly 10 government decrees listed in great length. The more he read, the more shocked he was. It was not only because these government decrees had never been heard of in the 8 Wastelands continent, but also because these decrees were challenging the entire system of the 8 Wastelands continent. Your Excellency, is the mayor of the human clan crazy? All of these decrees are against the rules of the Heavenly Fox tribe. The warriors of Songdu tribe sighed inwardly when they saw this. He actually dared to announce such a decree. Although it's against the rules of the Celestial Fox tribal nation, it has won the hearts of the people. Xianxia withdrew his gaze and observed the reactions of the humans and half-orcs after reading the decree. Whether it was the orcs or the half-orcs, after seeing the new government order, they all had faces full of joy. They rushed over, and some people even began to discuss, informing their friends and relatives in the neighboring towns to let them move to Crescent Spring Town as well. A smart ruler knew how to win the hearts of the people. Regardless of the strength of this human who had seized the Crescent Moon Spring Town, the new decree that she had promulgated was undoubtedly deeply popular. Xianxia assisted Hu Yu, and most of the decrees in Songdu came from Xianxia. He was very clear that these decrees of Crescent Spring Town might not be enough, but if they were implemented for a long time, it would definitely form a prairie fire in the Celestial Fox tribal nation, and eventually affect the entire Celestial Fox tribal nation. More and more humans and half-orcs would respond to Crescent Spring Town's actions. Sir, what should we do? It was the first time the soldiers of Songdu country saw Lord Xianxia reveal such a solemn expression. End the battle quickly. Before the decrees truly take effect, kill all the humans and half-orcs who have already been affected. A hint of ruthlessness that did not match his temperament flashed across Xianxia's handsome face. 3 days later, around midnight, Xianxia brought the soldiers of Songdu country and rushed to the mayor's residence. Inside the residence, it was pitch black. It was a night without stars, and the entire mayor's residence was silent. Lord Xianxia, according to your orders, the water in the mayor's residence has been poisoned. I have found out that the people in the mayor's residence have been poisoned. Break the door. With Xianxia's order, dozens of soldiers of Songdu country pounced on the mayor's residence like hungry wolves. The door opened with a bang, and in the courtyard, there was only a dim illumination magic array shining with light. Immediately search for the whereabouts of the human mayor, and capture him alive. Xianxia ordered. The soldiers received the order and quickly rushed into the room to search. Time passed by minute, and Xianxia was waiting for a reply. Thud, thud, thud. The soldiers rushed out, their faces full of strangeness. Sir, people, they're all gone. In the entire mayor's residence, inside and outside, there was not a single living person. Those who had been poisoned earlier were like snow under the sun, disappearing without a trace. Xianxia's forehead suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. He suddenly realized that something was wrong. Bang, the door behind him suddenly closed. The dull sound made Xianxia and a group of warriors turn their heads. The courtyard suddenly lit up, and a crisp and pleasant voice, accompanied by a tall and straight figure, seemed to float down from the sky. A distinguished guest has arrived. Xianxia has been waiting for you here for a long time. It was a young woman dressed in a female magician's robe, who suddenly appeared in the courtyard that was originally empty. She sat in front of a table, and there was a zither placed on the table. The woman's appearance was as bright as the bright moon in the sky. Her bright eyes were smiling, and she nodded at Xianxia. You're the new mayor of Crescent Spring Town, the female magician who killed Hui Xue. Those government decrees in the town were also issued by you? Xianxia did not expect that this seemingly weak and slender woman was actually the rumored female devil who killed without spilling blood. Lord Xianxia, you're too polite. I'm not a mayor, but a passerby who happened to pass by Crescent Spring Town. I saw injustice on the road and helped my fellow humans. Xianxia's fingertips gently plucked on the strings of the zither. On the zither, the sound of the zither was melodious. Looking at Xianxia's expression, it was even more leisurely. The more she was like this, the more nervous those soldiers of Tsangdu looked. They had now discovered that tonight, they had fallen into this woman's trap. However, this woman actually dared to come alone, and even had the leisure to play the zither here. Did she really think that with her strength alone, she could repel so many experts from Tsangdu? What a good help, what you've done has already committed a capital offense. Kraneshi's gaze sharpened, and the soldiers beside him were all ready to shoot like arrows. Slow down, everyone who comes is a guest. Before fighting, it's better to listen to Xianxia play a song. If after this song, you still want to fight, Xianxia will definitely accompany you to the end. Xianxia's eyes flashed with a cunning light. Under her hand, her fingertips moved, and the sound of the zither poured out like flowing water. Xi was born in a prominent clan. Although her clan had declined, she became someone else's military advisor. But deep down, he was still an elegant man. Xianxia's zither was obviously not an ordinary zither. As soon as Xianxia played the zither, Crane knew that something was wrong. Xianxia's first move was a famous ancient song, Dihong Song. Don't be fooled, everyone. Although Xi did not know the zither music, he felt his qi and blood become chaotic when he heard it. He knew that the zither music must be very powerful. But who would have thought that the Tsangdu warriors were all unable to move? Their eyes were lifeless and they didn't hear the crane's command. Lord Xi, this is just a song. You don't have to worry too much. It won't cause any harm to your subordinates. Xianxia smiled, and her black eyes turned golden. In the starless and moonless sky, a golden demonic eye had appeared out of nowhere. The golden demonic eye was like a golden moon that shrouded the mayor's mansion. The golden puppet pupil was the second celestial fox inheritance that Xianxia had comprehended after fusing the Dihong song with the corpse puppet technique. After Xianxia broke through to become an archmage, the golden puppet eye also had a breakthrough. Accompanied by Xianxia's zither music, it could create an incomparably realistic illusion. The sound of the zither was getting louder and louder. Cold sweat trickled down from the tip of Crane's nose. He only felt that images gradually appeared before his eyes. The screen switched to Tsangdu. Inside the Tsangdu city Lord Manor, Huyu's face was pale and he looked like he had yet to recover from a serious illness. What? All the water sources in the city have been poisoned. Who did it? Lord City Guard, the person who poisoned you has already escaped. However, after investigation, the poison in the water is exactly the same as the poison that Lord Xi used in Crescent Moon Spring Town. That poison is Lord Xi's unique poison. Li's eyes suddenly widened. His poison. What was going on? The sound of a crane. Could it be that Li poisoned the city? In the picture, Huyu flew into a rage. Lord City Guard, Lord Hesher, and the warriors who went to Tsangdu have already left for several days. There's no news at all. Perhaps he has already betrayed the city lord and defected to the human race. Li's mother was originally a human. I heard that when he was young, he once studied under a great human scholar. Crane Sound has wild ambitions. I'm afraid he has already colluded with the human race and fled to Crescent Moon Spring Town. Damned Xi, to think that I trusted him so much. Capture Xi's family and hang them in front of everyone. Hu Yu was furious. He sees family members were dragged out of the mansion. You did all of this. He Lai was extremely agitated when he saw this scene. He rushed to Yunxing in a rage and pressed down on Yunxing's music. The sound of the zither suddenly stopped. Yunxing looked straight at He Si. Lord Hesher, this is just an illusion. Why do you have to take it seriously? But if Lord Hesher is stubborn, I can't guarantee whether the things in the illusion will come true. Lord Hesher should know better than me what kind of person Hu Yu is. Yunxing's demonic eyes pierced into He Si's heart. He Lai could only feel a sense of helplessness rising within him. Yes, this woman was right. It was just an illusion. But all of this could happen at any time. This terrifying woman had long been in control of everything. She probably already had her claws in Songdu. What do you want? You should know that even if I join the human race can no longer become a great force. The strength of the Celestial Fox tribal country and the 8 desolate tribes is far from what the human race can contend with now. Although He Si governed Songdu for Hu Yu, he was not a naturally cruel and bloodthirsty person. In fact, he himself had been wandering around since he was young because of his identity as a half-beast human. In order to protect the life of his human mother, he had been serving Hu Yu for so many years. Lord Hesher is right. The human race today is not strong enough to compete with the Bakra orcs, but it may not be so in 10 years or 100 years. You should have seen my ability. I don't intend to kill Hu Yu. I can control Hu Yu and make him a puppet city guard. In the future, Songdu will be managed by you and the human race. Yunxing was not interested in being a city guard. She still had to escort Hu Xing's ashes back to the Celestial Fox tribe. This He Si was able to keep a clear head under her golden puppet eyes, which proved that this person was indeed not an ordinary person. He was the most suitable person to be the city guard behind Songdu. Can you really do it? He Si found it hard to believe. I, Yunxing, will definitely do what I promised. What do you think, Lord Hesher? You are a smart person. I think you already have an answer in your heart. Yunxing put away her zither. He Si hesitated for a moment, but immediately, he already had an answer in his heart. I, He Si, am willing to form an alliance with the human race. From now on, we will advance and retreat together and never leave each other. He reached out his hand. Yunxing smiled faintly and also reached out her hand. The two of them shook hands. At this time, the door of the mayor's mansion opened. Outside the door, hundreds of half-beast human warriors who were imprisoned in the prison rushed in. The leader was Xianxia. What did he see? Lord Hesher? You. Why are you with the human race? Xianxia and the others were still confused. It turned out that about half an hour ago, Xianxia and the others who were imprisoned in the prison heard a commotion. The half-beast human captives opened their eyes and found that the door of the prison had been opened. Lord Yin said that you can go. The human guards were actually here to let them go. They could go, tonight, this 1 hour. Wasn't it the time that Lord Hesher and them agreed to cooperate from the inside and outside? The human race actually let them go at this time. Weren't they afraid that they would cooperate with the people of Songdu and counterattack Crescent Spring Town? What conspiracy is that woman up to again? Xianxia's question was also the question of the other half-beast humans. What conspiracy? Lord Yun has already formed an alliance with Lord Hesher. At this moment, they are discussing important matters in the mayor's mansion. If you don't believe me, you can go and see for yourself. The human guards looked proud. What? Lord Hesher has formed an alliance with the human race? This is impossible. In the hearts of Xianxia and the others, Songdu Hitian was a mythical figure. How could such a person be easily formed an alliance with the human race? With a stomach full of doubts, Xianxia and the others hurried to the mayor's mansion. When they entered, the first thing they saw was the scene of Yunxing and Hesher shaking hands and forming an alliance. In the eyes of Xianxia and the others, there was disbelief and shock. It had only been one night, but Yunxing's position in their hearts had risen to a new height after tonight. Xianxia no longer hesitated. He knelt down together with hundreds of half-beast humans. Xianxia is willing to lead all the half-beast humans in the town to submit to Lord Yun. After subduing Hesher, half of the threat in Songdo had been eliminated. The remaining half was Hu Yu, the city guard of Songdo. Sir, please come with me to Songdo. I know Hu Yu's character very well. Sir's second celestial fox inheritance should be enough to make him your puppet. He only found out afterward that Yunxing was a celestial fox hybrid. He Lai was rather surprised by this. Because as far as He knew, even if it was a purebred celestial fox, there were very few people who had two inheritances at the same time at Yunxing's age. Moreover, these two inheritances were very powerful. Especially Yunxing's second inheritance, the golden eye centipede, was enough to control a warrior like Hu Yu. This was also why He earnestly asked Yunxing to go with him to Songdo to subdue Hu Yu. However, most people in the human clan disagreed with He's invitation to Yunxing to Songdo. Even Xianxia and the others also had reservations. Although He had already formed an alliance with the human clan, he was meticulous. If he cooperated with the people of Songdo, Sir Yunxing would be in danger. Faced with all kinds of doubts, Yunxing gladly accepted He's invitation. Don't doubt people you use, and don't use people you doubt. Since I've formed an alliance with He, I will trust him 100%. Yunxing decided to go to Songdo. The matter of the slums was more or less settled. With the village chief, Xianxia, and the others, Crescent Spring Town could already operate smoothly. It was also time to leave. While leaving the town, Yunxing also made a decision to take Yingying with her. Although Yunxing also considered it, Yingying was still young. Since she had already promised Yingying's mother to take Yingying as a disciple, Yingying was her disciple. How could she, Yunxing's disciple, take the ordinary path? However, it was also a good experience for her to go to the Celestial Fox tribe. Yingying was still a child after all. When she heard that she could always be with Yunxing and the cute baby sheep, she was very happy and immediately agreed. She kowtowed to Yunxing and handed her tea, officially acknowledging Yunxing as her master. Chinese medicine was particular about inheritance. After Yunxing arrived in the boundless land, although she opened a medical hall, she did not really take in disciples. After spending the past few days with Yingying, Yunxing, Yingying, and Yingying had an outstanding memory. If she was taught well, she might really be able to pass her medical skills. This joy also diluted the sadness of parting by a lot. After He, and the others. And the others and He, and the others. And He. Due to bringing Yingying along, He considerately slowed down their journey. Everyone walked and stopped along the way. Yunxing also took the opportunity to teach Yingying a lot of medical knowledge. Yingying indeed had a lot of talent in learning medical skills. She could understand a lot of medical knowledge with just a little bit. Yunxing decided that when they arrived at the next big city, she would test Yingying's physique. If it was suitable, she would also teach Yingying the Yan family's inherited cultivation method. One day, when they were about halfway through their journey, Crane Sound suddenly asked. Sir, He has something to ask you. I clearly ordered people to poison the water source of the mayor's residence. Why are all of you safe and sound? The poison that He used in the mayor's residence was his own secret medicine. Others could not cultivate it at all. It's very simple. It's because I'm a doctor. I only need to smell your poison and I can confirm what kind of medicinal herbs it was refined from. Therefore, everything you saw in the illusion was also real. If you don't surrender, I will definitely poison the water source of Songdo, Yunxing said calmly. But sir, there are hundreds of thousands of people in Songdo. If you poison the water source, you will definitely implicate the entire city. He could not help but feel his scalp tingling. The beautiful woman in front of him was really unpredictable. She was a good master who diligently taught him a moment ago, but in the next second, she became a demon who killed people like flies. He began to worry about Yingying. He, I can tell you that whether I poison the water or not, I have full confidence that I can save you. This is the power of a doctor. Let me give you a piece of advice. In the future, you can go against anyone, but don't go against doctors. Yunxing's eyes were filled with certainty as she replied. He was shocked. He did not expect that this woman from the human clan in front of him was a doctor with amazing medical skills. Master, a few days ago, Ying already has the answer to the question you asked Ying. Ying, who was at the side, heard and pulled Yunxing's sleeve. It turned out that a few days ago, when Yunxing accepted Ying as her disciple, Yunxing still called little Ying over and asked her a question out of caution. Ying, Master knows 3 skills, namely medical skills, summoning skills, and magic. Which one do you want to learn the most? Ying was still young, so Yunxing wanted her to be free to choose and not be restricted to medical skills. At that time Ying was confused and only said that she would think about it first, because these 3 skills were all very powerful. But today, after Yunxing and Hisher finished talking, Ying suddenly understood. Oh, which one do you want to learn? Yunxing also wanted to know Ying's final choice. Master, Ying wants to learn medical skills. To Yunxing's surprise, little Ying did not hesitate at all this time and firmly expressed that she wanted to learn medical skills. Little Ying, have you thought about it clearly? Why did you choose medical skills? Logically speaking, at your age, you should like magic or summoning skills. For children, brilliant magic or summoners who could summon beasts should be more attractive. Master, Ying doesn't want to kill people. In the past, those half-orc sorcerers and orc summoners came to attack the slums and killed many people. Ying wants to be a doctor like you and save many people. There is no one to treat the people in the slums. Ying wants to be a doctor who specializes in treating the people in the slums. The little Ying raised her head. At this moment, her petite body was emitting an aura that made people admire her. Yunxing looked at Ying and laughed involuntarily. She held Ying up and said solemnly. Okay, Master promises you that one day, you will become the best doctor in the 8 wastelands. Many years later, when Ying grew up to be the best female doctor in the 8 wastelands, she would know how important her choice today was to her and the 8 wastelands. Heli looked at the master and disciple with mixed feelings. He did not expect that it was because of his inquiry today that the medical landscape of the 8 wastelands for the next few thousand years would change so drastically. With Hisher's help, Yunxing managed to subdue Huyu without much effort after arriving at Songdu. Hisher! You lowly half-beastman, how dare you plot against me with the lowly humans? Just you wait, the people of the Celestial Fox tribe will not let you off. In the city lord mansion of Songdu, Huyu, who looked like a burly old man, was tied up and cursing at Yunxing and she. Gradually, his voice became as soft as a mosquito's bite, and his eyes gradually lost their focus. In the end, he completely became a puppet. Master, you're so powerful. When little Ying first saw Huyu, she was shocked by him. However, as Yunxing's corpse puppet technique slowly took effect and Ying saw that Huyu had become a puppet without any consciousness, the fear in her eyes was replaced by excitement. She and Bobo surrounded Huyu and touched him here and there, as if he was a big toy. Bobo, Ying, you two stop playing. Bobo, take Ying to meditate and practice the Jade Marrow technique. Yunxing had a big headache. Her precious disciple's ability to accept things was far better than she had expected. Especially when she was hanging out with Bobo, the two of them caused a lot of trouble along the way. The girl and the goat left reluctantly. Hisher, Huyu has been subdued. After he became a puppet, his daily words and actions are no different from ordinary people. You only need to secretly control him like before. Yunxing's golden puppet eyes were permanent. Unless Yunxing removed it herself, Huyu would be like this for the rest of his life. Master Yun, Huyu's problem has been solved, but I just found a letter from Hudu. Hisher took out a letter as she spoke. Huyu had just received the letter. Due to the appearance of Yunxing and Hisher, he did not have time to reply. It was an urgent letter. It said that the 3 candidates sent by Songdu to Hudu to participate in the selection of Celestial Fox Saintess were assassinated on the way. Hudu? Saintess of Celestial Fox? What's going on here? Yunxing couldn't help but be more cautious when she heard about the candidate for Saintess Celestial Fox. Hudu is the capital of the Celestial Fox tribe. As for the selection of the Celestial Fox Saintess, it's to elect the new Celestial Fox tribe Saintess. Several years ago, the previous Celestial Fox Saintess, Hu Sheng, mysteriously disappeared. Her whereabouts were still unknown. According to the rules of the Celestial Fox tribe, a new saintess could only be selected after the previous saintess had been missing or dead for 3 years. This time, the Council of Elders proposed that the selection of the saintess be carried out through the civilian selection. All the Celestial Fox women in the 8 capitals can participate, Heli answered truthfully. The Celestial Fox saintess had an extremely honorable status in the Celestial Fox tribe. Her status was second only to the chief and the Council of Elders. The selection of the saintess had always been very cautious. The 8 capitals of the Celestial Fox tribe would select the appropriate candidates to go to Hoodoo and undergo the assessment. The final candidate would be selected. If a Celestial Fox woman could be selected as the saintess in one of the capitals, it would be an honor for the entire capital. Songdo was no exception. Huyu and Hesher had also carefully selected the candidates for this selection. These candidates are all purebred Celestial Fox. They come from famous families in Songdo. They were strictly guarded on the way to Hoodoo. I didn't expect them to meet with an accident on the way. Hesher looked troubled when she saw the letter. If that's the case, we'll just select another 3, Yunxing said disapprovingly. Lord Yun, there's something you don't know. This isn't the first batch of women to be sent to Hoodoo. About half a month ago, 3 people were sent to Hoodoo last time. They were also assassinated. Heli shook her head. Even if she was just a candidate for the Celestial Fox saintess, it was still an honor. According to the rules of the Celestial Fox tribe, the Celestial Fox saintess had to meet a few conditions. She had to be of Celestial Fox bloodline, be an unmarried virgin, be between 16 and 25 years old, have a clean background, and be beautiful. When the conditions for the saintess in Songdo were announced, countless women from famous Celestial Fox families and aristocratic families flocked to Songdo to compete for the position of the Celestial Fox saintess. At that time, Huyu and Hesher were also dazzled by the selection before they finally picked out a few suitable candidates. They were originally overjoyed and sent the 3 saintess candidates to Hoodoo. Who would have thought that not long after they sent them out, they would receive bad news? The 3 saintess candidates, as well as the guards who escorted them to Hoodoo, were all killed. Not a single one survived. Left with no choice, Songdo could only hold another saintess selection. However, the news of the 3 saintesses being strangely killed had already spread. During the second selection, the number of people who came to register for the saintess selection decreased by 50%. After all, although it was an honor to be the saintess of Celestial Fox, the women who were born in the Celestial Fox purebred clans were not willing to die for no reason. Lord Yun, including this time, 6 saintess candidates have already died. If it were you, you wouldn't be willing to risk sending your daughter to Hoodoo, right? Hesher was having a headache right now. How should they proceed with the 3rd saintess selection? This matter is a little strange. Who is the murderer? What is his purpose? Don't tell me there's no clue at all? Yunxing felt that something was wrong when she heard it. There's no clue at all. The murderer comes and goes without a trace. Moreover, he's very ruthless. Every time, he doesn't leave any survivors or clues. I've already ordered people to inquire about it. The saintess candidates sent to Hoodoo in the other capital cities also met with mishaps. I'm afraid that this time, the murderer is targeting the Celestial Fox tribe saintess selection. Hesher calculated the time. There was only half a month left before the deadline for the selection of saintess candidates. Hesher had no choice but to bite the bullet and announce the 3rd saintess selection. As he expected, after experiencing 2 bizarre assassinations, the saintess selection of Songdo, which was originally fiercely competitive, suddenly became deserted. 5 days after the announcement, the number of Celestial Fox saintess candidates who came to register was actually a pitiful 10. These people are just barely passable, Heli grumbled at the information of the candidates who had signed up. Among this group of women, the majority of them had mediocre looks and mediocre strength. What was worse was that one of them was actually a cripple. If such a person was sent to Hoodoo, even if the Elder Council of Celestial Fox did not get angry, Songdo would be ridiculed to death by the other capital cities. However, if he did not choose from these people, where could he go to find another 3 candidates who were willing to participate in the saintess selection in half a month? Hesher, are the people you've selected all purebred Celestial Fox tribe? Yunxing looked at the information of the new saintess candidates and coughed a few times in a low voice. Even as a woman, she felt that these new saintess candidates were really terrible. No wonder Hesher, who was easy to talk to, could not stand it anymore. Hesher was taken aback by the question. She did not understand why Yunxing would ask her such a question. Of course. The saintess of celestial fox has a special status. Even a purebred celestial fox will be bullied in Hu City. If Lord Yun, do you mean that we can find a mixed-blood celestial fox to participate in the selection of the saintess? Hesher had an idea and understood Yunxing's implied meaning. Yes. Take a look at the requirements listed by the Council of Elders of Celestial Fox to participate in the selection. In the requirements, it only states that one must have the bloodline of a celestial fox, but it doesn't explicitly state that one must be a purebred celestial fox. Yunxing read very carefully. After the assassination of the saintess of celestial fox twice in a row, the purebred celestial fox and Songdu naturally did not want their daughters to die. However, if the requirements were relaxed and the mixed-blood celestial fox could also participate in the selection of the saintess this time, the result would be very different. The mixed-blood celestial fox was different from the purebred celestial fox. Their status was much lower. If they became the saintess, the mixed-blood celestial fox women and their families would be able to make a comeback. For many mixed-blood celestial fox families in Songdu, it was not without temptation. However, there is no precedent of a mixed-blood celestial fox becoming the saintess in the celestial fox tribe. I'm worried that after arriving in Hu City, the candidates in Songdu will be ostracized because of this. Hesher still had some misgivings. The 8 major tribes of the Bakra orcs were famous for their discrimination against half-orcs. Even if they were half-celestial fox, they would inevitably be ostracized. As the saintess, it is her duty to survive in a complicated environment. Moreover, even if she is a purebred celestial fox, she may still be discriminated against. Yunxing could not help thinking of Hu Xing. Poor Hu Xing. Just by looking at her, one could tell how much she had been bullied in the celestial fox tribe. Those people didn't give her any preferential treatment because of her bloodline. Hirue listened and thought for a while. In the end, he still felt that what Yunxing said was right. He immediately changed the announcement and announced that in addition to purebred celestial fox hybrids could also participate in the saintess selection. After the new announcement was made, there was another uproar in Songdu. There were all kinds of reactions. When those celestial fox purebred heard this, they naturally scolded, saying that Hu Yu and He Si were acting recklessly. Even a celestial fox mixed blood could participate in the saintess candidate selection. There were even some purebred celestial fox who gathered outside the city lord's mansion to make trouble. In the end, it was Hu Yu who came forward in person and directly said that he would forcibly recruit the daughter of whoever made trouble as the saintess candidate. Only then did the matter calm down. As for the celestial fox hybrids, their reactions were completely different. For many years, the celestial fox hybrids had been in a very awkward position in Songdu. This was a rare opportunity for their daughter to make a great leap and become the celestial fox saintess. Although they had long known that their daughter might die because of this, most of the celestial fox hybrids in Songdu still sent their daughter's information to the city lord's mansion in an endless stream. In this way, He Si suffered again. For several days in a row, he had to look at the information of the celestial fox hybrids piled up like a mountain. He was simply dazzled by it. Yunxing also joined in the fun and helped to give him some information. If I may be so bold as to say, Your Excellency, you are also a celestial fox hybrid. Moreover, your strength and appearance are not inferior to even the real saintess. He Si raised his head from the mountain of information and suddenly said this. In He Si's opinion, none of these saintess candidates could be compared to Lady Yun. Since the celestial fox hybrids could also participate in the selection, then Yunxing was also very suitable. She was unmarried, the age was also suitable, and her strength was needless to say. The most important thing was that Yunxing had a kind of beauty that He Si could not describe. It was 70% pure and 30% seductive. This kind of temperament could not be compared to many purebred celestial fox hybrids. At least, of all the purebred celestial fox hybrids that He Si had seen, none of them could be 1/10 as beautiful as Yunxing. Haha, He Si, don't think about me. I can't be the saintess of celestial fox. Besides, you're wrong about one thing. I'm already married. In the past few days, Yunxing had been getting along with Hixi. The two of them had a good relationship, and they talked much more casually. Hearing this, Hixi was shocked. When he saw Yunxing dressed as an unmarried woman, he had always thought that she was an unmarried woman. What was more, how could a man be worthy of a woman like Yunxing? What Hixi said also reminded Yunxing. She had been separated from Yi Baiming for a long time. This kid should have recovered his human form by now. Yunxing couldn't help but feel a sense of longing. That's really a pity. If I have the chance, I really want to see what kind of person Lord Yun's husband is, Hixi said with regret. Yunxing was the most peculiar woman Hixi had ever seen. She was proficient in medical skills, summoning skills, and magic. She was decisive in killing. She could execute orcs who disagreed with her without frowning. But she was also kind. After coming to Cangdu, she went to all the local medical centers and discussed with the local orc doctors to solve many questions about medical skills. The husband of such a complicated person must also be an outstanding person among people. Hixi, although I can't be the candidate for the Saintess candidate, I can do you a favor. This time I'll escort the Celestial Fox Saintess. I'd like to see who wants to assassinate the Celestial Fox Saintess. Yunxing would not tell Hixi that although she was married, she still met the conditions of the Celestial Fox tribe. She and Yi Baiming had been married for several years, but they had not consummated their marriage. However, Yunxing did not dare to imagine how sober she would be if she suddenly appeared in front of the elders of the Celestial Fox tribe, who had the same face as the former Celestial Fox Saintess. If that was really the case, there would only be two consequences. Either she replaced Hu Xing as the Celestial Fox Saintess, or she was directly executed on the spot as an impostor. Please, she was just here to deliver the ashes. However, if she could escort the Saintesses into Hu Xing's city, it would be just right for her to deliver the ashes to Hu Xing's family. Lord Yun, do you mean you're leaving Cangdu? Hixi was shocked. He did not expect Yunxing to leave so soon. You've governed Cangdu well. Hu Yue's situation is also very stable. There's not much point for me to stay in Cangdu. After I leave, you can pay more attention to the orcs in the other cities. If possible, pull them into your camp. This will be very beneficial for the future development of the human race and the orcs. Yunxing had decided that after the candidate for the Celestial Fox Saintess candidate was decided, she would disguise herself and follow the convoy to Hu Xing. While the candidates for the Saintess of Cangdu were in an uproar, somewhere in the Celestial Fox tribal country was a fork in the road leading to Hu City. In a dense primeval forest, the branches and leaves were luxuriant, and each tree was dozens of meters tall. There were several figures in the trees, and they seemed to be waiting for something. They were the assassins who had killed several batches of Celestial Fox Saintesses this time. Grey Feather, we've already killed several batches of Celestial Fox Saintess candidates. I don't know why the young master suddenly gave such an order this time. The one who spoke was a masked woman. Her whole body was wrapped up tightly, and only a pair of pretty eyes could be seen. I think it has something to do with the rumors in the tribe earlier. The one who replied was tall and slender like a pine. He had a pair of gray eyes that were as fierce as an eagle's. You mean the marriage between the Celestial Fox tribe and us? Bah, how shameless. How can those bastards of the Celestial Fox tribe be worthy of our young master? The masked woman's eyes immediately changed when she heard that. The young master was young and handsome. Many unmarried girls in the tribe had a crush on him, including Yaoji. Now that the young master had come of age, many of them hoped that the young master would take a fancy to them. But at this time, there was a rumor in the tribe that the young master's fiancée would be the saintess of the Celestial Fox tribe. When the news first came out, the girls, including Yaoji, didn't believe it at all because they all heard that the young master hated the women of the Celestial Fox people very much. Especially after the disappearance of the previous saintess of the Celestial Fox people, who Ling Lung of the Celestial Fox people kept pestering the young master. The young master was so annoyed that he even announced to the public that he wouldn't marry a woman of the Celestial Fox people even if all the women in the world died. Even so, the young master grew up with the old master since he was a child, and he listens to the old master's words the most. I heard that the marriage between the two tribes was agreed upon by the previous chief of the Celestial Fox tribe. The gray-eyed man was also dissatisfied. In their minds, the young patriarch was a young genius and only the most talented woman was worthy of him. Among the Bakra orcs, only He Linlin of the Black Chelan tribe was barely worthy of their young patriarch. She was the celestial fox people's woman, so what if she was the saintess? It was common knowledge that celestial fox was a lesser beast. Even their saintess could not possibly be someone extraordinary. This kind of trash actually had the delusion of climbing up to their young patriarch. What a big joke. Then it's no wonder that the young clan head wants us to kill them halfway. I don't believe that they'll be able to choose a new saintess after killing all of their candidates, the masked woman said, her eyes flashing. Several gorgeous beast-drawn carriages appeared on the official road ahead. It seemed that they were the carriages used by the celestial fox people to escort the saintess candidates. They're coming. This time, it's your turn. Greyfeather closed his eyes to rest. Obviously, he did not think highly of the celestial fox people's team. The masked woman, Yaoji, suddenly swayed like a graceful phoenix and was about to attack. But at this moment, a group of masked men suddenly appeared on the official road ahead. The masked men were extremely vicious. In less than 15 minutes, the heavily guarded celestial fox tribe's convoy was killed. The gorgeously dressed celestial fox people's saintess candidates were pulled down from the beast-drawn carriages. Please, don't kill me. I'm from the Sun Mansion in Longdu. If you let me go, I can give you a lot of money, a charming celestial fox people's saintess candidate begged the assassins. These women who went to Hu City to participate in the selection of saintess were all outstanding in appearance and family background. The eyes of the assassins lit up, and they winked at him with malicious intent. Hee, as expected of a saintess candidate. Her appearance is really outstanding. Brothers, each of us has one. Let's have some fun. The assassins ignored the pleas of the saintess and dragged the celestial fox women aside. Half an hour later, after a few screams, the assassins left. The assassins swaggered away. On the official road, all the guards who were escorting the convoy had been killed. They died miserably. In the bushes, the celestial fox people's women were naked. Their faces were full of knife scars and they were unrecognizable. What a vicious method. There are people who want to kill the celestial fox people's women like us. Seeing this inhumane scene, even Greyfeather, who was usually not easily moved, could not help but be slightly moved. Yaoji was so angry that her beautiful eyes turned red. If she was not afraid of exposing her identity, she would really cut the assassins into pieces. Although they had killed many celestial fox people's women, they had never been like these people. As a woman, Yaoji could not help but hate these assassins. Killing people was not a big deal, but why did they have to disfigure and rape? This kind of behavior was outrageous. The person behind these assassins must have a blood feud with the celestial fox people. Otherwise, they would be so cruel. Judging from the skills and clothes of those people, they seem to be killers who specialize in assassination. I wonder who is behind them. Yaoji also felt very strange. Except for the young patriarch, who else hated the celestial fox people so much? Yaoji, don't meddle in other people's business, lest we expose our identity. There are only about 10 days left before the selection ceremony of the celestial fox people's saintess. Although those people are vicious, it may not be a bad thing for us. At least, it will save us a lot of trouble. 2 groups of people will get twice the result with half the effort, Greyfeather said coldly. Compared with Yaoji, Greyfeather was much calmer. Yes, I think that group of people will ambush in this area. In this case, it will save us a lot of effort. You and I can divide into 2 groups. I will be in charge of this official road, and you will be in charge of the one in the north. We will act according to the circumstances. After a discussion, Yaoji and Greyfeather decided to kill the candidates of the celestial fox people's saintess in the remaining 10 days. The smell of blood from the killings on the official road was still lingering. The selection of the celestial fox people's saintess in Songdu was finally settled. These are the 3 candidates who will represent Songdu in the selection of the celestial fox people's saintess. After several days and nights of strict selection, Hesher finally selected 3 women of the celestial fox people who were better than others in temperament, strength, and appearance among hundreds of candidates. 2 of them were mixed-blood celestial fox, and the other was a purebred celestial fox. These 3 people would set off in the next few days. They would be escorted all the way to Hu City by a special escort army. As for Yunxing, she would disguise herself as a military doctor as agreed with Hesher earlier. She would escort the 3 candidates of the Saintess to Tsangdu. Before setting off, Yunxing encountered another problem, which was her appearance. Yunxing and Hu Xing, the former Saintess of the Celestial Fox people, looked very similar. Yunxing didn't cause too much trouble when she arrived at the 8 wastelands. That was because Yunxing had used the disguise spell at the beginning. Another reason was that although Hu Xing was the former Saintess of the Celestial Fox people, she rarely appeared in other cities because of her personality. Therefore, very few people in the Tianhu tribe knew the former Saintess Hu Xing. However, after Yunxing went to the Celestial Fox tribe, the situation would be different. Many people there would definitely recognize Hu Xing. As for using the disguise spell, it was a little inappropriate. According to Crane, the Celestial Fox tribe had the most magispriests among all the tribal countries. Many of them could see through all kinds of disguise spells. Therefore, the disguise spell couldn't be used. Another problem was that Yunxing had little Yingying with her. Little Yingying was a 100% human. Just like the other Celestial Fox tribe's towns, the Hoodoo tribe prohibited humans and wild demon beasts from entering. Therefore, before leaving Tsangdu for the Hoodoo tribe, Crane had prepared something for them. They were 2 sets of equipment for disguising as half-orcs. No one knew where Crane had found them. It was said that after putting them on, as long as they didn't pass a bloodline test, even a purebred celestial fox wouldn't be able to tell the difference between a half-orc and a human. After Yunxing and Little Yingying disguised themselves according to Crane's instructions, Yunxing and Little Yingying looked at each other's appearance and laughed out loud. Crane had prepared a set of white celestial fox ears and a set of fox tails for them, respectively. At this moment, both of them had fox ears on their heads that were enough to pass for real, and a large furry tail grew out of their backs. Yunxing couldn't help but admire the wisdom of the people of Bahuang continent. Compared to this celestial fox costume, modern cosplay was simply too weak. Pop pop. My dear master, now you've really become a female fox. Baby Sheep didn't need to disguise himself anymore. He glanced at Yunxing and Little Yingying and laughed. It had to be said that Crane Sound had a good eye. He had prepared a set of snow-white fox beastman equipment for his dear master. The pure white and fluffy fox tail made his master's temperament even more extraordinary. Little Yingying was dressed in a pink-yellow fox costume. Her fluffy yellow ears made Little Yingying look very lively, just like a little fox. However, unlike Little Yingying, Master's celestial fox beastman equipment didn't only have a tail and ears, but also a veil that could be used to cover the master's appearance. At the mention of fox, Yunxing couldn't help but think of Night Fox. Thinking about it, she and Night Fox had been separated for quite some time. According to their agreement, Yi Baiming would go to the beast god altar to be baptized. Once he regained his human form, he would come to the Celestial Fox tribe to meet up with Yunxing. The Celestial Fox tribe's headquarters was Hu City. If he wanted to, he would have already gone to Hu City to look for her. However, how was she going to contact Yi Baiming in such a big Hu City? Master, Uncle Crane Sound is calling us out. He said that the 3 candidates for the Celestial Fox People's Saintess have arrived. Little Yingying was also very fond of her fox costume. She touched it left and right. At this moment, Crane Sound reminded them outside the door that it was time to set off. Yunxing's identity this time was the female doctor who would set off with the team. As for Little Yingying, she was Master's herb gatherer. After the 2 of them were ready, they left the city guard mansion. In the square of Tsangdu, Hu Yu and Crane Sound were sending off the 3 candidates for the Celestial Fox Saintess who would represent Tsangdu to Hu City. Because 2 batches of candidates had already been sent off, this was already the 3rd time. The citizens of Tsangdu were no longer as enthusiastic as the first time they sent off the candidates. Some people were even quietly discussing whether the Saintess who would be sent off this time would be able to return alive. Yunxing and Little Yingying were the last to arrive due to their costumes. Hu Yu had already said his farewell words, and the 3 candidates had already boarded their respective beast carriages. Nearly 200 beastmen and beastmen soldiers were in charge of escorting the candidates this time. According to the nobility of their identities, the purebred celestial fox saintess with the noblest status would be in the first, second, and third carriage respectively for the two mixed-blood celestial fox saintesses. As for Yunxing and little Ying's carriage, Yunxing had already taken care of it. Crane Sound had arranged for the simplest and most inconspicuous beast carriage. After Yunxing and little Ying boarded the carriage, Crane Sound walked up and gave them a few more words of advice. Lord Crane Sound, you don't have to worry. Little Ying and I will definitely arrive at Hu City smoothly. Yunxing was very grateful for Crane Sound's concern. As the carriages moved on, He watched the carriages leave before she returned to the mayor's mansion with a worried look on her face. About a day after Crane Sound returned to the city guard mansion, a messenger arrived at Songdo. Lord Crane Sound, there's news. From the direction of Hu City just now. It says that another batch of Saintess candidates have been killed. This time, they died more miserably than the previous ones. The 3 Saintess candidates, without exception, were disfigured and killed without exception. What? Which capital city's escort team is it? When did it happen? Crane Sound's expression changed drastically after hearing this. This method was even more brutal and inhumane than the previous few assassinations. Moreover, judging from the method, this new group of assassins who had appeared to kill the Saintess candidates were not the same group of assassins who had killed the Saintess candidates in Songdo earlier. Why would another force suddenly appear at this juncture to assassinate the Saintess candidates, or could it be that someone didn't want the Celestial Fox tribe to elect a new Saintess? Who exactly was the other party? Even Crane Sound had no clue at this time. It's the Saintess candidates sent by Longdu. The messenger had already rushed back, but he was still a step too late. The Songdu team had already set off. Longdu. Wasn't that the capital city that was on the same official road as Songdu? Crane Sound's heart was in turmoil. At this time, it might still be too late to chase Yunxing and the others back. Men, immediately send a message to catch up with the escort team and warn them to avoid the official road. Crane Sound quickly came up with an idea. It was the order of Hu City to escort the Saintess into Hu City. If they chased the Saintess candidates back, they would offend the group of elders in Hu City. Since that was the case, there was another way, which was to let Yunxing and the others avoid the official road. In this way, they might have a chance to survive. The letter was extremely urgent and was sent out that very night. On the official road, Yunxing soon received the message sent by Crane's men. After listening to the message, Yunxing's expression became solemn. 2 forces are joining forces to kill. It seems like the escort this time is more complicated than I thought. To be safe, Yunxing immediately stopped the carriages and stopped the general of the guards. She asked the guards to change the route. The general of the guards who escorted the Saintess candidate into Hu City was a wolf orc named Xianxia. He was burly and his strength had reached the level of a martial sage. He was also famous for being a fierce general in Songdo. For Yunxing's safety, Crane personally selected him as the general. Although Xianxia did not know Yunxing's identity and background, before he set off, Lord Crane had instructed him that if there were any disturbances on the road, he was to follow the orders of this Yunxing doctor. Needless to say, the general of the guards also knew that this Yunxing doctor was not an ordinary person. Although she was traveling with the army as a doctor, she must have other intentions. Yes, Lord. I'll change the route now. Xianxia was respectful and immediately ordered the carriages to change direction. The carriages stopped moving forward and changed the route. However, before they could take a few steps, the beast carriage in front of them suddenly stopped, and an unruly voice sounded. A maidservant helped a celestial fox woman out of the first beast carriage. She was wearing a fiery red fox fur coat. This woman had a pair of charming big eyes. There was a special charm in her every movement, which could make people's hearts sway. She really did look like a vixen. However, Yunxing had seen Hu Linglong before. Compared to Hu Linglong, this celestial fox woman was slightly inferior. The celestial fox woman glanced at Yunxing from the corner of her eyes. She saw that she was just an orc and a doctor of unknown origin. Who said we're changing the route? Why don't we take the official road and take the side road? If we can't make it in time for the selection ceremony in Hu City, won't all our previous efforts be in vain? Yunxing had read all the information about the candidate celestial fox saintess selected by Hesher. The woman in front of him was called Hua Yanluo. She was the daughter of a concubine of the famous Hua family of the Tsangdu foxes. This woman was as beautiful as a rose. She had a fiery temper and always had her eyes on the top of her head. Although she was born in a prestigious family, because she was the daughter of a concubine, she had always been suppressed by her elder sister. With her status, she originally did not have the qualifications to participate in the saintess selection. However, during the third round, the legitimate daughter of the Hua family was unwilling to participate in the selection. She seized the opportunity and signed up for the saintess candidate selection. Only then did she succeed. After Hua Yanluo was selected, she found out that even Celestial Fox could participate in the selection of the saintess. Because of this, she had even complained. However, after that, she thought it through. It would be better if she was a mixed-blood Celestial Fox. In this way, her chances of being selected as the saintess would be greater. As the only purebred Celestial Fox in the team, Hua Yanluo naturally felt that her status was the most honorable. Along the way, she was arrogant and even asked for the best beast carriage. In order not to affect the progress of the team, Qianlang did not disobey her. This made Hua Yanluo even more arrogant and domineering. She obviously regarded herself as the leader of the team. Just now, she was taking a nap in the carriage and felt drowsy. Suddenly, she saw the carriage suddenly change direction. When she asked what was going on, her maidservant actually told her that the military doctor requested to change lanes. Qianlang Darren actually did it. She, Hua Yanluo, did not say anything, let alone a military doctor. Originally, there was no military doctor in the team of saintess candidates. It was Lord Hesher who was meddlesome. He said that he was worried that there would be an accident on the road, so he arranged a doctor. Hua Yanluo also asked around. The military doctor was not Dr. Tsangdu. It was said that Lord Hesher brought her back after he went to Crescent Spring Town and discovered that she had excellent medical skills. How good could a military doctor who had not even led an official orc clinic be? She might have some shady relationship with Lord Hesher. That was why she became the military doctor in this team. Hua Yanluo immediately stopped the beast carriage and got down angrily. Miss Hua, please forgive us. Lord Hesher sent a letter saying that the official road is not safe and suggested that we take a small road. Although the small road is a little winding, it is hidden and safer. Moreover, I am very familiar with this area. I am 90% sure that we can reach Hu City on time and not delay your important matters. The general knew Hua Yanluo's temper and could only persuade her patiently. Where is Lord Hesher's letter? Unexpectedly, after Hua Yanluo heard it, she was still like a peacock and refused to give in. This? Lord Hesher sent a verbal message, not a letter. The general looked at Yunxing awkwardly. The situation was urgent and Lord Hesher did not have time to write a letter. Moreover, Hua Yanluo also said that Lord Hesher sent a verbal message. In other words, this half-human military doctor said these words casually. Since there is no letter, it is very likely that she made it up. I think her origin is unknown. Perhaps she is a spy sent by other cities to deliberately isolate us. I said, don't turn, or else, I will not leave. Hua Yanluo looked rude and unreasonable. She really stood there and did not move. Qianlang's face darkened. Yunxing also looked indifferent. The team was in a deadlock on the official road. They did not move forward or backward. The commotion also alarmed the saintess candidates in the other two beast carriages. Two women also got down from the second and third beast carriages. They were mixed-blood celestial fox women. Each of them had their own characteristics. A short-haired woman got down from the second carriage. She looked very shrewd. She was not like Hua Yanluo, who was gorgeously dressed. She was just dressed like a horse. When she got down from the carriage, there was no smile on the woman's face. She had a cold temperament and her eyes were like cold stars. She was a member of the Feng family in Songdo. Her name was Feng Lian. A mixed-blood celestial fox woman also got down from the third carriage. Her face was like a full moon, and her beautiful eyes were dazzling. She looked very graceful and luxurious. Her name was Qinyu. After the three women got down from the carriage, they stood together as if they were in a beauty contest. Each of them had a different style. In an instant, people were dazzled by them. Yunxing looked at them and could not help but sigh. The celestial fox people were really beautiful. These three women were really comparable in terms of appearance. However, at a glance, the three of them were not easy to deal with. "Sister Hua, who made you so angry?" It was Qinyu who spoke. She was tactful and good at dealing with people. Unfortunately, Hua Yanluo did not appreciate it. "Who is your sister?" "We are the same age." "You speak as if I am very old." Hua Yanluo could not stand such a pretentious woman like Qinyu. She was angry at her again. Qinyu's smile froze on her face. The sun was getting higher and higher, and the scorching sun made people's eyes hurt. On the official road, hundreds of people and dozens of beast carriages had been standing still. "Ladies, I just got the news that another Saintess candidate was assassinated on the official road, and this time, the situation is very bad. For the sake of your innocence and safety, Lord Hisue sent a message and asked us to change the route. Miss Hua Yanluo is worried that we will delay the journey, so she is unwilling to change the route." Qianlang could only tell them what had happened. Qinyu's expression changed when she heard that another Saintess candidate had been killed, disfigured, and humiliated. "In that case, let's change the route to avoid the assassin." She stole a glance at Feng Lian. "After changing the route, it will be a rugged path, and even the beast carriages can't be used. We have to walk. If you want to go, I don't want to go." Hua Yanluo rolled her eyes at Qinyu. When Qinyu heard that they had to take the mountain path, her pretty face turned pale. She came from an ordinary family, and this time, she had spent a lot of money to prepare this outfit. If they took the mountain path, how could they meet people when they arrived at Hu City? "Well, Feng Lian, you decide. Do you want to take the official road or the mountain path?" Qinyu was also smart. She looked at Hua Yanluo and Qianlang's expressions, and knew that she could not offend either side, so she simply asked Feng Lian. Hua Yanluo snorted. She knew that Qinyu was a fence-sitter. This woman was not a good person at first glance. Although Feng Lian was also a mixed-blood celestial fox, she was different from Qinyu, who liked to please others. Along the way, she did not speak much and did not bring any maidservants. She was as cold as ice. But for some reason, Hua Yanluo did not dare to look down on her. "So what if there's an assassin?" "Just kill him." Feng Lian only left behind a stiff sentence before returning to the beast carriage without looking back. "Did you hear that? The three of us don't want to take the mountain path. Or, do you want to escort the empty carriage to Hu City?" Hua Yanluo looked successful, and she lifted the corner of her clothes and got on the carriage. "Since the two sisters have made the decision, I will follow them," Qinyu said softly. Qianlang was stumped. Should he obey Lady Cranesound's order or not? If they did not listen, none of the three holy daughter candidates would be willing to leave. Then, he would not be able to report back to his superiors. "Since everyone has already decided, I won't force you to do anything you want. However, Lord Qianlang, you have to be extra vigilant along the way." Yunxing glanced meaningfully at Feng Lian's beast carriage. Just now, if he didn't see wrongly, when the assassin was mentioned, Feng Lian's body seemed to faintly emit a biting cold killing intent. Three women made a show, and all three of them were restless masters. It seemed that this journey would not be peaceful. Just like that, the beast carriage changed direction and went up the official road according to the original plan. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. It was a peaceful journey on the official road. The beast carriage was already halfway through its journey. "Ladies, it's already an hour. There's a lake in front of us. We've already found a helmsman to lead us across the lake. Ladies, please get off the carriage first. There's a town after the lake. Tonight, we'll spend the night in the town." Qianlang glanced at the wide lake. There were only a few merchant ships on the lake. There was nothing at all. It was not a good place to ambush an assassin. He breathed a sigh of relief and drove the beast carriages to several cargo ships. Several women, including Yunxing, boarded a relatively luxurious boat. After Yunxing boarded the boat, she secretly glanced around. She had already noticed that there were a few unfriendly oars on the boat. What was supposed to come still came. At this moment, the helmsman rowing the boat in front had a fierce look in his eyes. He suddenly jumped out and threw a punch at Qianlang. The biting cold-killing intent was like lightning, causing Qianlang's heart to tremble. He suddenly took 2 steps forward, and with 2 popping sounds, his hands turned into wolf claws. Bang! The 2 of them punched each other across the air, and the whole boat shook. There are assassins protecting Yunhua Hospital's daughter and the 3 holy daughter candidates. As soon as Qianlang finished speaking, the half-orc warriors on the boat had already spread out to protect the women. Beside them, Hua Yanluo and Qin Yu were so angry that their noses were almost crooked. Is there something wrong with Qianlang's brain? How dare he say that he wants to protect Yunhua Hospital's daughter? How can that lowly half-orc female doctor be compared to us? I don't need your protection. Feng Lian's expression did not change, but a murderous look suddenly appeared in her eyes. She waved her sleeves, and a strong wind rolled toward the assassin closest to her. The air was instantly torn apart. The assassin didn't even have time to cry out before his heart was shattered by Feng Lian's palm and thrown out. I've been waiting for you. Tell me, are you the ones who killed the guards last time? Feng Lian's cold face was flushed red. Hee, you're strong and fierce. Little beauty, which time are you talking about? We've killed too many Celestial Fox's guards, so we can't remember. The helmsman wearing a bamboo hat simply took off his mask. He was a half-orc man with triangular eyes, and he looked extremely evil. There was a dark blue Lei Shan's mark on his forehead. When he saw the mark, Qianlang's expression changed, and he cried out, Laimo Layan. Laimo Layan was a very famous assassin in the 8 Wastelands. He was a half-orc from the Thunder Rock tribe. Because he was bloodthirsty and lustful, he raped many women in his tribe and was hunted down by his tribe. However, because he was proficient in super thunder magic, he used magic to escape many times. Over the years, he gathered a group of traders from various tribes on the mainland and became an assassin. You're Qianlang, right? You have good eyesight. Since you recognize me, I'll leave your corpse intact later. Laimo Layan had ambushed many people from the Celestial Fox tribe on the way and killed many of them. The women from the Celestial Fox tribe were the most beautiful among the few major tribes, so Laimo Layan had ruthlessly ravaged them many times. This time, he encountered the group escorting the Saintess candidate from Songdo. He followed them all the way to the waterway and secretly attacked. He didn't expect Qianlang to be an expert. Even Feng Lian, one of the Saintess candidates, was not weak. After seeing Laimo Layan's perverted face, Hua Yanluo and Qin Yu felt so regretful that their intestines turned green. If they had known this would happen, they would have taken the mountain path. It would have been better than meeting such a troublesome Laimo Layan. Only Feng Lian's face was filled with hatred. I don't care who you are. I only know that you killed my elder brother, and I want to avenge him. Feng Lian came to the Saintess election this time mainly for revenge. Her elder brother, Feng Wei, was the general in charge of escorting the second batch of Saintess candidates to Gu City. He and the 100 soldiers under his command never returned. Haha, how arrogant. I'll show you the true strength of Laimo Layan. The helmsman wearing a bamboo hat laughed eerily. He and a few of his subordinates suddenly turned around and jumped out of the boat. Layman Laimo and his men suddenly abandoned the ship and left. This sudden turn of events stunned everyone on the ship. Ying, no matter what happens later, hold on tight to master. Yun Xing, who had been watching coldly from the side, carried Ying. At this moment, the ship began to shake violently. They heard a terrifying beast roar, and a ferocious-looking magic chalk man crocodile emerged from the bottom of the ship. Oh no, there's a wizard summoner in this group. Everyone, jump off the ship and leave immediately. It was only at this moment that Qianlang realized that the thunderous demon scholar and the others were clearly planning to exterminate them. They must have seen that Songdu had a large escort team this time, so they deliberately delayed until they reached the waterway. They ambushed the magic crocodile underwater and set up an inescapable trap before they took action. Most of the Songdu guards were not good at swimming. Their strength would undoubtedly be greatly reduced on the water. Moreover, Qianlang had divided the soldiers into several groups to cross the lake. At this moment, there were only 50 soldiers on the ship. The waterway was 10,000 times more dangerous than the land route. The chalk-man crocodile was a few meters long. It had ugly grayish-green skin with rock-like barbs on it. As soon as it emerged from the water, it swung its stiff tail toward the bow of the ship. The beams on the ship were instantly sent flying. Countless wood shavings fell to the ground. A few Saintess candidates exclaimed. With the help of their maids, they jumped out of the ship. Qianlang ordered the soldiers to retreat while he searched for Yunhua's whereabouts. Until now, he still remembered Lady Hisui's instructions. However, when he looked around, Yunhua's figure was nowhere to be seen. Even Yunhua's herb gatherer was nowhere to be seen. Roar! There was another terrifying roar. A few Cangdu soldiers were bitten by the chalk-man crocodile. Blood immediately flowed, and corpses floated on the surface of the lake. Feng Lian dashed out of the cabin alone. She glanced at the lake and did not see Layman Lamo's figure. She clenched her fist, and a ray of white combat energy formed a combat energy sword. Feng Lian's strength was much stronger than what was shown in her previous information. Turning her duki into a sword meant that she was at the peak of the martial sage realm. Judging from her age, if she did not have a special encounter, then she must be extremely talented. Feng Lian's strength increased by a few notches as soon as the battle chi sword appeared. With a tap of her foot, a ripple appeared on the surface of the water. He became one with his sword, and like a speeding arrow, he pierced towards the chalk-man crocodile with its bloody mouth wide open. This sword was fast and ruthless, and it was mixed with biting cold do-chi. The sword pierced the mouth of the chalk-man crocodile, and a stream of foul blood spurted out from Lu Ai's mouth. Instantly, a foul stench filled the air. Just as Feng Lian's attack succeeded, she suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. "Miss Feng Lian, be careful." Qianlang appeared just in time and pushed Feng Lian forward. A bolt of lightning as thick as an arm exploded on the surface of the water. In the sky, Layman Thunder Fiend and a wizard summoner stood in the air. The wizard summoner was obviously the master of the magic crocodile. Seeing that the magic crocodile was injured, he shouted in anger. "Little beauty, you really don't show off. You're the strongest celestial fox saintess I've ever seen. However, this is as far as you go." Layman Thunder Fiend sneered. He waved his hand, and lightning crackled in his palm. There were a few more people beside him. Qingyu and Huayan Luo were tied up by several lightning nets. Layman Thunder Fiend had already caught them. It turned out that in the chaos just now, the remaining two Celestial Fox Saintess candidates only knew that they had to escape. They ignored Qianlang's orders and jumped into the water. Not long after, they were caught by Layman Thunder Fiend's subordinates. Out of the three Saintess candidates, two were captured. Qianlang and Feng Lian had no choice but to stop. "Layman Thunder Fiend, Songdu has no enmity with you. Why do you have to make things difficult for us?" Qianlang could only brace himself and haggle with Layman Thunder Fiend. "Since I've been paid, I'll take care of him. I've already promised my employer. I pity these two delicate beauties. Originally, I wanted to enjoy them for myself." After saying that, Layman Thunder Fiend glanced at Huayan Luo and Qingyu vulgarly. Their faces turned pale with fright. "Layman Thunder Fiend, fight me if you dare." Feng Lian was unwilling to be outdone. Today, even if she had to risk her life, she would fight Layman Thunder Fiend to avenge her brother. "Hee, little girl, I remember now. I didn't kill Songdu's celestial fox guards. There's another group of people lying in ambush on this road. Your brother should have been killed by her. Let me give you a piece of advice. Give up. That person's strength is comparable to mine." Layman Thunder Fiend glanced at Feng Lian's pretty face with bloodshot eyes. He wasn't a good person, but he didn't want to be the scapegoat of others. He had killed several groups of Saintess candidates from other cities, but this was the first time he encountered a group from Songdu. "If one comes, I'll kill one. If two come, I'll kill both. Today, I'll take your life first." Feng Lian snorted coldly. Her figure flashed, and she was already closing in on Layman Thunder Fiend. The battle chi sword in his hand let out a long hum and left his hand. Boom! After the battle chi sword left his hand, it charged toward Layman Thunder Fiend's heart. Accompanied by a terrifying explosion, a wave of water wolves rolled on the surface of the lake. Everyone only heard a ringing sound in their ears. Layman Thunderfiend's chest was pierced by the battle chi sword. He quickly retreated and almost fell from the sky. At this moment, Qin Yu and Hua Yanluo, who were originally caught by Layman Thunderfiend, had a change of expression in their beautiful eyes. They took out their magic weapons almost at the same time. A dagger and a scimitar nimbly pierced through the magic lightning net and nailed Layman Thunderfiend's chest. Qian Lang let out an explosive roar and charged forward. With a single palm strike, he shattered Layman Thunderfiend's chest. The thunderous demon scholar was attacked from 3 sides. He swallowed his last breath and couldn't get up again. He fell from the sky. The moment Layman Thunderfiend died, the situation instantly changed. When the wizard summoner saw that the situation was not right, he immediately summoned the magic crocodile and escaped. Corpses of soldiers and broken ships could be seen everywhere on the surface of the lake. Qin Yu and Hua Yanluo only felt a lingering fear after they ambushed Layman Thunderfiend. Only Feng Lian still had a cold expression on her face. She glanced at Hua Yanluo and Qin Yu. These 2 women's actions had shocked her. However, since they were candidates to become Celestial Fox's Saintess, their intelligence was naturally not inferior to their looks. Everyone, retreat to the shore immediately. Yunhua Hospital's missing. Quickly search for her. Qian Lang saw that they killed Layman Thunderfiend but did not find any trace of Yunsheng. He could not help but feel a little anxious. Everyone from Songdu went ashore. Both of you, your skills are not bad, and both of you have Dharma artifacts to protect yourself. Why were you so easily caught by Layman Laymo? Once they were ashore, Feng Lian said to Hua Yanluo and Qin Yu with a sullen face. If these 2 troublesome women had not fallen into Layman Laymo's hands, Feng Lian would not have been forced to detonate her fighting aura sword. Her fighting aura sword was a holy grade magic Dharma artifact. She had been hiding it on her body and did not use it. Her original intention was to use it when she was in danger or at the last moment of the Saintess selection after arriving in Hu City. This time, she was forced to use it to save the 2 women. The fighting aura sword was detonated and the Dharma artifact was damaged. She could not use it again. Not to mention other things, after arriving in Hu City, she would definitely be at a disadvantage in the Saintess selection. Hey, Feng Lian, what are you talking about? You make it sound as if we deliberately hid our strength and wasted your strength before attacking in the end. Hua Yanluo refused to admit it. Big Sister Feng, you must have misunderstood. This is the first time Big Sister Hua and I are facing an enemy. Just now, we were scared out of our wits. In the end, we remembered that we still have the magic tools that our parents gave us. Qin Yu also looked pitiful. Humph, are you pretending or are you scared? You know very well. Feng Lian's face darkened. Although Layman Laymo's men had retreated, Feng Lian still felt uneasy. Layman Laymo had just said that he did not kill the 2 escorts from Songdu. He also said that there was another group of people who were the real murderers of her brother. Although Layman Laymo was an evil person, there was no need for him to use such words to brush her off. If what he said was true, there might be another group of people nearby. Her Dharma artifact was already damaged. If she encountered a more powerful opponent later, she was afraid that, alright, Holy Maiden candidates, let's not argue anymore. This general has already counted the casualties and searched for the whereabouts of the other missing people. Qian Lang couldn't be bothered to pay attention to the 3 women. He could only send them away and rest at the side. After counting the number of people, they found that Layman Laymo's sneak attack had caused at least 70 to 80 casualties. But the silver lining was that at least the 3 Saintess candidates were safe and sound. The more Qian Lang thought about it, the more scared he felt. This time, if it weren't for the 3 women's quick wits and Feng Lian suddenly using a surprise attack at the last moment to heavily injure Layman Thunderfiend, the guards would have suffered even more casualties. Right now, what he was most worried about was that the female doctor from Yunhua Hospital was nowhere to be seen. Sir, we've searched everywhere, but there's no sign of Yunhua Hospital's daughter. However, we found Yunhua Hospital's herb-gatherer boy. She's unconscious on a boat moored by the shore. She doesn't seem to be injured. After the soldiers searched, they brought Ying back. Send more people to search the water. If they're alive, I want to see them. If they're dead, I want to see their corpses. Qian Lang was also annoyed. It was all the fault of these Saintess candidates for insisting on taking the official road. If they had taken the mountain road, there wouldn't have been so much trouble. Now, the woman from Yunhua Hospital was nowhere to be seen. Sir Qian Lang, she's just an orc female doctor. If she's dead, so be it. It's not a big deal. Hua Yanluo let her maidservant clean up for her, and she looked displeased. Why should a mere female doctor make them wait by the shore? After experiencing the accident just now, everyone was shocked and hungry. Right now, they only wanted to find a place to rest and eat. Sir Qian Lang, Sister Hua is right. I think that female doctor is timid. When she was running away just now, she was rambling on by the side. She said that if she saw the enemy, she should beg for mercy and should never fight back. I think she ran away a long time ago. Qinyu also added fuel to the fire. When the ship was in a panic just now, Hua Yanluo and Qinyu were about to jump off the ship, and they heard what the female doctor from Yunhua Hospital said. Both of them were smart people. When they heard what the female doctor from Yunhua Hospital said, they had an idea in their hearts. Hence, although the two of them were strong enough to fight against Layman Thunderfiend's subordinates, they did not fight him head-on. Instead, they pretended to be captured by Layman Thunderfiend. After the two of them were captured, they took advantage of the opportunity. After Feng Lian attacked, the two of them used their artifacts at the same time. Only then did they succeed in their surprise attack. Of course, the two of them were secretly feeling lucky for their little cleverness. No one would have thought that it was the words of the female doctor with the surname Yun that enlightened them. As they could not find the whereabouts of the female doctor from Yunhua Hospital, Qian Lang could only order someone to wake little Yingying up first. Yingying closed her eyes tightly. After a while, she woke up. She opened her eyes and saw Qian Lang's anxious face. Yingying, where's your master? Master. Master seems to have escaped to the other side of the lake. She said that when it's safe, she will come and look for me. Little Yingying pursed her lips. She looked as if she was about to cry at any moment. I told you that the woman ran away. Look, she even abandoned her herb gatherer. Why did you save such a person? Hua Yanluo scolded by the side. Feng Lian narrowed her eyes and looked at the other side of the lake. On the other side of the lake was a vast forest. It was almost dusk. At this time, if they forced their way across the lake, even if they reached the other side, it would already be dark. It was undoubtedly very disadvantageous to search for people at this time. Moreover, the forest was vast. They did not know if there were ferocious demonic beasts in it. Qian Lang pondered for a moment. Then, he looked at Hua Yanluo and Qinyu, who kept complaining. He could only frown and ordered them to set up camp by the river. They would cross the lake to look for people at dawn. Master, I did as you said. You have to come back soon. Little Yingying looked at the other side of the lake and stuck out her tongue. On the other side of the lake, there were layers of green and dense forest. Yaoji and a few of her clansmen were standing in the forest. They all saw the chaotic battle on the other side of the lake. I didn't expect Layman Layamo to be killed. Yaoji was surprised. She and Layman Lamo's group lurked in this area. Because of Layman Layamo and his group, she did not have to do much. In the past few days, most of the candidates for the Saintess of Celestial Fox who passed by this area were killed. Only this group of guards from Songdu were lucky enough to survive. However, after going through such a chaotic battle, the few experts in the opposing team are already physically and mentally exhausted. You are unlucky to have met me, Yaoji. I'm not a scum like Layman Layamo, Yaoji said in a crisp voice. Haha, is that so? That's not necessarily true. An abrupt voice suddenly broke into Yaoji's ears. She trembled and looked in front of her in disbelief. She saw a woman leaning lazily on a spruce pine a few feet away. A pink demonic goat was squatting on the woman's shoulder. That person was the same. At this moment, she was looking at Yaoji calmly. Needless to say, the woman and the beast who suddenly appeared in the forest were the woman from Yunhua Hospital and her demonic beast, Baby Sheep, who were rumored to have run away. Just now, Songdu's people and Mo's people were fighting fiercely on the lake. Yunxing brought little Yingying to the shore and found a beach with good scenery to watch. When she watched, Yunxing found that Feng Lian's bravery surprised her. As she expected, Hua Yanluo and Qin Yu were also captured successfully. As she had expected, the three candidates for the Saintess of Celestial Fox and Songdu were not easy to deal with. With these women around, the thunderous demon scholar would most likely not be able to return alive. It was also at that time that Yunxing's eyelids twitched. She found that in the forest on the opposite shore not far from the lake, there were a few people who were paying close attention to the movements on the lake. Yunxing had already learned from Crane's sound that there were a total of 2 groups of people who attacked the candidates for the Saintess of Celestial Fox in a pincer attack. It seemed that the other group of people was hiding in the forest. Without hesitation, Yunxing immediately found a safe place and asked little Yingying to stay. She also told her that she had something to do first and would be back early the next morning. After saying that, Yunxing and Popping Sheep fused together and rushed toward the opposite side. The woman who just appeared, like Yaoji, was wearing a veil. Although her face could not be seen clearly, under the veil, the woman's black eyes were unusually bright. Under the thin veil, a beautiful outline could be vaguely seen. It was not difficult to imagine that this woman must be beautiful. However, unlike Yaoji, who was dressed in a sneaking suit, the woman was wearing a loose white robe. The wind blew, outlining the woman's beautiful figure. There was also a faint fragrance of herbs on her body. As for the demonic beast on her shoulder, it was even more strange. It looked like a sheep, but it had a pair of strange fleshy wings. Most importantly, since when did the man and the beast appear here? Yaoji's beautiful eyes sharpened. Who are you? This forest had been occupied by Yaoji and the others. In the past few days, even a bird would be immediately detected, let alone a human being. However, when this woman and the magical beast on her shoulder entered, no one noticed them. The Tsangdutian Fox tribespeople were just opposite. At this time, she didn't want to alert them. Hey, this woman, how can she be so rude? My dear master said that before asking for someone's name, you must first introduce yourself. If you don't even know this, you're simply too weak. Who would have thought that before the woman opened her mouth, the sheep on her shoulder had already rattled off a bunch of things? A magical beast that could speak. Where did this beast come from? Who said I'm weak? I'm Jiao. Provoked by the kiss, Yaoji almost blurted out her name without thinking. Fortunately, she suddenly remembered that she was here to be an assassin. She bit her tongue hard and swallowed back the words she was about to spit out. Nonsense, have you ever seen an assassin introduce herself? This forest has been occupied by us. If you want to die, get out, Yaoji said angrily. Moi, my dearest master, so this is what an assassin looks like. The 2 groups of people in Songdu were killed by them. The sheep's eyes lit up as if it had caught the murderer. You're from Songdu. Are you also a woman who will participate in the selection of Celestial Fox Saintess? Yaoji really wanted to strangle the sheep. Where did this talkative demonic beast come from? What did he mean by assassins look like this? For some reason, Yaoji had an instinctive sense of repulsion when facing this woman whose face she couldn't even see clearly. It seemed that this woman made her feel a strong sense of danger subconsciously. You flatter me. I'm just a medical girl who follows the army, not a candidate for Celestial Fox Saintess. Yunxing shrugged. Medical girl? Since you're a medical girl, why don't you follow the guards but come here? Yaoji didn't believe her. Nowadays, even a medical girl could carry a demonic beast that could speak human language. Moreover, where did this medical girl come from? Her skills were so strange that she could get close to this forest without being noticed. What are you talking about? This forest is the territory of the Celestial Fox tribal country. No one will object to me coming here to dig some herbs, right? Yunxing spread her hands. Her teasing tone irritated Yaoji. Yaoji winked at her. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Around Yunxing, Yaoji's assassins quickly surrounded Yunxing and the sheep. The light in Yunxing's eyes suddenly turned colder. Before you ask me why I came to this forest, you should tell me why the people of the 9 Phoenix tribe want to kill the candidates for Saintess. Yunxing's words fell on the ears of Yaoji and those assassins like a clap of thunder. This woman had actually exposed their identities without even making a move. Who the hell are you? What Nine Phoenix tribe? I don't know what you're talking about. Beside Yaoji, there was a faint fluctuation of fighting chi. Her beautiful eyes were filled with killing intent. Yaoji was indeed a member of the Nine Phoenix tribe. She and those assassins behind her were all purebred members of the Nine Phoenix tribe. They didn't give themselves away in the assassination for several days. How on earth did this woman find out their identities? There's no need to quibble. All the birds in the forest are silent. Only the people of the Nine Yuan tribe, the king of all birds, have such a brilliant ability to control birds. When Xianxia entered the forest, he had already discovered that all the birds here were already under someone's control. Combined with the extraordinarily sharp skills of Yaoji's assassins and their ability to shuttle freely in the air, the identity of the Nine Phoenix tribe was obvious. Around dusk, flocks of water birds were flying towards the forest on the lake. This 1 hour was the time of the day when all the birds returned to their nests. However, there was a big battle in the forest, which could break out at any time. On the tallest trees in the forest, Yaoji and Xianxia were still confronting each other. Yaoji, whose identity was found out, giggled. She took off her veil and showed a face that was unforgettable. Although the celestial fox tribe is weak, there are still some people with good eyesight. Well, since my identity has been found out, I won't hide it anymore. Yes, we are indeed from the Nine Phoenix tribe. As for why we want to kill the candidate for saintess of the celestial fox tribe, you'd better ask the god of the underworld after you die. Yaoji said and suddenly opened her arms. Her figure strangely appeared in front of Xianxia. One could only hear a roaring thunder explosion. There was already an additional dochi ball in her hand. The dochi ball's power was no small matter. Boom! There was a deafening sound as two figures collided on the tree. Yaoji didn't want to kill Xianxia at first. After all, Xianxia wasn't a bloodthirsty tribe like the Blue Hell Wolf tribe. Her target this time was only the Celestial Fox Saintess candidate. She killed the guards of the Celestial Fox tribe several times before because she didn't want her identity to be exposed. However, this woman, who claimed to be the military doctor, recklessly saw through their identities. In this case, this woman couldn't be left alive. Since Yaoji wanted to kill her, she used a killing move as soon as she attacked. However, to Yaoji's surprise, the Celestial Fox people's military doctor who was in front of her didn't dodge when she attacked. Sizzle, a strange sound was heard. A magic thunder ball with a strong thunderstorm power was formed in the hands of the military doctor. Xianxia's strength was several times stronger than before. She was the first to comprehend the profound magic. When she used the profound thunder vortex, she almost used up all her magic power. However, she was familiar with it today. In a flash, the profound thunder vortex was formed. Under the veil, a mischievous look flashed through the woman's black eyes, which seemed to be able to devour everything. How could it be? The other party could also. Before Yaoji could react, the fighting balloon and the profound thunder vortex collided. The strong impact made the people around retreat quickly like the ebbing tide and land on the trees nearby. It was as if a hurricane had passed through the place where the two women had landed earlier. Dozens of trees collapsed with a loud rumble. Many trees were cut in half, and the ground was covered with broken branches and leaves. Hiss, someone sucked in a breath of cold air. Yaoji was a purebred Nine Yuan. She had a noble status and was an outstanding master among the younger generation. Her fighting balloon couldn't be easily blocked by anyone. Moreover, the other party was only a celestial fox people, and the woman was just a military doctor. When did a military doctor become so powerful? Yaoji's face was as cold as ice. Such a big movement must have alerted the people of the celestial fox tribe. It was impossible to launch a sneak attack. Xianxia furrowed her brows. The Nine Yuan clan was indeed worthy of being one of the Nine Yuan beast clans. This girl was extremely strong. Your strength is not bad, but it's a pity that this is as far as you can go. I'll let you and that group of toads who want to eat swan meat disappear here forever. Yaoji's face darkened. Since they had already alerted the other party, they had to end the battle quickly. She suddenly let out a cry that sounded like the cry of a Yuan bird. In the sky, countless flocks of birds flocked towards the forest. An ancient aura that made one's heart tremble appeared in the sky above the forest. Above the forest, all kinds of birds appeared. Among those birds, there were goshawks, sparrows, and many other birds that Xianxia couldn't even name. Could it be that Lady Yaoji is going to use that terrifying forbidden technique? The assassins of the Nine Yuan tribe looked towards the sky. This was a technique that would destroy both jade and common stone. Toads want to eat swan meat? Xianxia raised her eyes and looked at the sky. She was still thinking about the specific meaning of Yaoji's words. In the sky, hundreds of birds returned to their nests and gathered together to form a one bird the size of an empty boat. This was the first time that Xianxia had seen such a special forbidden technique. After coming to the Eight Wastelands continent, Xianxia had thought that with her strength as a lord of magic, she could travel unimpeded in the Eight Wastelands continent. However, based on what she had seen and heard over the past few days, Xianxia realized that she was gravely mistaken. The strength of the Bakra orcs was far stronger than she had imagined. Last time, when she fought against a celestial fox mixed blood fox, she had seen the strange fox venerable descending. This time, when she fought against the female assassin of the Nine Yuan tribe, it was the same. This flaming yuan was undoubtedly much stronger than the half-baked fox venerable. My dear master, that's the ancient forbidden technique of the Nine Yuan tribe, assemble. Flame Bath Yuan, this big fellow's strength is not to be underestimated. It can spit out countless flames, and everything within a radius of 10 miles will be turned to ashes by it. Popping Sheep looked at the huge yuan in the sky and nervously said. He still wanted to live. He didn't want to be roasted into a lamb by this big turkey. TSK, what a crazy woman. It's just a fight. Does she have to fight so hard? It's like I stole her man. Xianxia spat. As soon as the flaming yuan appeared, Xianxia felt a terrifying ancient pressure. The surrounding temperature suddenly rose. She could even smell the burning smell of her fox tail behind her. It seemed that Baby Sheep was right. The flaming yuan above her head was very powerful. In terms of strength, this flaming yuan was already a demigod-level existence. Looking at the other side of the lake, the sudden appearance of the flaming yuan alerted the Celestial Fox tribe members who were resting in the camp. The 3 Saintess candidates, as well as Qianlang and the others, all gathered around the lake. That's the Nine Yuan tribe's forbidden technique. Why would the people of the Nine Yuan tribe suddenly appear here? Qianlang frowned. The Nine Yuan tribe was a superior beast tribe. The 2 tribe leaders had a very good relationship in their early years. However, even if they had a good relationship, the people of the Nine Yuan tribe had rashly intruded into the territory of the Celestial Fox tribe without any notice. Moreover, there had been a few recent occurrences of the Celestial Fox Saintess candidates being assassinated. Qianlang couldn't help but feel nervous. The terrifying aura coming from the forest on the other side indicated that there was a fierce battle going on there. At this moment, Qianlang and the 3 Celestial Fox Saintess candidates didn't dare to rashly approach that terrifying forest. After Yaoji summoned the flaming yuan, her figure flashed and grew dozens of feet tall. She stood on the back of the flaming yuan. After using the forbidden technique, her temperament was completely different. On the back of the flaming yuan, her sharp eyes fell on Xianxia like 2 bolts of lightning. Xianxia's cheeks were also red because of the flames. She stuck out her tongue and licked her dry lips. Due to the appearance of the flaming yuan, the forest had turned into a sea of fire. Yaoji's eyes turned sharp. The flaming yuan under her screeched and spewed out a fierce flame. The flame burned fiercely. As soon as it touched the trees, the dozens of meters tall trees suddenly turned into a sea of fire. Xianxia was forced to retreat in the forest like a locust. She was in a difficult situation. Tut, it's really miserable to be forced to this point. Xianxia spat and looked at her fox tail, which was burned in a large part. Flaming yuan, right? Then I'll show you my power. Xianxia sneered. The Shinno medical bracelet on her hand glowed with blue light. In the sky above the forest, the terrifying fiery yuan was like the god of fire descending to the world. Flames instantly ignited the whole forest. The fire was so powerful that when it fell on the lake, even the water was evaporated. After dodging several times, the female doctor of the Celestial Fox people was completely submerged in the sea of fire. The rest of you, immediately kill the people of the celestial fox tribe. Leave no one alive. Yaoji stared into the sea of fire and glanced back and forth. After confirming that Yunxing's figure was not found, she was relieved. The fire of the fiery one was so big that even the hardest rock could be burned into powder, not to mention that the other party was just a magician with a mortal body. The female doctor of the celestial fox people was doomed. Just as Yaoji was about to continue killing the other people of the celestial fox tribe, her heart suddenly sank. In the forest, a green light pierced through the sea of fire. Something came out of the sea of fire. A terrifying beast roar that seemed to come from ancient times reverberated in the raging forest. An incomparably fierce ancient aura rushed out of the sea of fire and went straight to the sky. That's... Yaoji's eyes suddenly widened a little. A beast shadow that was as majestic as a mountain came out of the ground. The terrifying fluctuation that shocked people's minds made Yaoji and all the people of the Nine Yuan tribe present feel their souls tremble involuntarily. A green demonic beast of the void pierced through the sea of fire and stood in the air. Its snake-like body was covered with green scales. Under its sharp 9 claws, there was a faint thunderstorm power. Its awe-inspiring eyes were filled with a terrifying majesty that looked down on the world. There was a person standing on the back of the azure dragon. The person wore a veil, and there was a pair of fox ears on the top of her head. Behind her was a fox tail that had been burned a lot of fur. The azure dragon totem was a divine beast that was even stronger than a demigod beast. When Yinxing was in Grand Emperor City, she had obtained the help of the azure dragon, white tiger, and vermilion bird of the 4 great divine beasts. The 3 divine beasts had promised that as long as Yinxing could save the 4 divine beasts and return them to the path of the gods, they would give Yinxing a chance to summon them. Yunxing inlaid the totem emperor jades of the 3 mythological beasts into the Shenong medical bracelet. Last time, in the Punlai Sea, she had used the vermilion bird totem. This time, she had another chance to use the azure dragon totem. After witnessing the divine might of the flaming Yuan, Yunxing already knew that only the azure dragon of the water element could compete with the flaming Yuan. That was why she had summoned her azure dragon totem in the sea of flames without hesitation. Dragon! It's a dragon! Yaoji and the flaming Yuan under her were shocked at the same time. The dragon tribe was the natural king among the demonic beasts. Even though there was no real dragon tribe among the Bakra orcs, the Black Chelan tribe, which was a branch of the dragon tribe, was also part of the dragon tribe. The Black Chelan tribe's strength was well known among the Bakra orcs. But the one in front of them was clearly a real divine beast of the dragon tribe. As soon as the azure dragon appeared, the world suddenly lost its color. The azure dragon totem let out a roar that pierced through the clouds. Countless dark clouds gathered, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. It began to rain heavily. Damn it, where did this woman come from? The flaming Yuan under Yaoji had been frightened the moment it saw the azure dragon totem. It showed signs of collapsing. Yaoji, what's going on? The moment the azure dragon appeared, a vigorous eagle descended from the sky and turned into a human figure. It was Grey Feather, who had split up with Yaoji to kill the celestial fox Saintess candidate earlier. Grey Feather had been on another official road to kill the celestial fox people Saintess candidate. But at this time, he suddenly received a handwritten order from the old patriarch. It turned out that the old patriarch had somehow found out that the young patriarch had secretly ordered someone to kill the celestial fox Saintess candidate. Because of this, the old patriarch was infuriated and severely punished the young patriarch. The old patriarch also ordered Yaoji and the others to return at once. Grey Feather had no choice but to rush to meet Yaoji at once. But halfway there, he saw a raging sea of fire in front of him. It was obvious that Yaoji had used a forbidden skill to summon the flaming Yuan. Grey Feather was confused. He knew that this matter had become serious, so he quickly turned into a beast and rushed over. But when he arrived at the forest, a terrible pressure of a divine beast rushed out between heaven and earth. A terrible azure dragon and the flaming Yuan stood in the air. We must retreat quickly. Otherwise, when the celestial fox people ask about it, I'm afraid they will trace it back to the young patriarch. Grey Feather rushed to Yaoji's side. He looked up and saw a person standing on the azure dragon's back. Yaoji's pink face was full of anger. She glared at Yunxing. Haha, it seems that we can't fight. I'll leave the mess to you. Yunxing looked down and found that most of the fire in the forest had been extinguished. Not far away, Qianlang and Feng Lian were rushing over with several people of the celestial fox people. At this time, she couldn't stay for long. If she was found out, it wouldn't be fun. Yunxing's figure disappeared. The azure dragon flew to the other side of the sky, leaving behind Yaoji and Grey Feather, who looked terrible. You too, are you from the Nine Wan tribe? Qianlang had arrived at the forest. He saw the two people in the sky, and his face was full of fear. Although Qianlang and others were far away from the fierce fight just now, they clearly saw the scene of the azure dragon and the flaming one on the verge of breaking out. After Feng Lian arrived, she also stared at Yaoji with an unfriendly face. Yaoji's appearance in night clothes reminded Feng Lian of the other group of assassins mentioned by Layman Laymo earlier. You must be from the celestial fox people. I'm Grey Feather. This is Yaoji. We are all subordinates of the young patriarch of the Nine Wan tribe. Under the young patriarch's order, we are chasing a criminal. It just so happened that I passed by here tonight and fought with that criminal. Unfortunately, that criminal was very cunning and actually used a forbidden technique to summon an evil dragon. Grey Feather's face was calm. In just a few words, he had completely reversed right and wrong. I see. No wonder the two of you are here. Since the criminal has escaped, it's better for the two of you to leave as soon as possible. This area is not peaceful. During the day, we just defeated a group of assassins who wanted to assassinate the celestial fox saintess candidate. Qianlang did not suspect anything. After all, the young patriarch of the Nine Wan tribe had a noble status. It was impossible for him to be the mastermind behind the assassination of the celestial fox saintess candidate. Excuse me, is there a female doctor in your troop this time? What's her background? Yaoji suddenly asked. Miss Yaoji, are you asking about Yunhua Hospital? Yes, we do have an orc female doctor in our troop this time. However, we were ambushed by Layman Laymo during the day and got separated on the waterway. I'm also looking for the whereabouts of Yunhua Hospital. When he heard about Yunxing's whereabouts, Qianlang hurriedly asked. He also learned to be careful and did not say more about Yunxing's background. It's just that I saw a woman heading in that direction a while ago. Yaoji did not get an answer from her, but after she was sure that the other party was really a female doctor, she secretly remembered the name Yunhua Hospital's female doctor in her heart. The commotion finally ended with the departure of Grey Feather and the others from the Nine Phoenix tribe. Qianlang did not suspect that the assassination was related to the Nine Phoenix tribe. Yaoji and the others also did not pursue Yunxing's background. After dawn, Qianlang and the others searched along the burnt forest. Finally, they found Yunxing at the outermost edge of the forest. When they found her, she looked embarrassed and said, "Haha, I was scared out of my wits when I saw the chaos, so I hid." After returning, Yunxing could not avoid being criticized by Hua Yanluo, Qin Yu, and the others. Feng Lian, on the other hand, stood to the side without saying anything. She only stared at the lake that had been burned dry. No one knew what she was thinking. It was unknown whether it was because of the huge commotion caused by the fire bath Luan, or because the death of Scholar Lei Mo had scared the other group of assassins out of their wits. In any case, the rest of the journey was peaceful. After a few days of hurrying, on the 10th day, Yunxing and the others finally arrived at the capital of the Celestial Fox tribe, Hu City, under the escort of Qianlang. Hu City was the most prosperous capital in the territory of the Celestial Fox tribe. It was an ancient capital with thousands of years of history. The scenery in the capital was beautiful. The streets were paved with bluestone, and trees that were commonly seen in the north were planted along the streets. On the streets, people of Celestial Fox people and Celestial Fox mixed blood could be seen everywhere. After escorting Feng Lian and the others into the city, Qianlang and the others still had to stay in the city for a few days. Yunxing happened to be sightseeing in the city and asking about Huxing's family. What a big house. Master, this place is many times bigger than Crescent Spring Town. Little Yingying was still dressed as a half-fox half-beast human. After following Yunxing, Little Yingying drank a lot of treasures like the water of life. In addition to the good food, she had grown a lot recently. Her whole body was pink and tender, and she looked like a completely different person from the child who had been beaten before. Today, she was also dressed as a mixed-blood foxman. It had to be said that this outfit suited her very well. She looked lively and cute. Coupled with the fact that she was carrying a kissing goat in her hand, she attracted a lot of attention along the way. Little Ying, in the future, Master will take you to see the imperial capital of another continent. That is the real big city. Yunxing patted little Ying's head. Compared to the few imperial capitals of the boundless continent, the scale of the buildings and the number of people in the city paled in comparison. Zhou State's Yujing was also much more prosperous than this place. Apart from the celestial fox, which was the weakest tribe, it could be seen that the development of the Eight Wastelands continent was much worse than that of the boundless continent. It was no wonder that the Bakra orcs had been eyeing the boundless world covetously. Qianlang first ordered some soldiers to send everyone's carriages and luggage to an inn in the city. Under Hua Yanlua's suggestion, he even brought them to the best restaurant in the city for a hearty meal. Little brother, I heard that the Celestial Fox tribe is holding a Sanctus selection ceremony. May I know where to register? Although Qianlang had arrived in Hu City, he was not familiar with the place. He took out a gold coin and threw it to the waiter. Yunxing's main purpose of coming to the Eight Wastelands continent this time was to deliver Hu Xing's ashes. Dear guests, are you all going to participate in the Sanctus selection ceremony? The waiter of the restaurant was very enthusiastic. During this period of time, there were many foreigners who came to Hu City. Among them, most of the young and beautiful women were here to participate in the Sanctus selection ceremony. The waiter's eyes were very sharp. With one glance, he could tell that the female guests at this table were all rare beauties, except for one who was wearing a veil. Even the youngest Celestial Fox half-beast girl was very pink and cute. Speaking of the Celestial Fox Sanctus selection ceremony this time, it was a grand event in Hu City. Under the influence of money, the waiter told them everything. Master, we also want to see the Sanctus selection ceremony. Baby Sheep and Little Ying heard this and also shouted. Don't make a fuss. The Sanctus selection ceremony hasn't started yet. Registration is still in the next few days. There are too many people at the registration place. Neither of you are allowed to go, Yunxing said grumpily. However, since she already knew the registration place of the Celestial Fox Sanctus selection ceremony, Yunxing decided to go with Qianlang and the others. Perhaps she could meet Hu Xing's relatives at the Sanctus selection ceremony. Master, can I go outside with Baby Sheep? I want to bring something back for Mom and Dad. Little Ying's eyes were fixed on Hu City as soon as she entered. She had been separated from her family for a long time and missed them very much. Therefore, she wanted to send something back to them. Yunxing was very generous to Little Ying as her master. Little Ying's little pouch now contained 10 gold coins. This was definitely a huge sum of money for a child who was less than 10 years old. Baby Sheep, you can walk around with Little Ying. Yunxing thought to herself. Hu City seemed to be quite safe. She could take advantage of this time to see how the Celestial Fox Sanctus selection ceremony was going. At the same time, she could also inquire about the Night Fox. After Yunxing parted with Baby Sheep and Little Ying, she followed Qianlang and the others to the most lively square in Hu City. The Celestial Fox Sanctus selection ceremony was held in the largest square in Hu City. When Yunxing went to buy the tickets, she found that the scene was really as crowded as the waiter had said. There were too many girls from different races who came from the various territories and towns of the Celestial Fox tribe. However, Yunxing also noticed that about 50% of the Celestial Fox girls who came to register were purebred Celestial Fox. The other 50% were mixed-blood Celestial Fox like Qinyu and Feng Lian. It seemed that the assassination incident on the way here had affected the enthusiasm of the Sanctus selection ceremony to a certain extent. Other than Songdu, many of the Sanctuses who were selected from the capital city were also mixed-blood Celestial Fox. These people were either young and beautiful, or sexy and voluptuous. They were definitely different from the Celestial Fox Sanctus Hu Xing whom Yunxing had met earlier. These people were actually here to select the Sanctus selection ceremony? Or were these people here to participate in the beauty pageant? Yunxing was still thinking about it when she suddenly heard a familiar voice behind her. Yunxing hurriedly lowered her head and retreated to a corner. A young girl in red rushed in angrily. She had charming eyes and peachy cheeks, and her figure was slim. When she rushed into the square, she was followed by many guards. What nonsense! Even half-beastmen came to participate in the Saintess selection ceremony. Didn't those old fellows from the Elder Council see this? How dare these people come to participate in the Saintess selection ceremony? I think they are not even fit to carry my shoes. The young girl cursed as she walked. She was furious and ran to the registration area. Hu Linglong was in a fit of anger and did not notice the group of people from Songdu standing at the side, not to mention the veiled Yunxing. Yunxing blended into the crowd and secretly paid attention to Hu Linglong's every move. Yunxing remembered that Hu Linglong was Hu Xing's cousin, but this woman had a vicious heart. Back then, it was Hu Linglong who colluded with Madame Qi Bai and sold Hu Xing to the Boundless Land. If not for the fact that Yunxing happened to also be at the auction, Hu Xing would have been bought by someone long ago. However, Hu Xing also said that if she died, Hu Linglong should be the most suitable candidate for the Saintess of the Celestial Fox people. Unexpectedly, Hu Linglong had not become the Saintess even though Hu Xing had been dead for a few years. Not only that, she even had to compete for the position of Saintess with the Beastmen. This was undoubtedly a humiliation to the proud and arrogant Hu Linglong. According to the rules of the Celestial Fox people, a new Saintess could only be elected when the previous Saintess died or went missing for more than 3 years. Hu Linglong had heard that Hu Xing's whereabouts were unknown in the Boundless Land. She originally thought that after Hu Xing went missing, she would be able to take the position of Saintess. A few days ago, she heard that the various capital cities had selected many mixed-blood Celestial Fox people to participate in the selection of Saintess this time. She originally thought that the Celestial Fox Elders Guild would dare to do it, but who knew that the group of old fellows in the Guild of Elders Guild actually said that they would broaden the scope of the selection of Saintess and open it to the entire Celestial Fox tribe. Even the Beastmen could participate. Get lost. Hu Linglong was about to register her name when a Beastman woman blocked her way. Hu Linglong was furious and cast a spell on the Beastman woman's face. Ah! The Beastman woman screamed as a piece of flesh was torn off her face. Instantly, blood and flesh flowed out, making her look very miserable. Lady Linglong, this is an order from the Elders' Assembly. Please cooperate with us. If you injure anyone again, we can only cancel your registration. This is an order from the Elders' Assembly. Please don't make things difficult for your subordinates. The Skyfox clansman in charge of the life-saving pill felt a headache coming on when he saw Hu Linglong. Although the previous Saintess, Hu, was a good-for-nothing, at least, she treated people well. In comparison, although Hu Xing's cousin, Hu Linglong, was quite strong and had reached the level of a saint-level law emperor in the past few years, she was known for her arrogance and willfulness in the Heavenly Fox tribe. Because her father was the 5th elder of Celestial Fox, no one of the tribesmen in the tribe dared to offend her. Although Hu Linglong was very dissatisfied, when she heard that it was an order from the Elders Guild, she could not flare up again. Those old fellows in the Guild of Elders had the support of clan head Hu Xianxia. Even her father could not do anything. Hu Linglong angrily reported her name and left. When she returned home, she could not help but look for her father. Father, what's going on? How come those assassins we sent out could not even deal with a few women? Now, even beastmen can participate. How am I supposed to face others in the future? Hu Linglong had always been the target of ridicule among the descendants of the 8 Desolation tribe. If the other tribes knew that even beastmen could participate in the Saintess of the Celestial Fox people, even if she was chosen as the Saintess in the future, she would definitely be laughed at. Linglong, this matter is quite strange. Lei Mo and his man actually failed. Hu Linglong's father, who was also Hu Qianxiu's younger brother, Hu Qiansui. Earlier, the ones who hired Lei Mo and the others to assassinate the Saintess candidates were precisely this vicious Celestial Fox father and daughter. Seeing his daughter's angry face, he tried to persuade her. The Guild of Elders did this because you did not find the Celestial Fox relic. That's why people in the tribe said that you are not qualified to become the Saintess of the Celestial Fox Saintess. Hearing her father mention the Celestial Fox relic, Hu Linglong's face became awkward. Hu Qiansui was a very ambitious person. Back then, because he was a bastard son, he was not able to become the clan head of the Celestial Fox people. he had always been brooding over this matter. Even the heavens wanted to help him. Xianxia did not have many children. The only daughter who was tested to be the successor of the celestial fox saintess was a trash who did not know any magic. On the other hand, Xianxui's daughter, Hu Linglong, had been intelligent and beautiful since she was young. If it weren't for the fact that Hu Xing was the clan leader's daughter, she wouldn't have had a chance to become the saintess of the Heavenly Fox clan. Every time Xianxia thought of this, he would be secretly angry. All these years, on the surface, he had been pandering to Xianxia and the Guild of Elders, but secretly, he had been doing something. Other than allowing his daughter to secretly suppress and bully Hu Xing, he had also been trying to rope in the Guild of Elders. His goal was to wait for the right opportunity to replace Xianxia and become the clan head of the Celestial Fox people. Among them, he had his daughter trick Hu Xing and banish her from the 8 Desolates continent. His daughter would replace her and become the new Celestial Fox Saintess. This was the first step of Xianxui's plan. Xianxia and his daughter had been painstakingly planning for many years and finally got rid of the thorn in their side, Hu Xing. He even bribed an elder to recommend Hu Linglong to replace Hu Xing in the Dutian blood realm and search for the Beast King relic with the other descendants of the 8 Desolates. But who would have thought that Hu Linglong would not be able to find the Celestial Fox relic at such a critical juncture? The loss of the Celestial Fox relic had been criticized by the other elders of the Guild of Elders. When the time came for the new saintess, the elders unexpectedly proposed to hold the saintess selection ceremony for the first time. Xianxia knew that he was in the wrong because of the relic and could only vote in favor. Linglong, don't be anxious. What is yours will be yours. Looking at the entire Celestial Fox tribe, in terms of bloodline, appearance, and talent, no one is more suitable than you to be the saintess. Don't worry, in this selection ceremony, I will definitely let you take first place. At that time, let's see if anyone dares to say that you are not qualified to be the saintess. Xianxia comforted his daughter. So many things had happened in the middle of the Celestial Fox Saintess selection this time. Even the mixed blood Celestial Fox had joined in. But this also had its benefits. With Hu Linglong's purebred status and outstanding talent, she would definitely be able to become the saintess of the Celestial Fox Saintess. Father, I naturally have confidence in the saintess matter. I also have something to ask you, and that is the matter of the 9 Yuan clan's young leader. I heard that when grandfather was still in power, he had made an agreement with the 9 Yuan clan's old leader that the saintess and the young leader of the 2 clans would become husband and wife once they reached adulthood. Is this true? Hu Linglong would only put away her unruly temper when talking about her crush, Lu. That's right. There was such an agreement between the old leaders of the 2 clans. But according to the agreement, only the saintess of the Celestial Fox Saintess can marry the young leader of the 9 Yuan clan. Xianxia had long since known that his daughter had been in love with Lucini of the 9 Yuan clan. The 9 Yuan tribe's Green was the most beloved grandson of the 9 Yuan tribe's patriarch. He was also the future successor of the 9 Yuan tribe. The 9 Yuan tribe was a superior beast tribe. If they could get close to Green, it would be the same as getting close to the 9 Yuan tribe. At that time, the Celestial Fox tribe's status as an inferior beast tribe would be reversed. Xianxia had already made up his mind. He wanted his daughter and Green to be a couple no matter what. Father, don't worry. The Celestial Fox people's saintess will definitely be your daughter. Green, it's mine. Hu Linglong's face flushed red. However, Linglong, I heard that apart from Layman Lay Mo's group, there's another group of people trying to assassinate the saintess candidates. You should be careful. If there's nothing important, don't leave Hudo. Layman Lay Mo's group was hired by Xianxia with a large sum of money. Apart from Xianxia and Hu Linglong, no one else in the Celestial Fox tribe knew about this matter. Although Layman Lay Mo failed in the end, he killed many Celestial Fox purebred saintesses. This would definitely be beneficial for Hu Linglong to become the Celestial Fox Saintess in the end. Before Layman Lay Mo was killed, he sent back a message saying that he used another group of assassins along the way. That group of assassins had strange skills and were even stronger than Layman Lay Mo. Xianxia didn't know where this group of people came from. He was worried that this group of people wouldn't give up and would attack his daughter in the end. Father, you don't have to worry about this matter. I've already signed up for the Celestial Fox Saintess selection. I plan to cultivate properly in the remaining days. I'm determined to become the Saintess this time. Hu Linglong left satisfied after receiving her father's promise. After Hu Linglong's disturbance, the other Celestial Fox Saintess candidates in the square were delayed for a while before signing up. Where did that woman come from? She actually dared to look down on Celestial Fox in public. Qin Yu and Feng Lian were very dissatisfied with Hu Linglong's wanton insulting of Celestial Fox. Qin Yu, in particular, had some opinions about Hu Linglong. That is the beloved daughter of the sixth elder, Hu Qiansui, Miss Linglong. She was also the cousin of the former saintess. Even among the purebred Celestial Fox, her status was very noble. Not to mention insulting a Celestial Fox half-beast man, even if he killed one or two of them, so what? Huayan Luo's face was full of resentment. Sixth elder's beloved daughter? So it's Miss Linglong. No wonder you look so outstanding and have such an extraordinary temperament. Qin Yu immediately switched to a fawning tone when she heard the other party's identity. Feng Lian's face was cold as she let Huayan Luo and Qin Yu speak one after another. Saintess candidates, I have already booked rooms in the city. You should rest in the inn first and wait for the follow-up arrangements of the Saintess selection ceremony. Qian Lang also heaved a sigh of relief after escorting everyone safely to the inn. They returned to the inn. Lord Qian Lang, I want to walk around. I will return to the inn later. Yunxing wanted to inquire about the whereabouts of Night Fox in the city. After parting with the others, Yunxing went to several inns in Hu City, but did not find any news about Night Fox. When she returned to the inn, Yunxing heard a commotion just as she entered the inn. He heard Huayan Luo and the others were at the door, arguing with a few unfamiliar women. We booked the room first. Why should we give it to you? Huayan Luo and Qin Yu stood together and did not see Qian Lang and Feng Lian. The two of them were arguing with three other women. Who do you think you are? One of you is the daughter of a concubine and the other is a mixed-blood Celestial Fox. You want to stay in the best room? Why don't you take a look at yourself in the mirror? Trash like you are only fit to live in stables. The few women who were arguing with the two were all beautiful and alluring. They were dressed luxuriously, and it was obvious that they were purebred heavenly foxes from other cities. It turned out that not long after Yunxing parted with the others, Qian Lang brought the three women back to the inn. Before they reached the inn, Qian Lang received news that there were too many of them and the inn could not accommodate all of them. He had no choice but to arrange accommodation for the other soldiers first. As for Feng Lian, she did not like to walk with Huayan Luo and Qin Yu, so she simply left on her own. After Huayan Luo and Qin Yu returned to the inn, they asked and found out that the best room booked by Qian Lang had been taken away by several Celestial Fox Saintess candidates who had just arrived in Fengdu. They were only left with a few ordinary rooms. If this matter had happened to Yunxing or Qian Lang, it would have been over. After all, the only difference between the ordinary room and the best room was the size of the room and the other facilities were similar. However, it was Huayan Luo and Qin Yu who ran into this matter. These two women were not easy to deal with. They thought that the Saintess candidates from other cities were staying in the best room. If they stayed in the ordinary rooms, wouldn't they lose out before they even participated in the Saintess selection? Thinking of this, Huayan Luo and Qin Yu simply quarreled with several Celestial Fox Saintess candidates from Fengdu. Who is not up to standard? You little bitches, you just rely on the power of your family. If you have the ability, let's compete. Huayan Luo hated it when others talked about her identity as a concubine's daughter, and Qin Yu hated it when others said that she was a mixed-blood Celestial Fox. Once the two women quarreled, they did not care about reason or manners. They just looked like shrews cursing in the street. The Celestial Fox Saintess candidates from Fengdu were also not easy to deal with. Speaking of Fengdu, it was also very famous in the Celestial Fox tribe. It was the second largest capital city in the Celestial Fox tribe, except for Hu City. It was also the richest capital city. Naturally, the Celestial Fox Saintess candidates from Fengdu were also arrogant. They had long heard that among the Celestial Fox Saintess candidates from Songdu, two were mixed-blood Celestial Fox, and the other was also a purebred Celestial Fox who was not up to standard. Let's compete. Don't cry for your parents when the time comes. Go back to Songdu. The celestial fox saintess candidates from Fengdu laughed disdainfully after hearing this. Sister Hua, isn't this not a good idea? Those women look very powerful. Moreover, there are only 2 of us and 3 of them. Feng Lian's temper is eccentric. She will definitely not agree to help us. As soon as Hua Yanluo said this, Qingyu felt that something was wrong. She tugged at Hua Yanluo. The celestial fox saintess candidates from Fengdu looked tall and slender, and all of them were rich. Maybe some of them were hiding some powerful celestial devices. What are you afraid of? You and I are here. If there are not enough people, we can find another one. Hua Yanluo rolled her eyes and saw Yunxing, who had just entered the door. When Yunxing noticed Hua Yanluo's gaze, she knew that it was not a good thing. However, it was too late for her to back out. She stepped forward, pulled Yunxing over, and said in a low voice, "You're lucky. You can temporarily replace Feng Lian and pretend to be the 3rd candidate for the Saintess of Songdu. Miss Yanluo, I don't think it's a good idea. You know that I'm just a doctor. I can grind medicine and refine pills, but I can't fight." Yunxing quickly declined. Only a fool would clean up the mess for these vase girls. She was here to deliver the ashes. She did not want to be hated by others before. She could even deliver the ashes. Sister Hua, you could have chosen anyone, but you chose her. You know that when Layman Lay Mo came last time, she even left her herb gatherer behind. When Qingyu saw that it was Yunxing, she had a look of disdain on her face. When she thought about the last time when everyone escaped from death, this woman hid somewhere. Qingyu felt frustrated. If Qianlang had not been polite to Yunxing along the way, Qingyu and the others would have chased Yunxing away. In her opinion, even a random passerby would be 100 or 1,000 times better than this so-called woman from Yinhua Hospital. This woman would probably be beaten to death in just 1 round. I already said that I'll replace her. We don't know where Feng Lian went. How can we find her in such a short time? Besides, there are 3 of us on each side, and we'll win 2 out of 3 rounds. As long as the 2 of us compete first and win 2 rounds in a row, she won't have to go up and embarrass herself. Hua Yanluo was not stupid. She knew her own strength very well. As for Qingyu, although she looked weak and fence-sitter, when she attacked Layman Lay Mo that day, Qingyu's reaction was faster than hers. In other words, this woman was also a person who hid her strength. Since both of them were quite strong, it meant that they only needed 1 more person. Even if the 3rd person was not very strong, as long as she and Qingyu won, it would be considered a victory. The 3rd person did not even need to go up. They only needed to go through the motions. After the 2 women discussed for a while, they didn't even give Yunxing a chance to refuse and directly pulled Yunxing out. Yo, here comes another celestial fox hybrid, and it's a half-orc that can't even control its fox form. Isn't that so? There aren't even any decent purebred celestial fox or half-beastmen in such a big city. It's really going to kill me. Seeing that Yunxing still had her fox ears and tail, the candidates of the Saintess of Fengdu all laughed out loud. In particular, they noticed that for some reason, Yunxing only had half of her fox tail left, and she had a strange expression on her face. She wore a veil. Even if they were all half-beastmen, there were still differences. For example, although Qingyu and Feng Lian were also celestial fox hybrids, because the celestial fox blood in their bodies was thicker, most of the time, they still had the appearance of a normal person. Only in the state of fierce battle, they would turn into half-fox form. There was another kind. Although they were also celestial fox hybrids, because the celestial fox blood in their bodies was less, most of the time, they maintained the appearance of a half-fox. Because Yunxing was in disguise and had a fox tail and fox ears, she was mistaken for an inferior celestial fox half-beast with little celestial fox blood. What are you laughing at? She is she, and we are we. Don't confuse us with her. Qingyu and Hua Yanluo felt even more ashamed and indignant. They both glared at Yunxing with hatred. Yunxing rolled her eyes and was too lazy to argue with these 2 women. Anyway, she had already agreed that she was just here to make up the numbers. The 2 groups of people decided on the number of people who would compete. Next, the official competition would begin. Due to the narrow hall of the inn, the poor innkeeper did not dare to offend these candidates for the celestial fox saintess. He could only brace himself and give up the backyard of the inn as a venue for the competition. The news that several candidates for the Celestial Fox Saintess were going to compete spread quickly. The inn was immediately surrounded by people, and not even a drop of water could leak out. Just as the candidates for the Celestial Fox Saintess were quarreling endlessly, in a superior room of the inn, there were 3 lines of sight through an open window. What happened outside was clearly seen by 3 people. Although these 3 people were not dressed luxuriously, if one looked carefully, they would find that their temperaments were very good, especially the elder sitting by the window. At first glance, one could tell that he was a person with great power. These people are the candidates for the Celestial Fox Saintess selection this time? The elder sitting by the window asked. He looked to be in his 40s, with a hooked nose and deep eyes. His eyes were full of wisdom, but they revealed the identity of this old man. He was definitely not as simple as he looked. Master, it should be right. It is said that this inn is filled with the candidates for the Celestial Fox Saintess from all the major cities, the tallest man among the 3 said. If I'm not mistaken, among the noisy women just now, some of them are mixed-blood Celestial Fox. Master, even a mixed-blood Celestial Fox in the Celestial Fox tribe can become the Saintess. Isn't this too negligent? After all, the selected Celestial Fox Saintess will marry the young patriarch in the future, another man could not help but say. Among the Bakra orcs, there were still some opinions about purebred and mixed blood. In particular, the other party could be the future wife of their noble young patriarch. These 3 people were the old patriarch of the 9 Phoenix tribe and his 2 capable subordinates. In the early years, the old patriarch of the 9 Phoenix tribe and the old patriarch of the Celestial Fox tribe were life and death friends. The old patriarch of the Celestial Fox tribe had even saved the old patriarch of the 9 Phoenix tribe once, which resulted in his Dharma soul being damaged. Therefore, all these years, the old patriarch of the 9 Phoenix tribe had always felt guilty, and secretly helped the Celestial Fox tribe a lot. He even said in front of his favorite grandson, Lu, that whoever inherited the 9 Phoenix tribe in the future must marry the Saintess of the Celestial Fox tribe. As the young patriarch, Lu had already known about this when he was young. In the beginning, he was very indifferent. Anyway, to Lu, it did not matter who he married. But later, that kid grew up and became more and more disobedient. Especially last time, when he came back from the Dutian blood world, that little rascal refused to marry the Saintess of the Celestial Fox tribe. The old patriarch of the 9 Phoenix tribe used all kinds of methods, and beat around the bush, but Lu was stubborn and refused to marry. He said that even if all the women in the Bahuang continent died, he would not marry the Saintess of the Celestial Fox tribe. Originally, the old patriarch thought that he was just saying it out of anger. After all, after the disappearance of the previous Celestial Fox tribe Saintess, Hu Linglong, who was most likely to become the next Celestial Fox tribe Saintess, Lu was very annoyed with her. Therefore, the old patriarch did not hesitate to interfere with the selection of the Celestial Fox tribe Saintess, and put pressure on the current patriarch of the Celestial Fox tribe, Xianxia, to hold this selection ceremony for the Saintess of the Celestial Fox tribe to recruit Celestial Fox women from all over the world. After the 10th of April, when I return from outside and finish moving, I will continue to update. If you don't leave, I will not abandon you. It's the end of the month. If you have a monthly ticket, please feed me. The old patriarch of the 9 Phoenix tribe had put in a lot of effort into this. Since Green didn't like Hu Linglong, he could just pick another one. Although the Celestial Fox people were weak, the Celestial Fox tribe was famous for its beauties among the Bakra orcs. The Celestial Fox women were all gentle and beautiful. There would always be one that his grandson would like. The old patriarch didn't want to have a granddaughter-in-law like He Linlin or a granddaughter-in-law like Rita from the Beaming clan just because he wanted to find someone powerful. The selection ceremony of the Heavenly Fox Saintess of the Heavenly Fox tribe this time was completely different from the previous years due to the interference of the 9 Phoenix Elder. Not only were there more people, but the Celestial Fox hybrids were also allowed to participate in the selection. This was the first time in the history of the Celestial Fox tribe. This time, there were dozens of purebred Celestial Fox and Celestial Fox hybrids participating in the Saintess selection ceremony. The old patriarch of the 9 Phoenix tribe had even prepared to bring his grandson to Hu City to observe the Celestial Fox Saintess selection ceremony. At that time, Green would simply choose whoever he liked to be the saintess. However, when Green heard the news, not only did he not agree, he secretly went to the D tribe alone. Not only that, but Green also used the power of the Grey Camp behind his back and ordered people to assassinate the Celestial Fox Saintess candidate. Green's intention was very clear. If you want to choose, then kill whoever comes. Let's see where you can find the Celestial Fox Saintess after you kill them all. The old patriarch had only recently found out about this matter. After hearing the news, the old patriarch was almost angered half to death. Helpless, the old patriarch didn't inform the Celestial Fox tribe and came to Gu City specifically to check on the new saintess of the Celestial Fox people. In any case, in the old patriarch's opinion, his taste was similar to his grandson's. As long as he fancied something, his grandson would definitely like it. It was clear that the 9 Phoenix tribe patriarch didn't realize that there was such a thing as generation gap in this world. The old patriarch had been in Hu City for a few days. He had specially chosen this inn, which was said to be the inn where the Celestial Fox Saintess candidate from the capital city had to stay. He wanted to observe the situation of his future granddaughter-in-law up close. However, after a few days, the old patriarch's frown deepened. These Celestial Fox Saintess candidates from all over the Celestial Fox tribal nation were beautiful, but most of them were just flower vases. For example, the candidates for Celestial Fox's Saintess who had been arguing incessantly just now were actually cursing in public for a few rooms. This kind of behavior clearly didn't meet the old patriarch's standards of being gentle like water and cultivating both inside and outside. Thinking of this, the old patriarch shook his head. He couldn't help but wonder if it was too much to force Lu to marry a Celestial Fox Saintess that he didn't like just because of the kindness of the previous generation. Master, don't be too disappointed. After all, these girls are only a part of the Celestial Fox Saintess candidates. Perhaps the ones from the other capital cities will be much better, the old patriarch's 2 subordinates comforted him. Fine, let's see what other redeeming qualities these girls have apart from their looks. The old patriarch's gaze shifted to the courtyard. The room that the old patriarch was in had the best view in the entire inn. It just so happened that it could clearly see every corner of the courtyard. However, it was difficult for the people in the courtyard to see the situation in the room. Therefore, it was obviously the most suitable place to watch this competition from the window. The news that the Celestial Fox Saintess candidate from Songdu and the Celestial Fox Saintess candidate from Fengdu were going to compete spread. Not only the ordinary guests in the inn, but even the saintesses from the other capital cities who were staying in this inn also heard the news and came out to watch. After all, everyone knew that the Celestial Fox Saintess who was now in this inn was likely to become each other's most advantageous competitor in the future. If they could understand more about each other before the competition, their chances of winning would be higher in the future. I'll go first in the first round. The second round, Qin Yu. Hua Yanluo and Qin Yu were already arranging their order of appearance. They didn't even bother to mention Yunxing and directly treated her as heir. During the time just now, the 2 girls had already changed out of their cumbersome dresses. Both of them changed into their training clothes and magic robes respectively. Only then did Yunxing know that Hua Yanluo was a warrior and Qin Yu was a magician. The 2 girls were already beautiful. After changing their clothes, they couldn't help but brighten up the eyes of the people. Once they appeared, they attracted a lot of cheers. Yunxing, on the other hand, was still dressed in plain clothes. She did not change her attire and followed behind the 2 girls at a leisurely pace. From the looks of it, rather than saying that the 3 of them were candidates for the Saintess of the Heavenly Fox tribe, Yunxing looked more like a maid. However, no one paid special attention to Yunxing. After all, everyone thought that Yunxing was an inferior Celestial Fox half-beast human. Everyone's attention, including the Celestial Fox Saintess candidates in Fengdu, was all focused on Hua Yanluo and Qin Yu. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm the owner of the inn. Today, I've been appointed by the Saintess candidates to be the referee of this competition. I'll first explain the rules of today's competition. The competition is to learn from each other, and the winner of 2 out of 3 rounds will win. Don't overdo it and don't kill anyone. The loser will give up the best room. The owner of the inn stood in the courtyard and announced the rules of the competition loudly. He opened a business and didn't want his territory to be stained with blood. However, if he didn't compete, these Saintess candidates really didn't know how long they would make a scene here. The owner could only reluctantly become the referee. Speaking of this owner, although he was an owner, he could attract so many Saintess candidates to stay in his inn. Naturally, he had some background. These celestial fox Saintess candidates were all people with family backgrounds. He couldn't afford to offend them. But nominally, he was a businessman. Businessmen only cared about profits. Even though it was inevitable that they would suffer some losses in a duel, it would still be a good way to boost the reputation of his inn by attracting some attention. The owner was also very happy to have such a competition. Wait, the rules of the competition are correct, but there are some problems with the results of this competition. The loser just has to give up the room. It's too easy for them. As soon as the owner finished speaking, one of the 3 celestial fox Saintess candidates in Fengdu walked out. As soon as the woman appeared, the male animals present cheered in unison. The woman had a high nose bridge, a little red lips, and a fiery passion. The martial arts suit on her body boldly exposed her belly and long legs, full of exotic charm. As soon as the Saintess candidate from Fengdu spoke, her words shocked everyone. Coquettish fox. When the woman came out, Yunxing heard Hua Yanluo and Qin Yu gritting their teeth and cursing. It seemed that they both knew this woman. This woman was called Lu Shuiyu, the legitimate daughter of the Lu family of Fengdu. She was the current head of the Lu family and an elder of the celestial fox tribe. Therefore, the Lu family was also a prominent family in the celestial fox tribe. How could a person like Lu Shuiyu be interested in a few superior rooms? Today, she agreed to the bet with Songdu for 2 reasons. First, she wanted to humiliate these inferior Saintess candidates from Songdu. Second, she had other plans. Lu Shuiyu, what do you mean? Hua Yanluo glared at her. Lu Shuiyu, this coquettish fox, stole the limelight that should have belonged to her. Are you deaf? My words are clear enough. We can compete, but we have to raise the stakes. In addition to giving up the superior rooms, we have to raise another stake. To show our sincerity, I will raise the stakes of Fengdu. My stake is a kind of celestial fox inheritance. Lu Shuiyu glanced at Hua Yanluo and Qin Yu. She did not look at Yunxing. A kind of celestial fox inheritance. Yunxing, who was still indifferent at the side, became energetic when she heard Lu Shuiyu's stake. This was the first time she heard that the celestial fox inheritance could be used as a stake. Lu Shuiyu's words caused a bigger uproar at the same time. But looking at the expressions of the people around, it seemed that everyone knew that the celestial fox inheritance could be used as a stake. Only Yunxing was confused. Upstairs in the inn, the old patriarch of the Nine Yuan tribe, who had been watching coldly from the sidelines, was slightly moved after hearing this. They're actually using the Heavenly Fox inheritance as a wager. If the Heavenly Fox Saintess candidates from Songdu also agree, then this competition will become much more interesting. I wonder what kind of expression Xianxia will have when he sees these candidates using the Celestial Fox's inheritance as a wager. The old patriarch had no interest in these women's flowery moves and almost dozed off. However, when he suddenly heard Lin Mingyao's words, his eyes lit up. Won't this matter be blown out of proportion? After all, the wager is Celestial Fox's inheritance. I don't think the women of Songdu will agree. The 2 subordinates of the old patriarch also shook their heads. It was no wonder that the Celestial Fox tribe had fallen to the lowest level among the Bakra orcs. Within the Celestial Fox tribe, the secret competition and suppression among the juniors were even worse than that of other Bakra orcs. As long as one was a Bakra orcs, especially a purebred Celestial Fox, they all knew the importance of the inheritance of the 8 wastelands. The more inheritance one had, the more powerful the descendant of the 8 wastelands would be. In addition to the innate awakening of the inheritance, there was also the possibility of acquiring it after birth. For some ancient families of the 8 wastelands, the inheritance after birth was more important than life. It could not be easily passed to outsiders. In each family, only a few talented descendants had the opportunity to practice it. These Heavenly Fox Holy Daughter candidates were too rash. To think that they would use something as important as the inheritance as a wager in front of so many people. Hearing that they were going to use the inheritance of the Celestial Fox as a wager, Qin Yu hurriedly pulled Hua Yanluo aside. Sister Hua, I think we should forget about it. They are all purebred celestial fox. Lu Xiuyu dares to use the fact that she is the legitimate daughter of the Lu family. She must have the inheritance of the celestial fox. We can't beat them. Qingyu was a mixed-blood half-beast. She did not have the inheritance of the celestial fox. Her tone of admitting defeat stimulated Hua Yanluo's determination to win. At this juncture, if we admit defeat, it will be even more humiliating. If we don't agree, we will become a laughingstock. We don't even have to participate in the following selection. We will be laughed at. Hua Yanluo was very proud. She gritted her teeth and looked at the candidates for the Saintess of Fengdu, who looked proud. How could Hua Yanluo not know what Qingyu said? Lu Xiuyu must be up to no good. But in other words, if Hua Yanluo and the others won, in addition to getting a few rooms, they would also get a new inheritance of the celestial fox, which was something that could not be bought with thousands of gold coins. In the celestial fox tribal country, every family, including the Hua family and the Lu family, regarded the inheritance of the celestial fox as a secret. Hua Yanluo did not tell Qingyu that among the purebred celestial fox, there was another saying. The more inheritance of the celestial fox, the stronger the strength of the celestial fox. In the older generation of celestial fox, there was a legend waiting to be verified. That was, if there was a celestial fox who could learn 9 inheritances of the celestial fox, he or she might become the strongest celestial fox with 9 tails in the history of the celestial fox. At that time, not to mention the celestial fox tribe, even the leaders of the other Bakra orcs might not be a match for the 9-tailed celestial fox. But after all, it was a legend. In history, even the leader of the celestial fox tribe, Hu Yan, who was recognized as the strongest, only learned 8 inheritances of the celestial fox. He was still one step away from the strongest celestial fox with 9 tails. It was impossible to learn 9 inheritances of the celestial fox. But Hua Yanluo believed that Lu Xiuyu also knew about this legend. Both of them had the intention that with one more celestial fox inheritance, they would benefit greatly in the upcoming celestial fox selection. So after weighing the pros and cons, Hua Yanluo decided to accept Lu Xiuyu's bet. Although she was only the daughter of a concubine of the Hua family, her mother was very doted on. So, her father had secretly let her learn the inheritance of the celestial fox. When Hua Yanluo was still hesitating, Yunxing suddenly asked. Miss Yanluo, isn't the inheritance of the celestial fox a talent? How can it be used as a bet? Idiot, the inheritance of the celestial fox is a talent, but no one said that after obtaining the inheritance, it can't be memorized or copied down. To put it bluntly, the inheritance of the celestial fox that has been recorded is the same as the magic combat skills. It can be passed on to each other. But to learn the inheritance is many times more difficult than to learn the magic combat skills. Hua Yanluo was annoyed and did not see clearly who asked the question. When she found that the person who asked the question was Yunxing, she gave her a sharp look. Why are you asking so many questions? Are you also interested in the inheritance of the celestial fox? Let me tell you the truth. For a half-beast foxman like you who can't even reach half celestial fox blood, even if you get the inheritance of the celestial fox, it is impossible for you to learn it. Hua Yanluo said angrily. This stupid woman thought that she also had a chance to get the inheritance of the celestial fox. She did not even think about it. She did not even have a chance to show up. At best, she was just going through the motions. Yunxing's question reminded Hua Yanluo of something. Furthermore, the two of you, listen carefully. Although the 3 of us are participating in the competition this time around, there is a certain person who is simply there to make up the numbers. When the results of the competition are out, if you don't make any contributions, don't even think about learning the inheritance of celestial fox. Hua Yanluo was not so stupid that she could not be saved. She rolled her eyes at Yunxing. Obviously, these words were directed at Yunxing. Qingyu, who was standing aside, saw that Hua Yanluo had made up her mind, and there was a hint of joy in her eyes. Hua Yanluo was really fooled. For Qingyu, if she lost this time, she would just lose some face and sleep in an ordinary room for a few days. However, if she won, she might be able to get the inheritance of celestial fox from Lu Xiuyu. For Qin Yu, who did not even know the inheritance of Celestial Fox, this was undoubtedly a good thing. Like losing a sesame seed and picking up a watermelon. Even if she could not get the throne of Celestial Fox's saintess in this competition, just by getting the inheritance of Celestial Fox, her status in the family would rise when she returned to Cangdu. Yunxing saw through Qin Yu's and Hua Yanluo's thoughts. Yunxing shrugged and thought to herself that she would let these women fight among themselves for the time being. She would watch from the side for the time being. What, after discussing for so long, do you agree or not? Or is it to say that there isn't even a single person with the inheritance of the heavenly fox in this ragtag army of yours? Lu Xueyu and the others roared with laughter again. The harsh laughter made Hua Yanluo and Qin Yu even more annoyed. Who said there is no one? I'll use the inheritance of Celestial Fox from our Hua family as the wager. In addition to those rooms, the winner will also get the inheritance of Celestial Fox from the other party. Hua Yanluo did not show any weakness. For the sake of fairness, the two of them each asked for a piece of paper and a brush. They wrote down their respective successions and handed them to the innkeeper. The innkeeper ordered his men to bring 2 boxes and locked the 2 pieces of Celestial Fox's inheritance. Saintess candidates, the stakes have been decided. You can start the official competition now, the innkeeper said calmly when he saw that the situation had escalated to the point of Celestial Fox's inheritance. He gave a look to a waiter beside him, and the waiter quietly blended into the crowd and ran out of the inn. Soon, the order of the 2 sides was arranged. Cangdu's order was Hua Yanluo, Qin Yu, and Yunxing. As for the Sacred Lady candidates from Plentiful City, the order of the Sacred Lady candidates was Chen Qi, Lu Yunchuang, and Lu Xueyu. When the order of the competition came out, Hua Yanluo and Qin Yu's faces showed obvious joy. On the other side, Lu Xueyu and the others had calm expressions, as if they were used to this kind of preliminary competition order. Lu Xueyu was the last to compete. In terms of strength, Lu Xueyu was clearly the strongest. Although Hua Yanluo was stubborn, she was unwilling to face Lu Xueyu directly. As for Qin Yu, it was needless to say. With this arrangement, Lu Xueyu was the last to compete. Her opponent was that useless Yunxing. Yunxing had no chance of winning against Lu Xueyu even if she used her toes to think. She would lose without a doubt. What Hua Yanluo and Qin Yu had to do was win 2 rounds in a row. Whether that useless person won or lost the 3rd round, even if she was beaten to death, it had nothing to do with them. In the courtyard, a simple arena that was usually used for banquets and theatrical performances had been temporarily set up. The first round of competition, Hua Yanluo versus Chen Qi. Hua Yanluo's feet touched the ground, and she landed on the arena like a graceful swan. The young girl's heroic bearing, her red dress fluttering in the wind, was very beautiful. Chen Qi of Plentiful City, like a swallow returning to its nest, stood on the arena. She was also a martial artist, and her appearance was similar to Hua Yanluo's. Boom boom, in front of Chen Qi, a fog-like icy white doqi filled the air. Hua Yanluo took a step forward, and a red light flashed in her sleeve. It was a short sword, the same one that Hua Yanluo used to sneak attack Layman Thunder Fiend. The short sword was full of killing intent, and it was a divine-grade celestial artifact. The short sword swung out, and in the air, the sharp dagger light turned into several rays, piercing toward Chen Qi at an extremely tricky angle. Chen Qi saw that the short sword was powerful, and she did not dare to take it head-on. She swept to the back of Hua Yanluo like lightning, and the fighting energy around her was divided into 3, forming 3 daggers. The daggers swept across, and the dagger light clanged 3 times in a row, and Hua Yanluo's short sword was knocked away. Hua Yanluo's palm was hurt by the power of the daggers. She turned her wrist, and the short sword stabbed out horizontally. The sword move was not very mysterious, but after combining Hua Yanluo's fighting energy, it became a blur. The sword light turned into a snowy shadow, confusing Chen Qi's eyes. For a moment, Chen Qi was forced to take a few steps back. Chen Qi was not easy to deal with, and she flicked her fingertips. The 3 daggers seemed to have eyes of their own, as they turned around and stabbed towards Hua Yanluo's face. The 3 daggers were extremely sharp, and they were aimed at Hua Yanluo's vital parts. If they hit, Hua Yanluo's head would be pierced in an instant. Qin Yu, who was watching from the side, could not help but exclaim softly. The innkeeper, who was acting as the referee, had his feet in the posture of a winery, and his sleeves were fluttering even though there was no wind. It was obvious that he was going to block the fatal attack at the critical moment. But at this moment, the fiery red fighting energy in front of Hua Yanluo burned like a raging fire. Hua Yanluo, who was forced to retreat, suddenly split into two, and there were two Hua Yanluos. The inheritance of Celestial Fox, Traceless Fox Shadow, said the 9 Phoenix clan leader indifferently by the window. As soon as the inheritance of Celestial Fox came out, the two Hua Yanluos danced in the air with their short swords, forming a beautiful sword flower, and with a few clangs, they blocked the 3 daggers. On the other side, the newly transformed Hua Yanluo waved her sleeves, and a biting cold fighting energy rushed toward the defenseless Xianxia. Bang! Xianxia groaned and was knocked out of the ring and fell to the ground. The winner has been decided. You have lost the first round. Hua Yanluo withdrew her fighting energy, and her pretty face was full of killing intent. Although she had won this round, it was not an easy win. She had to use the inheritance of Celestial Fox and a holy weapon to defeat Xianxia. But a win was a win. A good start meant that she only needed to win one more round in the next 2 rounds. Under the envious eyes of the crowd, Hua Yanluo walked down the ring proudly like a peacock spreading its tail. On the other hand, although Fengdu had lost the first round, Lu Xueyu did not seem to mind. After checking on Xianxia's wound, she whispered a few words to the other Celestial Fox Saintess candidate. Qingyu glanced at the opponent's camp. In the second round, she would be facing the Celestial Fox Saintess candidate named Lu Yunshuang. When the innkeeper mentioned Lu Yunshuang, Hua Yanluo and the rest of the audience finally noticed the third Saintess candidate in Feng City. Compared to Lu Xueyu and Xianxia, this Saintess candidate named Lu Yunshuang was easily overlooked. Those who were a little more attentive would find that when selecting candidates for Saintess in the major cities of the Celestial Fox tribal country, there would always be some who were particularly outstanding, such as Lu Xueyu. Of course, there would be outstanding ones, and naturally, there would be relatively less outstanding ones. The specific reason for this was that a large number of Celestial Fox Saintess candidates had been killed this time, which affected the quality of the candidates. Another reason was that red flowers needed green leaves to set them off. In the eyes of the audience, the masked fox girl from Songdu and Lu Yunshuang from Feng City were the inconspicuous candidates. Among the 3 Saintess candidates in Feng City, Lu Xueyu was undoubtedly the strongest. Xianxia, who was the first to fight, was able to force Hua Yanluo to use Celestial Fox's inheritance. Her strength was above average. In comparison, the third Saintess candidate, Lu Yunshuang, paled in comparison to the first 2 in terms of appearance and strength. She was a pale-skinned, short woman. Even when they were fighting for the upper room, she did not say a word. She stood at the side, exuding an aura that said, "I don't exist." However, for some unknown reason, when Yinxing saw that short woman, she had a very strange feeling. The reason for that was because that woman's skin was excessively pale. However, Qingyu and Hua Yanluo did not notice these details. When Qingyu saw that her opponent was Lu Yunshuang, she felt more confident. The second round of the competition, Qingyu from Songdu versus Lu Yunshuang from Feng City. Qingyu and Lu Yunshuang had already entered the arena. Yunxing noticed that the corners of Lu Xueyu and Xianxia's lips curled up subconsciously. Qingyu was a sorcerer who specialized in wind-type magic. However, when she faced Layman Layemo earlier, she deliberately hid her strength and did not show her true strength. Hua Yanluo had won the previous round. This time, Qingyu naturally did not want to lose to her. Chains of wind, Qingyu chanted. 6 magical soul stones lit up on the magic scepter in her hand. They were all wind-type soul stones. Who would have thought that the fence-sitter Qingyu was also a sky magician? Yunxing could not help but be a little surprised. Qingyu lived up to her reputation as a wind magician. A few seconds after she finished her incantation, dense green wind magic elements quickly formed around her. Several green wind chains slithered around her like agile snakes. Seal. Qingyu moved as if she was stepping on the wind. Her chains danced as she attacked Lu Yunshuang. At this moment, Lu Yunshuang made a very strange reaction, causing everyone present to widen their eyes. She didn't even try to evade the attack. Instead, she attacked the wind chains with her bare hands. You're courting death. Qinyu waved her magic scepter, and the chain of wind suddenly turned into many wind snakes as thick as a bowl. The wind snake opened its mouth wide and was about to swallow Lu Yunchuang's hand. This is... Outside the window, the old patriarch of the 9 Phoenix race glanced sideways. Yunxing's brows twitched. Lu Yunchuang's hand had already touched the wind snakes transformed from the chain of wind, but the wind snakes did not swallow Lu Yunchuang's hand. At the spot where Lu Yunchuang's fingers touched, the wind snakes with their bloody mouths wide open were instantly frozen. The air was suddenly filled with an icy chill. Lu Yunchuang let out a delicate cry. The wind snakes turned into ice snakes and crashed to the ground, shattering into several pieces. What kind of demonic combat technique is this? Hua Yanluo, who was watching from below, jumped up. Everyone could see that Lu Yunchuang's touch just now did not have any magical fluctuations. It could only be a combat technique. However, even a martial artist like Hua Yanluo could not tell what kind of combat technique it was. That shouldn't be a combat technique. Yunxing could clearly see that Lu Yunchuang had only touched the wind snakes just now. She did not use any magical powers or combat aura. That terrifying freezing power was not a result of magic or combat technique. It was more like a strange power that she was born with. Could this young lady be an ice fox? The innkeeper who acted as the referee could not help but click his tongue. The ice fox was a very small branch of the celestial fox tribe. This kind of fox was rare and was said to have gone extinct many years ago. Every ice fox was born with a mysterious freezing power. If one did not go through a special baptism, they would turn into ice as soon as they came into contact with the body of an ice fox. Lu Yunchuang thought that this was the ice fox tribe. No wonder she could freeze the wind snakes as soon as she attacked. When the innkeeper said this, everyone suddenly understood. I didn't expect that this time, even the descendants of the ice fox tribe would come to participate in the selection of Saintess candidates. How many years has it been since a descendant of the ice fox has been seen in the 8 Desolates continent? The 9 Yuan clan leader said as he stroked his chin. Master, although the ice fox clan is very rare, if the young chief marries an ice fox, wouldn't he become an icicle? The 2 subordinates of the 9 Yuan clan's chief had faces of speechlessness. The 9 Yuan clan leader must have gone crazy from wanting to have a great-grandchild. He must never marry a woman from the ice fox tribe. Qinyu, who was still in the middle of the competition, had a hard time. When she heard that this inconspicuous Lu Yunchuang was actually from the ice fox tribe, her pretty face turned ashen and she complained incessantly in her heart. She had thought that she had picked up a soft persimmon, but unexpectedly, she had picked up an ice fox who would freeze anyone to death on sight. No wonder Lu Xueyu and Chen Qi were so assured to let Lu Yunchuang go second. They clearly knew that Lu Yunchuang, who had the body of an ice fox, would win no matter who she met. After Lu Yunchuang killed the wind snakes with her bare hands, she turned and pounced on Qinyu. She had just arrived when her 5 fingers landed on Qinyu's right arm as if she was picking a flower. Qinyu felt an icy aura that made her limbs go numb. Wait, I admit defeat. Qinyu screamed. She did not care about the competition and immediately admitted defeat. A thin layer of icy blue ice quickly formed on her right arm. She could feel her blood freezing. The competition had not started for long, but Qinyu had no choice but to admit defeat. There was no way she could fight this competition at all. Qinyu would rather face Lu Xueyu directly than compete with this frozen Lu Yunchuang. Useless thing. Hua Yanluo was so angry that her nose almost became crooked. Although she scolded her, Hua Yanluo also knew that Qinyu had no choice. Against an ice fox tribe with such an abnormal constitution, even she could only admit defeat, let alone Qinyu. Although it was embarrassing to admit defeat, it was better than being frozen into an ice cube. Qinyu admitted defeat, but her right arm had already been frozen. If it stayed frozen for an entire night, her right arm would be crippled. Lu Yunchuang, why is the ice still spreading? Qinyu was so frightened that her face turned pale. Yunxing glanced at Qinyu's right arm. The ice was still spreading. Seeing that the freezing aura had quickly spread to Qinyu's entire right arm and was even showing signs of spreading to the other parts of her body, Yunxing pulled out a few needles from her hand. Although she did not like Qinyu, they were in the same boat now. She could not leave her in the lurch. Under the influence of the freezing aura, Qin Yu's expression turned increasingly ugly. Her originally red lips had turned pale. If this continued, in a few hours, she would completely turn into an ice woman. Qin Yu stopped Lu Yunchuang. There's no solution. Lu Yunchuang walked past Qin Yu, showing no intention of saving her. It was not that Lu Yunchuang was unwilling to save Qin Yu, but the frost fox's cold constitution and the usual water-type ice magic were something that even Lu Yunchuang herself had no way of dispelling. Let me take a look. Just as Qin Yu was about to cry, Yunxing walked up to her. What are you doing? Qin Yu screamed. All she saw was Yunxing pulling out a few needles as if she was performing a magic trick. Yunxing's pupils shrank. A golden light flashed in her dark eyes. Qin Yu's hand was magnified countless times before her eyes. Her clothes, skin, muscles, and blood vessels were magnified inch by inch. Yunxing saw a few streaks of icy blue cold aura on Qin Yu's arm, which were spreading to other parts of her body. Qin Yu's vision blurred. She felt a stinging pain on her arm, as if she was being stung by bees. The needles in Yunxing's hand had already pierced into several major acupuncture points on her arm. Strangely enough, as soon as the needles entered Qin Yu's hand, the ice on her arm melted at the speed of snow melting. Her skin gradually returned to its normal color, and her hands became more nimble. Ah, it's done. Thank God. I really thought I was going to die this time. Qin Yu felt the sensation in her arm return, and the color of her lips returned. Only then did she smile again. Yunxing's needles looked ordinary, but when she inserted them just now, she had already infused them with the power of karmic fire. Although the Ice Fox clan's frost physique was very strong, under the effect of the divine lotus hellfire, the frost physique was easily dispelled. When Lu Yunchuang saw that Yunxing had dispelled her freezing effect with a single move, her expression did not change at all from the start of the match until she won. However, a rare ripple of emotion appeared on her face. The old patriarch of the Nine Phoenix tribe also raised his eyebrows. When Yunxing applied the needles just now, her technique was very fast. Even the Nine Phoenix old patriarch did not see it carefully. Everyone looked over and thought that it was Yunxing's medical skills that dissolved the freezing effect. The outcome of the second round has been decided. Do you still want to continue? Lu Xiaoyu walked out and said arrogantly. One win and one loss. Such a result meant that there was still a need for a third round. Only then did Huayan Luo and Qin Yu understand that the three candidates for the Holy Maiden of Plentiful City were deliberately arranged in this way. In the first round, they sent out the weakest one. They had already planned to win 2 rounds in a row in the next 2 rounds. Lu Yunchuang was their hidden trump card. Whoever met her would lose. I can't believe there's still a third round. What a blunder. Huayan Luo was very depressed. I think you should just admit defeat and hand over the inheritance. That piece of trash wants to compete with me. Inferior half-beastmen are inferior half-beastmen. Mixed blood hybrids will never be able to win against purebred half-beastmen. Although Lu Xiaoyu saw Yunxing's medical skills were just medical skills. So what if she was a half-beastman with a skill? She was still a lowly half-beastman. Anyone could see that the veiled woman who still retained her half-fox human form was the weakest among the 3 candidates in Songdu. We admit. Huayan Luo bit her lip, unwilling to admit defeat. So what if she's a mixed blood? I'll let you know today. A mixed blood can still defeat a purebred. Yunxing said softly as she lifted her veil gently. It was a soft sentence, but it clearly spread throughout the courtyard. It was as if a rock had broken through the heavens. It made everyone present, including the 9 Phoenix old patriarch and the others who were coldly watching from upstairs, stunned. Some people even had the urge to dig their ears to see if they had heard wrongly. Just now, that beast human had dared to provoke Lu Xiaoyu. The 9 Phoenix clan leader glanced at Yunxing with interest. What did you say? I dare you to say it again. Lu Xiaoyu had never been humiliated by a beast human. I say, Huayan Luo, you've said before that you'll be rewarded according to your efforts. Does that still count? Yunxing deliberately ignored Lu Xiaoyu's question. Instead, she turned around lazily and asked Huayan Luo. Lu Xiaoyu was furious. If not for the fact that everyone was watching, Lu Xiaoyu would have killed this celestial fox beast human on the spot. You want to participate in the third round? Your opponent is Lu Xueyu. Huayan Luo had an illusion. Could it be that Lu Yunchuang had not frozen Qin Yu's right arm, but this cowardly ghost doctor's head? This woman's brain was obviously not working well. Not only did she want to participate in the competition, but she also spoke arrogantly and provoked Lu Xueyu. Of course it counts. You still have the mood to ask this at a time like this? Huayan Luo stammered. It's good that it counts. If I win the third round by luck, does that mean that I'll also be able to learn from the celestial fox's inheritance that I won? Yunxing asked again. Are you kidding me? How can you possibly defeat her? If you defeat her, not only will you win the inheritance, I will also pass on my inheritance to you, Huayan Luo snorted and blurted out without hesitation. Huayan Luo would never believe that a lowly beast human who only knew how to run away could defeat Lu Xueyu, a purebred celestial fox. What a joke, Huayan Luo. This lowly beast human's brain is not working well, and you're not working well either. She won't be a match for me even in her next life. A thin layer of anger floated on Lu Xueyu's face. 3 moves. Yunxing's figure flashed, and the crowd only saw a blur before she was already standing in the arena. 3 moves? Everyone's face was filled with shock. I can defeat you in just 3 moves. Yunxing's words caused the entire courtyard to erupt into an uproar. This woman, is there really something wrong with her brain? She actually said that she can defeat Xueyu in 3 moves? Chen Qi whispered into Lu Yunchuang's ear, especially from Fengdu's side. Not necessarily, Lu Yunchuang, who had always been a woman of few words, glanced at Yunxing in the arena and spat out these 2 words. Lu Xueyu's eyeballs protruded slightly from anger, and her body trembled slightly from embarrassment. Under Lu Xueyu's sleeves, her originally delicately manicured fingernails had strangely grown a few inches. Strange patterns had appeared on her fingernails. This damned lowly beast human had actually dared to humiliate her like this. No one could come out unscathed after humiliating her, Lu Xueyu. 3 moves, right? Alright, just 1 move and she, Lu Xueyu, would kill this lowly beast human. Lu Xueyu leaped forward like an arrow, and she also jumped onto the stage. Her eyes were cold as ice. She looked at Yunxing slowly and murderous intent rose in her eyes. This celestial fox half-beast human was really reckless. Facing Lu Xueyu's murderous eyes, Yunxing, who was wearing a veil, looked indifferent. The innkeeper, who was acting as the referee, was sandwiched between the 2 women. He had goosebumps on his face for no reason. He could feel the dagger-like gazes flying back and forth between the 2 women. The third round of the competition begins. Lu Xueyu took a step forward and her murderous intent gushed out like a flood. Rip, there was a sound of clothes tearing on her right arm. His arm, which was as white as jade, had undergone a shocking change. Lu Xueyu's hand expanded several times and turned into a fox claw full of hair and sharp as a blade. The moment the fox claw touched the ground, numerous sharp doqi ripples appeared around the claw, as though a rock had been thrown into a lake. The fox claw was like an indestructible spear. It attacked Yunxing at a speed and trajectory that was difficult to be seen by the naked eye. Yunxing could see that Lu Xueyu was different from before at a glance. Her suddenly changed arm gave Yunxing an illusion. It was very similar to the Qilin arm of the Black Qilin tribe that Yunxing had seen earlier. Yunxing seemed to know that the fox claw was not to be underestimated. A pair of wind wings immediately appeared behind her back. She took a series of exquisite steps and dodged Lu Xueyu's fox claw attack. That's Yama's fox claw, Lu Xueyu's celestial fox inheritance. Below the arena, Huayan Luo and Qin Yu's faces changed from red to pale. They did not expect that Lu Xueyu would use the celestial fox inheritance on the coward Yunxing. Without any explanation. Celestial fox's inheritance was also divided into different levels. For example, Huayan Luo's inheritance could only be regarded as a very ordinary inheritance. However, Lu Xueyu's fox claw was different. The Yama fox claw could instantly increase a person's attack power by more than 10 times. It was said that the sharpness of the Yama fox claw could destroy a saint-level defensive artifact with a single claw. Although Yunxing's night demon footwork was exquisite, her Yama fox claws were also inexhaustible. Clang! Yunxing used her magic scepter to block a Yama fox claw. There was a spark between the scepter and the fox's claw, and a small cut was made on the bone-enchanting scepter by the extremely hard fox's claw. One move had already passed, so there were only 2 moves left. Yunxing frowned. She had previously boasted that she could defeat Lu Xiuyu in 3 moves. If she could not defeat Lu Xiuyu in 3 moves, she would still lose. There were only 2 moves left. How could she block Lu Xiuyu's attack and defeat her at the same time? In a flash, Lu Xiuyu's claw arrived again. Dark Heavenly Thorn. Yunxing saw it accurately, and the soul stone on the magic scepter flashed. Above the clear sky, there was a sudden clap of thunder, and a dark, thorny lightning bolt that looked like the roots of an old tree broke through the sky. There was a loud rumble, and it shot towards Lu Xiuyu. Super spell, Dark Heavenly Thorn. This name flashed across everyone's mind. As a mage, Qingyu only felt that her mind was blank for a moment. That cowardly half-orc could actually use such a powerful super spell in an instant. The powerful dark magic power rushed towards Lu Xiuyu. There was no fear on her face, and the strange incantation on the fox's claw glowed. A red light flashed on the fox's claw, and the 5 claws tore through the air. The powerful qi tore the dark heavenly thorn apart, and the black dark heavenly thorn was cut into several pieces. What? Yunxin was shocked. She did not expect that her dark heavenly thorn was actually unable to defeat Lu Xiuyu. This was the celestial fox's inheritance? There is only 1 move left. Lowly half-orc, let me send you to hell. Lu Xiuyu smiled sinisterly. There was only madness left on her originally beautiful face. Not good. As the referee, the owner sensed the strong murderous intent on Lu Xiuyu's body. It was agreed that this competition would stop when it was over. Lu Xiuyu had the intention to kill. There was only 1 move left. If even the super spell, Dark Heavenly Thorn, could not kill her, then the rest, Demon God Transformation. A thought flashed through Yunxing's mind. Without any hesitation, Yunxing held the magic scepter in her hand horizontally in front of her. Lu Xiuyu had already pressed forward, and the demon god's fox claw, which was surging with the smell of blood, swept towards Yunxing's throat with its sharp claws. At such a close distance, even if someone wanted to stop it, it was already too late. Suddenly, a black light rose from Yunxing's magic scepter. A dazzling light appeared above her head, and the entire sky darkened in an instant. It was as if there was a dark cloud that covered the sky and blocked the sun in the sky all of a sudden. The people who were originally paying attention to the battle situation in the arena could not help but raise their heads. The sky was gray and hazy, and there was a black cloud. No, that was not a cloud, that was a Dharma soul. A powerful dark Dharma soul that had never been seen before emitted a dark magic power that was like 1,000 feet of light. Demon God Transformation, Azura Thorn. Countless thorns suddenly drilled out of the clouds like a rainstorm. They gathered together and formed a super dark heavenly thorn, the Azura Thorn that was dozens of times more terrifying. The Azura Thorn pierced through the air and pierced towards Lu Xiuyu. All of this happened too quickly. Only when the dark power whizzed over did a look of horror appear in Lu Xiuyu's eyes. She had never thought that she would actually lose to an inferior half-orc one day, and lose in such an ugly manner. In an instant, the arena was destroyed by the terrifying dark power, and a burst of rocks shook. The air wave overturned everyone, and one by one, they fell to the ground. When everyone opened their eyes again, the courtyard of the inn had already been razed to the ground. The owner's face was stiff, and the expression on his face was uglier than if he were crying. The trees in the courtyard, and even the houses on both sides, were all damaged. The original position of the arena had already become a huge pit that was close to 1,000 feet deep. Above the pit, a person stood in the air. Her veil fluttered, revealing the beautiful curve of her chin. Her clothes were a little tattered, and there was some dust on her face, but this did not detract from the fact. Songdu Saintus candidate had won. Songdu's inferior half-orc celestial fox Saintus candidate had defeated Fengdu's Lu Xiuyu. At the bottom of the pit, Lu Xiuyu was like a piece of trash, charred black. Her clothes were tattered, and her appearance could not be seen clearly. I said it would only take 3 moves, Yunxing spat out a sentence. At that moment, in everyone's eyes, this unknown Songdu Saintus candidate was like a god. Her black eyes shone like the brightest stars in the sky before dawn. She lost, Lu Xiuyu actually lost. At the moment when the result of the competition was announced, Xianxia of Fengdu thought that she had heard wrongly. The soldiers of Fengdu hurriedly rescued Lu Xiuyu. But when they saw Lu Xiuyu's situation, they all looked solemn. Lu Xiuyu, who was unconscious, in addition to the injuries on her body, had the most serious injury on her hand. Because of the power of Celestial Fox's inheritance, her right hand, which had transformed into the Yama Fox claw, was directly smashed into powder by the terrible Azura thorns. Lu Xiuyu's right hand was destroyed. Fengdu, this time the gains do not make up for the losses. The onlookers on the side all shook their heads and sighed. Among them, there was no lack of some Celestial Fox Saintess candidates from other capital cities who were gloating. If it was said that Lu Xiuyu was very likely to become the Celestial Fox Saintess because of her appearance, strength, and the protection of the elders, then after this battle, anyone could see that Lu Xiuyu, who had lost a hand, could no longer become the Celestial Fox Saintess. Without Lu Xiuyu and Fengdu, no one else had the ability to become the Celestial Fox Saintess. For the sake of a few rooms, she had overestimated herself and her right hand was destroyed by an inferior half-orc. Lu Xiuyu was really the number one fool in the world. While lamenting Lu Xiuyu's stupidity, the other candidates of Saintess candidates also looked at Yunxing with a look of avoidance. Earlier, their views were similar to Lu Xiuyu's. They would not treat an inferior half-orc as a competitor at all. But now, it seemed that the real person did not reveal herself. This half-orc with a veil might be a big dark horse in this Celestial Fox Saintess candidate. So powerful. Hua Yanluo and Qin Yu felt like they had swallowed a few flies in one mouthful. After a long time, they spat out a sentence. The way they looked at Yunxing had changed from disdain to disbelief, and then to horror. It turned out that this woman was so powerful. They clearly remembered that on the way to Hu City, they had given Yunxing a lot of looks, especially Hua Yanluo. She had been pointing fingers at Yunxing along the way. Now that he thought about it, he was also scared. No wonder General Tsang was so respectful to Yunxing along the way. This woman was clearly Tsangdu's military advisor, Heshai, who had deliberately placed her in the escort team. The result of the competition is out. Innkeeper, please announce the result. After Yunxing defeated Lu Xiuyu, she did not show much joy. Wait. Chen Qi from Fengdu was unwilling to give up. She took a step forward and pointed at Yunxing. How dare you? Before the competition started, we had already agreed on 3 points. We said that this time, the competition will end when the competition ends. You, a little half-beast human, actually dared to disobey the rules of the competition and hurt Shuiyu. Lu Xiuyu relied on the fact that she was the granddaughter of Elder Lu from the Elders Guild and was the absolute leader of the Saintess candidates in Fengdu this time. But now, because she fought for a few rooms, she had become a cripple. If Elder Lu knew about this, Chen Qi and the others would not be able to bear the consequences. Thus, Chen Qi put all the blame on Yunxing. What a joke. A few hundred pairs of eyes saw it. Just now, it was clearly Lu Xiuyu who attacked first. I was forced to retaliate out of self-defense. Or is it that the life of a half-beast human is worthless compared to the life of a beast man? Yunxing's eyes darkened as she coldly stared at Chen Qi. Although the Netherworld Ghost King had taught Yunxing the demon god transformation, this was the first time Yunxing had used the demon god transformation to transform her Dharma soul. Lu Xiuyu had attacked ruthlessly again. Under such circumstances, Yunxing had already been merciful by not killing Lu Xiuyu in one move. Chen Qi was pestering her like a mad dog, and Yunxing was already somewhat displeased. Apart from questioning Chen Qi, Yunxing's words had a deeper meaning. They were meant for the ears of the few hundred onlookers present. Many of these onlookers were half-beast humans. They had been discriminated against and bullied by the beast men for many years, and this had long made them feel indignant. That's right. This Saintess candidate is right. We all saw it. It was Lu Xiuyu who attacked first. Don't embarrass yourself if you're not as skilled as others. Go back to your Feng city. The half-beast humans were enraged, and their voices of reprimand were incessant. Chen Qi's expression was ugly, and Lu Yunxuang only looked on coldly from the sidelines. Humph, what a sharp-tongued girl. Just as the people of Feng City were at a loss of what to do, a cold voice broke the silence. An old man in luxurious clothes rushed in with several guards. Elder Lu, it's good that you're here. You must seek justice for Xueyu. Her hand. When she saw the old man, Xianxia rushed forward as if she had seen her savior. As she spoke, Xianxia began to cry. When they saw the members of the Celestial Fox Tribal Nations Elders Guild appear, the half-beast humans who had been making a racket earlier all fell silent. Their gazes on the people of Tsangdu changed from initial support to sympathy. Everyone knew that in Hu City, other than the clan leader, the Elders Guild had the most power. Today's competition had actually alarmed the Elders Guild. The people of Tsangdu would probably have a hard time in Hu City from now on. Elder Lu was Lu Xueyu's grandfather. He had very sharp eyes and ears in Hu City. Just now, he heard that the Saintess candidates from Feng City, led by Lu Xueyu, had fought with the 3 Saintess candidates from Tsangdu. Elder Lu did not take this matter to heart at first. Who would have thought that he would later receive news that Lu Xueyu had lost? Not only had she lost, but her hand had also been crippled. Seeing his granddaughter in such a state, Elder Lu's anger rose from the bottom of his heart. He glanced viciously at Yunxing, Huayan Luo, and Qing Yu one by one. In the end, he fixed his eyes on Yunxing, who looked the most indifferent. I can give you a clear answer to what you said just now. In Hu City, a dirty half-beast human like you is not allowed to behave atrociously. Elder Lu noticed Yunxing's fox ears and fox tail. A lowly half-beast human dared to hurt his precious granddaughter. He glared angrily, and his figure shot out explosively. The strength of the Elders Guild of Celestial Fox was naturally not to be underestimated. Yunxing had just gone through a tough battle, so her magic power had been consumed. She was shocked and was about to summon the King of Evil Spirits. Elder Lu, wait. At this moment, a loud voice, accompanied by a figure, suddenly appeared in front of Yunxing. Elder Lu's hand was blocked by someone. There was actually someone in Hu City who dared to stop Elder Lu. An amiable old man stood between Yunxing and Elder Lu. When he saw the old man, Elder Lu's face twitched as if he had seen something unbelievable. You. Why are you here? It's the last day of the month. The monthly ticket will be invalid. Please knock me out. Elder Lu's attack just now had the intention to kill. So what if he killed 8 or 10 half-beastmen in Hu City? As long as the clan leader and the elders did not come personally, no one could do anything to him. However, Elder Lu did not expect that at this critical moment, someone would appear. Moreover, this person was even more difficult to deal with than the current clan leader of the Celestial Fox people, Hu Qianxiu. Haha, I heard that the Celestial Fox Saintess selection ceremony was very lively this time, so I rushed over to join in the fun. Now that I've seen you today, it was indeed a worthwhile trip. That being said, Elder Lu, in the duel earlier, this old man clearly saw that it was indeed your granddaughter who executed the killing blow first. This young lady was only forced to do so. Your granddaughter is the one who doesn't abide by the rules. The old man looked very amiable, but there was an irresistible majesty in his words. In other words, not only was Yunxing not wrong, it was Lu Xueyu, whose right hand was crippled, who was at fault. Even Elder Lu understood that this old man was clearly standing on Songdu's side. Elder Lu's gloominess could be said to be endless. He finally understood that his granddaughter, Lu Xueyu, had no chance at all. The outside world might not know what the Celestial Fox Saintess selection ceremony was for, but as a member of the Celestial Fox Elders Council, Elder Lu was very clear about it. To put it bluntly, the Celestial Fox Saintess selection ceremony this time was for the grandson of this elder in front of him, who was also the young clan leader of the Nine Yuan tribe, to choose a wife. This old clan leader actually came to Hu City personally to watch the Saintess selection ceremony this time. The most terrible thing was that his granddaughter actually made the killing move right under his nose. Now, even if he had 100 mouths, he could not explain himself. Thinking of this, Elder Lu was disheartened. At the same time, he hated the culprits who had caused this situation, Yunxing and Songdu's people. He thought to himself, Songdu, don't be too complacent. When the Celestial Fox Saintess selection ceremony officially begins, I'll teach you a lesson. Since you can testify, then there must be something wrong with Xueyu. This old man apologizes on behalf of my granddaughter, Xueyu. Elder Lu's attitude had undergone a 360-degree change. This stunned Songdu, Fengdu, and everyone else present. When had they ever seen Elder Lu of the Council of Elders bow his head and apologize to someone? Elder Lu apologized with his mouth, but there was a knot in his chest. After apologizing, he ordered people to take Lu Shuiyu and Fengdu away in a sorry state. A soul-stirring competition came to an end just like that. Yunxing looked at the old man curiously. She saw that the old man's sideburns were gray, and he looked very old. However, his pair of old eyes were 30% benevolent and 70% wise. One look and she knew that he was not a simple person. Even the people of Celestial Foxes Council of Elders had to be courteous to him. Who exactly was this old man? You're Songdu's Celestial Fox Saintess candidate? You're a dark magician? The Nine Phoenix clan leader rushed out when he saw Elder Lu making things difficult for Yunxing. Even the Nine Phoenix clan leader did not detect the demon god transformation that Yunxing used just now. He only knew that Yunxing was a gifted dark magician. Unlike the prejudice against dark magicians in the Boundless Land, in the Eight Wastelands continent, dark magicians were the same as other magicians. As long as their strength was tyrannical, they would be respected. Previously, the Nine Phoenix clan leader saw that Yunxing's medical skills were not bad. Then, he saw her shockingly powerful dark magicians and had some impression of her. Unfortunately, that eyesore of a veil blocked the clan leader's eyes. He could not see Yunxing's specific appearance clearly. The clan leader felt a little regretful. This old man's gaze looked so gossipy. Yes, I am from Songdu. Thank you for your help just now. Yunxing was a little embarrassed by the Nine Phoenix clan leader's stare. She could only lightly cough a few times. You're welcome, you're welcome. This old man hates pure-blooded beastmen the most. Don't worry, this old man and this old man's grandson do not discriminate against beastmen at all. The Nine Phoenix clan leader did not mind Yunxing's Celestial Fox beastman identity at all. So what if she had a pair of fox ears and a fox tail? It looked pretty good. How should I address you? Yunxing was confused. She was just thanking him. What did it have to do with his grandson? You can call me old man. I say, young lady, what's your name? How old are you this year? Where do you live? Do you have parents, brothers, and sisters at home? The Nine Phoenix clan leaders' questions were asked in one breath, without even a pause. Fortunately, there was still a veil on Yunxing's face. Otherwise, the Nine Phoenix clan leader would have found that Yunxing's face had been frozen. Master, it's getting late. You also promised to attend the banquet. The two people of the Nine Phoenix clan on the side really could not stand it anymore. The gaze of their old clan leader was as if he had already regarded this Celestial Fox beastman, whose appearance was not even clear, as his future granddaughter-in-law. If the young clan leader saw this scene, he was afraid that his brain would be congested with blood. The two people pulled the gossipy Nine Phoenix clan leader away. Little girl, you have to work hard. You must enter the final selection of the Holy Maiden. This old man is very optimistic about you. Before leaving, the Nine Phoenix clan leader did not forget to look back and shouted at Yunxing. Inside the inn, it was finally quiet and cheerless. Looking at the devastation on the ground, the innkeeper's face was full of pain. Hua Yanluo and Qin Yu had not recovered from the dramatic change just now. The competition is over. According to the agreement just now, 2 Celestial Fox inheritances. Yunxing walked in front of Hua Yanluo. Hua Yanluo suddenly remembered this matter. Earlier, she had made a promise in front of Yunxing, saying that as long as she defeated Lu Shuiyu, she would. At this time, Hua Yanluo's intestines were green with regret. She really wanted to give herself a few hard slaps. She had risked her life and even put her only Celestial Fox inheritance on the line, but in the end, she had made a wedding dress for someone else. Lu Shuiyu's Celestial Fox inheritance and the Celestial Fox inheritance that she only remembered, in the end, would all be given to Yunxing. You. Take it. I don't believe that you can learn it. Hua Yanluo was furious, but after seeing Yunxing's strength, she did not dare to disobey Yunxing. She could only stomp her feet and stare at Yunxing. According to the agreement, Yunxing finally received 2 Celestial Fox inheritances. Qinyu, who was standing at the side, was also unwilling. She looked at Yunxing enviously as she took the 2 boxes with the celestial fox inheritances from the innkeeper. When the 9 Phoenix clan leader walked out of the inn, one of his 2 subordinates walked up to him. "Old clan leader, did you sleep with that woman just now? But she's only a beast man, and she doesn't seem to have any background." Everyone could see that the beast man woman had seriously injured Lu Shuiyu, and the vengeful elder Lu wouldn't let it go easily. So what if she's a beast man? Don't forget, in the Bakra orcs, strength is everything. If elder Lu wants to scheme, then go ahead. If she can't even control a mere celestial fox clan leader, then that girl is too weak. The 9 Phoenix clan leader chuckled. But old clan leader, that woman is too sharp. With such a character, she might not be qualified to be the young clan leader's wife. The 9 Phoenix clan wasn't a low-level beast clan like the celestial fox clan. As the future wife of the 9 Phoenix clan's young clan leader, other than being able to convince the 9 Phoenix clan, she also needed to be able to deal with the other 2 high-level beast clans. In the eyes of the 2 subordinates of the 9 Phoenix clan leader, that celestial fox beastman had offended Elder Lu despite knowing that she was in Hu City. She was young and impetuous, and didn't know when to advance or retreat. "You're wrong. Endure when necessary. Don't tell me you want your future young clan leader's wife to be a coward? Besides, didn't you see that the beastman woman is very clever? She didn't reveal herself at first, but in the end, in order to fight for the inheritance of the 2 celestial fox clans, she stood out. This is a classic case of pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. I like this temper." The 9 Phoenix clan leader was so angry that he glared at his 2 subordinates. The 9 Phoenix clan leader wouldn't tell his 2 subordinates. Back then, when he was fighting for the clan leader's position, he was also inconspicuous at first. It wasn't until his clan brothers fought to the death that he shocked the world and took the position of clan leader. His grandson, Green, was talented and had enough prestige in the clan. It was just that he was spoiled since young and was too arrogant. He needed someone to teach him a lesson. This celestial fox half-beast woman seemed to be a good wife. Right now, the most important thing was how to make his grandson and that rebellious girl like each other. The old patriarch of the Jolan clan had a scheming look on his face. His 2 subordinates looked at each other, shook their heads helplessly, and followed. While the 9 Phoenix clan leader was observing the prospective granddaughter-in-law in Hudu, Yaoji and Grey Feather had already found the young clan leader Green. Because his grandfather arranged the marriage without permission, Green left the tribe in anger. At this time, he temporarily stayed in the D clan. "Your subordinates have failed to complete the task. Please punish us, young patriarch." Yaoji and Huiyu knelt in front of Green. The man in front of him did not speak immediately. He tilted his head and pondered. Yaoji raised her head slightly and stole a glance at Green. The young patriarch of the 9 Phoenix clan had been very good-looking since he was a child. A few years ago, he was still a young boy, but his eyebrows, eyes, and nose were all exquisite. When he recovered his inheritance and integrated part of the power of the 9 Phoenix Kings Saraira, his outline also changed. Although he was no longer young, he gained a kind of breathtaking masculine beauty. The current Green was like a canary that had transformed into a soaring eagle, striking fear into the hearts of those who looked at it. "Get up. This time, it's not your fault. No one can change my grandfather's temper." Green rubbed his good-looking eyebrows. He had heard from the 9 Phoenix clan that his willful grandfather had gone to the Celestial Fox tribal country. Because of this, his good friend, Violet, even mocked him unkindly. Needless to say, Green knew that his grandfather must have gone to watch the selection of the Celestial Fox Saintess. Perhaps, as Z had said, the old man would bring back a granddaughter-in-law as soon as he came back. Speaking of the Celestial Fox Saintess, Green's mind naturally substituted a pronoun, trash and coquettish. The trash was naturally the previous Celestial Fox Saintess, Hu Shun. Although they were both the young patriarch and saintess of the Bakra orcs and had been baptized by the beast deity at the beast god altar since young, Green did not have any impression of that trash saintess, Hu Shun. Green did not even have any memory of how many eyes and nose she had. It was probably because that woman had no sense of existence. The coquettish was Hu Linglong. Because she was Hu Xing's close relative, Hu Linglong entered the beast god altar with Hu Xing. But different from Hu Xing, who had no sense of existence, Hu Linglong had too much sense of existence. Wherever Green appeared, there would definitely be Hu Linglong. If it were not for Z at that time, Hu Linglong would have stuck to him even tighter. It was also because of Hu Linglong that Green hated the celestial fox women so much. But his grandfather just had to make some bullsh** tea agreement with the old patriarch of the celestial fox tribe. Green had the urge to vomit blood, but it was not good for him to lose his temper in front of his subordinates. He could only tighten his handsome face and appear even colder. Young patriarch, we have another thing to report. Actually, this time, even if the old patriarch did not order us to be recalled, our assassination plan would have failed halfway. Yaoji bit her red lips. Although she was unwilling to give up, she still told Green everything that had happened on the way. Your Yanhua Luan was killed by a female doctor in the Tsangdu guards. She summoned a subdivine beast? Green raised his eyes. Yaoji had grown up with him since young. Green had always been clear about her ability. Her strength was comparable to the first-class masters of the Nine Yuan tribe. With such skills, it should be easy for her to kill those weak celestial fox saintess candidates. But who knew that she would be defeated by a half-orc female doctor who had not even completely evolved her fox form? Unfortunately, Yaoji and Grey Feather did not know the specific origin of that woman. They only knew that she was from Songdu. In their impression, Songdu was just a very ordinary capital city in the celestial fox tribe. Could it be that there was a summoner with amazing strength hidden in Songdu? That half-orc female doctor must be strange. It has been a long time since a subdivine beast appeared on the continent. But rest assured, young patriarch. Next time, if Yaoji meets that woman again, I will definitely be able to avenge the humiliation, Yaoji said while gnashing her teeth. You will have this opportunity soon. Green did not take it seriously. Yaoji was a vengeful person. To be bullied by an inferior celestial fox half-orc was a disgrace to both Yaoji and the Nine Yuan tribe. Young patriarch, what do you mean? Yaoji was taken aback. You too, follow me to the celestial fox tribe. Green would not allow his grandfather to fool around there. The selection of celestial fox saintess. He would not let it be held so smoothly. A new month, I'm begging for a good start. After April 9th, I'll add it all up. The battle between the old patriarch of the Nine Phoenix tribe and the young patriarch of the Nine Phoenix tribe was ongoing. On the other hand, Qianlang did not know about the fight between Yun Xing, Hua Yanluo, and the three candidates of the Saintess of Fengdu until he returned to the inn that night. You injured Elder Lu's granddaughter? Qianlang felt as if the sky had collapsed when he heard the news. What surprised him even more was that the person who defeated Lu Shuiyu was not Hua Yanluo or Qinyu, but the half-orc female doctor, Yun Xing. That's right, Lord Qianlang. That woman has been hiding very well. She's in big trouble this time. We're all going to die because of her. Feng Lian, she even pretended to be you and participated as a candidate of the Celestial Fox Saintess. I think she already planned this. Qinyu added fuel to the fire in front of Qianlang. She felt a little regretful when she thought about it afterward. Elder Lu had a great influence in the Council of Elders. She was punished by Elder Lu because she was implicated by Yun Xing. She was too innocent. At that time, the three of us made the decision together. Now, she's the only one to blame. Qinyu, you're too heartless. Although Hua Yanluo was also angry that Yun Xing had obtained 2 celestial fox inheritances and became the biggest winner, she still had her basic principles. Feng Lian glanced at Yun Xing and did not say anything. Sigh, it's useless to talk about it now. Ladies, especially the ladies from Yunhua Hospital, if there's nothing important, it's better for you not to walk around in Hu City. Qianlang felt a headache coming on. This matter came too suddenly. He had to write a letter as soon as possible and tell Lord He. He would wait and see. Yunxing pursed her lips and did not care. Anyway, she did not plan to walk around Hu City since she did not find Night Fox's whereabouts. She obtained 2 celestial fox inheritances and used the devil transformation for the first time. She could go into seclusion before the celestial fox saintess selection ceremony. However, after this competition, Hua Yanluo and Qinyu's attitude towards Yunxing had changed a lot. Especially Hua Yanluo, the way she looked at Yunxing had changed. Every time she saw Yunxing, she would carefully keep a distance from her. This woman even dared to cripple Lu Xueyu with a single heavenly thorn. If she didn't agree with her, she would smash Lu Xueyu to pieces. As Feng Lian was not present, she did not witness Yunxing's magic with her own eyes. As for Qinyu, she had always been a fence-sitter. When she saw that Yunxing had obtained 2 celestial fox inheritances, she felt indignant. When Qinyu returned to her room, she complained to the maid. "Young miss, when you were not around just now, someone sent a letter." When the maid saw her, she hurriedly took out a letter. Qinyu opened the letter. It was from Elder Lu. "Great, the opportunity has come." "It's a letter from Elder Lu." Qinyu casually read the letter. When she saw the signature at the end, her eyes suddenly lit up. There was always a way out. She was still worried that she would offend Elder Lu because of Yunxing. Unexpectedly, Elder Lu said in the letter that as long as she helped him deal with Yunxing, he would help Qinyu during the Celestial Fox Sanctus selection ceremony. Elder Lu also said that his granddaughter Lu Xueyu was seriously injured and Fengdu had no hope of winning. Seeing that Qinyu was beautiful and intelligent, he decided to let Qinyu replace Lu Xueyu. This letter made Lu Qinyu burst with joy. In Elder Lu's letter, he asked her to investigate Yunxing's cultivation method and her weaknesses so that she could deal with Yunxing when the time came. That woman is a magician, and a dark magician. As long as Elder Lu can find a light magician, it won't be difficult to deal with her. As for her weaknesses, they should be the demonic beast beside her and the herb-gathering boy. Qinyu rolled her eyes and immediately wrote a letter. Then she ordered the maid to send it out. "Yunxing, why can you, a half-beast celestial fox, have the inheritance of 2 celestial fox? I want you to know that wherever I am, no one can beat me." Qinyu was complacent. Qinyu was not the only one who received the same letter. Hua Yanluo also received one. After reading the letter, she remained silent. "Young miss, this is a great opportunity." Hua Yanluo's maid knew that her young miss had never been valued by the Hua family because she was a concubine's daughter. This was a great opportunity for her young miss to turn the tables. "Burn this letter and pretend you didn't see it. No one is allowed to tell anyone that Elder Lu contacted us." Hua Yanluo's words surprised her maid. "Young miss, don't you plan to work with Elder Lu? I'm from Songdu after all. How can I work for someone from Fengdu? If I betrayed Songdu, even if I become the sacred lady, I won't be able to face my family and friends in Songdu. Besides, I'm the one who started this." That Yun woman just took advantage of the situation. Although Hua Yanluo had a fiery temper, she could still distinguish between right and wrong. Elder Lu was not a kind person to be able to raise a granddaughter like Lu Xueyu. Moreover, there was still Lu Yunshuang in Fengdu. How could Elder Lu help her ascend the throne so easily? Hua Yanluo was a concubine's daughter in the Hua family. She had seen many such tricks in the Hua family. If she worked with Elder Lu, she would not even have a single bone left. Hua Yanluo was not stupid enough to do that. Elder Lu is such a sly old fox. How could he only contact me? If I'm not mistaken, that fence-sitter Qin you must have received this letter as well. Who knows, she might even think that this is a great opportunity. Hua Yanluo snorted and burned the letter. In Yunxing's room, baby sheep and little Yingying, who had been playing outside the whole day, were so tired that they had fallen asleep. In order not to cause too much commotion, Yunxing simply entered the exquisite beast pagoda and released her Dharma soul. After experiencing the first demon transformation, Yunxing's 6-elemental Dharma soul had become a dark Dharma soul. The energy waves of her Dharma soul had also become more intense. According to the Phantasm Ghost King, successfully changing multiple Dharma soul's attributes to a single attribute is only the first step of the demon transformation. The most crucial step of the demon transformation is to change a Dharma soul from a single attribute back to a multi-elemental Dharma soul. Next is the most crucial step. Can my Dharma soul return to its 6-elemental Dharma soul state? Yunxing chanted the incantation for the demon transformation as she conjured the hellfire of the divine lotus in her hand. The indestructible hellfire of the divine lotus enveloped Yunxing. The flames were so scorching that they could even melt purple gold. However, Yunxing felt neither pain nor itch. With the appearance of the hellfire of the divine lotus, the dark Dharma soul let out a sound like that of a trapped beast struggling. The pitch-black dark Dharma soul began to change little by little. Previously, the Phantasm Ghost King had also said that the most crucial step of the demon god transformation was this step. The Dharma soul had returned to its original state. Back then, the Phantasm Ghost King's Dharma soul was unable to return to its original state after undergoing the demon god transformation. In the end, he could only maintain his identity as a dark magician. Because of this, when he was cultivating to break through to the godly realm, he had to undergo many trials and tribulations. In the end, he could only live in the netherworld. Fortunately, he now had someone in his heart, Li Qingqing, and he gradually let go of the fact that he couldn't complete the demon god transformation. He hoped that Yunxing could help him make up for his regrets. Under the effect of the divine lotus fire, the dark Dharma soul quietly changed. The dark Dharma soul, which was as black as a dark cloud, and the fire, water, wind, and earth elemental Dharma souls gradually recovered. Only when Yunxing's Dharma soul returned to its original state of 6 elemental Dharma souls did she retract the divine lotus fire. Yunxing adjusted the Dharma power in her body. When she carefully examined her Dharma soul, she discovered that her 6 elemental Dharma souls were somewhat different. Originally, among Yunxing's 6 elemental Dharma souls, the dark Dharma soul had the absolute advantage after absorbing the underworld magic spring. The other 4 elemental Dharma souls were ranked in terms of strength: fire, wind, water, and earth. The last one was the light Dharma soul that Yunxing had obtained from Ji Rumo. However, after experiencing the demon god transformation, Yunxing discovered that the light Dharma soul, which was originally negligible, had expanded by quite a bit. It had already grown from the size of a strand of hair to the thickness of a finger. Could it be that the demon god transformation was also beneficial to the purification of the light Dharma soul? Yunxing was pleasantly surprised. This was an unexpected gain for her. Transforming the Dharma soul into the dark Dharma soul is only the first step. Compared to martial artists, the greatest weakness of magicians, other than the strength of their bodies, is that their attributes counter each other. Although dark magicians are very powerful, if they encounter a light magician who is their natural enemy, it will be troublesome. If I can master the demon god transformation in the future, the attributes of my Dharma soul will be able to change freely. When facing enemies, it will definitely be more flexible. Yunxing thought to herself. Even so, practicing the demon god transformation wasn't easy. Besides, Yunxing had already used it once today, so it wasn't appropriate for her to use it again. Yunxing withdrew her Dharma soul and took out 2 more boxes. Those 2 boxes were the 2 types of celestial fox inheritance that she had obtained from Lu Xueyu and Hua Yanluo today. Yunxing had never heard of the legend of the 9-tailed celestial fox, but she adhered to the principle of having more skills. She was very willing to learn more about the celestial fox legacy. If Yunxing's thoughts were heard by Hua Yanluo or Qinyu, they would definitely be furious. In other people's eyes, the celestial fox's inheritance was hard to come by, but in Yunxing's hands, it was like a cabbage. He casually opened a box with the words Fox Shadow Traceless written on it. The Fox Shadow Traceless was the most precious inheritance of the Hua family in Songdu. According to Hua Yanluo's paper, the Fox Shadow Traceless could create a celestial fox clone. However, celestial fox clones were also divided into different levels. The worst celestial fox clone could only learn the most basic cultivation methods or magic. However, if a cultivator's comprehension was high enough, they could even create a celestial fox clone that was equal in strength to the cultivator. Equal in strength? Yunxing's eyelids twitched when she read this. Did this mean that her celestial fox clone could also learn her celestial lotus fire and even her summoning skills? Although Hua Yanluo had also learned the Fox Shadow Traceless, judging from the earlier matches, her celestial fox clone was very average. At most, it could only unleash half of Hua Yanluo's strength. If her opponent was not Qin Qi, but Lu Yunshuang or Lu Xueyu, her celestial fox clone might not be of much use. Yunxing was already looking forward to her celestial fox clone. This time, Yunxing spent a full 3 days and 3 nights to comprehend and learn. It was not until the 4th day that she stepped out of the room. Miss Yunhua, I heard that you're in seclusion. Judging by your complexion, you must have achieved something, right? When Qianlang saw Yunxing, he greeted her warmly. Feng Lian, on the other hand, glanced at Yunxing indifferently. You want to learn a celestial fox inheritance in 3 days? Dream on. Hua Yanluo's face was full of disbelief. Back then, when she had learned Fox Shadow, she had spent an entire year before she could control a Sky Fox doppelganger that she could control. Haha, I'm sorry, but I've learned it all. Yunxing's black eyes sparkled. I told you. You can't possibly. What? You've learned it all? Hua Yanluo's jaw almost dropped. This woman said that she had learned it all. You. Don't tell me you've also learned Lu Shuiyu's Yama Fox Claw? Hua Yanluo could not help but gulp. Oh my god, this must be a dream. Want to try? Yunxing raised her eyebrows. Hua Yanluo was so frightened that she took a few steps back. She looked as if she wanted to stay as far away from Yunxing as possible. This inferior celestial fox half-beast human had actually learned 2 celestial fox inheritances in 3 days. This was too unbelievable, was it not? This kind of thing was rare even among purebred breeds. Seeing Hua Yanluo's expression as if she had seen a ghost, Yunxing only shrugged and went to look for little Yingying and baby. She had been in seclusion for 3 days, and those 2 little guys might have caused some trouble for her. Miss Yunxing is indeed a hidden doctor. No wonder Lord Hisui wants me to obey her. At this time, Qianlang was already convinced by Yunxing. Qingyu looked at them from the side, and her heart was filled with hatred as if a few cat claws were scratching it. Why could this woman obtain 2 celestial fox inheritances in one go and learn them in one go? They were both half-beast humans. Qingyu naturally thought that it was because these 2 celestial fox inheritances were easy to learn. Even she could learn them in one go. Qingyu was filled with hatred. That night, she wrote a letter and quietly sent it to Elder Lu. After reading the letter, Elder Lu's expression became even more unpleasant. Grandpa, when are you going to avenge me? Lu Shuiyu's face was full of resentment. Her injuries had almost recovered after Elder Lu's treatment. However, her right hand was destroyed by the terrible power of dark magic. Even the most powerful witch doctor in the Celestial Fox tribe could not treat it. When she heard the news, Lu Shuiyu almost went crazy. Fortunately, Elder Lu promised that he would not let go of that bastard from Songdu, so she regained some rationality. Shuiyu, that celestial fox half-beast human is not as simple as you think. I'm afraid there's a change in our plan. Do you remember how long it took you to learn the celestial fox inheritance, Yama's fox claw? Elder Lu was still holding the letter in his hand, and his face was livid. Shuiyu has been learning it for more than a year. Among all the disciples of the Hua clan, her learning speed is in the top 3. Grandfather, why are you asking this? Do you think that bastard can learn the Yama Fox Claw? Lu Shuiyu said proudly. There was a reason why Elder Lu doted on her so much. She learned the Yama Fox Claw very quickly. Lu Shuiyu also had another celestial fox inheritance. Having 2 celestial fox inheritances at such a young age, she was definitely in the top ranks among the young men and women of the Celestial Fox tribe. Before Elder Lu received Qinyu's letter, Lu Shuiyu had never thought that the bastard Celestial Fox could learn the inheritance. The cultivation of the Yama Fox Claw, in addition to comprehension, also required a large amount of beast blood and elixirs to soak one's hands. Only after many years could one achieve some success. Therefore, in Lu Shuiyu's opinion, even if the bastard could learn it, it would take at least 10 years. As for that B*****, it was impossible for her to survive the selection of Saintess of the Heavenly Fox tribe. She was not as stupid as Hua Yanluo. She was confident. Taking out the Yama Fox Claw meant that she was confident that the other party could not have learned it. The Yama Fox Claw was not comparable to the Celestial Fox inheritance. According to the ancestor of the Hua clan, if the Yama Fox Claw was cultivated to the highest level, it could tear open the sky with its bare hands and pierce through the chest of a martial god. Of course, among the generations of Celestial Fox, only the ancestor who created the Celestial Fox inheritance could reach such a level. Even Elder Lu's Yama Fox Claw had not reached such a level. The bastard Celestial Fox you mentioned, she spent 3 days to learn the Yama Fox Claw. To be exact, she spent 3 days to learn the Yama fox claw and the fox's traceless shadow. Elder Lu's hand was full of fighting spirit. The letter was crushed into powder. Impossible. Lu Xiaoyu was speechless. That bastard, how could it be? There are only 2 possibilities for this matter. Firstly, she really did learn the 2 legacies of Celestial Fox. Secondly, she was lying. If she was lying, this matter would be easy to deal with. But if what she said was true, learning 2 Celestial Fox techniques in 3 days. If this news spreads, you won't be able to take revenge. Elder Lu knew very well that such a genius had not appeared in the Celestial Fox tribe for many years. Putting aside the Holy Maiden for marriage, it was only a few months until the next Bakra Orcs competition. The Celestial Fox tribe had been ranked last among the Bakra Orcs for 500 years. The other beast clans had publicly criticized the Celestial Fox tribe for not having the right to retain the title of Bakra Orcs. They even thought that the other beast clans in the 8 wastelands could challenge the Bakra Orcs as long as they were strong enough. Xianxia and the Elders Guild urgently needed a true Celestial Fox genius to reverse the situation. Grandfather, that bastard isn't a genius. She caused your granddaughter to become a cripple. I want revenge. Lu Xiaoyu was agitated. Xiaoyu, grandfather loves you the most. Don't worry, grandfather won't let that woman have an easy time. I've already asked around. That woman hasn't left her house these few days, so it's hard to do anything to her. But she still has a herbalist and a weak magical beast under her. Grandfather has already ordered people to capture them. When the time comes, that bastard will be at our mercy. Elder Lu sneered. This was Hu City. No one could live so freely after offending the Lu clan. Under Elder Lu's command, a few Celestial Fox soldiers threw a pink magical beast and a small Celestial Fox half-beast man in. Bobo, you bastards. Bobo Sheep cursed loudly. There were a few pieces of black paper stuck on its body. Little Inging had already been knocked unconscious and tied up. This sheep has some tricks up its sleeves. It's said that even a magic prison can't hold it. I specially used a shaman talisman made by the great witch doctor to trap it. Elder Lu kicked Bobo Sheep. This sheep had cost him a lot of effort. It was said that it had killed 2 Celestial Fox soldiers on the spot and scratched a Celestial Fox general's face. It was clearly a sheep, but it could speak human language. Who knew what kind of mutated magical beast it was? If it wasn't for the fact that it still had some use, Elder Lu really wanted to hand it over to the great witch doctor and have him dissect it to see what kind of monster it was. Humph, with them in our hands, that slut will definitely die at my hands. I'll slice off her flesh piece by piece and crush her bones piece by piece. I'll make her die an incomparably miserable death, said Lu Xiaoyu hatefully. No, Xiaoyu, Grandpa has his own arrangements for this matter. That half-beast bastard can't die for the time being. Elder Lu's face was full of deep meaning. Bobo Sheep looked at Elder Lu's appearance from the side and was extremely anxious. But no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't break through the paper talisman on its body. Dear master, you must not be fooled. Bobo Sheep silently said in its heart. Yunxing waited in the inn until the lanterns were lit, but Bobo Sheep and Little Inging still didn't come back. She faintly felt that something was wrong. Could it be that something had happened while she was in seclusion? Yunxing tried to contact Bobo Sheep, but she couldn't feel any aura of Bobo Sheep. Only then did Yunxing become anxious. Bobo Sheep was Yunxing's life contract beast. Logically speaking, as long as Bobo Sheep was still in the Bahuang continent, Yunxing should be able to feel its aura. A similar situation had never happened before. Yunxing could only look for Qianlang. Qianlang immediately ordered people to go out and search. Until the next morning, there was still no news of Bobo Sheep and Little Inging. Yunxing understood that something must have happened to Bobo and Little Inging. Just as she had expected, around noon, someone delivered a letter. The letter was sent by Elder Lu. It said that Bobo Sheep and Little Inging were in his hands. If Yunxing wanted to save them, she had to go to Elder Lu's residence alone in the afternoon. After Qianlang and the others learned of this, they hoped to accompany Yunxing. No, this matter is a personal grudge between me and Elder Lu. It shouldn't involve Songdu and Fengdu. It's enough for me to go alone. Although he was still very worried about Yunxing's safety, when he thought of the strength that Yunxing had shown earlier, Qianlang also knew that he wouldn't be of much help. As promised, Yunxing went to Elder Lu's residence alone. Bobo. As soon as Yunxing entered Elder Lu's residence, she saw Bobo's sheep tied up like a dumpling. There were also some black talismans on its body. It was hung outside Elder Lu's residence. As for little Ying, she was not present. It was noon and the sun was high up in the sky. The pitiful baby sheep's wings were tied and it was hanging upside down outside Elder Lu's residence. Its wings drooped and there was a rag stuffed in its mouth. It looked miserable. When it saw its master, tears flowed out of its black beady eyes like a waterfall. Elder Lu and Lu Shuiyu stood stiffly at the side. There were several deep scars on Elder Lu's face. The grandfather-granddaughter pair had kidnapped baby sheep and little Ying. Logically speaking, they should be very smug. However, Yunxing noticed that the two of them looked emaciated and had heavy dark circles under their eyes. When the grandfather and granddaughter saw that Yunxing had really come alone, their expressions were very different. Elder Lu narrowed his eyes and his expression was unreadable. He secretly sized up Yunxing. Lu Shuiyu, on the other hand, was so angry that the roots of her teeth were sore and she almost chewed them to pieces. When Yunxing saw that baby sheep was bullied to this extent, the anger in her heart surged. Elder Lu, I'm here. Let go of my demonic beast and herb gatherer first. I can let it go, but you have to promise that this damned thing will shut up. At the mention of baby sheep, the veins on Elder Lu's temples throbbed. Elder Lu was a purebred celestial fox and was also from the 8 Wastelands continent. He had encountered all kinds of demonic beasts on the continent. Before he met the popping sheep, he had always thought that the large-sized wizard beasts that roamed the wilderness were the most troublesome to deal with. Who would have thought that after capturing this magical beast, he would realize that his previous view was completely wrong? Last night, after Elder Lu had captured the sheep and the herb-gathering boy, he had planned to interrogate the popping sheep for more information about Yunxing. After all, Qingyi did not know much about Yunxing's background. Elder Lu had to first confirm the relationship between Yunxing and Songdu, who knew that after this damned thing was captured, although its body was restrained with a witchcraft talisman, it howled and screamed for the entire night. It was already polite to describe that voice as demonic and brainwashing. That terrifying sound startled everyone in Elder Lu's residence. The younger ones had nightmares, while the older ones couldn't sleep. For the entire night, no one in Elder Lu's residence slept a wink, from humans to chickens and dogs. This was only one night. If it were to continue for another 10 days to half a month, the Lu residence would really be in chaos. Furthermore, this damned thing was shockingly strong. Although it wasn't easy for it to move, whenever someone approached it, it would spit out a bunch of profanities. It wasn't until dawn that Elder Lu and a few celestial fox soldiers stopped the sheep's mouth, giving them some peace and quiet. Seeing Elder Lu and Lu Shuiyu's ugly expressions, Yunxing, who was well aware of Elder Lu's and Lu Shuiyu's temperament, twitched her mouth and resisted the urge to burst into laughter. Bo, I'm here. No one will bully you anymore. Don't cry. Yunxing nodded at the sheep. Only then did Elder Lu remove the rag on Bo's mouth with a look of lingering fear. Ying, dear master. This old turtle and his granddaughter kidnapped Bo and little Ying. They even hid little Ying. Although Bo could speak, those strange talismans on its body hadn't been removed. It still couldn't fly normally and could only be held in Elder Lu's hands. It flapped its wings continuously and cursed this old turtle 1,000 times in its heart. Yunxing frowned. The meaning of Elder Lu's threat was already very obvious. They deliberately hid little Ying so that Yunxing would have some misgivings. Elder Lu, let them go. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Yunxing was secretly annoyed. She was too anxious for success. These days, she only cared about learning the celestial fox inheritance and didn't consider the safety of Bo and Ying. Let her go? That's too easy for you. You caused Shuiyu to lose one of her hands. This old man should kill you to avenge her. Elder Lu was angry. However, this old man isn't someone who haggles over every detail. Let's both take a step back. As long as you agree to represent Fengdu in the Saintess selection ceremony and successfully become the Saintess, this old man can let this person and beast go. Elder Lu had previously thought that Yunxing was Songdu's Saintess candidate. It wasn't until he colluded with Qinyu that he learned from Qinyu that Yunxing wasn't the Saintess candidate. Her true identity was just a female doctor sent by Songhai to accompany the army. Elder Lu was very cunning. His granddaughter, Lu Shuiyu, had lost one of her hands and could no longer participate in the Saintess selection ceremony. For a while, Elder Lu couldn't find a suitable candidate to replace Lu Shuiyu. Elder Lu had an idea. Why not let Yunxing take Lu Shuiyu's place and participate in the Saintess selection ceremony? Grandfather, you're letting her take my place in the Saintess selection ceremony? Lu Shuiyu almost fainted when she heard this. Had her grandfather gone senile? How was this avenging her? This B*TCH was going to take her place in the Celestial Fox Saintess selection ceremony? Shuiyu, grandfather has his own plans. Now that you're injured, one of the 3 Saintess candidates in Fengdu is missing. For the sake of the big picture, someone must take your place. Elder Lu didn't want to do this either. However, as an elder from Fengdu, he had to consider the interests of Fengdu's bloodline. Although Lu Yunshuang from the Ice Fox bloodline was one of the extremely rare Celestial Fox Saintess candidates in Fengdu, that girl surnamed Lu had a cold temperament and was indifferent to his orders. Even if such a person became the Celestial Fox Saintess in the future, Elder Lu wouldn't benefit much. Therefore, he would rather choose someone he could control. He had something on this female doctor in front of him, so he wasn't worried that she wouldn't compromise. I'll never agree to let her take my place. Lu Shuiyu stomped her feet angrily and ran out. Elder Lu sighed. Shuiyu's temper had been spoiled. Yunxing was also confused. She couldn't take Lu Shuiyu's place in the Saintess selection ceremony because she had no interest in becoming the Celestial Fox Saintess. Secondly, if the other members of the Celestial Fox tribe saw her face, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. She was only here to send the ashes. How did she cause so much trouble? However, Yunxing also understood that she was now deeply involved. It wouldn't be easy to get rid of it. However, if Elder Lu thought that he could control her at will, then he was gravely mistaken. Elder Lu, I hate it when people threaten me. I'm not interested, and I won't participate in the selection of the Saintess of the Heavenly Fox tribe on behalf of Fengdu. Yunxing flatly rejected Elder Lu. Don't you care about the life and death of your magical beast and that little girl? Elder Lu smiled maliciously, but his smile didn't last long. Yunxing's figure suddenly flashed. Like a bolt of lightning, she swept in front of him. It wasn't that he hadn't fought before, but he had never seen anyone fight with a hostage in hand. Were hostages worthless these days? Although Elder Lu was shocked, the older the ginger, the spicier it was. Violent fighting energy exploded from his body. Yama Fox Claw. Elder Lu roared and used the Lu family's family heirloom, the Celestial Fox technique. Although they were both Yama Fox Claws, Lu Shuiyu's and Elder Lu's were completely different. Elder Lu's hand swayed and the fox claw was like an old tree with its roots. The sharp claws tore through the air and stabbed toward Yunxing. His and Yunxing's figures intertwined and quickly separated. The moment the two of them intertwined, Elder Lu saw a silver light flash before his eyes. Boom, powerful energy waves collided and the two figures retreated more than 10 steps at the same time. Elder Lu originally thought that victory was in his grasp. However, when he collided with Yunxing, he was surprised to discover that the kissing sheep that he had been holding in his hand had disappeared. On the other side, Yunxing's right hand had also turned into a fox claw that was also filled with powerful energy waves. However, compared to Elder Lu's ferocious blood-stained fox claw, Yunxing's Yama fox claw was different. Yunxing's fox claw was sparkling and translucent like a jade carving. As she hadn't cultivated for a long time, Yunxing's Yama fox claw was slightly weaker than Elder Lu's. At this moment, a wound could be faintly seen on the jade-like sharp fox claw, and blood was seeping out. Although Yunxing was slightly weaker in terms of strength, she had the upper hand in terms of speed. Just now, when she took Elder Lu's claw head-on, she cleverly snatched the baby sheep back. His granddaughter, Lu Shuiyu, had cultivated for many years before she could master the Yama fox claw. This beast man, at this moment, there was nothing but shock in Elder Lu's heart. She was actually faster than him. Elder Lu could also tell at a glance that Yunxing was using the Yama Fox Claw. She had really learned Yama's Fox Claw. Elder Lu was incomparably shocked. It seemed that what Qingyu had said wasn't a lie. This little bastard from Blue Do had really learned the Yama Fox Claw in a short 3 days. He would never have thought that there was a reason why Yunxing could learn Yama's Demon's Claw so quickly. It was because Yunxing had once practiced Trillium Hand. The Trillium Hand left behind by the Yen clan's ancestor was meant to increase the hand speed of the Yen clan's descendants during acupuncture and surgery. However, when Yunxing practiced the Yama Fox Claw, she realized that as long as she combined the Trillium Hand and the Yama Fox Claw, she could achieve an unexpected effect. This was also why she was able to master the Yama Fox Claw so quickly. Furthermore, in terms of hand speed, she was even faster than Elder Lu. It seemed that she had only learned for 3 days, but in fact, she had already learned Trillium Hand for decades in Yunxing's 2 lives. Hence, in terms of hand speed, there were not many people in the boundless world and the 8 wastelands who could match up to Yunxing. After Yunxing snatched Bo back, she glanced at Bo worriedly. Seeing that it wasn't seriously injured, she heaved a sigh of relief. Little bastard, you do have some skills. So what if you have saved your fiend? Don't forget that I still have your herb gatherer boy in my hands. Elder Lu stabilized himself after his hostage was snatched away and said calmly. Oh? Are you sure that he is still in your hands? Yunxing brushed her hair with a look of disdain. Could it be? Elder Lu was shocked. Could it be? Don't worry. I said that I would come alone, so I will definitely come alone. I didn't bring any helpers from Blue Do. Yunxing's black eyes flashed. So what if you brought helpers? To tell you the truth, that herb gatherer boy is locked in the secret chamber. Without my presence, no one can save him. Elder Lu sneered. Behind him, there was the sound of bodies falling to the ground. A few guards of the Lu residence were thrown out. Lu Xueyu, who had run out earlier, was now in the hands of Yunxing with a pale face. What? You? Elder Lu's smile froze on his face. He looked at Yunxing in front of him, then looked behind him at the masked woman who looked exactly like Yunxing. Grandfather, that is Celestial Fox's clone. This bastard must have learned the Hua family's traceless fox. Lu Xueyu ran out in a fit of anger just now. However, just as she ran out of the courtyard, she felt her vision darken. A ghostly figure landed in front of her. That figure was none other than Yunxing. Elder Lu and Lu Xueyu then realized that on the one hand, Yunxing had come to meet Elder Lu. On the other hand, she had used another Yunxing to hide in the Lu residence to find Yingying's whereabouts. Yunxing had come to the Lu residence alone, so she had been on guard against Elder Lu's tricks. However, her clone Yunxing searched the Lu residence but couldn't find little Yingying. At this moment, Lu Xueyu ran out and caught her in the act. Elder Lu, now we both have hostages in our hands. However, in your eyes, Lu Xueyu's life is much more valuable than my herb gatherer boy. Yunxing stood aside with a smile. Elder Lu trembled with anger. He had been in the Celestial Fox tribal nation for so many years, but no one had ever dared to treat him like this. This damned Celestial Fox bastard. However, no matter how much he hated her, Elder Lu understood that now that Yunxing had mastered the Yama Fox's claw and Fox's traceless shadow, as well as Celestial Fox's clone, if they really fought, he wasn't confident that he could rescue his granddaughter unscathed. Elder Lu had no choice but to turn around and go to the secret room to bring little Yingying out. Master. Little Yingying was scared out of her wits, locked in the secret room. However, in order not to worry Yunxing, she could only hold back the tears in her eyes. I brought her here. I'll count to 3, and we'll release her at the same time. Elder Lu's face was ashen. He picked up little Yingying. On the other side, Celestial Fox's clone Yunxing also picked up Lu Xueyu. Both sides walked forward. Yunxing was vigilant. Fortunately, Elder Lu didn't play any tricks. Elder Lu, Yunxing, will definitely remember what happened today. Yunxing narrowed her eyes. With one hand holding little Yingying and the other holding little Yingying, she was about to retreat. However, at this moment, there was a loud bang outside the Lu mansion. A huge magic array enveloped the Lu mansion. Ha ha ha, little bastard, do you really think that the Lu Mansion is a place where you can come and go as you please? Today, either you agree to my conditions, or you die here. Elder Lu said eerily. He had already set up an inescapable net outside the mansion. If I want to leave, no one can stop me. After Yunxing finished speaking, waves of terrifying hellfire of the Divine Lotus appeared around her. As the hellfire of the Divine Lotus spoke, the magic waves in the magic array were instantly burned into holes. TSK, you have a lot of tricks. Don't you care about the life and death of the person and beast beside you? After Elder Lu finished speaking, Little Ying and Little Ying both let out painful cries. Baby Sheep and Little Ying's condition didn't seem right. When she rescued them earlier, Yunxing had already noticed that they weren't injured, but in addition to the ropes, there were also black talisman-like things on their bodies. Yunxing didn't pay attention to them earlier, but just now, those black talisman-like things suddenly drilled into Baby Sheep and Little Ying's bodies. Baby Sheep and Little Ying felt a piercing pain in their bodies, and Little Ying couldn't help but cry. Baby Sheep's face turned red, and bean-sized beads of sweat soaked its soft wool. Yunxing hurriedly checked on the two, but the woman and the beast didn't seem to be poisoned or injured. Even with the Shinno eye, Yunxing could only sense that there was a mysterious power in their bodies that was constantly moving. It was also this force that made the woman and the beast feel as if they were being cut into pieces. Little Ying was a human, and this strange force affected her. Yunxing could understand. But why would Baby Sheep have such a big reaction? Baby Sheep was a world deity. Although it hadn't fully grown, it had always been alive and kicking, except for when it was hatched, when it was seriously injured. Ordinary combat skills and magic were nothing to Baby Sheep. But the strange force formed by the mysterious black talisman was like Baby Sheep's nemesis, causing Baby Sheep so much pain that it wanted to die. Little Ying's body was weak, and it didn't take long for it to pass out. Don't think that you're the only one with a trump card. You saved them, but I've cast a witchcraft talisman on them. This kind of talisman can only be found in the Celestial Fox clan, and no one in the world can remove it. Elder Lu laughed. Baby Sheep only felt that the strange force in its body was tearing at its organs, and its body was about to explode. Enough. Yunxing spat out 2 words when she saw Baby Sheep and Little Ying in pain. Ha ha ha, if you agree, I have an antidote here. Take it every 10 days, and it will ensure the woman and the beast's safety. However, if they did not comply, the pain would flare up once a day. On the 10th day, the monstrous power would burst out of their bodies, causing them to explode and die. I know you're a female doctor, but this antidote is a witchcraft. It's impossible for you to cure it, Elder Lu said proudly. At this point, he did not believe that Yunxing would not compromise. Dear master, Bobo is useless. Bobo Sheep was dying. This was the first time he hated someone so much. It was a world deity beast, but it was always a burden to its master. Hey, it's not your fault. Yunxing looked up with a burning gaze. Suddenly, the Divine Lotus karmic fire in her body exploded like a flash flood. Bang bang bang, countless azure heavenly thorns rained down from the sky. The enraged Yunxing instantly tore apart the entire magic array in front of Elder Lu and Lu Xueyu. The entire Lu residence was devastated, as if it had experienced a thunderstorm. I will join Plentiful City and participate in the Sanctus selection on behalf of Lu Xueyu. After I succeed, give me the antidote immediately. Otherwise, I'll kill everyone in the Lu residence. Little Ying and Bo were like family to Yunxing. This time, Elder Lu had completely violated Yunxing's bottom line. If it were not for the mysterious black talisman that Yunxing could not break, she would not have agreed to Elder Lu's request so sullenly. Seeing that Yunxing had agreed, Elder Lu threw her 2 bottles of medicine. He would give the rest of the medicine to Yunxing in batches after 10 days. After receiving the antidote, Yunxing left with Bobo Sheep and Little Ying, leaving the Lu residence in ruins. Although he successfully threatened Yunxing to agree to his conditions, Elder Lu was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. This woman's strength was really terrifying. Thinking about it later, Elder Lu was still a little scared. Grandpa, are you really letting her participate in the Celestial Fox Sanctus selection? But her strength, what if she doesn't listen to us? Lu Xueyu was also scared out of her wits. Only now did she realize how lucky she was that only one of her hands was destroyed that day. That celestial fox *tch, the woman surnamed Yun, was many times stronger than the other saintess candidates in Songdo. Even if she was just an inferior half-beast, it would not hinder her from being selected in the end. No wonder Grandpa let her represent Plentiful City first. At this time, Elder Lu was also full of doubts. It was said that Songdu's military counselor, He Sui, was unparalleled in wisdom. How could he give up such an outstanding candidate and let someone else represent Songdu? Shuiyu, that was just a temporary measure. That witchcraft amulet is not an ordinary thing. In fact, even I only asked for 3 from the great witch doctor. As for whether the witchcraft amulet has an antidote, only the great witch doctor knows. Elder Lu snorted. You. This woman was a scourge after all. If she really did not listen in the end, he would ask the great witch doctor to personally take action. He did not believe that the great witch doctor, who had mysterious powers, would not be able to subdue a lowly half-beast. As soon as Xianxia walked out of the Lu mansion, she first checked the 2 bottles of medicine that Elder Lu had given her. She found that the 2 bottles of medicine were colorless and odorless. She could not tell what they were made of. However, after drinking the medicine, Popping Sheep and Little Ying's condition did improve a lot. Just as Xianxia was about to ask Popping Sheep and Little Ying about the details, her ears twitched slightly. Come out. Xianxia shielded Little Ying and Popping Sheep in front of her and suddenly spoke. A person walked out from behind her. When she saw the person, Xianxia was stunned. This person was Lu Yunchuang of the Ice Fox clan, whom Xianxia had met once at the inn earlier. It's you. Why are you following me? Xianxia had sharp senses and had long noticed that someone was following her. She had thought that it was Elder Lu's subordinate, but she did not expect that the person following her would be Lu Yunchuang. You don't have to try. That antidote was made by the great witch doctor of the celestial fox tribe. No one else in the world can make it except for her, Lu Yunchuang said calmly. She was no different from a few days ago. Her face was still as cold as ice. The moment she got close to her, the temperature around her dropped by a few degrees. Why are you telling me this? Xianxia was on guard. Lu Yunchuang was one of the representatives of Feng City. Xianxia did not think that she would be so kind. I'm not your enemy. I can help you become the saintess of Celestial Fox. Lu Yunchuang's words stunned Xianxia. You're also one of the candidates for the position of saintess. Becoming the saintess should be your wish, right? Xianxia did not believe Lu Yunchuang. Not everyone wants to become the saintess of Celestial Fox. Everyone thinks that being the saintess of Celestial Fox is an honor, but they don't know that the status of the saintess of Celestial Fox is also a burden. The previous saintess of Celestial Fox was the best example, Lu Yunchuang said calmly. You knew the previous Celestial Fox saintess? Xianxia could not help but take a few more glances at Lu Yunchuang when she heard this. Lu Yunchuang of the Ice Fox tribe was just like her name. She was cold and indifferent to everyone at any time. I didn't know her, but I've heard some things about her. If she wasn't the Celestial Fox saintess, she would probably be much happier. Indeed, if she was human or born on another continent, everything would be different. Xianxia could not help but sigh. She could not help but think about how she and Hu Xing's mothers were both hatched from the same beast blood cloud. If their mothers had been swapped back then, would her and Hu Xing's fates have been changed as well? However, there were never too many ifs in this world. I don't want to be some saintess. My only condition for helping you is that after everything is done, you help me dissolve my ice fox physique. Lu Yunchuang glanced at Xianxia a few times. She did not know why Xianxia would suddenly become so emotional. Lu Yunchuang also knew that Elder Lu and his granddaughter had captured Popping Sheep and Little Ying. She had thought that Xianxia would succumb to Elder Lu's pressure. Who would have thought that the Lu mansion would be razed to the ground by the furious Xianxia? Lu Yunchuang could not help but look at Xianxia in a new light. In the entire Celestial Fox tribal nation, not many people had the guts that Xianxia did. This also confirmed Lu Yunchuang's earlier guess. That day, when Lu Yunchuang saw Xianxia use only a few needles to remove the ice from Qinyu's body, she wanted to find an opportunity to ask Xianxia if she could help her. If Xianxia could help her, she could help Yunxing defeat the other competitors in the upcoming Celestial Fox Saintess selection and come out on top. To Lu Yunchuang, whether or not the capital was plentiful did not matter at all. The Ice Fox clan had always been wandering around the periphery of the Celestial Fox tribal nation. For so many years, the Celestial Fox tribal nation had never cared about the life and death of the Ice Fox clan. This time, Lu Yunchuang was representing Fengdu in the competition because Elder Lu had done her a favor before. However, no matter how much money he had, it was nothing compared to improving the Ice Fox's physique. Improve your physique? Are you talking about improving your body's constitution that freezes when you touch others? Yunxing had cured countless diseases, but she had never heard of a body that could be cured. Moreover, the Ice Fox physique was Lu Yunchuang's trump card. Why would she want to change her physique? I have a sweetheart. He's a human. A rare blush appeared on Lu Yunchuang's face. This shyness made her, who was originally as cold as snow, gain a strange kind of beauty. Lu Yunchuang lived in the Ice Fox tribe's tribe, which was adjacent to the human tribe. She had lived with the human tribe since she was young. There, she met a human ancient martial art practitioner. The two of them loved each other, but due to Lu Yunchuang's constitution, she could not be with that man. That man had been frostbitten by Lu Yunchuang a few times. It was also because of this that his family and friends objected to him being with Lu Yunchuang. We don't even have intimate actions between lovers. Although he said he didn't mind, I do. I heard that the great witch doctor in the Celestial Fox tribe has amazing medical skills, so I want her to help me change my physique. Lu Yunchuang sighed. She did not want her lover to suffer again. She had accepted Elder Lu's invitation to represent Fengdu in the competition because Elder Lu had a close relationship with the Great Witch Doctor. Through Elder Lu's recommendation, she met the Great Witch Doctor. However, after examining Lu Yunchuang's constitution, the Great Witch Doctor told her regretfully that even she could not change the constitution of the Ice Fox tribe. When Lu Yunchuang found out, she was very upset. She had planned to return to the Ice Fox tribe and break up with her lover after participating in the Celestial Fox Saintess selection. However, at this moment, Yunxing appeared. Although she did not know where Yunxing came from, her miraculous acupuncture technique gave Lu Yunchuang a glimmer of hope in her despair. I see. My acupuncture technique can solve many difficult and complicated diseases, but I have never tried to improve one's constitution. Yunxing could not guarantee that she would be able to help Lu Yunchuang. However, Lu Yunchuang's deep affection for that human male reminded Yunxing of her relationship with Night Fox. Speaking of which, the situation was somewhat similar to her relationship with Night Fox. Night Fox and she could not be together because of the ancient curse of the Kirin clan, while Lu Yunchuang could not be together because of her constitution. Just give it a try. If you fail, I won't blame you. When Lu Yunchuang saw that Yunxing had agreed, her face lit up. By the way, you mentioned the Great Witch Doctor just now. Are you sure that the Great Witch Doctor was the one who put those black talismans on baby goat and Ying? Yunxing had heard about it since she came to the 8 Wilderness Continent. On the 8 Wilderness Continent, healers only treated the most basic injuries. Here, there were only regular healers and witch doctors. The status of witch doctors was much higher than that of regular healers. In particular, the witch doctors in the Celestial Fox tribe had the same status as the chief and saintess. In the Celestial Fox tribe, the chief of the Celestial Fox people, the Great Witch Doctor, the Council of Elders, and the Celestial Fox Saintess were once known as the 4 poles of the Celestial Fox tribe. However, because the previous Celestial Fox Saintess, Hu Sheng, could not practice magic, the status of the Celestial Fox Saintess had plummeted in the Celestial Fox tribe. The chief, the Great Witch Doctor, and the Council of Elders were now the 3 pillars of power in the Celestial Fox tribe. Lu Yunchuang had seen the black talismans by chance when she was diagnosed by the Great Witch Doctor last time. That was how she recognized them at first glance. I'm sure that the black talismans are the Great Witch Doctor's unique witchcraft. As for these potions, they must have been concocted by the Great Witch Doctor. However, you should give up on the idea of snatching the antidote from the Great Witch Doctor. The Great Witch Doctor is the most unfathomable person in the entire Celestial Fox tribe. Some say that her strength is comparable to the first priest of the Beast God altar. Lu Yunchuang was very smart. She glanced at Yunxing and reminded her. Although she had only met Yunxing once, Lu Yunxuang could tell that she was a person who valued friendship. Yunxing would not listen to her advice. It was also because of the Great Witch Doctor's existence that the Celestial Fox tribe, the weakest of the three, was able to retain a seat among the Bakra orcs. It was said that the previous Celestial Fox Saintess had been promoted to the position of the Celestial Fox Saintess because of the Great Witch Doctor's recommendation. From this, one could see how high the Great Witch Doctor's status in the Celestial Fox tribe was. No matter what, I'll definitely use this Celestial Fox Saintess opportunity to meet the Great Witch Doctor. Yunxing glanced at Popping Sheep and Little Yingying, her brows tightly knitted together. After parting ways with Lu Yunxuang, Yunxing returned to the inn. You want to represent Fengdu in the Saintess selection? When they found out that Yunxing was going to represent Fengdu in the Saintess selection, everyone in Songdu looked at her with displeasure. Although they were both capitals of the Celestial Fox tribal nation, there was still competition between them. Especially in recent years, Fengdu had always relied on its status as the wealthiest capital city to seize a lot of resources. The previous competition between Songdu and Fengdu had caused the two capitals to be on bad terms. Yunxing was representing Fengdu in the competition at this juncture. In the eyes of everyone in Songdu, it was undoubtedly a last-minute betrayal. I told you, she's not a good person. The people of Fengdu must have given her some benefits. That's why she's willing to fight for them. Qinyu began to slander Yunxing. Qinyu thought that after she told Elder Lu about Popping Sheep and Yingying's whereabouts, he would seize the opportunity to kill Yunxing after capturing them. She did not know if Elder Lu's brain had been kicked by a donkey. Not only did he not kill this lowly creature, but he also allowed her to represent Fengdu in the competition. How was this a reward? It was a good thing that fell from the sky. Qinyu, you know best whether it was me who switched sides or you who did something behind the scenes. Yunxing glanced coldly at Qinyu. Yunxing had been wondering why Elder Lu had his eyes on Popping Sheep and Little Yingying. Lu Yunxuang had warned Yunxing to be careful of Qinyu. Yunxing was representing Fengdu in the competition. The others, including Feng Lian and Huayan Luo, did not say anything. Only Qinyu looked indignant. Don't slander me. Who do you think you are? You just won a competition. Let me tell you, a lowly half-beast human like you won't even make it past the first round, let alone enter the official competition later on. Qinyu's expression changed slightly. She was afraid that others would see through her collusion with Elder Lu. That's right. This time, the fence-sitter is right. Yun, no matter what your reason is, you're representing Fengdu in the competition. From today onwards, we are competitors. Seeing that we are on the same team, I advise you not to go and make a fool of yourself, lest you get eliminated in the first round. Huayan Luo also stepped forward. The first round? Due to her closed-door training, Yunxing was very uninformed. In addition, she had no intention of participating in the Celestial Fox Saintess selection ceremony, so she was completely unaware of the details of the Celestial Fox Saintess selection ceremony. He didn't even know the details of the Saintess selection for Celestial Fox. Yunxing had even missed the registration for the Celestial Fox Saintess selection. However, Elder Lu had already used some means to change Lu Shuiyu's name to Yunxing. The first round of the competition is about bloodline. Speaking of which, do you know which branch of Celestial Fox you belong to? Feng Lian asked indifferently. Yunxing was stumped by the question. Since it was the Celestial Fox Saintess selection ceremony, the most basic requirement was naturally to have Celestial Fox bloodline. There were many clans in the Celestial Fox tribe. Then what bloodline do you belong to? Yunxing had never heard Hu Jiuxing talk about bloodlines. Or rather, Hu Jiuxing, who had been hatched from the beast blood cloud, did not know about bloodlines. The Celestial Fox tribe divides the bloodline into grades from 1 to 6. Naturally, one tail is the lowest bloodline. The higher the bloodline goes, the higher the bloodline of the Celestial Fox bloodline. For example, the Ice Fox clan that Lu Yunxuang belongs to the 5-tailed bloodline. The Lu family that Lu Shuiyu belongs to also has 5 tails. The Hua family that Huayan Luo belongs to the 4-tailed bloodline. Qinyu and I belong to the 3-tailed bloodline. Feng Lian pointed at the few people present. Although the Celestial Fox Saintess selection ceremony this time was the most lenient in history, there was a basic requirement for all the candidates, be they purebred or half-beast humans, to meet the requirements of a three-tailed celestial fox. Otherwise, there was no way to pass the first round and they would be eliminated immediately. Did you hear that? The Celestial Fox Saintess selection ceremony is not for people like you to participate. Lowly half-beast humans like you who can't even hide your fox ears and tails can only have 2 tails at most. No matter how strong you are, you'll still be eliminated in the first round, Xianxia mocked. Whether I'll be eliminated or not, we'll know tomorrow. Yunxing could not be bothered to argue with Xianxia. She took Baby Sheep and Little Yingying back to her room to rest. After taking the potion, Baby Sheep and Little Yingying returned to normal. However, Yunxing knew that the mysterious black talisman in their bodies would act up again after 10 days. Elder Lu, Great Witch Doctor, you made Baby Sheep and Little Yingying suffer so much. She will not let you off. Yunxing's black eyes darkened. She sat down cross-legged and began to meditate. The next morning, Yunxing took Baby Sheep and Little Yingying to Hu City Square. The first round of the Celestial Fox Saintess selection ceremony would be held here in a few days. When Yunxing arrived at the square, it was already crowded with people. The Celestial Fox Saintess selection ceremony was the most eye-catching competition for the people of the Celestial Fox tribal country, except for the Bahuang clan competition. After all, not everyone had the chance to see the Saintess. This time, those who came to participate in the Celestial Fox Saintess selection ceremony were all stunning beauties selected from the 10 major capital cities of the Celestial Fox tribal country. Everyone loved beauty, so there were many people participating in the selection this time. In order to maintain order, there were also a large number of Celestial Fox soldiers in the square. The other 2 Celestial Fox Saintess candidates in Fengdu, Lu Yunchuang and Xianxia, had been waiting there for a long time. I really don't know what Elder Lu is thinking. He actually let you replace Big Sister Xueyu, Xianxia said angrily when she saw Yunxing. The last time Yunxing defeated Lu Xueyu in front of everyone at the inn, Xianxia still hated her for it. Unlike Lu Yunchuang, Xianxia and Lu Xueyu were good friends when they were in Fengdu. This time, Yunxing had crippled Lu Xueyu's hand and even profited from the disaster by replacing Lu Xueyu. Xianxia could not swallow this resentment. Fortunately, Xianxia also thought that a lowly half-beast human like Yunxing would not even pass the first round. Oh, look at the Saintess candidate in Fengdu. She still retains her half-beast form? Isn't that so? Hasn't Fengdu always boasted that only purebreds come from Fengdu? What high status and pure bloodline. She hasn't even taken off her fox form. Don't tell me she's a first or second-class celestial fox? There was a burst of chatter in his ears. In the square, the Saintess candidates representing the other capital cities also looked over. Plentiful City was the wealthiest city, and the 3 Saintess candidates were all purebred. Earlier, Lu Xueyu and Xianxia had been bossy and domineering. Before the competition began, they had already offended a lot of people and attracted a lot of hatred. Lu Xueyu had wantonly attacked the half-beast humans from other capital cities and even the purebred celestial fox. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, her right hand would be crippled? Lu Xueyu, who had always been considered the most likely candidate to be the Saintess, was forced to withdraw halfway through the selection, leaving Feng City one less person. In the end, they could only find a last-minute half-beast human to replace her. When the news spread, people from other capital cities were waiting to laugh at Feng City. Xianxia, who was prideful, felt even more humiliated when everyone stared at her with ridicule. It's all your fault. A person like you shouldn't even be here. Xianxia wanted nothing more than to chase Yunxing away, but she did not dare to disobey Elder Lu's orders. She had wanted to join forces with Lu Yunchuang to ostracize Yunxing, but she did not expect Lu Yunchuang to ignore her suggestion. Stop arguing. The test has begun. Lu Yunchuang glanced at the square. A celestial fox elder had already appeared in the middle of the square. The first round of the test, the bloodline test, had officially begun. The one presiding over the first round of the test was Elder Jiao of the Council of Elders. He was a middle-aged man with no facial hair. Silence. The bloodline test will begin immediately. Celestial Fox Saintess candidates from the 10 capital cities, please form a group and participate in the test separately. Elder Jiao coughed a few times when he heard the commotion in the square. His dignified voice immediately spread throughout the square. Yunxing noticed that Hu City's 3 Celestial Fox Saintess candidates were standing at the front. Hu Linglong, whom she had met a few days ago, was among the 3 of them. She was dressed in a bright red sorcerer's robe, like a fireball. She stood out in the crowd and attracted everyone's attention. Hu Linglong walked forward and greeted the 9th elder in a familiar manner. A crystal ball and a dagger were placed in front of Elder Jiao. The dagger looked like it was carved out of jade, and the crystal ball looked no different from an ordinary crystal ball for testing magic. Hu Linglong picked up the dagger and made a cut on her hand. There was no trace of blood on the dagger. Hu Linglong dripped the blood on her finger onto the crystal ball. The originally transparent crystal ball changed the moment Hu Linglong's blood dripped onto it. In the transparent crystal ball, a fiery red fox appeared. The fox's posture was graceful, giving off the same feeling as Hu Linglong. But the most eye-catching thing was the fiery red fox's 5 fluffy fox tails that resembled fire. 5-tailed, Hu Linglong really is a 5-tailed celestial fox. Everyone began to discuss. As the daughter of Hu Qiansui, Hu Linglong and the patriarch Hu Qiansui were of the same origin. The fact that she was a 5-tailed celestial fox was also within everyone's expectations. Soon, the 5-tailed fox in the crystal ball disappeared. The 5-tailed celestial fox was already a very high-level existence among all celestial fox bloodlines. Hu Linglong walked down like a proud peacock. After Hu Linglong's test, the other Celestial Fox Saintess candidates looked at her with envy and jealousy. Everyone knew that Hu Linglong was the most promising candidate among the Celestial Fox Saintess candidates this time. There were even people who said that this Saintess selection ceremony was just a formality. No matter the result, Hu Linglong would become the Saintess. While the second Saintess went up to take the test, Yunxing asked Lu Yunchuang in a low voice. Are there other celestial foxes above 6-tailed? For example, 7-tailed and 8-tailed? The more tails you have, the more powerful you are? Lu Yunchuang gave her a strange look, as if she found it strange that as a heavenly fox, she did not even know such basic knowledge. Among the bloodlines, 6-tailed is already the highest. Even the current chief of the celestial fox people was only a 6-tailed celestial fox back then. Further up, there are 7-tailed and 8-tailed, but that is not because of the bloodline. Instead, it is because of the additional fox tails that are produced when one's cultivation level increases, Lu Yunchuang explained with a cold face. The more fox tails one had, the more powerful one was, but the greater one's potential. This was because every additional tail meant that one could learn another celestial fox legacy. Lu Yunchuang saw how powerful Yunxing was and thought that she would at least know this. Who knew that Yunxing was not aware of this at all? The more fox tails one had, the more celestial fox legacies one could learn. When Yunxing heard this, her frown, which she had been frowning because of the celestial fox bloodline test, suddenly relaxed. Does that mean that if a celestial fox learns multiple celestial fox legacies, how many celestial fox tails is she? Yunxing had previously comprehended 2 celestial fox legacies. In addition to the Yama's fox claw and fox's traceless shadow that she had learned later, she now had a total of 4 celestial fox legacies. Yunxing was a little worried that she would not even pass the first round of the test because she did not know the level of her bloodline. After Lu Yunchuang finished speaking, she looked away. Yunxing breathed a sigh of relief. If that was the case, the worst she could do was to be a 4-tailed celestial fox. At least she could escape the misfortune of being eliminated in the first round. However, Yunxing immediately thought of another problem. Does that mean that after a 4-tailed celestial fox has learned 4 celestial fox legacies, she will not be able to learn other legacies? Yunxing asked again. In theory, yes. If it were not for the fact that she and Yunxing had already become allies, Lu Yunchuang would not have bothered to ask Yunxing such pointless questions. Yunxing wailed in her heart. If she had known this would happen, she would not have learned 4 legacies so casually. If she really was a 4-tailed celestial fox, did that not mean that she would not be able to learn other celestial fox legacies? It was not that Yunxing's legacies were bad, but that there was no harm in having more skills. One more legacy was a promise. However, if the other celestial fox saintesses heard Yunxing's thoughts, they would probably vomit blood in anger. Heaven knew that most people would find it difficult to learn just one celestial fox legacy, but Yunxing could do it as easily as drinking water and eating rice. It would inevitably make people feel unbalanced. However, there are exceptions. For example, when your strength increases and the number of foxtails increases, you can naturally learn one more legacy, Lu Yunchuan could not help adding when she saw Yunxing's ugly expression. At this point, there was a sudden uproar in the square. What a shameless thing. How dare she participate in the test like this? Yunxing and Lu Yunchuan looked ahead. They saw Elder Jiu angrily reprimanding a celestial fox saintess candidate. That candidate was a tall and voluptuous young celestial fox. At this moment, she was trembling, and she was still holding the dagger in her hand. Yunxing could clearly see that the jade dagger was glowing red. Earlier, when several celestial fox saintess candidates, including Hu Linglong, cut their hands with the dagger, their blood did not touch the dagger. However, the moment the blood of this young celestial fox came into contact with the dagger changed. Only now did Yunxing realize that the dagger placed next to the crystal ball was not an ordinary dagger. This was a special dagger called the Chastity Dagger. It was made from the soul stone of a very special magic beast in the Bahuang continent, the Chastity Gecko. The Chastity Dagger was specifically used to test whether a woman was a virgin or not. If a woman's chastity was still intact, when her blood stained the dagger would not change. However, if a woman lost her chastity, the dagger would suck the blood of the woman who had lost her chastity, and the dagger would turn red. One of the requirements for the celestial fox saintess candidate was to be a virgin. This celestial fox saintess candidate had obviously had illicit relations with others. The celestial fox saintess is the symbol of the celestial fox tribe. You actually dared to conceal the truth. Someone come, break her tendons and strip her of her identity as a celestial fox. Also, expel all blood relatives within 3 generations from the tribe. The 9th elder flew into a rage. This celestial fox saintess election was to choose a wife for the 9 Phoenix tribe's young clan leader. This damned woman actually participated with an impure body. If this matter was known by the 9 Phoenix tribe, who knew what kind of storm it would cause? 9th elder, please spare my life. When the celestial fox saintess candidate heard this, her entire body was paralyzed. From the noble status of the celestial fox to being expelled from the tribe, she and her family were finished. No one paid attention to the woman's mournful pleas. Her tendons were broken and she was dragged out with blood all over her body. In the square, everyone's eyes were cold. In the Bahuang continent, the weak were not worthy of sympathy. After a few more rounds of testing, there were no more unchaste celestial fox saintess candidates. However, there were a few celestial fox half-beast men that did not reach the level of celestial fox half-beast men. The eliminated saintess candidates could only dejectedly leave the square. When it was Feng Du's turn, the first one to step forward was Chen Qi. After a test, her bloodline was found to be 4-tailed. Among all the celestial fox bloodlines, her bloodline was not bad. The frost fox and Lu Yunchuan walked up to him. Her blood dripped onto the crystal ball, and the crystal ball instantly emitted a blue light. In the crystal ball, it was as if it was snowing. A pure white snow fox appeared in front of everyone. Behind the snow fox, there were 5 tails. 5-tailed celestial fox, as expected of the ice fox clan with a rare bloodline. The 9th elder looked at the completely white ice fox and nodded approvingly. Lu Yunchuan's face remained as cold as ice in the face of praise. When it was Yunxing's turn, the 9th elder raised his head and saw Yunxing, who was wearing a veil. He frowned and then saw Yunxing's fox tail and fox ears. A half-orc that hasn't even shed its fox form, Feng Du was being too perfunctory. If not for Elder Lu's earlier instructions, he would have directly asked this half-orc to scram. Let's begin. The 9th elder's tone was not very pleasant. Yunxing did not pay attention to the 9th elder. She took the chastity dagger and shook the tip of the dagger. A drop of blood fell onto the crystal ball. Blood dripped onto the crystal ball. Chen Qi, Qin Yu, and the others all looked over with mocking expressions. The other celestial fox saintess candidates also looked like they were waiting to watch a good show. The blood lingered on the surface of the crystal ball for a moment, but the crystal ball did not react. "Don't tell me you're not a celestial fox?" The ninth elder stood up and looked at the crystal ball suspiciously. However, even if she was not a celestial fox, this test crystal ball should still be able to reveal Xianxia's beast form. Unless she was not a beast at all, but a human. Ridiculous, a human dared to participate in the celestial fox saintess selection. This discovery was even worse than the discovery of the celestial fox girl who had lost her virginity. "Someone come." The ninth elder was furious and slammed his palm on the table. The round crystal ball almost fell off the table. At this moment, the crystal ball suddenly emitted a blazing white light. Everyone only saw a dazzling white light in front of him. The entire square was bathed in a white light that was like the moonlight. The ninth elder covered his eyes. A celestial fox appeared in the crystal ball. That celestial fox was exceptionally beautiful. It had a noble posture and was covered in silk like silver fox fur. Its 4 hooves were also shining with a golden light. There was not a trace of fat on its body. Every bone was well proportioned. The most shocking thing was that the celestial fox had 6 tails on its back. Six tails. The ninth elder ignored the piercing light in his eyes. He leaned forward and grabbed the crystal ball tightly. He stuttered and looked at the 6-tailed celestial fox in the crystal ball in disbelief. The square was also dead silent. Those who had mocked Xianxia's identity as a half-beast human had all become mute. As for the ordinary citizens of Hu City, they looked at the masked woman with reverence. The fox tails and fox ears on her body seemed to have disappeared. The celestial fox's black eyes were as dark as the night sky. It looked at the people in the square proudly. Xianxia was also surprised. She thought that with her mixed celestial fox bloodline, she would at most have 4 or 5 tails. She did not expect that she had 6 tails. In the crystal ball, the silver-white celestial fox winked at Xianxia. Its expression was very similar to Xianxia's usual expression. How can it be? That be, the word be asterisk starred was stuck in her throat like a fishbone. She could not spit it out. Qinyu opened her mouth. She was only a 3-tailed celestial fox. She was not qualified to call Xianxia a be asterisk starred at this time. Hua Yanluo and Feng Lian had complicated expressions. Although they were surprised by Xianxia's bloodline, they were not too shocked. It was a pity that Xianxia was now representing Fengdu in the competition. The competition in the following competition would be more intense. "You are Xianxia from Fengdu, a 6-tailed celestial fox." Not bad, not bad. The ninth elder's eyes lit up. It had been many years since a 6-tailed celestial fox had appeared in the celestial fox tribe. So what if she is a 6-tailed fox? That good-for-nothing was also a 6-tailed fox. Xianxia was found to be a 6-tailed fox. Hu Linglong was the most depressed. She looked at the crystal ball with jealousy and hatred. She wanted to crush the crystal ball. Hu Linglong hated fox tails the most. In fact, when Hu Linglong was just born, she had been tested for her celestial fox bloodline. At that time, the previous celestial fox saintess had just passed away. The celestial fox tribe conducted a small test among several of the noblest newborn celestial fox girls. When the test results came out, Hu Linglong was a 5-tailed fox. At that time, Hu Qiansui wanted to fight for her to become the celestial fox saintess. But in the end, Hu Qianxiu brought Hu Xing, who was born an hour earlier than Hu Linglong. Hu Xing was also found to be a 6-tailed celestial fox at that time. Hu Xing was the only celestial fox to be found to be a 6-tailed celestial fox in more than 20 years. From then on, Hu Xing naturally became the celestial fox saintess. He was also known as the most talented celestial fox after Hu Qianxiu. However, the good times did not last long. Hu Xing gradually grew up, and when she was 6 years old, she participated in the celestial fox tribe's test. Whether it was douqi or magic, she actually knew nothing about them. From heaven to hell, Hu Xing also went from a proud daughter of heaven to a trash that was laughed at by others. A celestial fox with the noblest bloodline of a celestial fox, who actually did not know any magic or douqi. Even her father, Hu Qianxiu, neglected her because of this. If not for the great witch doctor of the celestial fox tribe, who supported Hu Xing would have been abolished long ago. However, it was also from then on that Hu Xing's character became increasingly autistic, and finally became the joke of the entire celestial fox tribe. Hearing Hu Linglong's words, the ninth elder and the spectators in the square, who were originally immersed in the joy of a six-tailed celestial fox, also recalled. That's right, the previous celestial fox, Hu Xing, was also a six-tailed celestial fox. It was only because she was really too useless that everyone had already forgotten that she was originally a six-tailed celestial fox. In any case, the results of the first round of tests were still good. The next few rounds of tests would ultimately determine who was the most suitable to be the celestial fox saintess. However, this time it would not be like the last time, where a useless celestial fox saintess was chosen. After Plentiful City, there were only 2 capital cities left. 6 celestial fox women of different figures and appearances came forward, and one by one, they were tested. The first 4 people's test results were mostly normal. They were 3-tailed and 4-tailed respectively. There were no more cases of losing one's chastity or higher bloodlines above 5-tailed. At this time, a yellow-clothed woman came forward, wearing a bamboo hat. The ninth elder was somewhat dissatisfied. Earlier, when Yinxing wore a veil, the ninth elder wanted to reprimand her, but he did not say it out of consideration for Elder Lu. This woman was even more outrageous, directly wearing a bamboo hat. The yellow-clothed woman seemed to know that she had angered the ninth elder. She gently took off her bamboo hat, revealing a face that was like a peach blossom in spring. However, at that moment, no one was paying attention to the woman's face. Including Elder Jiao, everyone was staring at the yellow-clothed woman's eyes. It was a pair of indescribable eyes. One eye was blue while the other was green. This commoner is Yu Shang, from Yudu. The woman's voice was also very pleasant to the ears. She raised her snow-white hand and picked up the dagger, wiping it across her hand. Dazzling red blood rolled onto the crystal ball. The crystal ball shone with a dazzling yellow light, and a yellow heavenly fox appeared within it. Heavens, it's 6-tailed again. When he saw the yellow celestial fox, the ninth elder couldn't help but rub his eyes. This was because there was also a 6-tailed celestial fox in the crystal ball. How was this possible? The 6-tailed celestial fox, which hadn't appeared for over 20 years, actually appeared among the candidates for the celestial fox saintess this time. Hu Linglong bit her lower lip hard, almost tasting blood. Yudu Yu Shang, when did such a person appear in Yudu? This person called Yu Shang was obviously not someone to be trifled with. Her dual-colored eyes and the temperament that made all men look askance made Hu Linglong feel a strong sense of danger. In comparison, the half-beastman fox girl from Fengdu was nothing. Yudu, Yunxing revealed a look of curiosity. She was not familiar with the few capitals of the celestial fox tribal country. Looks like Yudu is going to make a comeback this time. Yudu is the poorest among the 10 capitals of the celestial fox tribal country, Qianxia said angrily, looking at the crystal ball enviously. She had thought that 5-tailed celestial fox girls like Hu Linglong and Lu Xueyu were the most powerful candidates for the celestial fox saintess this time. Who would have thought that Yunxing and Yu Shang would appear out of nowhere? You're called Yu Shang, right? I remember that someone from Yudu mentioned you before. At that time, you were only 5-tailed, right? The ninth elder was in charge of the registration for the celestial fox saintess this time. When he collected the information of all the saintess candidates, he had noted that there should be 4 5-tailed celestial fox girls. They were Hu Linglong, Lu Xueyu, Lu Yunxuang, and Yudu Yu Shang. As for the half-beastman fox girl who appeared out of nowhere, Elder Lu's information did not state her exact bloodline. After all, Yunxing herself did not know what her bloodline was at that time. The information and test results of the other candidates all corresponded. Only Yu Shang went from 5-tailed to 6-tailed. For some people, the difference between 5-tailed and 6-tailed might be the difference between 1-tailed and 1-tailed. However, for the celestial fox tribe, especially the upper echelons of the tribal country, no one knew better than them that the difference between 5-tailed and 6-tailed was like heaven and earth. Of course, the prerequisite was that the other party was not a second Hu Xin. How did Yu Shang become 6-tailed in just a few days' time? This was simply too inconceivable. The ninth elder also wanted to confirm whether Yu Shang had used any unfair means or tricks. When Yushang came to Hu City, she was still five-tailed. However, Yushang broke through the day before yesterday. Yushang's eyes were full of affection, and her strange eyes had an indescribable charm. Even the ninth elder, a purebred celestial fox, could not help but feel his heart skip a beat. She broke through to six-tailed on her own. Such an answer caused another uproar. That was even more incredible. Being able to break through from five-tailed to six-tailed at such a young age was already very impressive. Moreover, this indirectly showed that Yushang's strength was very strong. The commotion caused by Yushang quickly overshadowed the earlier commotion caused by Yunxing's six-tailed celestial fox test. After the first round of tests, a total of 26 out of 30 Saintess candidates from the 10 capitals of the Celestial Fox tribal country remained. The ninth elder was quite satisfied with this result. Congratulations to all of you for passing the first round of tests. Tomorrow, the second round of tests will begin. I believe that all of you already know that the Celestial Fox Saintess selection is divided into 3 rounds. The first round is the bloodline test, the second round is the written test, and the third round is the combat test, the ninth elder announced to the crowd. In order to avoid a situation like Hu Xing's, the Celestial Fox Saintess selection this time was the strictest in terms of procedures and requirements. The bloodline test was something that all the Celestial Fox Saintess candidates already knew about when they signed up. It was also the easiest test to pass. The contents of the second round of the written test and the third round of the combat test had not been announced to the public. They would only be announced on the day of the competition. After the ninth elder emphasized the contents of the competition, he left the square with the test results. The people in the various capitals also dispersed. Before leaving, Hu Linglong glared at Yushang. Yushang was all smiles, but when she passed by Yunxing, she deliberately took a few more glances at her. There was an indescribable sense of provocation in that pair of bewitching eyes. End of chapter 1223. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.